And okay, I'm going to need help. I'm going to try and call somebody since our lady won't be able to make it tonight with obligations that she has. So I'll call around until I reach somebody. Let's try the tried and true individuals. Oh. Okay, so you're not going to hear me talking too much right now. Just dealt with just an endless sea of nightmares. Just honestly, life itself is an endless waking nightmare. I had arranged so that I would have the opening hour everything as ready as possible, but everything conspired, of course, so that didn't happen. And life just doesn't work like that. Okay. So you're going to hear an endless series of rings until I find somebody, really. Okay, and then every time it says that somebody's not available, it goes into a mode that blocks the screen. Okay. Oh shit. Now I got some weird ass shit. What? Okay, I know who this is from, so this is okay. It's all right. Still weird ass shit. Wasn't expecting that. Okay, what have I got? Anyhow, got a lot of communications coming in. Aside from all of that, oh, thank God. Okay, all right. Coming to our rescue is Peter Moon. So I will be calling him. Oh my God. So let me do that. And okay. How do we get this started? Okay, so we're streaming. T-Tank Barry's there. Peter Moon is there. And my shout out to all of us. T-Tank Barry saying I could bring you the diesel therapy if you need it. No, thank God. I've got enough of that for now. All right, so let me try and figure out what I'm supposed to do next. I was just calling people, so let me find the Peter Moon number. We don't usually call him directly. We usually bring him onto a call. There we are. And now we call him directly. There we are. This makes life so much better. Okay.
Number.
There we are! So, dear sir, you're an angel on earth. You're my lifesaver.
Shut off the YouTube.
Yes, you're my knight in shining armor. Oh my God. You have no idea.
I'm here because you want to talk about your strange experiences or your unique experiences. And I was going to listen. So because, see, people aren't coming in because it's Labor Day.
Right.
And they're taking Labor Day off, or they're in the throes of their Labor Day, whatever they're doing.
Yes.
And, I'm too tired to do anything on Labor Day. I played football today. So, I got my outing. Yeah. And I'm, well slept, recovered. Wonderful. And so, I can, be here as a listening board for you, but I'm hoping you will talk about your experiences.
Oh, I will, but I needed time to pull myself together, rehydrate myself and everything else. What happened was just an absolute nightmare. I had actually scheduled everything just organically, just right. I had not taken any particularly stern measures to force myself into kind of a box where I'm like sleeping out of biorhythm or something like that. It just all pretty much happened naturally, where by the time that I woke up, for what for me was very early this morning, I had all day. And what I did at that point was just a number of chores. I tended to some responsibilities. I actually filled out some forms that I have to mail, by which time I realized it was Sunday and I couldn't mail them. Just so people understand this, I never deliver any mail into mailboxes. And if you knew anything about how the mail handles mailboxes, you wouldn't either. I go straight to the post office and I put them literally inside of the slot at the post office, because if you put them in a mailbox, the chances of it ever going anywhere beyond that mailbox are almost so low as you may as well be throwing it in the trash. I see what happens when postal men handle what comes out of that mailbox, and half of it falls on the ground, half of it blows away in the wind, and half the time it falls into a pile of dog shit or a puddle or something. It doesn't reach it to the post office or to any distribution center at all. So in terms of that, I realized I couldn't deliver those letters, and I had wasted some time filling out those forms, and then went out and I went to do something that should have taken only literally minutes. And this was like, I went to Staples and I was going to get my Vax card laminated. Had my latest Vax card. I was going to get that laminated. I was going to buy two headphones, because the latest two headphones that I had purchased both broke supernaturally quickly. One of them was a moment of a PTSD outrage in which I literally tore it asunder, which is very unusual for me. I usually have a deep respect for equipment and try to make it last as long as possible. But every once in a while, when my PTSD gets the best of me, and I still go through rages, then I'll take it out on equipment rather than a living being. And, one time in the past, I had shattered a monitor, and thank God there was Staples, because Staples is within walking distance of me, and I literally was able to go and purchase from Staples a new monitor and then get back in time to produce a show. This was years ago, about 2 years ago, something like that happened. But Staples was always there. And so when I went there today, they were closing the store down forever. It was like they were closing literally within minutes, because they didn't even have the staff to keep it open. And this is not the extraordinary experience I wanted to talk about, but it's extraordinary in the negative sense. And they said everything's half off. Basically they couldn't even, as a franchise, afford to maintain a front in San Francisco anymore. And so I had to get a new monitor anyway, so I just had to buy that monitor. So I was forced into that situation because it's half off. I was never going to get this chance again. And I needed a new monitor anyway this time, because this one's been through a lot. And because unlike other people, I move all my equipment around. So I'm carrying this 27-inch fucking monitor, and they've got it wrapped in enough styrofoam where it's a 30-inch box. And I've, got the earbuds in a shopping bag. And I had to stop off and get a sandwich, is what I promised myself at the Boys Deli in San Francisco. They make excellent sandwiches, and I just didn't have the time to heat up the Meals on Wheels at home and deal with that. The sandwich is much more compact and easy to eat. And when I stopped in there, because they know me so well, he offered to guard the monitor. He said, just leave the monitor here, I'll watch it, and, go get the guys at the front to make the sandwich. Only, for some bizarre fucking reason, I guess because half the staff caught COVID or something, they usually have two men making the sandwiches, and it's Labor fucking Day weekend. So there's one guy making the sandwich. He's completely overwhelmed. He still made an excellent sandwich, and it's still far better food than I could ever get from Meals on Wheels. I mean, Meals on Wheels, beggars can't be choosers. Their meals are getting better in quality, but still half of it's crap. And so when, by the time he finished making that, I was, it would have been the time I had spent heating up a Meals on Wheels couple of trays or something like that. It was just awful. It's just awful. Then by the time I got home, I'm just exhausted. And of course I had this new electric blanket that was sent to me, which, because I don't care what anyone says about the heat waves, San Francisco's temperatures still drop very low at night. It's always the same. They drop below 50 at night. And and there's no heating in the home. So basically I had to get the new electric blanket ready because I wasn't going to fold up. The old one was a monstrosity of origami that required 3 separate blankets that I was using because all of them were broken in one way or another. And so by the time I was done with everything, not to mention other things I'm not even going to bother to mention, but it was just time to start the show. So it's just, I'm not even mentally here. So that will get out of the way. And, but I'm here enough where, thank God, with Peter, I'll center myself and then get into the extraordinary situations. And, I'll, go over them again later tonight, once Peter is gone. But basically, here's basically what they were in a nutshell. On the more negative angle, it basically was through the help of Peter and a number of other individuals who contributed, such as Stephen Myers in particular, and Danielle McCary. She really helped, as did, of course, a wonderful individual who asked not to be named, KP. We can refer to him as KP. Honestly, if it weren't for these contributors, I never would have made the rent. And somehow I had miscalculated, and by the time that I got to purchasing the money order at the bank, this was something that I didn't even have enough money. And I if it weren't for the contributors like Peter Moon, Stephen Myers, and Danielle McCary and KP all put together, I was able to purchase the money order using money that was on the PayPal to help pay towards the money order, and it worked. And I was astonished. The bank takes PayPal, which is basically a MasterCard, Visa card. But the post office does not. So I didn't think the bank would take it. So thank God they took it. And then I was able to make the rent. And this was after, they had changed the rent recently. She changes it in March. I guess I haven't been paying the rent long enough where it's gotten into my mindset yet exactly what it was, so I miscalculated and was still kind of basing it on before the change. Somehow I flipped back to that with everything else I was dealing with lately. So at any rate, aside from that, whenever I go out to do something like this is one reason why my son is so important, and he's, of course, he's visible in tonight's screenshot. So if people are taking a look at the, he has himself a little made up, and that's an inside joke between us because I was playing with a cat earlier, which was in the photograph for tonight's promotional banner. And so he had put some cat whiskers on himself because, in his environment, he could do that. And so that's in the photograph that's embedded in thumbnail of live stream tonight. And all of that is wonderful. And of course, the reason I spend so much time really at the estate and with my son and the Blood Boys, or with my gang members from the old days, but particularly not so much with them except during the holidays, such as Lunar Festival, which will be coming up again next weekend. The real Lunar Festival, which is to be disambiguated from the tourist celebrations that Chinatown was holding for whatever reason very early, immediately after Ghost Month. They waited until the very day Ghost Month ended, and then the next day they held the Moon Festival celebrations for the tourists. But the real Moon Festivals are happening next Saturday. So, but between all this, preparing for that and seeing my son, the reason that I have these two very separate groups, that's mostly just them in my life, is because of the PTSD. Now, even though I was helped immensely by my psychiatrist, and to a degree my psychologist, all credit to her, but with Dr. Tao Tran in particular with the hypnotherapy, the reason that's so important is, of course, it prevents things like night terrors, several other symptoms I was suffering from. But make no mistake about it, there's something that she would not do for the sake of my personal security and survival, is that, and I certainly appreciate this, and wouldn't have wanted her to have done this, she never took away my reactive instinct to the potential for violence, because she said that would be like declawing a tiger, and that I would just be left helpless, and that would make me extremely vulnerable to people who wanted to kill me. So my reactive nature towards violence, which does integrate a lot of anger or rage issues, that's just unavoidable. That's the nature of the beast. This is why when you see people like Daniel Arola with his bullshit, like the true warrior never gets angry. That's somebody who tells you something like that. Just turn around and walk away. You want nothing to do with that person. That they're lying through their teeth. They're trying to make themselves sound as if they're a demigod on earth, like they're some kind of Taoist saint or something like that. That's not how it works. Violence is inextricably integrated with rage and anger, or there wouldn't be violence. You wouldn't have a need to learn a martial art if there hadn't, in the first place, been a need to perfect that violence to a degree where you're fighting better than someone else. This is all based on the killing instinct. And so this is my problem, is that when I'm not with my son, when I'm not with the gang, when I'm not with adult supervision, so to speak, I try my best, and COVID has helped immensely with this, just to fucking avoid people. There is like, when I go outside in the city streets, it's something that I am in danger of killing somebody every time I go out. And this is, I bring this up now just to educate people. It's important for people to know this about anyone with PTSD, but especially a combat veteran with PTSD, in disambiguation from a battered housewife with PTSD who may not be trained in martial arts or killing or something like that. With me, the real danger is winding up in trouble with the law. And oh my God, the other day when it was time to pay writ, which was the first, there was just a number of things that had happened in which I just couldn't go out and buy the money order until the first, which is fine because that's the day it's really due. However, when I went out to do that was a day that I had to interrupt my normal sleep. Normally after I do these shows, which are through the night, I sleep throughout the next day. So when I got up in the middle of that, a day that I should have been sleeping, which was the day after a transmission, I knew that this was an extremely tenuous position to be in, because I just really wasn't fully awake, and therefore nerves are on edge, and I'm just reactive, completely reactive. And I almost killed two people, two separate times that day that I went to the bank. Again, this is just to educate people about, not to make people afraid of people with PTSD at all, but just to educate you when you're dealing with a combat veteran or somebody who has PTSD, and they're just you really have a ability to perform violence with a level of professionalism. That's an extraordinarily dangerous combination. And this is why I try to avoid people at all costs, except for certain people where I'm taken to environments where I'm not going to be exposed to stressors. And so the first time I almost killed someone that day on the first was just walking towards the bank. And there's no way I can describe this. Some just deformed black man came up right behind me and started following me. And this individual was basically extraordinarily tall. This motherfucker had to be 7 feet, but he's like crouching. And so he's coming up right behind me for just following for what I felt was an inordinate period of time, which is longer than a few minutes. And I was ready to kill this son of a bitch. And when I turned around to confront him, because he's just right up my ass, this guy's just completely deformed with a scoliotic back, where he's just like, his head is at my ass, like he's sniffing at my ass like a dog. And I have no sympathy for this individual. And really, it took everything in me not to kill this son of a bitch. And it's just somebody who looks like they're going to stab you, because this is like a crouching position that people get in when they have a knife and they're coming right behind you to stab you in the kidneys or to gut your liver out. This is the exact position he was in. Somebody like that needs to be walking around with a fucking walker so everybody knows he's a crip. And so everybody will say, oh, look at that poor gimp. I can avoid him or let him go first or something like that. This person is, as far as I'm concerned, endangering himself by walking around freely without something to indicate how crippled he is. So when I let him move ahead of me, he scrabbled like a crab just, beyond and went up the street, just a walking horror story. And even taking his condition into account, I feel no pity, just nothing but hatred. That's PTSD. And then by the time I came home, again, bear in mind, throughout this time, you're in a congested city like San Francisco. It's very hard to avoid people, but the COVID has made it possible where at least people are providing much more space than they used to. This is why somebody coming up close is instantly suspect. And then, I don't drive. That's another problem. So I can only figure out what people who are driving are thinking to a degree. And so on the way home, having purchased the money order, which I never could have gotten without all the people who contributed to the debit card, and thank God the bank took the debit card. It was like not even a problem. I mean, it makes perfect sense because you can transfer from the debit card to the bank, but because these things are never accepted at the post office, I never knew what to think. But so that worked out, and then I was on the way home, and I'm trying to avoid, again, people, especially with that earlier incident. Bear in mind, I still haven't really fully woken up for that day, and I just want to get the money order in the mail slot next door where the landlady can collect it later at her leisure and go back to sleep. So accidents always happen closest to home. And basically when I'm like coming home, and then there's a white woman in a car and she's going to park. Now, of course, not being a driver, I don't think the way drivers do. And I cross the street to avoid some other people. And I cross the street because there's no traffic. She's not part of the traffic because she's gone into the sidewalk to park. And then when, just by an extraordinary misfortune, I happened to be crossing the street into that space where apparently she wanted to park. So she was like way ahead of me, like further up the street. But then she starts backing up real fast and just literally almost sandwiches me between her car and another car. And she just doesn't care. She just doesn't care. She sees me. She sees me. And I've had incidents like this before. And these people who feel privileged, like they feel like, oh, what's this stupid pedestrian doing, crossing the street and and I'm not going to stop. And what blows my mind is that if they succeed in, by the way, this is how you kill people. I mean, this happens all the time. Like I saw it happen once with a cop when I worked with the San Francisco Police Department for that short period of time before I went into patrol special, and then just ultimately phased out of it because I was deaf in my right ear. I couldn't serve in the field after I went deaf. I was in the field for a few months before I went deaf in my right ear because of the chicken pox that I had contracted earlier from this horrible Jewish cadet that had brought it in. And yes, he was fucking Jewish as hell, and that part of his privilege that they let him into the academy with a full-blown case of chickenpox that he never should have been allowed into the academy to participate with the rest of us. I said I would contract it. I never had as a child. Of course I contracted it, and then and that killed my police career, which may have been for the best in the end. But there's plenty of police out there with PTSD, believe me, so it's not like that would have been that's not what I'm pining about. But at any rate, there was this one incident where I personally saw one time in service. I know this because I was on a call with a separate cop, and we had responded with this cop, and then when everything was done with the situation, he called in all clear. As soon as he called in all clear, he's behind this car, he's got his, pad on the trunk of the car, and he's writing down whatever he's writing down for the report. And another car slammed into him, and he was basically bifurcated between those two cars, and he lost both his legs. Yeah, by the way, I saw him lose both his legs right then and there. So having this kind of experience where you have that vision in your mind, what a car can do when it sandwiches you between another car. This woman was basically out to have me for lunch. And at that point, all I could think of is privileged white woman. She's like, I almost killed her. And again, you have no idea the amount of repression and self-control. By the way, in any of these cases, this is not self-indulgence. This is not a case of, oh man, where you heard somebody like Jambo the Reese Monkey, where he's just making up stories like I beat off a whole bunch of people or something like that. No, this is people I could easily have killed like that. I'm always gunned and I'm always bladed. I'm always armed. There's don't forget I'm also armored. Most people tend to forget about body armor as well. These are just something that I do reflexively and just naturally and instinctively. These are people who should be dead by now, both of them. It's just an absolute miracle they're not. And again, this is not something to indulge myself with or to make people think I'm a badass. Far from it. If anything, it's to show people why it's so important that I have a kind of limited venue where I interact with people. One of the reasons I do so being that it's basically I'm too dangerous to be allowed out alone. And the overwhelming amount of people are just too much assholish to really live. Most of these people, by the way, the only thing that troubles me in both cases, if I had killed those people, the only thing that troubles me is how I would have gotten away with it. That's one of those things that these people to me deserve to die. They're just horrible people. They have no sense of consciousness or cognizance of others. The whole world to them is them. So that was a bad day. The day after that was the day that, oh God, it was, okay, so I had gone to the bank the day before, and then the next day was, let me see now, it was Friday, because I was going to see V the next day, which thank God she canceled, but she canceled only after I had injured myself. Now this is a story that goes back, maybe 10 years, but basically it was about maybe a decade ago that V and I were walking along in San Francisco. By the way, this is completely relevant to what happened later on Friday. Thursday was the first. That's when I had to pay the rent. That's when I almost killed 2 people and would have gladly done so. The only thing that stopped me was just how difficult it would be to make certain it didn't trace back to myself. And believe me, in both cases, it would have been... Killing the white woman would have been easy, and conceivably, probably, likely, I would have gotten away with it. I would put that at about 75 to 80%. I would have gotten away with that. In terms of the black guy, it would have been harder because it was really in a public space. With the white woman, it was like there was nobody there. It was up on top of Russian Hill, and of course, nobody walks up these hills. So she was isolated and alone, which made what she did all the more stupid. But at any rate, in terms of when it came to what had happened about 10 years before, again, very relevant. I was walking with V, and it was fairly late at night. Yeah, we did appointments really late back in those days. And it was like there was a young white guy being beaten up by 2 blacks. And they were just wailing at him. And I would have just gone on. I would have just walked by. But V said, do something. And so I basically intervened. I approached, and bigger than whale shit, they ran away. It wasn't like there was any combat necessary, which I always thought was rather bizarre. This wasn't anything that was planned. This wasn't like, the story is so strange with its synchronicity as it develops that many people would probably, I can imagine people saying, oh, maybe they planned this. If they don't assume I'm just making all this up, they would just say, maybe somebody planned this so that you would meet this young guy. There's no way they could have done that. There was just too many variables that couldn't have been possible. So the black guys just got spooked that somebody intervened and just ran off, the both of them. And so V insisted we take this young man to the hospital. He wasn't that young, so it wasn't like, they were beating up a child. But he was like maybe about 20, I guess, maybe 20. So when the doctors, she actually wanted to wait for this kid to be put through some, whatever they needed to do. And we waited. I didn't mind. So I was keeping her company, and, we were talking, and then, this individual had no relations or anything. So they just took us as kind of like his, I guess you'd call the people to turn him over to. And so when they released him, we found out he didn't have a place to sleep. So V said, let's let him sleep in the salon. And so he was somewhat like brain damaged. And I don't know whether what they had done to him, those two black guys beating him up, had made it worse. But apparently he was kind of like slow. Maybe this was kind of natural. And it could be his use of drugs, because he was like, but this is something that I never bothered to tell anyone, because it's one of those things that it was just something that never came up and it never even entered my mind. But when we got to know him better, after all, we were trying to get some background from him because he was going to let him sleep in the salon all night. He said that he had run away from his father a long time ago, many years ago, because his father had done things to him that left him somewhat brain damaged. And his big dream was opening up a kind of pizza franchise that would have basically marijuana leaves as the toppings on the pizza once marijuana became legal. And so he had this kind of idea for this kind of recipe and a dream of opening a franchise of some kind of pizza restaurant and stuff, and all of that was fairly harmless. But as for why he escaped into pot in particular, really heavy duty pot, that impacted his behavior and his processing. And he said that the reason he was brain injured was his father doing things with his blood, taking it out and putting it in when he was really young. And he then, when I probed and was asking him questions, he said his father was John Henry Hagman. Now, again, this was like over 10 years ago, and it was one of those things that never came up again. We had let him sleep in the salon, and maybe let him do that for about a few nights after that until we got to know him better, and then he ultimately took off to pursue his dream, do other things. V even took him to another salon where I accompanied her.
Douglas, explain. John Henry Hagman was your doctor at Letterman Army Hospital, correct?
That's correct, but he lives on the East Coast. He resides on the East.
But you've got to explain for people who just heard that.
Oh, thank you.
Remind them who Henry Hagman was.
Yeah.
The son of this doctor who operated on Douglas. Go ahead.
Yes. So John Henry Hagman was the criminal who basically told my parents I was going to die unless I received a full body blood transfusion. And since the blood market had crashed due to a lot of infection of various donors that they were passing on to recipients, they didn't have any natural blood available. So all they had was an artificial blood. Of course, my parents, being told I was going to die otherwise, acquiesced. And I was not conscious to participate, and I was 14 years old. They were essentially legally the decision makers, but I was not cognizant. I was, but then what happened was, of course, I technically did die, then reanimated, and the blood had a profound effect. I switched polarity, so to speak. I used to be O negative, which was my mother's blood. Then after that blood transfusion, I became O positive, which, by the way, is theoretically impossible, but that's what happened. So I went from the rarest blood type in the world, or one of the rarest, to a universal donor. At any rate, what was then installed in myself was what was called nanoplasma. This is the term they used, and this wasn't like a trademark name because nobody knew the term back in those days. It wouldn't be something that would be used as a trademark type name. In other words, there are certain brands, like they say, atomic shaving cream, and it has nothing. There's no radioactivity in it, nor would you want any, but you buy it because you think it sounds potent. No, it was nothing like that. This was like before anyone knew or heard the term nano in the civilian world. This is what they told my parents, and that's what they pumped into me, that essentially killed me and then reanimated me. So apparently something had been done to this young man that left him processing at a slower rate, which, combined with the drugs he used to escape his pain from being raised by John Henry Hagman for a period of time, who was using him as experimental fodder. I asked him about that, and he said his dad's attitude was that, since he had brought him into this world, that he was basically his property, and more than any other kind of person on earth, he had every right to do whatever he wanted to him. And so he had run away from home, and this was years ago. He said he had run away from home maybe a decade ago. So it was like probably when he was around 10. or shortly thereafter, he ran away from home. And so when he basically he needed some money, and when I told him about my experience with John Henry Hagman, he and he really was this nice kid who was the most harmless thing in the world. And what really touched me was he had been ripped off by the Native American tribes. He says, yeah, I want to join the Native Americans and live this natural life. And so he was showing me this ID, and there's this cheap ID that Native Americans will sell white men so that white men will say you're part of a tribe. And this was just, it was really touching that he had this sentiment, and then so heartbreaking that he had been basically exploited or ripped off. And you have to buy these IDs from the Native Americans, and this is what they do. They sell every other white guy on earth who comes by this card saying, oh, I'm part of this Native American tribe, and it's not official, so you can't get any benefits, so it's worthless. But anyhow, so he had that kind of background to him, and just other things going on. He was actually blondish, which is fairly lighter hair than his father. So he must have been from the mother's side. But anyhow, so because he needed some money, he said, I have something that I can sell you. And he told V, look, you can use this with your body work when you do massage and stuff like that. But it's really for Douglas. But I need the money. I need about a few $100. If you could give me like about 500. And so V said, well, I can't give you half 1,000. And she ticketed him down. So I can't remember what she gave him. In fact, that was out of my sight. She probably gave him something like $375, $450, if I remember correctly from the way they were dickering. And he said, and anyhow, for those of you who aren't familiar, I'll go into the science of it later concerning just physiology. There's a lot of things that happen in the body when you apply heat or cold. But obviously, one thing people don't do in physical therapy or even psychiatric or psychological therapy, they apply cold packs, believe it or not. And I'll explain that later, the science behind that. But the body is truly impacted by external stimuli. And so the baseline human body responds to ice packs and to heating pads for different ailments and different types of pain. But this young man was telling me, Douglas, because you have nanoplasma, this is a laser, but it's a special laser pointer. He said, this will help you when you're truly injured. You point this laser at the injury, and it will help you. And I didn't believe him at all. I thought it was the stupidest thing in the world. And, but of course I didn't laugh at him or say anything like that. And as a matter of fact, I never got the laser until comparatively recently. What had happened was that V took it. She tried it on some of her patients. And of course, nothing happened. It's a laser, for God's sakes. Just a powerful laser pointer. But I don't know if this is something people can find online. If you can, let me know. The case for it says 0-point natural laser, but it's spelled in such a way that natural blends in with the laser. So natura laser, 0-point natura laser. This is what it says on the case. And it's obviously has a very powerful battery. It's obviously worked after, about 10 years. And so what had happened was on, Friday, because Thursday was the rent day. Friday, I managed to injure myself. So what had happened was I went to the corner store and I was exhausted. I can't remember. Oh, I had to go to the bank again because Thursday was rent day and I had to go to the bank. Friday, because of Labor Day weekend, they deposited the SSDI, Social Security Disability Insurance, 1 day early. They deposited it on the 2nd as opposed to the 3rd, which went into Labor Day weekend. So because they deposited it on the 2nd, and I had to look all of this up online to ascertain this. But then when I went to buy the money order, the lady at the bank confirmed it. She said, your money will be here tomorrow. And so I went to take the money out of the bank. So when I went to withdraw the money out of the bank, again, this was a day without maximum, without the ideal amount of sleep. And again, I'm trying to avoid everybody and stay out of trouble. but I got myself into trouble anyway. Basically, I went to the corner store, and by the time I had come up the hill from going all the way to the bank and coming up the hill to the corner store, which is at the top of Russian fucking hill, and Searchlight Market, Oscar says to me, so what about this water? Because I order mineral water in bottles. He says, you gotta pick this up. And I says, yeah, it's 12 bottles. And so he says, let's get these in some bags. Now, normally this would be much easier to carry because in boxes, it's the box and all of that concentrated weight. That's basically all you could carry. But because I was thirsty as hell at that point and needed to rehydrate, never shop when you're hungry, never shop when you're thirsty either. I bought all of the Cokes that they had in the 16-ounce Cokes that they had in the fridge, plus a bunch of other soft drinks, or, Budenberger, I think it's called, from Australia. These are more natural, organic kind of sodas. And, some other stuff, just stuff to really quench my thirst and stuff I could use later. So I purchased all that. But, anyhow, he always makes jokes about, hey, you can carry 2 boxes at once, or you can carry the pallet of Coke, which is 24 16-ounce cans, along with the water at once. He's just making jokes. But I wound up doing that. It just basically, with all the soft drinks I had bought and all of the water I had bought, it was the equivalent of, at least, of carrying a full pallet of those 16-ounce cans of Coke, 24 of them, and a full box of 12 bottles of mineral water. It was like, I had it all in 4 bags, and I should never have done this, but I was too tired to make 2 trips, because obviously they know me well. A lot of times I'll make 2-3 trips with all the supplies I buy. But this time I just said, I just got to do this at once. I'm going to go home and go back to sleep. And so I basically carried it all at once. And so when I picked it all up, and then it was on the way home that I did something, because, again, not enough sleep, not really paying attention. I know, of course, that when you pick things up that you put down for a second, you've got to squat down. There's all these things you have to do to respect your body, otherwise your body will give out on you. And no, I didn't. I just bent down and picked them up. And at that point, there was this pop as my spine snapped. It was just this awful. By the way, the last time I heard a pop like that was when I had been in a taxi cab with a foreign driver from Soviet Central Asia, back when we had all of these foreign Muslims who were driving cabs in San Francisco, along with other kinds of ethnic groups, and they were all ethnic gangs. All of the cab colors were different ethnic gangs, and it was just different gangs running different cabs. The Brazilians all ran yellow, and they all used it to run their pizza runs. So they were, but the whole thing was that it was that time that one of them drove up the wrong road, because none of them come from areas where there are roads. Certainly nothing as congested as San Francisco, which is one of the most congested cities on earth. And he drove up the wrong road and ran into an 18-wheeler truck. And I threw myself over my mother. If the truck hadn't stopped, I and my mother would have died. But as it was, only the cab driver died. And he's very lucky he did, or I would have killed him. Basically, when I threw myself over my mother, the cab had compressed enough where it had crushed the driver, and it had popped several discs in my spine. Now, again, this is obviously the nanotechnology that any of that ever healed, because I lost 2.5 inches in height that it's physically impossible to ever gain back, yet somehow I did. I was about 5'11". I became 5'7" after that accident. And yet, about 20 years later, I'm 5'11" again. And by the way, I've related this to doctors, and they'll just say that's impossible, and they'll just dismiss what I'm saying. But that's what happened. So something happened over the years, but I rehabilitated when the doctors told me I would be paralyzed. I rehabilitated fairly quickly, but it wasn't without enormous pain, and it wasn't without that taking just an incredibly long period of time. Now, when my spine snapped towards the lower tailbone this time, I was just thinking of all the horrible, horrible things that were going to result. That, because I know all too well there are people out there whose entire life, they're back patients. This is all they are for life. And so when I came home, I did all of the normal, desperate, worthless things that wouldn't help at all. Put on a bunch of topical analgesic. I was basically taking ice packs, heating pads, alternating jamming this pressure point, wonderful kind of crystalline little pointer that was gifted to me by Judith Ager, that's made of labradorite, which I use for massaging myself. Just different things I was doing. But finally, it turned out just about maybe a few months ago that V had given me this laser pointer because she had said that obviously she couldn't use it. And I took that and turned it on and jammed it into my spine. I would have jammed it up my ass if I had to. And, I turned the laser on, of course. I'm pressing it, jamming this into my spine. And by the way, throughout all of this, people might say this is a religious level miracle, and I'm not going to deny that at all, but I was in so much pain, I didn't even think to pray. You have no idea what pain I was in. There is no describing the pain I was in. And I could see, because this happens to people, because this kind of pain doesn't go away, because the spine doesn't go away, and basically these people wind up in this kind of pain the rest of their lives. But when I jammed this laser into my spine and had it turned on, it was just not even for a particularly long period of time. I remember what the young man was saying was just as all the neuroreceptors respond to the heat and the cold for baseline humans, and then what happens is it causes the blood to stop flowing with the ice, or basically come to the area where the heat is causing the blood to gather. He said this would attract the nanobots, that they'll all come to the area to concentrate where the laser is. By the way, this obviously wouldn't work for any baseline human, but you're welcome to experiment with jamming your laser pointer anywhere but your eye. And, let me know if it's efficacious for you. But in my case, after that, I went to sleep. By the way, I had a small sleep period where I fell asleep just from exhaustion before I tried this laser. I only picked it up when I woke up, and it was in such agony when I woke up that I remembered the laser pointer and in desperation grabbed for it and jammed it. And then after that was able to go back to sleep again. And when I woke up, it was like I was brand new. I had never felt better in my life. It was like, oh my God. You have no idea when someone experiences pain, when you're suddenly pain-free, just how incredible that is. It was like, oh my God. And so from now on, me and this laser pointer are inseparable. It's like got this little clip on the case. So there you have it. That's the extraordinary series of experiences, in general, generally speaking, from over the past several days, and plus the annoyance from today, just getting here just in time, and thank God Peter came on so I could express all this. So there you are, Peter. And what do you think? I don't know if any of this.
Well, thank you. But I will tell you what I have to say about it is, and I felt the same thing when you go off to have your tea, and I'm talking by myself. It's not easy to talk into a microphone without another person there to listen to you and listen to you, humor you, just know that they're there. Yeah. Because if you're talking into quote unquote dead air, when people are indeed listening, even when you see them in the chat room cheering you on, it's not the same. It's like you need a dummy.
Yes.
A dummy, a reference point, a terminal. Yes. That was the Scientology term, is a terminal, yes. Which is a relay point. And this is very important because this is the whole magic of what made Scientology auditing work, is you have a terminal. You are talking to a person. And when you're talking to a person, you have the opportunity to discharge energy. Like when you talk to somebody, it generally relieves a burden, particularly if it's a therapeutic conversation. And so it's like it unburdens the day, it unburdens the experience. So there is an actual discharge that occurs. And this is the discharge that would show itself on Wheatstone bridge, galvanometer, e-meter, they would call it in Scientology. You get a discharge effect. And then, of course, when you go into more traumatic incidents, then you're getting into the gusto of what's inside of a person's psyche. And I'm just mentioning this because this is a magical reference frame where you're actually discharging energy that's inside of the person's mind. Now, of course, the antithesis of that is charging a person up without relieving their emotional charge. And in the Scientology parlance, this would be called a rising tone arm, where the tone arm on the meter would rise and it would equate to mass accumulating in the individual that's not discharging, and it's bad sign. And so, of course, this is what happened in the whole Scientology movement. It had the opportunity to discharge people's trauma. Instead of that, it began accumulating trauma in mass for the whole organization. There's going to be a ebb and flow to everything. And this is what the Biden administration has done, is charge people up. Charge people up, especially with the high gas prices. Now they've eased them down, and they're starting to ease things off in hopes that they'll get a midterm swing in their direction, which would be an amazing political coup if they could do that and maintain the House and Senate. But anyway, that's getting off the topic. But it applies to everything. You're either charging up or you're discharging. And when one has PTSD, one is charged up. No question about it. And of course, there's varying degrees. There's good days and there's bad days. So in the context, and I'm saying this for the audience, in the context of what you just heard Douglas describing, I hope those of you will appreciate that he goes through in a week to week, month to month, if not day in and day out basis. He is suffering from PTSD. Now, there's a lot of people suffering from PTSD. The problem with many of them is they make a career out of it, and it's all about getting attention. They don't necessarily have anything to deliver, except for the fact that they were a horrible victim. And they were victims. They should, some sympathy should be extended to them. But one does not need to make a,
career.
A poster board out of them.
Yes.
Douglas has something to offer us. And he is, the exception to the rule here. But it's important that people understand what he's been through. And not just because he was in the Gulf War and suffered in the Gulf War. And his whole life has been a PTSD, going back to not just his early days in the Tenderloin, but the circumstances which brought him to the Tenderloin. The Tenderloin being the abominable district of San Francisco that he lived in, but the circumstances with his satanic grandfather, who was, forcing him sexually and was, killed as a result. So, killed by Douglas. So, with great justification. So, whatever the circumstances are, this is, I guess, to use a Scientology metaphor, this is the area that we need to audit, which is to listen to, and to discharge. And the reason we're discharging is not just to help him, yes, to help him, but to get at what he has to share with the world. And, the government's not going to take responsibility for it. In fact, they have every reason to not do that. So This is work that those of us who have been helping him are doing. This is our work to help. So all of your modest or generous contributions help in this direction, and it's appreciated. The PTSD, and I want to say something else because it didn't. I'm not going to tell the circumstances under which it came up, but one of my friends was saying something or reacted to something I said about somebody. Some person needs help. And when I pointed out the flaws in the person, this friend of mine jumped at them, at the jugular. Like, this person, so they're ready to go for their throat. And of course, it's understandable because this person has done things that are, insufferable, wrong. And of course, but that's not the whole character of the person. The person has a lot of other good characteristics. And I said, wait a second, you can't be, going for the jugular, because you've got to leave the door half open. And I'll say, this is the same thing that happened with Preston Nichols. When I'm working with Preston Nichols, people go, oh, he's this, he's that, he's crazy. Oh, he's this. I went over there and, he asked me to take off my clothes or whatever. Whatever these traumatic reactions people had. Or say just horrible things about him that they either thought were true or they'd heard were true, or maybe they were true and he just scared the living daylights out of them because of the weird stuff he dealt with. And I can't tell you how many people were just downright afraid of this guy. And I had to listen to all of this stuff and just do his story and present it to the world. And then what did I get as a result? Aside from getting a career, which I did not expect, I got a lot more answers. I got David Anderson coming into my life, which explained, Preston's stories were, if they were true, he could do it a lot more efficiently. So, and then I got all the wealth of Romania. And when I'm talking about wealth, I'm not talking about material wealth. So it's like, I get the same thing with Douglas. Douglas is this, Douglas is that, Douglas is this. And of course, we've seen the ne'er-do-wells that have lurked around him that actually are praising him until they get exposed. And I can understand that people have aversion to aspects of, and it's not just Douglas and Preston. It's so many. I've had the same thing with David Anderson. He doesn't talk to you on a regular basis. Therefore, you should cut him out of your life. He's not a real person. It's okay, fine. As they say, he's given me more than most of the people who will talk to me on a regular basis. He's given me more that nobody else could ever give me. So, and I'm not there to, and this is the other thing. It's like, okay, just like with you, let's, hey, Douglas, let's go bowling. Let's go bowling on Saturday. This is not, this is not what I look for in a friendship with any of these people. It's the rare instance when I will do something of a social nature with any of them. Not completely not going to happen, but it's not necessarily usual, and it's not typical. Maybe in Preston's case, there was a lot more familiar, where we helped each other out now and then with routine problems. I remember him coming once over and he fixed my stove. He just fixed it. Got the wiring hooked up.
Well, I mean, with Preston, I'd half expect you to say he just touched it and it started working again.
Well,
that's what he did with the plane. You can tell people about the plane.
That's a great story with Preston, and one he didn't remember. But and that involved Jack Parsons, because I had been my second visit to visit Marjorie Cameron, and I told her I would be going over to the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, where I would meet with, I think his name was Jonathan Bloom. He was the archivist or something, and I would also travel to the area where the parsonage had been, the place where Jack Parsons had his house. And I went to the physical location in Pasadena on South Orange Grove Boulevard, and I took photographs. And I remember taking one photograph because it said the Wilson Realty. I said, oh, Wilson Realty, for this area is for sale. Now, it was now a blank lot. There was nothing on the property. It was grass, I think. But it was maybe there was a house there, but it was the old parsonage was long gone. And seemingly what had been the coach house where he had killed himself or been killed was apparently across the street. But I'm sitting there taking pictures with a camera, regular, probably a camera. I don't know what kind of camera it was. Might have been the kind of camera you'd buy in a store. And they might have been black and white photos. I don't know, because I was doing books and it'd be black and white. I don't really remember. But the thing was, I'm sitting there and this old man walks up. He's old. And I said, sir, I'm looking for this place. I started explaining what I'm looking for, Jack Parsons' old house, because he was so old, so maybe he really knows the neighborhood.
Wow.
And he goes, Parsons? He says, Parsons is down there. He starts pointing down the road, like, what do you mean down there? He says, Ralph Parsons Corporation. I go, what's Ralph Parsons? I said, what do they do? He goes, implants.
Ooh.
Implant.
Oh, cool.
And I go, what kind of implants? He goes, aviation implants. Now, he was a former Royal Air Force pilot, he said, during World War II. He said he was a RAF pilot. And I told him what I was looking for. He goes, oh, you go over there and you'll find what you're looking for. Now, that was across the street, and, there were apartment buildings there. I took some pictures of those. Now, what was funny that I called Marjorie Cameron after that, and I had just seen her, the day before, and she was very interested in what I found. I also went into the library in Pasadena and looked up all the old newspaper clippings from when Jack had died. And and I should mention, in the context of that, what the article for the LA Times Mirror with the beat writer who wrote the report on Jack's death was Omar Garrison. And Omar Garrison was an investigative journalist who became an integral part of the Scientology drama when he was hired to do the biography of L. Ron Hubbard as an investigative journalist. And he was working hand in hand with the Guardian's office. And he had warned the Guardian's office, if you have sensitive information, you better get it out. You better hide it somewhere.
Right.
Don't leave it on your property. And this is actually what they raided Scientology and took all their sensitive documents. That's what brought the house down on them. So if they listened to Omar, he would have, he gave them some good advice in that. But he had collected all this information on L. Ron Hubbard. And I remember going in and asking Sue Anderson, who was the personal public relations officer for L. Ron Hubbard, I said, what's going on with the biography? She says, oh, well, it's been delayed. It's been delayed. Meaning there was a whole shit can of stuff she wasn't going to say because there was stuff going on with it. And I don't know to what degree she knew, but it was the information that Omar Garrison had collected that a man named Jerry Armstrong, who had been a confidant of Hubbard in Scientology, he was the biography liaison, began to dig into Hubbard's records and began to have huge personal issues over the fact that L. Ron Hubbard wasn't who he thought he was. Now, instead of running to the press with this, he sought to correct. He says, we've got to clean the record up on certain things that are being said publicly because they can be proven to be otherwise based on documentation. Well, I don't know that this ever got to Hubbard. It got to Norman Starkey. Norman Starkey was a South African, exhibited what L. Ron Hubbard called the South African case, which was not a complimentary.
What did he mean by that?
He said South Africans were very tough to audit, very tough. They had a hardcore case.
Interesting.
It was, I guess every people can have a characteristic. If you audit baby boomers, they have a much different attitude than if you're, auditing somebody who went through the Holocaust or somebody who suffered through the war in the UK. Right. It's just different. And but a South African could be a very rugged individual to fix. It didn't mean it was impossible, but Hubbard also had a saying, and you heard this not infrequently. It had to do with the subject of clearing an individual. He says a cleared cannibal is a cleared cannibal. So in other words, you can audit a cannibal. And of course, nobody was really auditing cannibals. This is a metaphor because some people will take things very literally. And of course, what you have, the person's still a cannibal. So yeah, it's, you're not necessarily going to turn it's kind of like turning a modest baseball player into a great baseball player. It ain't going to happen, because that's all he ever is a modest ball player. Well, I'm talking about a human being that might have more modest potentials. And, cannibals are usually not viewed as people that are civilized.
Yes, generally.
This is the context in which he was talking. Cleared cannibals, cleared cannibal. So anyway, Norman Starkey reacted hyper, like, how can you say this about Hubbard? And he brought the house down on Jerry Armstrong, at which point Jerry Armstrong split with the information Omar Garrison had given him. He had copies of it. And those were his documents that he hung on to. And he sued Scientology, he sued L. Ron Hubbard, he sued everybody. I mean, he didn't sue everybody, but, he sued them. He had other people join the lawsuit. It was a huge case. The attorney was a guy from Boston named Michael Flynn. And a settlement was eventually reached, which Jerry Armstrong got about $800,000, which was a lot more money then than it is now. And he signed agreements never to speak about Scientology again.
Wow.
Now, that's who Omar Garrison was. So, but because I went on such a tangent with Jerry Armstrong, I knew Jerry Armstrong. He was a real, what would you say? He was the ship's representative in ports. He was very good at dealing with the officials, whether they be Moroccans, whether they be Portuguese. He could speak the languages, not Arabic, but French. French is quite adequate in Morocco. And so he was dealing with a lot of telexes and stuff, and he was never really schooled very well in Scientology. he was always kind of an outsider. He was Canadian. And I don't know. A lot of people didn't care for him. But be that as it may, he had this lawsuit. He won the lawsuit, and then, much to the irritation of Scientology, he began to speak out. And per the agreement, every time he spoke out, it was like a $50,000 fine.
Jesus.
So while he had his $800,000, he accumulated probably millions of dollars of fines. And this was all subject of a lawsuit in Marin County, because the litigation took place in Marin County in San Rafael with a lawyer named Ford Green, who had represented the Moonies. And now he was a very good attorney, a very effective attorney. And Armstrong claimed that he had given all his money away to charity, or given it away. So he was not suable. But then again, he was a Canadian citizen, so he could get away with it to a certain degree. But he would still report to the court and lose his judgments or whatever. I don't know how this thing ever resolved, but he is a nonstop, I guess what you'd say, oil in the, what do you call it?
Sounds like
Chunk.
he's just like can't help himself. Like he has a pathological need to.
he does seem to have a pathological need to hate Scientology and hate L. Ron Hubbard. I'd say, the main difference I always thought of between him and L. Ron Hubbard, though, was I remember having cut my finger very badly in the kitchen. Mm-hmm. And we were in this Portuguese port of Setúbal, and it was gushing blood out of the indenture. It was pretty bad. I mean, the medical officer plugged it up, and the medical officer, she took me and she says, "Okay, we're going to take you to the hospital right now." And so we're going out there, and and I remember Jerry was just
By the way, was this a hospital, like a civilian hospital, or like the medical bay in the ship?
No, this is a hospital in the humble country district of Setúbal, which is about 45 minutes an hour out of Lisbon. Okay. It's a nice little village. Okay. But it's nothing there. I mean, there's a little bit there. It's a quaint town. Nice place to walk out and just peruse the city. And beaches or whatever. But so she's like getting the car and she's going to drive me, and he's so pissed off. He's just like emoting because, of course, he needs the car. Oh. Sure, he needs the car, but he ain't going to get it because my finger is more important. Right. And I was thinking, like, if Hubbard were there, Hubbard he'd make me have that car. Right. He'd take care of the humanity of the person. Yes. He'd care about the humanity of the person. And that was my experience with Hubbard. Get this person fixed. This was Hubbard. I knew Hubbard. And many instances of that, including but of course Hubbard wasn't there. We didn't need Hubbard there. The dictates of the medical officer were going to overrule his need to need the car, which I'm sure he needed it for a very legitimate reason. But I never remember that emotion was something that I had to, process. And they take me to going off the scale or off the, have to get back to what I was talking about with the, I digressed onto Jerry Armstrong.
No worries.
But, yeah, it's okay. So, because I was going to get back to what was the...
Before you do that, I just want you to know, because I got home so late, there's still one more thing I have to do for production here, and you're going to hear some noise. I just want to warn people, you're going to hear a little bit of noise. I'm going to basically have to do something here so that I can get the screensaver on, and you're going to hear me silence that. So give me just a second here, and I silence that. and then I'm going to go to make certain my own video is streaming, which I know it is, but there's something that I have to do just for the production here, and I got to turn this on larger, and then you hear the sound. There. Okay, so we gotten the noise out of the way. That's not going to happen again tonight, thank God. And what I'd like to do, and I know how you feel about this. Is make my tea so that I can settle myself in for the rest of the production. It shouldn't take too long. Is that okay? Are you going to be able to?
Oh, that's fine. I'm trying to think of how I got off on Jerry Armstrong. I was talking about.
Well, we were talking about first Jack Parsons, and we were going to talk about
Omar Garrison. Yeah.
Our man healing the plane essentially in the air, and how you were there.
Back to the plane.
Yeah.
So anyway,
I'll be back in a few minutes then. Okay.
Okay, that's fine. So I'll keep telling the story.
Yeah.
So so I went to the hospital, and this was one of the most scary experiences I've ever had in a hospital. It's really not too many people there. There's thunder going on in the background. If anybody hears that through my microphone, there's quite a thunderstorm here. Anyway. It's an odd thunderstorm. It sounds like somebody's, Thor is hitting a punching bag or something. But there's not really anybody in the hospital too much. And I go in and I'm led into this operating room. It's a pretty big operating room. It's huge, in fact. And all around the operating room, on the walls, it's like tiled. There's all these bandages, and they're just sitting there. And instead of throwing them away like medical waste, they're just strewn around the edge of the wall. Like I think, what's wrong? Why don't they pick up the bandages and throw them in the garbage? They're just sitting there. And then there's a doctor. He's Portuguese. He looks nice, like he knows his business. I don't feel unsafe in his hands. And then he's going to come and he's going to give me stitches in my index finger, the top of my index finger towards the knuckle. It's, the big knuckle. And he, and then when he comes in, there's about seems like about 4 or 5 nurses, at least 4. And they come in, and they're coming to watch. They are not needed, and they have this sort of bloodlust in their eyes, like they're coming to watch the procedure. And I can feel just the wickedness. It was disgusting to feel their energy, and they're going to see me be operated on. And they're only there as gawkers, as just to sort of like feed off of my pain or something. And this girl Joanna, she's with me. She's there to make sure I get the procedure right. She's there to comfort me or whatever. And then the doctor takes this circular needle, and there's no anesthetic. I'm not asked if I get an anesthetic. There's no mention of an anesthetic. And he puts the needle through my skin, excruciating pain. I could not believe the amount of pain I was in. He does it again because he's got to make that first stitch. I'm like beside myself. I don't know if it was on the second or the third one, but I completely left my body. And now everything looks yellow. And I see those nurses and the bloodlust in them. They're just looking at me like, they're just feeding off my pain. And I'm like, Joanna said I was completely white. And then at some point, maybe it was after the fourth one, he said there's only 2 more or something like that. He put 6. And I was so shaken. And she took me back. I had the stitches in my finger. did the repair job. They took me back to the ship and almost immediately put me in an auditing session with Mark Schechter, who was my auditor. Mark is a producer to this day. He's still in Scientology. He was a Hollywood producer. He used to produce the Ray Stevens show. He was joined he went to the ship as a public person and joined the Sea Org. And he ran me through the incident, and this tremendous amount of emotional pain went through my finger and just released. It was just a tremendous discharge. And that was one of the wonderful things that auditing could do. It could discharge all that trauma. So like I can talk about it without being re-traumatized, and certainly saw those nurses for who they were. Little bit of anesthetic would have done wonders. I had a friend who had a knee operation in Morocco without any anesthetic. He said it was truly horrible. So, medicine in those countries wasn't what medicine was in the United States. I can't speak for today. That was, 50 years ago, 30 years ago, rather, 50 years ago. So that was, the finger healed. Can I see the scar? Barely. Finger healed. So in any case, to get back to Omar Garrison, Omar Garrison had done this beat article on the death of Jack Parsons. Who was to know that, 23, 4 or 5 years later, he would be working on a biography of L. Ron Hubbard. And so he had written a couple of books about Scientology on behalf of Scientology as a paid journalist. And of course, they were about the government's, I think one was called The Secret War Against Beliefs, which was the government's whole campaign against Scientology. So be that as it may, to get back to the story, I was in Pasadena, and this man, old man, RAF pilot, had said that he had been, Parsons company, they did aviation implants. And then I called Marjorie and told her, and she says, well, yeah, the Ralph Parsons Corporation. She says, I found out about that, and I got very curious when I found out about it. And her brother had actually, I think he got fired from JPL for being a security risk because he was connected to Jack Parsons, and he went to work for Ralph Parsons Corporation, I believe. And then she said she went to the Ralph Parsons downtown office, and she said she was just very curious about it. And they had this 4th floor. There was nothing but a huge rock under lights. She said it was very odd. One of my longtime readers, he still is, subscribers to my newsletter, was a student of magic who had worked at JPL and had worked for the Parsons Corporation. And he explained to me that they build underground cities. And he sent me a brochure, Ralph Parsons Corporation, and that they do underground contracting. I think they put fires out in Saudi Arabia and stuff like that. But they build underground cities. They contract to build them. There was also another Parsons Corporation in New York City that was different, and they built the original, some of the subways in New York. So Ralph Parsons, so anyway, where this came full circle is on the day I met Stuart Swerdlow, and we went out to Montauk, we'd stopped at this, store where we were going to speak that night. And the woman says, this girl, Sue, my friend Sue, would like to come along with you. I said, okay. So we waited for Sue, and we're driving to Council Rock. And then I'm telling this story because it had just recently happened about Parsons and that Ralph Parsons Corporation. And as soon as we got to Council Rock, she says, I can't believe what you're saying about my Uncle Ralph. And it was the girl's uncle. And I didn't realize it, but I'd met her years before on August 12th. It was my second August 12th date with her. She had come to a lecture that I delivered, was supposed to deliver at the gazebo at Montauk. But, and that's where I met her, but she showed up again in my life. She was the granddaughter or the niece of Ralph Parsons. And he was from the area of Sag Harbor. The Parsons family were earlier settlers of the Sag Harbor area, which is part and parcel of the east end of Long Island, which includes Montauk. And that, he was an engineer, and his company made it big time. But the Ralph Parsons Corporation also was later contracted to clean up Camp Hero. And I got to meet the people who were out there to clean it up, to survey it. And that was at a briefing by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers that they had, switched the dates. They didn't want the public to show up, but I was alerted to it, and I showed up, and they were, having to answer questions about what they were doing at Camp Hero because they were cleaning it up. So the Ralph Parsons Corporation came full circle and actually cleaned it up. But to get back to the story with Preston, so I had this camera that I had taken these pictures of in Pasadena. Now, there were still plenty of shots to take. Preston had hired an airplane to fly over Camp Hero. And he said that the pilot was nervous. He didn't want to fly over, but Preston forced him, and he took some footage. And then he wanted to go over and do it again because he wanted to get more footage. This is when there was stuff going on. The cleanup was going on at Camp Hero, and they were digging weird stuff up, and there was a lot of irregularities going on. So Preston was documenting these, which he showed in, I think it was the Montauk tour video. But he invited me to come with him on the airplane. I said, okay. And I took my camera because I wanted to get some overhead shots. And we get in an airplane. It's a small airplane. There's a pilot seat, and then there's this pilot seat next to the pilot. And then I'm sitting in the back. And not a lot of room, but there's enough room. So we're flying up, and it's not a long flight to go from East Hampton to Camp Hero. So, but I'm in there fiddling with my camera, and because something's not right, I'm fiddling with it, and I'm so focused on it that I'm getting sick because, I shouldn't have been just looking at one thing. And I ended up losing all the footage because I was screwing up the camera. And I then began to get very sick and motion sickness, car sickness, air sickness. And so I said, okay, I'm just gonna chill out, to hell with the camera. I think Preston said something to me. I said, don't talk to me, I'm sick, just don't say anything to me. And he said, okay. And then as we got to Camp Hero, I began to feel the plane going down. The engine started going, I go, this plane's going down. This plane's going down. It's, and I said to myself, I put out a posture. I go, this plane is not going down. The plane was going down. I said, this plane's not going down. It's not going to happen. This is what you call, either in magic or in Scientology, a postulate. You say, this plane's not going down. And as soon as I made that postulate, Preston's hand reached over and he put it on the casing over the motor. There's this like metal casing, that housing that's over generally the motor of the airplane. He puts his hand on it as if he was doing hands-on healing or Reiki or something. and you felt the plane all of a sudden, and then it goes back to normal. Wow. And we do the plane trip. You know, he gets the circle, he gets his camera footage. I just hang on for, you know, dear life, for no sickness. I was, and then we come back down and we land. And I said, he goes, you know, are you all right? And I said, I need to sit down. And so, you know, we sat down on this bench near the tarmac. It's just like a park bench, and we just sit there. And I said, I got to rest. After about 15 minutes, and I needed this rest, he looks at me and he says, are you okay? I said, yeah. He says, you know, that plane almost went down. And I said, yeah, I know. I know. I saw it. I saw you. I said, I decided it wasn't going. I saw your hand come down. He goes, yeah. He goes, I'm pretty good with motors. And of course, he was a consummate electromagnetic expert and a mechanic as well. He was a mechanic.
He was cognizant. He was cognizant that he had
totally,
said. Okay.
Totally. But when I, you know, talked to him about it years later, he didn't remember it.
Okay. He
didn't remember it. But you know, it was unmistakable that you know that happened. So you know that I guess what it says in retrospect is I have a certain well, we all have our own self-protection.
Yes. And
Preston was a character who came into my life who has helped me. Despite any of his malfeasances, he's been a helpful character to me. I have helped him, and I never chose to chomp at the jugular vein and, you know, kick him, tell the world how bad he is, because he offered not only me but the world a lot. He also helped a lot of people understand their own insanity, you know, and what was the stuff going on with them. He could be very helpful to people. It's not to say he was perfect or helped everybody, but he certainly did, and people and his friends really appreciated him. So it's like, and I also want to share another experience I had. I told you that, this is funny. I told you that I'd spoken to my attorney friend. Mm-hmm. And of course, this is funny because he told me about Stephen Flowers. Mm-hmm. So what I did was I gave him the Stephen Flowers wiki entrance, and I emailed him and I said, you know, this guy's basically former member of the Church of Satan and the Temple of Set, and, you know, he's basically a Satanist, blah, blah, blah. Mm-hmm. And he called me back the next morning and he says, I just wanted to tell you, you know, you sent that email to that's my work address. And he says, you know, don't send anything like that in the email, because he says, now I have to explain it to my secretary. You know, he works for a law. I said, believe you me, I'm sorry. I said, I didn't know. I didn't know that, you know, that was your work address. I said, no, okay, it's fine. And he called me later again that night to apologize for being so short. We had a long talk. He was asking questions about you and stuff like that. And,
oh, wow.
He's going to look you up. And
wonderful.
But what I realized, and I told him this, I said, you know, one of my professional hazards is that this is stuff, this subject matter, I can't talk about with people. Like, certainly, there's no reason on earth his secretary would need to know about, you know, some miscreant Satanist. It's just not suitable for the dinner table. It's like 30 years since the time that I never wanted to go to anybody's house for dinner because I didn't want the Philadelphia experiment subject to be discussed at dinner. In other words, I was tired of it. But if I go to dinner, it was inevitable that this discussion was going to be brought up, not by me.
Right.
So, how many times can you talk about it? It's interesting. And why do people need to know about it? Of course, I can understand anybody being interested in it. Of course, I'm interested in it. But when it gets to the Satanism stuff, it gets even more grisly. And, he remembered the stories about Aquino. He remembers Aquino with the eyebrows. But he says it kind of came and went. Right. And, of course, this guy is super sharp when it comes to anything legal. He doesn't miss a trick. He's very thorough. So, when I give him your book, I'm going to give him a bunch of books. And I will show him the opening statement of your book.
Wonderful.
Tell me what he thinks as a lawyer. Tell me what you think. So but it's like, this is a professional hazard I carry with, and even it's a bigger professional hazard. It's not just something you don't talk about. We have had a significant problem with getting people who are interested in this stuff or should be interested in this stuff to ignore it. Right. Or otherwise dismiss it. The people who love UFOs, right, they don't love talking about what really happened at Roswell.
No.
I had some poor miscreant, write to me and say, this is really what happened at Roswell. It was really an alien. And he kept sending me this shit. And he's saying, this is the evidence. And there is no evidence. It's just, it's like he's speaking on behalf of the alien.
Right.
But it's an entity. It's not an alien.
Thank you. I mean, that's what it really is.
Yeah, it is an entity, and it's just like, okay, well, you can be as stupid as you want to. I congratulate you on your stupidity. Of course, I don't say that to the person, but
Understood. By the way, to our listeners, so they understand, what Peter and I are saying is that many of these people who are so adamant, as if they're advocating on behalf of the alien, they are in a very real sense possessed. And so this is what Peter is really alluding to, and he's dealing with this individual who, in a very real sense, is a possessed individual. And we're not speaking from a Christian sense of your average black and white evangelical Christian sense. We're speaking in a sense of this person has allowed themselves to become possessed either by
a psychiatric sense, to be quite honest.
Thank you.
And I would say psychiatric, and I will say this on two fronts. One is psychiatry means, psych is the study of the spirit, psyche. Yes. That's really what psychiatry is, psychology, the study of the spirit. And they turned it into a
pharmaceutical exercise, yes.
Now, I had met with I met with a psychiatrist in Romania. He wanted to meet me. Mm-hmm. And he was a friend of my psychiatrist friend. They were old friends. And this psychiatrist, I guess they're very impressed that I could call him by his Romanian name, Mihai, instead of Michael.
Ah.
Oh, yeah, he knows. Well, of course, yes, I've met many Mihais. But so anyway, I sat down, he wanted to talk to me, and he told me that he had studied conspiracy, he'd studied everything, and, studied it from a psychiatric perspective. But basically, I think what it all came down to is I said, well, there's a certain level of all of this psychology and stuff. I said, where it all comes down to entities and possession. He goes, exactly. He totally agreed with me from his own clinical reference point.
Yes.
It was clinical to him. He had done it clinically from a psychiatric point of view, studying conspiracy. And, yeah, it comes down to entities. What 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 are the entities? It's like, okay, they're there. And I've had to deal with some heavy entities. Um, and so has Douglas. And he's actually quite good at understanding and dealing with them. The problem is he's not gotten support or he wouldn't be alive, but he could use a lot more support.
Thank you.
So, what's that line from The Godfather 2 when what's that guy's name?
Oh, I can't remember. I was never a Godfather fan. I never.
I've seen it so many times. What's the guy Hyman Roth?
Mhm.
Hyman Roth is the guy he's Meyer Lansky. They're playing off of Meyer Lansky. He's the Jewish guy of the mob who's in Cuba, dividing up the empire, and he's complaining to Michael Corleone. He says, this is about the assassination of Mo Green. He says, well, when Mo Green was killed, because Michael killed him, he says, I didn't ask who, I didn't ask why, because this is the business we have chosen. This is the business we have chosen. So I didn't ask. Meaning damn well he knew Michael shot him, but he didn't ask. He's not telling Michael that, he'd already tried to kill him and was going to try to kill him again. But this is the business we have chosen. And unfortunately or fortunately, this is the business I have chosen. But of course, that's only because it's the business we've all chosen.
Yes.
We're all subject to entities that influence things. Now, it doesn't mean everybody needs to get involved in studying entities, but there's so many tricks of the trade that people will use. Incense, they will use sage, they will clear energy, clear spaces. You acknowledge the spirit world, it acknowledges back.
So true.
And it behooves you to pay attention to it, to respect it. And this is why it becomes so surly when you see that, John Dee and Edward Kelly are, demanding from the angels that the angels tell them where they can get buried treasure. The outrageous and egregious miscalculation on their parts.
But this is why they died paupers, or certainly one of them did. The Irish guy who was the scryer, he wound up like dying in a jail, didn't he?
They both did. They both died.
Well, there you go.
They both did, but and as they say, Dee was the greatest scholar of his time, and Kelly wasn't. He was the alchemist. He was very gifted. He's very gifted. But as they say, the problem is they're both humans, and their humanity gets, colors their operation or what they were doing. And you have to look at it from the perspective of the angels. The angels are giving this language that is the language of the angels.
Yes.
It's originally not called Enochian. It's called the language of the angels. It gets ascribed as Enochian, but it's really the language of the angels. And this is, how you talk to angels, how angels talk, or whatever. And as Douglas has pointed out, you don't really want to be summoning angels. If you want to interact with them, you want to communicate with them, as he has stated. You want to say, yeah, well, this is what I'm doing. I don't know if you can help me, if this is any interest to you or whatever. It's more like enlist their support. Aleister Crowley says, anybody doing their true will have the, will of the universe to support you. They'll have the wind of the universe, the will of the universe. So if you're doing truly what you're supposed to be doing, the universe will help you. that's a loaded proposition. What it means is you better do what you're supposed to do. Otherwise, people will fight you. And certainly, I've had enough fighting against me. And so there's certain things you have to break through. But doesn't mean you're going to get unlimited support. But also, in Qigong, we say it takes a long time. Slow is better. So, I could have had a lot more support, but thank God I've had the support that I've had. So I don't complain. I feel very lucky to have had the support I've had from people and people's interest and whatnot. So that's, as I say, I don't have anything to complain about in that regard.
Yeah. But by the way, I just want you to know I've sent you something in private message. It's the hyperlink to the show that's playing right now. So make certain to share that on your page. Let people know we're on right now, and that.
I have let people know we're on.
Oh, understood. Understood. That always helps, though, as a backup. That's emphasizing while we're on. So the hyperlink is kind of like what happens when we're on the show. Then it connects directly. But that's fine. Either way is fine. And always, of course, your audience is with us, and they certainly, the numbers that follow you are always good. So want to say hi to everyone out there who's listening, and of course remind everyone to put the upvote, because we certainly need that upvote just to overcome the downvotes that are put on there by the enemy, the gang stalkers and the cultists of chaos, and the followers of the kings of Edom, who basically are relentless. And I would take this opportunity to let Peter Moon know that things seem very secure right now with the website and everything. I will give him the private details of that later, and maybe share more of this with the public in the near future. Maybe even our next episode, or next Sunday at the latest. Give people some catching up. I have an individual who has left me a message in thread of our latest video before tonight's, saying, what happened to Stuart? He's not on YT or YouTube, and I presume they're referring to Stuart Sverdlow.
Of course they're referring to Stuart, but I have no idea why he's not on, if he's not on, because I don't monitor him, and it would be best to ask him. I'm sure his website's still intact, and they do tend to answer public questions to the best of my knowledge. So go to his website and ask him. But I don't monitor him. I don't, read his blog or anything. So, those questions should be referred to Stuart. It's possible he could have been canned from YouTube, because I'm sure, he said probably a lot of things that YouTube doesn't like. But I really don't know. Always best to go to the source. Now, I could tell you, Douglas, which you'll get a kick out of this. I don't know if the rest of the audience even cares. Some of them will be interested. But when I was in Shasta, no, not when I was in Shasta, when I was in Michigan, I had found out from one of my friends there that Laura Eisenhower was in Shasta at the other event that I was invited to but didn't go, the one in that Robert Potter put on. In I think it was July. But Laura Eisenhower was arrested.
Oh my God!
She was arrested, and I don't know what it was about. But I think there was public drunkenness.
Oh my God!
Or maybe some DWI or something.
Oh my God!
And she was posting it on her Facebook.
Oh my God!
And she was outraged. And then one of her friends advised her, get that the hell off of Facebook. Right. You don't want to be advertising this.
Right.
But my friend took screenshots and showed me. He took screenshots of it.
Right.
And she was apparently, he said she liked, what was it? I believe he said drugs, alcohol, and sex. She had some real substance abuse issues, apparently.
Oh my God.
I never knew this. And then she got herself arrested, and
wow, that's a wild side to her that I have never known.
well, one of the things is there are such senior sides to so many of the so-called vintage New Age people.
Yes.
Lynn Andrews passed away recently, I heard. She was a famous New Age author.
Right.
And she was a big phony.
Oh my God.
I heard the same about Dan Millman. He was making these stories up.
I don't know either of those two people. What were they notorious for?
Very popular authors.
Okay.
And they were making stuff up.
Okay.
And claiming it was real. She wrote a book called Jaguar Woman, and I mean, the books, I guess, inspired a lot of people. No question of that. But this is the work of Neptune. Neptune is spiritual. It's the higher octave of Venus, but Neptune is also deceptive. So you could have a spiritual truth that's a metaphorical truth, and the person delivering the truth didn't do any of these things.
Wow.
I've had people question whether I've never been to Romania.
Yes, that's.
It's like,
honestly,
why do they say this?
Where does that come from? This is like.
Well, I would say that. Where it comes from, and somebody just said this, is that people have their own inferiority issues, and if they perceive you as doing something that makes them feel less than, they will rebel against that.
Yeah.
And say, you didn't do it. Like you weren't a Defense Department research librarian, because if you were, you would have all this knowledge and you would know so many damn things that I couldn't possibly know, not being a defense research librarian. Therefore, we're going to attack your credibility because you know so much more than I do. You have such an opportunity, and we're going to, no, you can't possibly know this. It's like they have to admit their ignorance.
Right.
Now, this is a very interesting thing in your case, because who in the hell has access to the library?
Right.
Very few people.
Yes, that's right. And it's a good example of that is the idiot who the other day came into the chat room. Can't remember what name they were using, but they were saying, "I've done my research, and there were no incinerators at the Presidio Military Base Library." Just to show how incredibly stupid someone is. I mean, imagine a major military base and that they wouldn't have incinerators when documents destruction is, of course, one of the important functions of a military base. Believe it or not, militaries generate an enormous amount of paperwork. And the idea of any military base without an incinerator is insanity.
Well, it's kind of like that's one piece of your story.
Yes, and it's just one piece, but of course that's the piece he latched onto. So they try to grab something,
It's like if I personally tried to prove independently, objectively that there were incinerators there, it would not be an easy thing to do, to prove, and to get pictures of them or whatever, and then it would be hard to get access to them. And what am I trying to prove anyway? You see? Yes. I mean, to some people that's important. But I don't need the proof that there were actual incinerators there. Obviously, there were. But I'm saying, you know what I'm talking about.
Yes, definitely. Definitely. Beyond which, of course, just for those of you who actually care about this sort of thing, George Knight actually looked up the records and found the records of the incinerators at the Presidio Military Base, specifically when they closed it down, and they were talking about cleaning up the incinerators, about having to remove the incinerators. So
that's good to know, but it's for idiots that need. I mean, glad he did it. It's good work that he did it. But,
yes. But
I'm saying for idiots who need to have that. It's like let's Did we ever actually see anyone die in the gas chamber? Do we have any footage of it?
Right.
Do we have anybody of them choking on the gas? Now, of course, we have witnesses, but those witnesses could be paid witnesses. You know, it's like, please.
Yes.
You know, it's like, it's hard to get proof of anything.
It's so true. No, I mean, really, I mean, when you come down to the point, you can re-alter reality any way you want, and that's the horror of where we're at now. That's how the Russians live, by the way. The Russians just kind of live in an apathy because the state tells them that reality is what you make it, and therefore there's no real, you know, there's no real objective truth. That's how the Russians live. That's why they have this depressed apathy in their life, and we don't want to get to that point. I
don't know that we ever will.
Yeah, I hope not. Yes.
But okay, here's something. So, went back to football today, and it was really a existential question of whether I should go back, because after I went last week and I played about 20 minutes before this guy broke his finger, which he's now getting surgery on. He'll be back by Thanksgiving. Okay. But he had. I was very tired the whole week, like adrenals depleted, on top of a diet I'd been doing that I had to get off of, and just overcoming the jet lag. So this week I was so tired. I said, you know what? I really don't feel like going out. I'm feeling my age in a way I haven't felt before. I did this excellent excuse not to go out, and there was a lot of half-heartedness in people on the chat saying nobody was volunteering to go out hardly. But, you know, I said, you know, to hell with it. I'm going out. And I'm so glad I did. I didn't play the full game. I played about 45 minutes. And then, fortunately, some guy came up. And I said, you're going to take my place. He goes, okay, great. So I sat out the rest of the game and two more games. And I got my full. Right. So, wow. So it's like, I want to get back into shape slowly because I haven't played since May until last week. So it's like, but by making that decision and forcing myself, it's such a good decision because all of a sudden I feel stronger now.
Yes.
You know, there's a point where I can quit. And, but I'm not quitting because so it's very important to you're making a lot of noise.
I'm sorry about that. I was trying to move the microphone. So let me stop moving the microphone. Go on.
But anyway, yeah. In other words, when you are challenged physically, sometimes it's best to go through with it. The horoscope also said to cut back easy, so I did cut back. I went out, but I didn't overdo it. Therefore, by not overdoing it, wow, I can go out and instead of playing 45 minutes next week, I can play an hour and a half or whatever. Right. And build myself up slowly. So that was very important. But then there's this one of the guys there, really nice. He's white. And I knew he was a school teacher, and I've been meaning to ask him, what's it like for kids now? What's your assessment on kids? What are they going through? What do they feel like? And I asked him, and he teaches 7th grade, middle school. And I said, what is this going on with kids? He says, well, it's not really fair to ask me because I'm in a special area that might not be indicative of everybody else. I said, where are you? He goes, the Bronx. Oh, I said, I had no idea you were in the Bronx. I thought you were in Suffolk County, you know, and he says, no, I'm in the Bronx. And he says, you know, the students are all black. And what is it like? He says, well, let me put it this way. He says, you know, several times a week, you know, some of the students will tell me to go fuck myself. This is what he deals with on a routine basis.
He's lucky it's just that.
Exactly. He says some of them can't read. They come from homes where the parents are the same way. I said some of these sound like alcohol, you know.
Fetal alcohol syndrome.
Fetal syndrome, yeah. He says, yeah, exactly. And so I said, why do you teach there? He says, well, I want to get tenure. So if I get tenure here, it's easier. And then I can go other places once I get tenure here. I don't know how much longer. But I thought this guy was, you know, teaching sissies. No, not sissies, but just regular kids in Long Island. No, he was teaching in the Bronx, and he's a very gentle soul. He's a very gentle soul. But obviously, you know, he's not that gentle, or he couldn't put up with it, you know.
Right.
And I was, you know, shocked that he has to put up with that on a routine basis.
No, that's a lot, and so no wonder he keeps himself in shape. That's why he's playing football with yourself. I'm
Well,
glad.
there was one of my fellow Qigong students. She was a principal, and I think some student hit her, and she hit him back. You know, she hit him right back,
Oh my God.
shocked the hell out of him,
Yeah.
and basically said, you know, what's his problem? And you know, he was being neglected at home. She went out and bought him some clothes, and it turned the kid's life around.
Wow.
And I said this to my friend. He goes, "Well, yeah." He says, "Yeah," but I said, "You got too many students to buy clothes from. You have to have Donald Trump's budget." You know? It's exactly. In other words, he can't go buying clothes for the whole school, or for even, you know, 5 probably families. You know, it's like challenges, and he said that the COVID thing has really retarded the development of kids.
Oh, no doubt.
Really, you know, with the you know, they just not learning stuff.
Right.
So it's really set kids behind
Yeah.
the 8 ball.
Yeah.
With
I can imagine, and
whatever.
oh, by the way, so what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to empty the strainer of my tea before I go mute, and I'll be back in about 3 minutes at the longest, maybe 5 minutes at the longest. I do want to tell Peter and everybody listening, you know, I'll get into the chat room. I want to thank everybody who's in the chat room. You're all such wonderful people. And I want to thank Deciphering My Experience. That's Mr. Cregan. I won't forget this time. I'll ask Peter Moon about whether or not he ever heard of any or knew of any experience or connection between Montauk or the Philadelphia experiment and the Antarctic. You know, aside from Operation High Jump or something like that, Cregan was a man who had worked in the Antarctic for a while, so he was interested if there was any connection. And aside from that, I want to give kisses to Vicki Johnson and, of course, CK and all these lovely ladies, Joy, if a female. Hugs to T-Tank Berry and Chris Collins, Shining Shadows there, and Daniel Cardenas and David Fitzsimons, and everybody sending me love and prayers. Very wonderful. And I do want to let Peter know, here's another extraordinary experience that happened was, and I think this was Saturday, maybe it was, I received a package that came through the door slot, and I had been thinking about, of course, this was before my check came in, of course, or deposited, so it had to be maybe it was on probably right after transmission, maybe. So it was during transmission the package came, and I had been thinking, of course, about how the diet that I have, which is primarily Meals on Wheels, just doesn't have enough meat at all. I mean, it's just meant to keep baseline humans healthy, but someone like me, you know, when I'm not getting, you know, my blood, and people have asked me about this, like, you know, like, because you celebrate the Chinese and Japanese holidays and the American ones as well. You seem to have several holidays a month, and isn't that enough blood? You know, and they've asked these questions respectfully, and I appreciate that. But honestly, that's like saying that if you had that same amount of opportunities to eat decent food, would that mean that you would be nourished enough to last you throughout the month? No, it really isn't enough. And so dealing with a lot of this malnourishment, actually meat helps a lot, and there's just not enough meat in the Meals on Wheels because they try to make it healthy for generally baseline humans who really shouldn't be eating too much meat. But in my case, I should be eating be eating a lot more, and I was just ravenous for meat when I decided to open up this package that had been sent through the mail, and it was Dennis Marshall had sent me an enormous amount of very high quality beef jerky. So God bless him, he saved my life. It was exactly what I needed at that time. That was truly miraculous. He was in synchronicity with the universe, and God bless him. So I'll give him a proper shout out later, but I just want to share that wonderful story with Peter Moon while we were on air together. And, wonderful people like him and others who have sent me care packages. Really, all of you have done your bit to make it possible for me to survive at a level where it's worth living. So with that, Peter, if there's anything you remember about Antarctica or anything,
Yeah, I will address Antarctica
Great.
while you strain your tea.
Okay, I'll be back in about 5 minutes or so. Thank you. Bless you.
I think that the most natural correspondence with regards to Antarctica, the Philadelphia experiment, and the Montauk Project, what the common denominator of all of those would be the German connection and the German connection to Unterland. Now, the Germans have had a connection to Unterland with their Antarctic explorations that Douglas has mentioned. They've also had a connection through their Tibetan connections. Montauk, of course, was related to underground. Philadelphia experiment had German liaisons with it. Beyond that, I can't really say. I do have a childhood friend who went into Navy intelligence, and she described herself as a Matahari. She was like a sex spy. And she went actually to the caverns in Antarctica. I would love to interview her on it. I would love to. She kind of disappeared when I got interested in going out to see her. Not disappeared totally, because she was my best friend's cousin. And she had a lot of, I guess what you'd say, experience, not only with naval intelligence, but with the mob. And, I don't know. So I would like to interview her and find out more about that. And I don't know if the opportunity will present itself. The other Antarctic connection is through the work of Radu Sinamar. It's in the book, The Secret Parchment, 5 Tibetan Initiation Techniques is the secondary title. But that's about a device that was discovered probably about 15 years ago, maybe a little less, where the ice started melting and there was this huge device that looked like an antenna, and the device was facilitating single signals between the moon of Jupiter called Europa, the Mount McKinley area of Alaska, and the heart of Transylvania, which is known as Sarmisegetusa. So these three, or the areas of gold, which I had just visited. So I've only been part of this triangulation, which is the gold area of Transylvania. I've not been to Mount McKinley area, which this could be roughly correspondent with what they call the Alaskan Triangle. It's not far from that. Linda Moulton Howe has made a big deal out of that. And then there's the area in Europa. Now, Europa is of course, supposedly has some attributes that could make it Earth-like. But And of course, this was in the book, The Secret Parchment. This was a huge state secret. And actually, when the United, it was actually this discovery of this antenna pissed off the Americans at the Romanians, because the Romanians knew about this hot area, and this is where they discovered these golden tunnels. This Professor Constantine had discovered these golden tunnels that went down to golden thrones underneath the area. And this area, independent of this story, has always been known as the Valley of the Golden Thrones. So this was, at that time, considered the biggest state secret in Romania. And the Romanians had to fess up the truth of it to the Americans, but they didn't say anything about it because there was very little they knew about it. They only knew this story. And most of the story had been hidden from Department Zero. It had been hidden from them by the security people, which had, kidnapped Professor Constantine, and he was never heard from again. So this area, what this state secret would be is everybody knows there's huge gold deposits under there. There's no question of that. What they don't know is how to access them or the accessibility of them. And the Americans were, I guess it said that they were indignant over why a small country like Romania would have something so important and not the muy importante Americans, because the Americans are so rich and powerful. Why don't the Americans have this? And of course, the answer to that is the Romanians are basically the same indigenous people of Romania that have always been there. In America, not the case. America, they've superimposed themselves on the indigenous areas. So they don't have sacred ground. The one exception the military ran into was in the area of Yosemite, where Radu and Caesar in the book Inside the Earth were brought to access a portal in Yosemite because the Americans didn't know how to deal with it. And they sought their help, and they did access the portal in Yosemite. And it was the first portal that Radu accessed that was not through technological means. It was a Native American ceremony, and the shamans recognized them and let them through the portal. Now, that led them, in the book, The Inside the Earth, to another portal where they were, in that, I believe it was on the trip to Yosemite that he got a glimpse of the city next to, he actually got to visit the city next to Shambhala, or they could see Shambhala in the distance. And then he got an even better glimpse of it when he went to, it was Patagonia. They went to South America, the lower part of South America, and they had to access a shaman. Again, it was through a shaman. And they got in and got a deeper connection to the inner earth. What I would also say is Patagonia is not that far from Antarctica. Not that close, not that far, because, as you go down towards Tierra del Fuego, Cape, and the Cape Horn. So Antarctica, it's there's, I'm just answering this question the best I can, because
understood. And I just, yeah.
Answer to Antarctica. That's my answer to Antarctica.
Great. Thank you for sharing that. And now that I'm back and settled in for full production, we can continue the rest of the night. Oh, so dear Peter, I'm just glad that you're getting back into the swing of things, and that you are still contending with kind of normalization, so to speak. And aside from all of that, it seems like things are going smoothly enough. But by all means, you can carry on with whatever else you wanted to speak about
Well,
tonight. I'm here for you.
Paula began to point out, if not accuse me, that some of the problems I was having might have been subject to going into the caves. I only went into one cave.
Mhm.
And the first way I would check on that is to check with the people I went in the cave with, see, how are you guys doing? Well, I don't think it had anything to do with the cave. I mean, look, at my diet changed radically when I was there.
Yeah.
It was the only time I'd ever been in Romania and didn't have major digestive issues. And I attribute that to the hydrotherapy I've done.
Good point.
And
Yeah.
yeah, it was amazing. But still, I'm putting on too much weight because I'm eating, and I don't, but I'm eating when I can. So, so then I went on a crash diet here to lose that weight. Which
Oh, that's right. Yeah. How did that go?
It was horrible because I was eating a keto diet. Keto diet means you're eating basically just fat and protein, no carbs.
Okay.
And what was so horrible about it, it was okay for a better part of a week. Then I just got tired of it. I said, I can't do this anymore because all the food was tasting repulsive. You eat bacon and eggs. Okay, how many times can you eat bacon and eggs? You eat hamburger or steak with eggs or whatever. And you just, all of a sudden you say, I can't do this anymore. So then what I did is I introduced bread into my diet, which is a carb. I had eliminated that. It was so refreshing.
Wow.
And you know what? I kept losing weight.
Wow.
Maybe too much. So, I mean, I was down, I was down, surprisingly down.
Wow.
It's just like, I don't know if bread is a comfort food or what, but so I introduced bread back to the diet. That's really the main thing. Maybe a little bit of fruit. But so anyway, that began to make me feel normal again because I was feeling, just off. So that improved things. And then, but as far as the, the caves, look, when you go in those caves, you're susceptible to picking up all sorts of energies from all sorts of, different entities, natural, whatever. And you have to be very circumspect and respectful, and so on and so forth. But I don't think I had an issue with those caves. In fact, everything I experienced there seemed stuff that is true to my heart and I have to take with me. There are issues back at home that need to resolve themselves that have nothing to do, seemingly nothing to do with caves in Romania. Where the caves in Romania become important is with my trip next year.
Okay.
And Stephanie had written to me and she said she wanted to know more data about the camp. And saying, well, I'd really like to have a room of my own. And I'm thinking like, well, you have a room of your own. Nobody has a room of their own. Right. You can have a tent maybe. I don't know if he has any tents, but she says, oh, that'd be good. It's like, okay, I'm not going to be the accommodating host here. You see what I'm saying?
You can't be on this. This isn't that kind of tour.
This isn't going to happen. It's not going to happen. And she will come. But she was really asking for a friend. She said, I want this friend to come with me. And I said, oh. But when she wrote back to me, I thought it was immediately going to say, okay, I'm not going to go on this trip. Okay, but that's not what she said. It was just the energy flow I was expecting. Okay, I can't do this trip. No, she says, no, I have a friend I want to come, which is fine. But, it's just I expect this, like, kickback. No, I don't want to go on the trip. I don't want to go on the trip. I don't want to go on the trip. Because it's a selection process. There are certain people I've said, okay, I've accepted them to go on the trip. They're going to have to put up, or shut up. at a certain date, which I'm sure they will put up the money. They're not going to be asked for much money because I'm not charging for my time. I'm not charging for the seminar. They're going to be getting a lot of gifts. But this isn't about making money. It's about doing work. And it's not going to be a tour of Romania. And I think I'd mentioned that, my driver had said after going into the torture chamber, "Oh, we need to take them to Bron Castle." No, we're not taking people to the Bron Castle. And we will.
Why would he say that, by the way?
Because he was just in the torture chamber, and he's got, his thoughts are influenced. He's under the influence of the torture thoughts.
There we are. That's picking up something from a dark cave.
Yeah. I mean, I warned everybody not to go in the torture chamber. I mean, I say, go in if you want. I've seen it. I'm not going back in there. I don't need that. I don't need that in my head. The castle's heavy enough. But in any case, I do want to bring the people to Choklavina. Not only to the camp, but, to the outside of the cave. I'm not promising to take anybody in the cave. I'm not, and then to Sarmasejatuza, I'd like to take them there. They should see those two places. Maybe they get to meet my mother-in-law, if they're lucky. If we're,
yes.
But it's basically to go there and do work, and there needs to be some field trips because one thing I would also say is that when I go out and I look at the mountains are tremendous. You're sitting there, and I'm thinking like they're explaining to me that the Romans, tried to come over these. They didn't come over these mountains. They came around these mountains, and when they first attacked the Dacians, they had slits in their armor. So the Dacians had these axes, and they could just swing the axe right at their neckline, and they decapitate them or injure them and kill them.
Right.
And the Romans had to go back and figure out their armor so that they didn't have that vulnerability in their neckline. And the Romans eventually came and won, quote unquote won. However, what I wonder about that story is, I don't care how thick the armor is around your neck, that blow from the axe is still going to hurt like hell.
Oh, yes.
So, when I guess they improved their armor, made them a little more sturdy.
Right.
But what struck me is I said, how could an army go over that mountain? It just seemed insurmountable to me. And then, my friend takes the scouts, and he just goes right up over the mountain and down. I didn't see him do it, but they went over the mountain and back. So it's like, it's a day trip.
Jeez.
What looks like something you'd never want to do. Okay, you just walk up the mountain and walk down. Is it easy? No. But we're talking about an army. Yeah. I mean, just think of the whole idea of an army coming over that mountain to conquer you. Well, apparently they didn't go over the army. Or they didn't go over the mountain, they came around or something.
Right.
But still, it's what a crummy job that would be. Marching. You're talking about all the way from Rome. I mean, I had to, drive 8 hours from Bucharest to get there.
Yes. It's amazing what people have done in history, and it's amazing what people can do. Go on.
Well, exactly. And they're coming from a lot further away than Bucharest. They're coming all the way from Rome. Yeah. And they're marching, and they're, have some agenda to conquer people. And this is what people did. And Genghis Khan, he had it down better than anybody.
Yes.
I think, did you ever used to see that? Those things were funny. I think they're still on YouTube. Claymation wrestling.
Yeah, it was called Celebrity Deathmatch, I think is what it
Yeah.
was. Yes, called.
Oh yeah, that was funny. They had Genghis Khan, I think, with I forget who they had him with. I think it was Mahatma Gandhi. They should have had Genghis Khan with Alexander the Great. I don't think Alexander got any attention there.
Okay.
But he would have been. I think he was very feminine looking, if I'm not
Yes,
mistaken.
he was. He was. Yes.
But um, but they had Genghis Khan fight Mahatma Gandhi, and somehow before their match, their they went through. I don't know, it was a time machine or what, but their spirits were switched. So you had the spirit of Genghis Khan in the body of Mahatma Gandhi, and Genghis Khan with the spirit of Mahatma Gandhi, and they fought. And I think the Mahatma was pretty wicked because it was Genghis Khan inside of him, and I think he beat the crap out of the body of Genghis Khan, and it was pretty funny. Those were very entertaining. You get to see the celebrities of not only present day but past day satirized.
Yeah.
Um,
That's a
but
little too obtuse for most people. I'm surprised that it did as well as it did.
well, I mean, it was so expressive. It was just entertaining and funny. It was sarcastic. And it was clever too. They were clever. God, they were clever. Um, but to get back to what I was saying about on a more serious basis of the area of Romania and all of those energies, it's like every time I go there, I'm in concert with different energies of that area, that space. Those energies know me. I know those energies. And I'm, planning my trip for next year. And certain dominoes have been placed. And I still have to. So everything leading up to next year is like a runway. I'm building a runway. And I say the most touching part of the trip, as I say, when I introduced Heather to my mother-in-law, that was fantastic. But I said when it was most touching personally was when I get back and they bump me up to business class. I cannot say it was like I was rewarded by the universe for taking that trip. And as I say, business class can cost $3,000 to $5,000.
Yeah.
It can be gotten for less. That's it for its round trip. It's very expensive. And, the problem is if you want to pay the full load, you look at it and you say, okay, would I rather have, $3,000 or $4,000? Am I going to pay $3,000 or $4,000 for comfort? It's not necessary.
No.
You'd rather have the $3,000 or $4,000
Yes.
in most cases.
Yeah.
There might be some cases when you don't, but in this case, it was given to me. So it told me, the universe was smiling on me for this trip.
That's right.
I did the right thing, and next year, whether I'm afforded such a graceful traveling is not as important as that I get there and do what we're supposed to do, because it will set up a dynamic set of dominoes to do bigger work.
Yes.
And I'm excited, to see where that goes. Now, we're moving into a Mercury retrograde.
Mm-hmm.
I think it begins on the 10th,
Okay.
and it will last to the October 2nd. And Mercury retrograde is a very powerful time. People look at it, with trepidation, because it's not a time to be signing contracts. It's not a time to be starting things, starting business, but it's an excellent time to review, be an excellent time to get counseling, or to seek counsel, or to say, what am I going to do about this problem? To study your different options. And, I realized I wanted to do a podcast. I'm not going to do podcasts. We're too close to the retrograde.
Yeah.
I will contemplate during retrograde if I want to do my podcast. If I want to start it with my friend Joan or whatever. And review things. And to review, it's an excellent time to compose, whether you're a writer, whether you're a musician. It's just an excellent time for the football team to go in and say, well, what are we going to do here? Let's review our options. What plays we're doing. It's time to review how you're doing business. Review the friends you have in your life. Review your operating basis. And this is what you want to focus on when Mercury's in retrograde. It is a time to review and communicate with old friends. Communicate, excellent. It's an opportunity. You just have to know. And as I say, each planet, each day of the Earth, there are different opportunities with different aspects of the zodiac. And it's just like, okay, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? What are you going to do here? Paula said to me, she says, there's no excitement in your life.
Oh, that's interesting.
Well, because I was living in such a high excitement while I was in Romania. And now I'm coming back. I didn't say that. She said it.
Yes, and I just think it's interesting that she would say such a thing. I certainly don't feel that that's the case.
Well, it was her observation, because basically I've been working on Montauk Revisited.
I see.
And it's been riveting the hell out of my attention.
Okay.
It's almost done. I mean, it is done. I just need to proof it some more. But of course we were talking about it. So it was, she wasn't really privy to the things we were talking about, or she didn't hear them. There was excitement going on because I was revisiting all of these old themes. So the excitement was kind of, but she doesn't see it because she doesn't hear it. She doesn't hear the shows. So, but certainly, yeah, because she thought it was just taking up all my time. And certainly it is. It has been. And it's just a chore, a job to get done. And, but yeah, so it's like, and then I have to get my newsletter done in the next few weeks, which, has been composed to a certain degree, but I have to go and review all that. And, this will be a report on my trip that I took, which many people who've listened to these broadcasts have heard.
Right.
I can't put all, in the newsletter will have a completely different flavor to it. And then I would imagine that the next newsletters over the next year are going to be building up to the next event and describing it, so on and so forth. I don't know if it was after the last transmission or maybe the one before, but I had a very penetrating dream. It was very short, and I was dreams are so incredible for being syncretic, where they synthesize things. And I was in San Francisco, probably standing somewhere. It was probably Coit Tower. Coit Tower is this huge tower that comes up in the northern part of San Francisco. It was kind of suggestive of that now that I think about it, because it felt like I was on the bow of a ship, but it was sort of like a lighthouse, sort of like, I only recognize now that it was Coit Tower, but it was sort of like Coit Tower because I could look off to the left and see the Golden Gate Bridge, and I could see San Francisco. Now, San Francisco is so full of wind and what's the water? Ocean. I mean, it's a bay, but the ocean is always, stiff. I mean, frothy and the wind's blowing about. You don't have a still San Francisco Bay. It's
No.
never calm. And so it's like I'm feeling the rush of the ocean, and then the water is kind of coming over my feet to where my feet are getting wet. But it's not so bad because it's not past my ankles. It's not coming up to my calves. So I go, this is tolerable. This is tolerable. The scene is beautiful. The wind of San Francisco has such a dynamic element to it.
Mm-hmm.
It creates a dynamic that you're not going to have if you're inland. Certainly not in Sacramento. Certainly not anywhere else. You're not going to get that wind. You're not going to even get the wind in Berkeley or Oakland. It's died out by the time it gets there.
Right.
So it's like, wow, I'm getting the wind, and I'm looking at the Golden Gate Bridge. And of course, this is symbolic of my work with you. It's San Francisco.
Yes.
And then appears there is my old friend, Pat Gualtieri. He was not only the darling of the celebrities in Scientology, he was the personal public relations officer for L. Ron Hubbard. So, I had L. Ron Hubbard and the celebrity thing there. And he was there with me, feeling the water. And it was like, what's he doing here? Of course, he's passed on. And I'm thinking, like, God, what is this? What is this? It was like I'd reached some significant reference point. I don't know what it was. It was just, I said, well, here I am. It was good. It was where I was supposed to be. I don't know where we take it from there. The one trip, you don't remember this, but you had a great adventure on Coit Tower, or with somebody on Coit Tower. I think it was a politician, and I think he was Asian, if I'm not mistaken. Right. Died or had some criminal occurrence happen on Coit
Absolutely, Tower. Absolutely. Yes, that's a matter of fact. He was basically assassinated in an occult manner. Do you want me to kind of share that experience?
Remember, I brought that up to you before, and you didn't even remember it.
Oh, gosh. Oh, okay. Yes, I must have been.
It was a great story. And as they say, I will say, when I was there with Paula and Douglas, we went to Coit Tower, which is not a place you can easily visit because it was COVID. So we got to go to Coit Tower. I made a point of taking her up there. And we got to park and walk around, which is not, you got to stand in line, wait in the car, and just, hope you don't need to go to the bathroom while you're waiting to go up that little hill. So
that's right.
It's a long, it's an aggravation you don't want to have. And that even applied back when I went there with my parents. They took me there, and it was, but there was nobody there. We could walk around all we wanted, and it was neat. But I want, but anyway, I'd love to hear your story of Coit Tower, especially since I had the dream.
Right. Well, it's not so much about Coit Tower, but about Li Mingjian. That was the Chinese mayor of San Francisco. Everybody.
Yes, but if we were doing an Alfred Hitchcock movie,
yes,
did he do one on Coit Tower? He loved.
Yeah.
Which one did he do?
I don't remember which, but I know he did a lot in San Francisco. A lot of stuff. Yeah.
He loved to take a monument like Mount Rushmore, North by Northwest. Yeah. He did one with the Statue of Liberty. He loves to use an iconic scene to do I think he did Big Ben with 39 Steps, if I'm not mistaken. But he loved to take an iconic location, whether it be the Eiffel Tower, Mount Rushmore, and I think, Coit Tower would be perfect for him if he didn't already do it. But anyway, go ahead. This was the mayor of San Francisco?
Yeah, yes. He was Edwin Ma Li is how he would be known in the English, but of course we all knew him by his real name, which was Li Mingjian, and which meant like worthy or virtuous person, essentially. And so Li is not too different from my own surname's Lin, but his surname, of course, would be spelled Li in the real Chinese if you Romanized it, but here in America they changed it to something like L-E-E, like Bruce Lee. But when it comes to what he was going through, he was basically he was becoming the target of hatred of an enormous number of white supremacist groups, and this was, of course, because he was a minority, and he was also being blamed for a lot of white deaths that were occurring because of what people said was a wave of immigrants, because we were basically a sanctuary city. And there was this one case, of course, where there was this one Mexican immigrant who happened to pick up a gun that he found. This is actually, he didn't make this up. It was actually what happened. He picked up a gun he found on a bench, and then what happened was it went off. It had a hair trigger, and the bullet ricocheted off the ground, and then bounced into this poor white woman and killed her. So he had no intention of killing her. He picked it up on a bench in a public space, and but when it came to that, of course, he was ultimately released by a jury that had decided his case based on the evidence, but they were blaming Edwin Lee for that. I mean, this is the insanity of the general public, and I'm talking about this is on a national level. He had his own confrontations with Donald Trump about San Francisco being a sanctuary city. So they did have electronic calls with each other where there were some arguments, but then, of course, what happened was at that time, many of my own gang stalkers said that they were going to put a spell on Edwin Lee. So my gang brother and I, Beaver, warned him about this and said he needed to come back to the old halls, which, by the way, for those of you who don't know, the Chinese underworld, they use the term tong for the underworld networks, and tong is simply the name of a hall. It just means like hall, like a meeting hall, and this is because this is where they would meet to plot and conspire. And so we told him to come down to the tong and perform a blood ritual with us to render him immune, but he said if anyone found out about that, it would be the end of his political career. And we told him, well, it's going to end anyway. You're going to die if you don't participate in a counter ritual with us. And then what happened was on the 12th month, on the 12th day at midnight, he died. I mean, this is just the horror of the spell that was cast. And it was on December 12th at midnight. He was over in one of the supermarkets in the Marina District. He was going late night shopping for his wife, and that's when he grabbed his chest with both hands and screamed in agony. And he basically was brought into the emergency room, and he died just basically within an hour. It was just horrible. Of course, when he died, of course, it was again numerically significant. They recorded the time of his death down to the last second, and again, it was like just this numerically significant number of 1 in the morning, 1:11, and something along those lines. Back then I spoke of it on Revolution Radio, all of the details, and they were just uncanny. Everything was just based on occult numerical synchronicity that was impossible. So this is what we warned him of, and I can't even remember the other guy's name now, but there was a Japanese prosecutor that was definitely not liked by the police. He was actually what you call the defendant for the the people who provide free legal aid to the criminals. So the defense attorney, but they're provided by the city, and they're kind of like the natural organic enemy of cops, because of course whoever the cop brings in, the prosecutor will try and put these people away, but it's the job of the free defense attorney provided by the city to keep them out of prison if at all possible. And oh my God, I'd have to look him up at this point in my life, but believe it or not, when I was dealing with him at the time, again, this was while I was with Revolution Radio, he was interested in what I had to say and wanted to produce like a kind of film or documentary about Roswell and the rising sun with myself.
Japanese prosecutor?
The defense attorney. He was a defense attorney from the city of San Francisco. I forget exactly what the title is for that position. Again, I for some reason I'm drawing a blank on his name, but that's because I was so disgusted with him in this sense. I told him, don't do anything stupid like hang out with Russian prostitutes. I said they will kill you because, of course, first off, the Russians are all ex-KGB, a lot of these prostitutes who, and they just hire themselves out to kill people. I mean, this is what they do for a living, a lot of the Russian prostitutes.
I think if I was going to, if I was working prostitutes, I think the ones I would be the most cautious and afraid of would be Russians.
Thank you. But no, he just had a taste for, but they're so sexy. Oh yeah, and of course it was that one of them killed him. It was just he met up with it was at Coit Tower. It was at Coit Tower, not in the tower, but on the hill where of course only the wealthy cavort. And he had an apartment there, and he rendezvoused with her, and then she brought in her Russian boyfriend, and they loaded him up with drugs and all kinds of alcohol, so it looked like he drank himself to death. It was this horrible situation. Then they called the cops. It's like literally they killed him, and then they called the cops and said, "Oh man, he just took all these drugs and killed himself." Now the cops hated his ass, so they just they rolled with it. And they just, not only that, they released the forensic report, which you're never supposed to do. They broke the law so they could defame him and slander him, and just said, see, this fucker was with a Russian prostitute and he took all these drugs and died. And, nobody asked.
Look, he's just a defender. Why do they want to defame him?
Because he basically had pissed him off all his life with his career with getting a bunch of criminals released. That's how they looked at it.
Okay, I understand.
Yeah, and so they all hated him and felt he had ruined a lot of their busts and destroyed a lot of their work. But when it came to the situation and the horror of it, it's like nobody asked. Well, like, he's with a Russian prostitute and her boyfriend. Like, he obviously didn't hire the boyfriend to be there with him as a menage a trois. Even the prostitute said that. She said she called the boyfriend, when he started behaving strangely and vomiting up blood. Because that's who you call, right? Not the ambulance or the cops. You call your boyfriend, right? Of course. And the cops, of course, just let them go. I mean, those people were never arrested. The whole thing was so disgustingly obvious. But basically, I told him this was going to happen. I said, you start working with me, your life will be in danger. Don't make it easy for them. Don't, hire Russian prostitutes. And, but that's exactly what he did. So, I bleached his name out of my mind because at that point, I lost all respect for him. It's like, you fucking idiot. You may as well be playing Russian roulette, to use a pun.
What's very curious about this guy actually wanted to help you with the Roswell.
Yeah. Of course, because he's Japanese, because his Japanese background, yeah.
Well, yeah, and of course that's commendable. However, what this teaches us is that if your soul isn't clean, you're not going to be qualified to deal with the information. And this guy's soul was very dirty, unfortunately. And, when you let people off like that, when you're, getting criminals off the hook, it weighs down on you. It's like, yeah, you might be a hero to the criminal, but what are you unleashing on society? You're actually, you might be a good defense attorney, but you're creating a karmic imbalance, not only for yourself, but for other people. So it's kind of like he was eliminated from the stage with due cause, but it's...
It definitely is. There's a price to be paid for what we involve ourselves with, and then we've got to really choose our vices carefully. Honestly, it's one of those things where yeah, Peter appreciates it. But these were two real big names in San Francisco. One Chinese, one Japanese, both involved with ourselves. I mean, we knew Edwin Lee when he was growing up. We grew up with this poor son of a bitch, and that was the guy who became the mayor. And he was, at first, he got to the mayorhood simply by accident. For those of you who don't know, just like kind of Dianne Feinstein. Dianne Feinstein would never have become mayoress without Michael Aquino's help. Michael Aquino often bragged about getting her into the position of mayor by having Mayor Moscone killed. And she got in by secession. She was never voted in, not originally. And with Edwin Lee, it was very similar to a degree. Nothing so salacious, but what had happened was Gavin Newsom said, I'm going to run for governor of California, and I have to resign from the mayor's office to have the time to do that or something, or there was some kind of technicality where he had to give up one office in order to run for the other. And so when Gavin Newsom ran for governor of California, or maybe he had run for governor and won the position and then had to give up the mayoralty, he basically, the next in line was Edwin Lee. So he just got in there just because, Gavin Newsom vacated the office. That's how he got it the first time. But then after that, he was elected. So when he was killed, then we got our first black mayoress, which was God, what's her name? I'm forgetting her name. She's our current mayoress, and I'm forgetting her name at the moment. I'm drawing a blank. And London Breed, I think her name is. And so she just got elected eventually, but initially she was not. And so there you go. There's a lot of strange the politics in California, but especially in San Francisco. I mean, it's as I said before. Once when my father moved to San Francisco when we were young, there were all kinds of reasons why he did so. But when I asked him about why San Francisco when I was growing up, one of the things he pointed out was he didn't want me to live in the United States in a very real sense. And what he meant by that was, he later explained it, of course, as I grew up, I got to understand it better. It was that basically California is part of the United States strictly by geography. And by the time you get to San Francisco, you're in Oz. So it's you basically, you leave, what my father said was, you leave European American culture. You leave all vestiges of European culture when you come to California. And so San Francisco was about as far away as you could get from baseline America as possible. And so, everything that happens here is very mysterious. One of the things that Peter Moon brought up was the activity of our ocean and how choppy the waves are, how we constantly have beachfront warnings about the dangers of going near the beach. But one of the other things is the cold. A lot of people don't understand why, Sammy Romero sent me an electric blanket, which I definitely needed. I finally got this queen-size electric blanket, which enabled me, I still had to assemble it all, so that was another reason for the last-minute nature of today's production. I had to assemble it all when I got home and take away the other electric blankets, which formed this origami nightmare that I was using. But when it comes to why I need it, is the marine layer. Basically, San Francisco's oceanic current comes straight down from Alaska. And so it's as frigid here as it is up in Alaska. And a lot of people just don't get that. It's the Alaskan waters that hit San Francisco. So they get a little warmer from down south, but here they're still Alaska fresh. And so it never gets warmer here. It basically is what it is. So that being shared, I mean, I certainly remember it now. So the night that Peter asked me about it and I didn't remember it, I was probably doing some really serious dope, or, or it might have been. There are times when my mind compartmentalizes, and my psychiatrist told me it was that sometimes this is because of something that she did. In other words, what she told me is that what she did to me through the very serious, in-depth hypnotic procedures was she told me at times my mind would compartmentalize, and that there would be things I could not consciously recall because it would simply be emotionally damaging or traumatic, and therefore they might reemerge later. Some other things are permanently sealed away, but it could be part of that function as well, as opposed to just simple, inebriation or or narcotization. But hopefully that sounds coherent. My attempting to explain myself, but. Yeah, I mean, I would be surprised that I didn't recall Edwin Lee, but you would think I'd remember something like that when somebody asked me a question about it. But I guess, it was one of those times where maybe if I had remembered, maybe that would have been traumatic and created some level of agitation. Does that make sense?
Of course. It's like we all remember what we need to remember or are supposed to remember. When we can also push the envelope, and we can try to remember. One of the things that I benefited greatly in all of those Scientology years, and I shouldn't say the Scientology years, I should say the specific processing of recalls, and spent a lot of time recalling things, recalling actual memories, spent a lot of time in regression. And of course, this was all under different reference frames that were tailored to improve your general well-being, including your memory. But see, if you go back and start going back and remembering the third grade, well, okay, the more you remember your third grade, the more you remember about it. It starts coming up. Pretty soon you can start remember the names. You might even remember some of the clothing. You might even remember some of the things that were written on the blackboard. But the more time you spend on the third grade, the fifth grade, the sixth grade, the recall improves. Of course, the question is, I don't need to be thinking about the third grade anymore.
Right.
I don't need it. But when you go back and start doing it, you can dig up stuff. Now, where it becomes relevant is if you had major incidents in the third grade that changed your behavior or your personality, and you had dysfunctions, or you learned how to behave properly, or you had run-ins with the teacher or some kids. But you see, the point I'm saying here is you can go back and that memory is accessible, but it has to be worked. It has to be drilled. And I reached a point in my, later part of my 20s. I said, you know what, I can let go so many of my memories. People think I have an excellent memory, and I suppose I do. But, I let go so much of it because I don't need it. So I don't need to remember this, that, or the other thing. Some people will argue with you, and they will keep score. Because they're keeping score. They're making a competition about some issue. Now you don't want to be keeping score. Just if you have an issue with somebody, don't keep score. Bring up the issue.
Yes.
It's a passive aggressive technique.
Yes, too many people are passive aggressive. I mean, they're everywhere.
Yeah, you made 5 wrong statements to me. So now this 6th statement you're making to me is wrong. And I know you have a track record of making wrong statements. What are those wrong statements? Well, they'll say, well, you told me that, Biden said this and he didn't say that. Well, what did Biden say? I don't remember telling you that. And then you might find that they're not even accurate because they didn't bring it up at that exact time. Right. They just store it and use it against you.
That's right. No, it's so horrible.
Yeah, because that's their own defect. But the point is, memory is accessible, but it has to be accessed, and who has time to go remembering? And that's what therapy is about. It's going back and recovering portions of the mind that are triggers that make you act out in a certain way, and what is the decision process behind all of that. And when you're dealing with PTSD and something where somebody is in a war zone, and I mean that's horrible. It's like you're dealing with so much trauma. You're not only dealing with your own trauma, you're dealing with the collective trauma of all those people that are in the war zone. And you could say it's much easier to approach that problem a few lifetimes down the road when you're saying, you know, I was always joining the Army, or the Army was coming after me, and I had all these things. I didn't know how to figure that out. And then you say, well, you know what? I'm not joining the Army anymore. And then, you make a decision so you're not incarnating into Army lives.
Yes.
It's much easier to handle it from that perspective. If you're dealing with this time when you were in the Army and your legs were shut off, it's not so easy to reconcile the decision. That trauma is, it's something that's with you every day, that you lost your legs or whatever happened to you. It's if you didn't lose body parts, then that's a fortunate thing, but you're still not so removed from the trauma. It's not to say you can't remove yourself from it, but it's all a matter of coming to terms and being able to separate the past from the present.
Yes.
Easier said than done, but of course, anytime you drill or exercise the mind, you can do amazing things with the mind. You can do you've all seen amazing things done with discipline to the mind. They have examples of YouTube. Sometimes the people are too extreme for their own good. Sometimes they're too extreme for the good of others. But whatever the case is, the mind can do amazing things. So, I was very moved when Douglas was talking about, you're walking out on high alert.
Thank you.
And I would say, not having been subjected to that form of PTSD, I've always felt my alert quotient was much higher than ordinary people when I'm out on the streets. I have a high alert quotient. Now, it's not because I'm worried about being rolled or attacked, but I'm, I guess, very conscious of who's around me.
Yes, and
Very
that's
conscious.
yeah.
In fact, I when I think of myself, I'm saying like, and then then I have to contend with people. I'm driving down the road and they're happily walking down the road, not knowing you got a car at their back.
Yeah.
They're just being an idiot.
Yeah.
They're walking down the middle of the street, not realizing they're making themselves vulnerable to an irresponsible driver.
Right.
This is very common. But as you say, you're ready to, pull the knife or the weapon on somebody.
Yes.
But you see, this is the thing. When you've been through what you've been through, you have every reason to be on high alert, because those type of people will come out of the woodwork. Here you're meeting the son of your, your medical doctor. You meet Rat Girl. You meet all sorts of people that ordinary people aren't going to meet. And you not only meet them, they play an important role in your life.
Yes.
And it's just because you've resonated with the, what's the word? The arcane and unusual.
Yes.
Highly unusual, people. And I think some people can like that in you because they find it a badge of honor, which I think is stupid. It's it's interesting, but it's, in other words, it's okay to admire it, but not to unduly admire it.
Yes.
And it's like, I want to hang out with Douglas because he's creepy. And what they're basically saying is they're creepy.
Yes. Yes.
Because they want, they want the creepiness. and it's
That's
yeah, and there's nobody more creepy than Aquino.
That's true. Yes, well, few. There's very few on Earth that could be creepier than Aquino. That is true. Oh my God! And by the way, so I did look up this individual, and by the way, I had everything right about Li Mengjian, Edwin Ma Li. He literally had a kind of numerically significant life. He was like born on May 5th back in 1952, 5/5/52. But when he died, yes, it was indeed at the stroke of midnight when he grabbed his chest with both hands, and that was he basically he died at 1:11 a.m. in the morning. So that's 111, which by the way was you add those three numbers together equals 3. And I remember that was of occult significance when Michael Aquino had hailed the angel of death. So he died on December 12th at midnight, effectively. Was brain dead at 1:11 a.m. At Zuckerberg San Francisco General Hospital. What a place to die. And the public defender, that's the name of the man's title. So that's what they called the man that the city and county of any municipality hires to defend the criminals for free. They're called public defenders. So the public defender's name was Jeff Adachi. And so he died at Telegraph Hill, which for people who don't know, that's where Coit Tower is in San Francisco, is on Telegraph Hill. It's one of the most expensive neighborhoods in the world. And so he had a little apartment there that he was seeing Russian prostitutes at. And I told him, I told him more than once, one of them is going to fucking kill you. And sure enough, yeah.
He was already seeing them, and you warned him to stop it.
Yes. It was like a vice of his. He was married, by the way. He was married, and he had children, and but he was seeing these Russian prostitutes on the side. His wife knew nothing of this until the police released everything. And of course the Russians wanted it that way, certainly rather not necessarily the Russian state or the government, but certainly these two Russians who were involved in his death were obviously trying to make him look as sleazy as possible. The prostitute hung around and called the police along with her pimp. That's who the boyfriend actually was her pimp. And so they called the police, so specifically so the police could come there and say, oh, who are you? What are you doing here? Well, I'm his prostitute, and he hired me to have sex with him. He died while we were having sex. He was acting...
Now, wait a second. It would seem to me that a prostitute would not say she was a prostitute, because this would make her technically subject to arrest.
Normally, yes.
Yeah, you'd say, well, he was a boyfriend. He was a lover of mine. Yet she's actually admitting she was a prostitute?
Yeah, she was. By the way, just for what it's worth, most prostitutes would say that anyway in many cases, simply because there's no way you can really hide it. Because, the police would come in and say, oh, yeah, well, he's married. And then, the lady'd say...
People have affairs.
Oh, that's true, too. I hear what you're saying, but, believe me, everything you're saying is well taken. And in many cases, that would normally be the case. But oftentimes in cases like this, it's just no point for the woman to hide it, because probably the police have run into her before. And it's one of those things that it's just one of those things where the police tend to know active prostitutes generally. But this is one of those cases where she was almost certainly, and probably why the boyfriend was there, so he could call a high-powered attorney at any moment, but they were just there to basically point out she was a prostitute, because they wanted to make it known that this man died while having sex with a prostitute. In other words, they wanted it known, whoever wanted him dead. And so that's when the police said, "Okay, cool," and then released all the records. Then his wife found out he was seeing prostitutes, and of course she was devastated, and naturally, of course, filed complaints, tried to sue the city and county, but I don't know whatever came of that. And of course, such things would probably be fairly private anyway, but. Yeah, definitely. That was Jeff Adachi, Japanese-American public defender, I like how they describe him, a legal giant in the Bay Area. But so there you have that, and he was 59, whereas Edwin Lee was 65. Both young as far as I'm concerned, really. And by the way, just while we're talking about death, I do want people to understand, because people may have misread when I was talking about Corinne de Winter. It's not like I, in any way, shape, or form, felt that there was ever any foul play. When I felt like, oh, gee, she went too fast. It's just my own sense of, I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to meet her or speak to her, because she sounded like a very interesting person, and obviously both Peter Moon knew her well, and Brandon knew her somewhat, apparently. So she obviously knew people in my circle. So it was just sad to see her go. But I understand completely what Peter said, which is just basically she was kind of like always more comfortable with the dead anyway. And I can get that too. And kind of like is probably happier on the other side, kind of like Preston Nichols. They both kind of have that vibe where they're better off on the other side. I don't want to use the term.
Duncan had come to me a couple of times, since I was reading that stuff about him, and it was a lot of positive healing.
Okay.
In Duncan, coming around, because he does represent some function of time, but it's so abstract and so obtuse and obscure. Nevertheless, it's like he's some representative in the archetypal schematic of time, just like David Anderson is. It's like, time is time. And he asked the question, what is time? He still doesn't understand what time is, David is. Does he? I mean, he says that anyway. I'm sure he has a lot of insights into it. But yeah, so, you have all these different, just like you have public defenders. We have different roles in this world, different roles. And I think one of the biggest challenges to me in growing up was, you're so vulnerable growing up into taking a mundane role in a system that is self-defeating. The beast, the establishment, whatever you want to call it. Ken Kesey called it the combine. It's the antithesis of creativity. You're going to go to work 9 to 5, get a job, work for the man, get retirement. I mean, that was the program.
Right.
That I was, I didn't feel, so much of a kinship with the hippie movement, but I did feel a kinship with because I basically wasn't into the long hair and the drugs.
Right.
Although I did do some drugs, I wasn't, but it was the, I was very much into the not buying into the establishment, not buying into this, self-destructive, combine that was doing all the crappy things it does. And not just war, but the whole paradigm of, going to work, getting a job, raising a family, and what have you really done? You might have, if you did really good in that role, you might have, your kids' team might have won the Little League. Yeah. Yeah. And as life evolved, maybe you could have been on the winning basketball team at the adult center. It's like, what is that life about? Not to say that people couldn't have astounding careers within that reference frame, but you're not really told to go out and pursue your dream to be a biologist or whatever it is that you might or might want to be. So that's the, to me, was the whole battle of life. is doing. Are you doing what you want to do? And certainly there's. I think when you stand up to do something you want to do, anybody's very vulnerable to having everybody come out and say, you can't do it.
Right.
You don't want to do it. And some people don't have that. Some people don't care about it. Some people override it and all that sort of thing. But that's what I have to say about that. That whole, the challenge of growing up in the world or fitting into the world. It's a challenge that people fight with to this day. I know my wife's fighting with it,
Yes.
fighting with fitting into the world. She's doing okay, but still, it's a constant issue. And then inflation happens and makes everybody have to revisit what they're doing.
Yes.
For better or for worse. Because not everybody's in a position where they can raise their prices. Because some people don't have prices to raise. Some people are not working. So they have to go to Joe Biden and say, please raise my Social Security check. And they are raising it, apparently.
Oh, God. Well, it's one of those things where hopefully there's some trickle-down effect on my SSDI, but I see what you're saying. And
they haven't. I don't know if that applies to SSDI. I would imagine it does.
Hard to say.
It's cruel not to.
Yes, we'll see. By the way, what do you think of the pardoning of all the student loans to a degree? Like you said, it's basically a bribery, obviously, to try and get the...
It's a political manipulation to appease the voters and to get the young voters. But, I paid off my daughter's student loan some years ago.
Oh, well, she had you do that for her. She's the luckiest girl in the world. Holy shit.
Well, first off, I wasn't given a choice.
Okay.
In fact, it was my obligation under the divorce settlement.
Oh, wow.
And it was set by the judge.
Oh, my God. Holy shit.
Well, let me put it this way. If my wife would have had to pay off the loan, except that she didn't borrow money. She paid up front. The loan, I took out the loans.
Oh, my God.
And my daughter didn't finish college anyway.
Okay.
So, it was...
I'm glad her life was successful.
I think I paid $100 and something a month for like 10 years or something. It wasn't a huge amount.
Okay.
It wasn't a huge amount because we had a lot of grants and she had scholarships. The only thing we really had to pay for was her room and board. But, so it was a nominal amount. I mean, but whatever it was. And it's kind of like, what I think about the student loans is the kids were ripped off. The kids were set up to lose. They were the scapegoats. Now, when I saw somebody make a comment that, okay, the colleges that ripped off the students, of course, they get the benefit. What they should do is say, okay, the government's not going to pay off your college loan. Harvard, we're going to cancel. We're going to form a law that the money you charge them, they don't have to pay. That would be different. You take it out of Harvard.
Okay.
You take it out of Yale. You take it out of Stanford.
Okay.
You take it out of whatever. In other words, instead the government has to pay it. And somebody's saying, okay, but other people are saying, okay, you cut the student debt. Now we're going to have to pay those students off. We're going to have to pay those debts off. I don't know that it really works that way. Because when the government writes a huge check, it doesn't mean the taxpayers pay for it. because the government can just write checks without taxpayers paying anything.
They can print money, yes. They can.
So it's like this idea, oh, the taxpayers have to pay for it. I don't think that's necessarily the truth. If you just print a bunch of money and say, okay, do this, I don't think, it's probably a positive thing, being that education is the way it is, but we don't see any commensurate form of education. And the universities are also, I think, increasing their tuition. And the private schools are increasing their tuition too, because they're saying, okay, we're going to have a law that if you don't want to send your kid to public school, you can take that $7,000 a year and you can take it towards a private school. And the private school, instead of charging $10,000 or $17,000, is now going to charge $17,000 plus $7,000. So they're going to take full advantage of it. So you still can't afford to go to those schools. It's like, this is the problem with the world, with education. And I also read an article today, or didn't really read it, I saw the article about young kids that, are in their 20s or whatnot, talking about, I don't know if we should bring kids into the world. Aside from the fact that we can't afford kids, and just about the struggles for having a job. And they might be successful having a job, but why are they bringing kids into this world? Now, there's kids being born every day, but, there's a lot more hesitancy to have a kid. And if you have a kid today, what are you bringing them up into? This is what prompted me to talk to my friend, and I didn't realize he was teaching in the Bronx, in a particular rough area of the Bronx. So, these are problems. Another thing, I was listening to an interview, I think it was the last interview Jerry Garcia ever did, and somebody was putting the questions to him on the sort of the culture of Palo Alto. Now, of course, he grew up in and around San Francisco, including Palo Alto, Menlo Park, the general area of where Stanford University is. And one thing I kind of really got from that interview is how Stanford was so influential, just like Berkeley across the bay was influential in so much of what transpired in left-wing ideology that emerged from the Bay Area. You had another ideology emerging from Stanford, one of which was the LSD experiments that Ken Kesey indulged in through the Veterans Administration in Palo Alto. So much of what Jerry Garcia said, what happened was within, they do their experimental studies on the local schools where he went to school. So you had them, he was put in a very creative program where he was able to do creative arts, and his creativity was fed by circumstance and by the area he was in. But and then with all of the drugs and stuff that was I'm not saying Stanford University was doing that, but Stanford University was certainly influential. I think they also had a big mind control experiment there.
Oh, yeah. All of these high-name universities were Department of Defense contractors. Go on.
Well, Stanford, is Google or all that sort of thing.
Oh, yeah. No.
But, so Stanford's a private university, and I'm just seeing how, of course it's influential as it's the most prestigious school in California, Stanford, traditionally. It's the Harvard of the West Coast.
Yeah.
Stanford. And Berkeley would be second, although Berkeley's not a private school. And incredibly prestigious and expensive. And Stanford was also the site of a murder in the book Ultimate Evil by Maury Terry.
Right.
The Son of Sam book. Yeah, it goes into a murder at Stanford University. I think in the church, in the chapel.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm not surprised. Go on. Yes.
Yeah. But yeah, but just this whole university thing, it's a, the term university is an oxymoron because they're not really universities. They are in a sense, but they're there to, block knowledge. They spend as much time blocking knowledge as they do, or manipulating knowledge as they do actually
So true.
pursuing it.
Yeah.
And there is pursuit of knowledge, but it's all about, control. So when we have to get back to, debt of cancellation of student debt, it just brings up bigger issues. Like, well, what is the issue? And that's why I resisted the university because, and so did my friend Milko in Bulgaria. He got a scholarship, because he had great potential as a writer, and he realized if he matriculated to the university, he was going to be programmed. So he published the Montauk Project and formed his own publishing company in Bulgaria.
Wow.
So, but it's like, yeah, he was a kindred spirit on some level. And that was the same opinion I had of myself. If I go to the university, I'm going to be just like all of them.
Now, I hope all the listeners appreciate the fact that this other individual, Marco, is it Milko?
Milko.
This other individual, Milko, and my apologies, I think of, by the way, Marco, for those of you who don't know, would be more of a Serbian name. I was thinking of the Serb Slavs as opposed to Bulgaria. But he basically was in a communist country. So obviously, if that man went to a university, he would be...
Communism was over by the time he went to school.
Okay.
He was like, when I...
All right.
I visit, he was only like, when I met him, I think he was 17 in 2008 at Atlanticron. So he was born.
It's scary that you and I are so old. Jesus Christ.
I'll be 70 in January. I'll be 70 years old.
That's fine. That's fine. That's yeah. Believe me, we're still young. All that counts is that you're young at heart. Yes, and besides, believe me, what you do with your football and everything else, it proves that you're not aging at baseline human level. That's for sure.
No, I have to. In fact, my driver, who hadn't seen me since 2016, he says, you look the same.
Yeah.
You look the same. So I don't know if I do look the same, but...
Oh, you do. I mean, certainly I've seen you at different periods in your life, and you age remarkably well in the sense that it's not really apparent. My dad was like that.
There's no question that I age remarkably well for my age, being that, with the Qigong I'm doing. But it's I say, it's become a big challenge since I've gotten home because, of course, I'm recovering from the jet lag. I'm recovering, from... the trip, from overeating or eating more or being off my diet, and then the wear and tear, and also recovering from a knee injury, which the knee is fine, but it's like, okay, now I got to get back in shape. Do I really want to get back in shape? No, you don't want to get back in shape, but you do it anyway.
Did you ever suffer a back injury like I was speaking about? Did you ever have that kind of...
With the scoliosis thing?
No. No.
Oh, your injury is out of this world. No, I mean, I had a big back. My back was a chronic problem, for years. And Qigong sorted it out.
Wow.
3 different times.
Amazing.
3 different times. And then when it relieved me, and then, when David Anderson came to Montauk and I didn't do my exercise after I'd been doing it for 13 months, the back totally relaxed. I didn't have the problem anymore. It came back about a year later. And my daughter's girlfriend said, who's a nurse now, she says, put a heating pad on it. I put the heating pad on. After a few days, I did the anal lift and the back problem went away. And then it recurred right as my teacher was dying. And that was the most scary because, not because he was dying, but because it was so bad that I actually went to was going to get the operation where they're going to inject this what do they call it, into you?
Oh, I forget.
Cortisone.
It's something they inject. They actually inject something into the spine. Yes.
Yeah, cortisone.
I was expecting that. Yeah, cortisol. I was
yeah,
expecting
so-
that. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, and I went to my holistic friend Janice, and she said she did this whole body work thing on me with, whatever she did, and she says, I don't want you to get the thing. I don't want you to get it. And I still had it scheduled. It was scheduled for, the 4th of January. And I get a call on the 3rd of January, my daughter's birthday, from the insurance company. And they say, you're no longer covered because you're now on Medicare. I said, wait, I don't turn 65 for a couple of weeks. She says, it doesn't matter. It's the month you turn. So you're off Medicare. You're no longer eligible for this insurance. You can't have the operation unless you pay for it. And she says, and by the way, you don't want to have this operation anyway. She says, because I had it and it doesn't work. She says, it was good for 2 weeks. She says, I still feel pain down there.
Oh my God.
And you don't want it.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. So I called my my chiropractor because he had the same birthday as my daughter. I wished him a happy birthday and said, can I come see you today?
Right.
So he gave me several adjustments. And then I realized that I needed to do my circle walking every day, which I hadn't been doing. I did it for a year. I did it for an hour a day for a year. But I have to do my circle walking, which means I'm walking in a figure 8. And when I walk in that figure 8, I'm constantly moving my coccyx, my tailbone back and forth. That plus I do an exercise for the psoas muscle. I do extensive exercise every day for it. The psoas muscle is what wraps around your groin. This is my friend Madeline taught me the importance of the psoas muscle for lower back. She gave me exercises. She had healed it at one point just with her touch. But I do it every day. I do that exercise every day. So my back, does not have no problema. And I hear of one of my old fellow students getting a hip operation. I hear somebody getting a hip operation. And it's like, I can't say, oh, I heard of the Yankee pitcher, the ex-Yankee pitcher, David Cohn, got a hip replacement. Great pitcher, great athlete. Okay, I can't, not that I know him, I can't talk to him, They'd look at me like I was stupid. Or look like I'm, oh, what's that? What's that? It's good. And I run this into all the people. It's like they think, okay, well, that's cute. Nice to know, nice to know. And it's like, there's a saying in Qigong, those who do know, those who don't do, don't know.
Yes.
So if somebody didn't want to do something, okay, good. Don't do it. Fine. Go live your own life. And you don't try and help them because they'll fight your help. So it's quite all right. And it's quite fine. But no, the back problem, and that was in fact that's the neatest thing. My teacher passes away. And of course I was not, the type to blame my teacher. My back hurts. I did this for a year. I did this for a year, but now my back hurts. Well, you got to keep doing it. You don't stop doing it. Now, I don't do it an hour a day. I do it at least 20 minutes a day. I'm not counting the 20 minutes. But yeah, I do it every day. Even, I was just dead tired the other night. I didn't get it done, so I did it before I went to bed. And it works. And there's much more that I could do. But so be it. So no, back problems, and this is something you have to stay on top of whatever you're doing. You can't expect things to just work right with the body. It's like a car that needs oil, just like you got to feed your body. So when people expect to, and the average person doesn't do anything for their body. If you wake up and start just moving your toes and moving your fingers, very good. If you can do more aggressive things, like squeezing the towel for 3 minutes a day, squeezing it hard, you make those fingers hard. Those fingers can become very strong. And then all of a sudden, you can catch the football much easier. You can catch the baseball. You can swing the bat. You can play the piano. You can play the saxophone. Those fingers become much more agile and nimble. Or if you're cooking, even washing the dishes, carpentry work, whatever it is, it's like you're working your fingers, and you know what? They don't get arthritic. We had a guy, in fact, actually, it was during my teacher's last year in the park. Some guy, I think he ran into him. We ran into him in the elevator or whatnot, and was complaining about his wrist. He had carpal tunnel syndrome. So my teacher showed him how to squeeze the towel. He started coming out and studying with us. He couldn't believe it. By squeezing the towel, he got rid of his carpal tunnel syndrome.
Wow.
It's like, because what is carpal tunnel? It's tendons. It's nerves. It's tendons. And when you start strengthening the nerves, all of a sudden, you don't have the problem.
Yeah.
But it's hard to get people to think that, because they want to take a pill. They want to listen to the doctor because the doctor knows. Yet the doctors I've gone to, as I say, my neurologist, I told her, she says, just do the Qigong. Because she'd studied acupuncture and she knew me. But I was not like her other patients. She didn't tell me that, but she didn't have to tell me that, because I'd see them in the waiting room with me. They were messed up people. And neurologists are not easy to get appointments with. This is when I had my incident. I had to, once you got on her line, it was easier to see her, but you still had to wait weeks to see her. And she was very good. But she said, do the Qigong. And sure enough, it got rid of my carpal tunnel. I acquired it somehow. I don't know how. Maybe I was sitting too still, because I typed my entire life. Keyboard, selectric typewriters, manual typewriters, my whole life. Typing as much as 8 hours a day when I was in Scientology.
Wow.
And so my fingers have always had good workout. On the keyboard, on the computer, it's kind of flat, so you might get more wrist tension, but no, I don't have a problem with it. So that's an advertisement for Qigong, and I really regret that I haven't been able to put my course together. But
you will.
Yeah, eventually, as I say, slow. And when I was at Atlanticon, we didn't have people coming to our yoga classes or Qigong classes. We had a minimal amount of people.
Mm-hmm.
It really wasn't happening. But I did end up teaching a lot of individuals, and just one-on-one, because they knew me for that. And that was very rewarding,
yes.
To do that. But so be it. So we have, we have a lot of interesting work to do.
Yes.
But now we're going into retrograde soon.
Yes.
And getting ready for the end of summer, getting ready for the fall. It's a very exciting time of year, I think, right now. It's in New York. It's beautiful. It's still a little hot, but not too hot. And this is the most beautiful time of the year, September and October.
Yes.
Very and then
colorful.
By November, yeah. Well, colorful, but just not, nice. And it's brisk. October is the best month. And then by November, the leaves are falling off. And by Thanksgiving, all the leaves should be pretty much gone. And then that's, winter time. Which, when you go back to the ancient times, this is when you've collected your harvest, you've got the harvest, and this is when you go in and you study and you learn during the fall. This is why you go back to school in the fall, because in times of old, when the harvest was done, you went indoors. There was no work in the field to do. So you went in and reviewed your life, you studied life, you told stories, you wrote stories, you studied. This is why studying is meant to be done in the after the harvest. So it's a natural time to hit the books, so to speak, to do classes, to study.
Yeah. And,
so what are you going to talk about tonight?
Well, tonight, of course, inescapably, I'll start off by talking a bit about Biden's speech. People were asking me to provide some analysis of that. I will then tell people that I do feel optimistic, that I feel that there's been a real turn in the tide against the real enemy, the authoritarians of the Sino-Slavic Synaxis. And I'll point out the fact that there's been 3 events recently that have shown that, and one of them was Pelosi's visit to my Taiwan, and the other was the Ukrainian attack on the naval airbase at Saki in the Crimea, which took out just billions of dollars worth of Russian aerial assets. So I'll try and put.
What did Pelosi do in Taiwan?
Well, when Pelosi went to Taiwan, of course, she was just kind of like, it's really hard to to say what.
They didn't really tell us what she did.
Yeah.
If you listen to the reports, if you read between the lines, it suggests that she was just going there to stir shit up.
Yeah. Yes, that's right.
Yeah. No, I don't know. I mean, so you really don't know what she did.
I will be honest. It's that there's I can't. I have no idea. I'll really be honest. I have no idea why.
Was going there just to stir shit up.
Yeah, that's kind of the general impression I get. Yes, I will admit. I will say this, however, that a lot of people when she went over there were a lot of Americans who wrote scathing editorials, and they were basically saying she's going to get us all killed. I mean, this is literally what people were saying. In other words,
that's the impression you got. I mean, whether they said that or not, but however, she must have been going there with a purpose, whether it was a good purpose, a bad purpose, whatever the hell it was. We don't know what it was.
Yes, that's in the end, that's really the case. It's it is shrouded in mystery. Now, granted, it was, of course, part of a wider tour, but the reality is that when it comes to Taiwan was obviously the most important part of that tour, simply because this was the part that could have led to a war. That's certainly what the Chinese were threatening, and this is why people were writing various analyses saying, oh, she's going to get us all killed. Now, what they were saying, some people were simply saying that she was doing this because this was like her legacy ego, that her ego called for a legacy accomplishment or something to be done to leave her in the history books, and that this would do that. And so it could have been something like that, but there's got to be something more. The fact that the president effectively signed off on it by...
Yeah, but he kind of disowned himself from it.
He did. Yes, you are quite correct. Very astute.
Made it even weirder.
Yes. No, you're absolutely right. But by the way, that was almost like for domestic consumption, because they'd have to be very naive, and they may be this ignorant. The Americans do not have the best advisors. They're not really wise in the ways of the world. But he may have been trying to placate the communist Chinese, but they would never accept that. To the communist Chinese, where all the orders come down from the top, everything comes from Xi Jinping, or it's not going to happen. When it comes to something of that level of importance, they assumed it was Biden's doing. In other words, they assumed she was acting under orders of Biden, and nothing would or will convince them otherwise. So if he was trying to distance himself, it had to be for domestic consumption, or they might be so stupid they thought the Chinese would actually accept that. I don't even think I don't even think they're that stupid.
Well, ask me, does she have any connections in? She must have some connections in Chinatown, San Francisco. Do you know?
Oh, absolutely. She's got to have a few, but to tell you the truth, that's a different world. I remember when people would ask me about, there was like a certain lady whose name I don't even remember, who people would say, "Hey, I hear that there's this dragon lady, and and that almost nothing gets done without her say so in Chinatown." And that may very well be, but she's like operating with the Merchants Association or something like that. She's not involved with the underworld, the Tong that I was dealing with all my life. So it's kind of like whatever Pelosi was doing was probably quote unquote respectable. I know for a fact she had nothing to do with gangsters like us, the Tongsters. So she definitely probably had something to do with, say, for instance, that dragon lady, the Merchants Association, and probably some people told her about this. Most people still don't understand the importance of Taiwan, and I'm sure that this had to do with if we were really to
Okay, I have an idea. I have a theory. I'm going to float.
Sure.
Okay, they just did a big expose on her and her husband.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because he sold a bunch of, I think it was Nvidia stock.
Yeah.
And they said, why? Now he's finally, being respectable because.
Not to mention he pulled a Laura Eisenhower and was caught with DUI. Don't forget that.
No. This is different than that. He has a reputation for buying stock because she tips him off from her knowledge of what's going on in Washington.
Okay. Yeah.
But then they said, okay, so he sold stock. He sold Nvidia stock. And they said now he's selling it at a loss of like, $2 million or whatever. But then it turned out that the stock dropped incredibly much. So he actually, even though he sold at a loss,
it was to his advantage. Yeah.
Yeah, because they said, okay, so they were still playing games.
Yeah.
But he has been a big investor in chips as it relates to Taiwan. So this probably had to do with chip stuff.
Yes.
It probably had to do with chip stuff and bills related to chips and this sort of thing. It was probably all about chip business, I would venture to guess.
Yes.
And it really didn't have anything to do with war. It didn't have anything to do, she wasn't obviously trying to rub something in China's face. And if it has to do with business, Biden's probably in on it too. He's the big guy.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's just a guess.
Oh, I agree completely. That's what I was going to say. Though I didn't have the details you did at all. That's what I was going to speculate, was it had to do with chips. So, by the way, the Real Tech Geek has just sent us a little something in the text box here, and this is from Bloomberg, and it says Pelosi visit highlights TSMC, which is the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, and Taiwan's global tech import. It says one of Nancy Pelosi's key meetings on her whirlwind tour of Taiwan, reportedly, is TSMC, the island's most valuable company and the world's largest contract chip maker. So there we have it. Now we know. And thank you, Real Tech, and thank you, Peter Moon. There, you see, you've gotten to the bottom of the mystery. And so there you go with that. And what I was explaining to our dear Lady V when I was telling her about the she was of course saying, oh, this is a big mistake, because she was just, for one thing, her dear friend is Rose, and Rose was born in communist China, and so V kind of got indoctrinated to an extent, and she was like saying, oh, this is a big mistake, Biden siding with Taiwan over communist China. And so I had to explain to her, and she really appreciated it. She had no idea just how dependent the Western world is on Taiwan with the chip manufacturing. And there you go. So it makes perfect sense that somebody who is into stocks taking advantage of insider trading, which is essentially what you're telling us, is that basically what they're conducting, her and her husband, is a form of insider trading, and which is, of course, a federal offense. and
Not insider trading because she's doing it from the government. You see, it's when it's government, she's using her government knowledge, but it's not insider trading because she doesn't have insider knowledge on the companies. And it could be construed that way. Technically, it's not. Okay. And by the way, I don't know, maybe this is no longer the case, but it certainly was true for a long time that the United States is the only country that has laws that prevent insider trading. Most countries don't have such laws.
Interesting. Oh,
yeah.
I had no idea, and but that's good to know, and
Yeah, to tell you the truth, all you have to know, I mean, if you are, they have something in the markets called private placements, and a private placement is, okay, so FedEx is going to go public, so you get a private placement, and you basically own a block of stock before it goes on the market. And if you, like brokerage companies that take these things public, there's brokers involved, there's principals, all these people get private placement. And it's like, they get them in dozens, if not hundreds of stocks. And when those things go public, they might have to wait 5 years before they can cash in their stuff. But it's like, you talk about multimillionaires. And it's just from knowing the right people.
Yes.
It's not like you're any fucking genius. You just have to be, go to the right school, be part of the right crowd,
Oh, yes, it's not what you know, it's who you know. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. And if you're so lucky to get in on one of these things, it can make you if it's a company like Facebook, or Google. I mean, you just, you're set for life. And there are so many people who have just, you can't believe the amount of money they have or stock they have that's never been, cashed or whatnot, or they might, cash a few million here. It's just, there's outrageous wealth. The wealth in this world is so huge that if it was to all mobilize, like it did in when the king of Timbuktu came to Egypt, he crashed the economy by bringing all this gold to Egypt from Timbuktu. He was on his way to Mecca. He crashed the Egyptian economy because he was laying gold all over the place.
Incredible.
And if you had all these people,
was that hundreds of years ago, or?
It was around 1200 AD.
Okay, thank you.
More or less.
Yeah.
But I think he also came to America.
Interesting.
But or sent ships that came to America, whether it's South America or whatever. But they had so you have all these people that have all this money. If they were to start buying stuff and just laying money all over the place, it could really affect the economy. And you see here, when we had COVID drying up the economy on Long Island, you had people spending money hand over fist. Now, that's not to say that a lot of people didn't go broke and whatnot, but money comes out of the woodwork on Long Island because there's so many people that have money.
Yeah.
Where it comes from, I can't say. Enormous amount of, resource on Long Island, but I'm just saying how many millions of dollars do people they have socked away? I have no idea.
Well, obviously a lot. Yes, go.
Well, yeah. It's like my mother-in-law had told me when she had a clothing store in Lake Placid, and I remember she told me she did her business and her banking in Saranac Lake, which is like at least a half hour to 45 minutes away. She said she did her banking in Saranac Lake because she was advised, she says, you don't want anybody, the local bankers in the town, knowing how much you make. It's nobody's business, but it'll get talked around in the town, how well the business is doing or how well it isn't doing. So she went to the next town to do her banking.
Wow.
You know, which, okay, it's a small town. Lake Placid is a small town. You know, it might not matter so much on Long Island because, you know, when people aren't necessarily talking about this, that, and the other thing, they have better things to do than gossip about how much so-and-so makes. But bankers know a lot about, you know, who are the big players in town.
Right.
So you don't necessarily, yeah, I mean, it's just like, and who are all these people with all the money? You know, it's just a tremendous amount of money. You could solve all the world's problems. Just like you could solve the world's energy problems with the time reactor.
Yes.
You could solve problems with money.
Yes.
And I'll never forget, as a high school student, doing a report on space travel, whether it was a good idea or not.
Mm-hmm.
I had to go and research articles. It wasn't just me writing. I had to research articles. And I found all sorts of referenced reasons why we should pursue the space program because of all the technology and economic benefit we get from doing the space program. And people would say, oh, it's so much money to do this, we got to spend it. But they would not understand all of the products that would be created and industries that would be created by doing space travel. There were no real sound arguments against it. I'm just talking about from an economic standpoint. But it became very obvious to me from not only studying that, but studying what people like Robert Heinlein said in their scientific iterations and in Isaac Asimov. I said, if I had unlimited money, I said, I could build a rocket to the moon.
Right.
It would not be based upon my genius. It would be based upon my money and my project management skills. But I said, the knowledge is there. It's there. Now, this is 1960. As we were taking the rocket to the moon, the Neil Armstrong thing, but we're not talking about a rocket to the moon. We're talking about a colony on the moon, a city on the moon. That technology has been extant, or know-how, I should say, you know, for 50 years. But we don't do it because there's not a will. Now there is a bit of a will. They're talking about putting a spaceship or a colony on the moon now. This is being, I saw somebody on the news talking about this. They're going to put a colony on the moon. And they're going to put a space station up there so they can go to Mars. These things are happening. And as a kid, these things interested me. As I got into Scientology, they began to disinterest in me because I said, this is like an ape man going up in a spacesuit. What do I want to go up there for? You know, the curiosity and novelty is not there for me. You know, aside from the danger, you're putting yourself at risk. And somebody's going up for, God, I don't know, 90 days in space or something, 70 days in space. That's going to wreak havoc on your body. Unless you had a gravity thing up there that's going around and around, centrifugal force. You don't want to be up there with no gravity.
No.
It wreaks havoc on your body.
It does. It does.
So,
decalcifies your bones, everything else. Though at the same time, they were thinking that some trips up there might be good for senior citizens because of the gravity being less stressful on the heart. The lack of gravity would make it easier on the heart in some ways. I mean, there's advantages and disadvantages to everything. But
yeah, but you got to stay up there.
Yeah, and then your bones decalcify, and you gradually wind up a cripple. Yes.
It might be fun to play football on the moon with all that weird gravity. You know, that might be a lot of fun.
Yes.
You know, like saying, "Oh, throw the ball, throw it 100 yards. You know, get over there quick. You're bounding instead of running. You're bounding to catch the ball." Or basketball on the moon, or even volleyball on the moon. It would be novelty and it would be fun. But I don't know if you know, and want to make a long trip out of it.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So
It's one of those things where here's the one thing that I will say is that I have every confidence that humanity will eventually expand into our solar system, to the stars. Certainly, we have to do this. This is just part of our evolution. But at the same time, the kind of phase we're going through right now, where you've got a lot of private interests who are speaking about wanting to do this kind of colonization, kind of being the vanguard of this kind of colonization wave or process. I put them in the same league as a lot of these airbrush vehicle kind of fantasies that NASA would throw out for the longest time. When it came to NASA, there was the one guy I knew named Richard McGuire, who was this guy who got a degree in both mass production, assembly lines, and artificial intelligence. So this was a guy who was one of the most brilliant engineers America had produced in a while. I mean, he was just this young, very intelligent individual, and he couldn't get a job anywhere in the United States. And the engineering teacher who taught him, he was the last student the engineering teacher taught in the United States, and he was the only one in class. And as soon as the guy finished teaching him, he says, yeah, you're the last student I have in the U.S. I'm moving to South Korea, where he reestablished himself to teach engineering in South Korea, where he had classrooms full of students. But this kid, because of his applying for jobs everywhere, like NASA and other places, he got to know a lot of NASA engineers. And you might remember when that idiot Bush Jr. became president, he said, "We're going back to Mars," like we'd been there before or something. And then the whole NASA thing became this big scam where they produced a whole bunch of plans for how they were going to get to Mars, how they were going to colonize Mars, get people to live on Mars for periods at a time, and this way they got all kinds of budget to experiment with these kinds of Mars housing in the desert of New Mexico and in Antarctica and shit, places that were kind of like Mars, except you could breathe. And there's this then we had this other bullshit that it just kind of changes with each administration. And then we've kind of now we're saying we're going back to the moon, and it's like all this permanent employment program, this kind of welfare state for the engineers. It's and then they turn out different airbrush scams each administration, but I just don't see it happening right now the way society is. It's going to take a different kind of society to do this. I think we'll get to that point, but you can see my just caveating. I'm just kind of
well, yeah. What I would also say about the colonization of space, you have one of the great impetuses of the moon was written by L. Ron Hubbard, Fortress in the Sky. He wrote a pamphlet, which you said was for the government. Yeah. It might have been watered down, the one that was released, but he talked about using it as a defense base.
Yes.
Using it, and of course, this is a big issue because it gives you a position from which to defend yourself in space from, missiles or whatnot. So that becomes a point of contention between China and all that. So it's like, at what point does humanity get itself together, or does it become factionalized? So you have, you're going to have an American colony on the moon, you're going to have a Chinese colony on the moon. Well, who the hell's orbiting and monitoring all this stuff? It becomes a big issue, and it's like humanity has not given up its factionalization, its compartmentalization into being politically divided and politically non-integrated. And that is the biggest problem. And I think this is what David Anderson said about time. He said we need a moral compass, a group that monitors the moral compass. Now that seems rather absurd and naive, but again, it's needed. So what's the moral compass factor? There is no moral compass, because you have, as John von Neumann would say, somebody is always going to cheat. And right now it's the Chinese and the Russians who are flagrant cheaters. And we can't rule out NATO. They're more subtle about it. And by the way, I'm getting ready to go to sleep, but there's the headline in Yahoo that I meant to read about an hour ago. Bed Bath & Beyond CFO falls 18 floors to his death.
Yeah, what's
from
that about?
New York Tribeca apartment. Now, this did not happen. There's all sorts of scandal about his company and him and insider trading and whatnot. So he jumped.
Wow.
He jumped.
Oh,
I mean, I suppose, he could have just said, I'm a bad little boy, and gone to a white collar prison.
Right.
I also wonder why somebody like him isn't smart enough to get his ass out of the country.
Yeah, I mean, no shit. I mean, like, I don't get it. It's like this. What the fuck? I just don't understand.
Mark Rich was a huge trader. And he went, I think, to Switzerland.
Mm-hmm.
He cornered the Nigerian oil market. He ran off of Long Island, and he went to Switzerland.
Mm-hmm.
He ended up making huge donations to Bill Clinton, and Bill Clinton pardoned him. It was one of the last things Bill Clinton did before he left office was pardoning Mark Rich. So Mark Rich was, he avoided the, jail. Let me see. He died 2013, age 78 in Switzerland. I didn't know he was dead, but let me see. Did a lot of philanthropy.
They all kind of do that, yeah. A lot of it's just cover, that's actually expedites whatever criminality they're involved in many cases.
He zealously guarded his privacy in Switzerland. He owned property in St. Moritz and in Marabella, Spain. He died of a stroke on June 16th. I see his pardon. Did I even mention his pardon? I mean, this guy was a Wall Street criminal. He received a widely criticized presidential pardon from Bill Clinton in 2001, Clinton's last day in office, because he had made large donations to the Democratic Party. He's from a Jewish family in Belgium, escaped the Nazis. But where, indictment and pardon, he had given, critics alleged that Rich's pardon had been bought, as Denise Rich had given more than $1 million to Clinton's political party, including more than $100,000 to Hillary's campaign and $450 to the Clinton Library. This is peanuts he's giving away. Peanuts away. Clinton also cited clemency pleas he had received from the Israeli government officials, including Prime Minister Ehud Barak. Rich had made substantial donations to Israeli charitable foundations over the years.
There you go.
And these people argued on his behalf. He had the whole Anti-Defamation League, rooting him on because he's donating. But still, they just received a $250,000. He wasn't like, this is peanuts to him.
It's true.
So, it's kind of like if he didn't get the pardon, he probably wouldn't have cried too hard. He wasn't giving that much money away.
It just goes to show you the Clintons are cheap. They're a cheap date. They'll suck cock for $1.
I think he made similar comments off camera to Geraldo that Israel did influence me profoundly. It says that he had connections with the Israel intelligence community. This was a guy who cornered markets. He could make anybody rich if he wanted to. But talk about insider trading. This is that and then some.
Yes. And we got some messages from Diane Hillis Buchberger about about China affecting imports to Taiwan because of the meeting, and then she says, but exports are the ones that will really be affected. So this article is titled "Pelosi has landed in Taiwan. Here's why that's a big deal," and this is from NPR, and so National Public Radio, I believe, is what that acronym is for.
Yeah.
And so they're going into this. This is a very long article, so I guess it's worth the people reading who want to invest some time and energy in this. I mean, comparatively speaking, it's a long article, but so definitely. I don't think it's going to tell you much more than what I will be speaking of tonight, but definitely, it's no waste of time. But I think Peter's got a pretty good grasp of the situation, and at the basic level, when it came to why Pelosi was going there. I never really thought to question that myself, to tell you the truth, because I just was more or less dealing with the repercussions of her visiting, because the ramifications were fairly, I'll discuss them tonight again, so these things are ongoing. And honestly, I want to thank you for coming on early tonight, Peter. It really helped immensely, more than I can express, but you know that. And obviously, hopefully you'll get a chance to review what I said about Transnistria, that land beyond the Dniester River in Moldova. And then you can bring that up when we meet again Wednesday, which will be here before you know it. And I don't know if you caught my message on there where I was asking you to review that. I look forward to, your...
I did get the message, but I haven't had...
Understood. You've been very busy.
Anyway, okay, I'll say goodnight, and thank you. Carry on.
Yes, bless you. We love you dearly. Share that.
Donate to Douglas's cause if you can.
Thank you so much. Deeply appreciate it. And God bless you. Blessed be thy dreams, and sweet be thy slumber. Thank you. And of course, yes, to all of you listening, I will need your help more than ever. Going to try and reestablish a call. We're going to see who I can reestablish it with. Viviana Sanchez bowed out again tonight, and hopefully she's doing well. The fact that she's communicating shows that she's still in contact. That's important in and of itself. And let's see if we can bring some other people on to kind of break me for a few minutes while I go through. There we are,
Hello.
My dear Sammy. So how are you? Are you going to be able to hang with us for a little while?
I can do it about 15, 20 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's deeply appreciated. Do you? I'm going to take a few minutes to refresh myself. Do you want me to bring somebody on for you to bounce off against, or do you think you can speak by yourself for a few minutes, and then when I come back, we could talk a bit before you go back to work, which I presume you're at.
No, I'm not at work. I'm just I'm with family, but
oh my God!
Okay.
Yeah. Oh my God! I'm glad you could spare a moment at all. I'm
Yeah.
Yes, no, definitely appreciate your coming on at all, and yes, but otherwise you're doing well. Things are stable.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Did you get my call earlier? I tried calling you.
Oh no, I didn't even know. I'm so sorry. I've been, if you heard anything.
No.
Oh gosh.
Something about a guy, a decrepit guy who was like riding up your ass, something like that.
Yes!
I kind of caught a little bit.
Yes.
Anyways,
Yes.
I digress. Go ahead, Doug, and
Yeah. Did you right? I will be calling at 4:05 p.m. or something like that. No, that's Sunday. That was a while ago? Okay. So were you trying to call on my phone, or were you trying to call here on the Skype?
No, your phone.
Oh, okay. I didn't get that. Yeah, I'll probably get that later then. Yeah. So.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah. So what I was talking about earlier was, it was just, I have post-traumatic stress disorder, and there are some people that strike me as just their behavior is so. For some reason, certain behaviors trigger me, and it takes a lot, something really outrageous. But that guy, he did it. He was, Yeah.
Do you mind getting someone on? Do you think you can call somebody?
Sure, let's try. And let's try and see who else we can bring on. In the meantime, I just heard a ding from somebody that might be a message, or okay, here we are. Let's see, and then we can get somebody potentially for you to bounce off against. which is always helpful. And okay, so gotta make a few calls here, and we'll leave Viviana alone for tonight. I think something has happened to Joe Tai. Poor guy. I know he got my messages asking him if he was all right, but he hasn't responded, so he might be.
By the way, this is just for morbid entertainment. Probably not entertainment, but just very interesting. The CFO of Bed Bath & Beyond jumped off the building.
Yes.
He's committed suicide.
Yes, it's was thrown.
Well, that's true. They must have, somebody must have wanted to see if he can fly.
Yes.
You know how it is.
And so I'm just going to make a few calls here to certain people, and let's see if they respond. Going to press the add button. Okay, and so Joe Tai said missed call, so hopefully he's able to come on now, and that will be we'll see how that works out. So with all the people,
go ahead, Doug.
Oh yeah, no, go on.
No, interesting. Like Ivana Trump, how supposedly she fell down a case of stairs, but inside her apartment was locked. So from the inside, her death was kind of suspiciously.
Yes, yes, I agree. Yes, and they said there was all kinds of marks all over her torso. Do you remember that? They said that. Are you with us? You can hear me, right? Oh, yeah, you can hear me. Sammy. Sammy?
Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead, yes, go ahead.
Oh, no worries. Yeah. So, yes, the forensics guy said that there was marks all over her chest, her torso or something. I remember that. Yeah.
I'm thinking they probably crushed her.
Yeah.
They probably threw her down the stairs, but something either punched her in a rib cage or something, or, brute force, but, and again, it is what it is.
I agree completely. No, I think it was foul play. I can't believe it. All the people that I called and not one of them responded. Oh my god!
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead if you want. I can.
I won't take long. I won't take long. This shouldn't be too long. And
in fact, let me look up that guy falling to his death. I can talk about that.
Yeah, and that as well as the other. Oh God, what was the other thing that you brought up? You said that there was something else. Brendan Zoget just sent me a thing about there was a mass stabbing in Canada. Somebody ran around and stabbed about 9 people or something. So you might look that up as well.
Okay.
God knows what's going on with that.
Go ahead, Doug. Go ahead.
I'll be back soon enough. All right. Thank you. Bless you. Okay.
Well, everybody, if anybody hasn't found out, Bed Bath & Beyond executive jumped to his death from a high-rise apartment balcony, according to law enforcement. According to CNN, a man who jumped to his death from a high-rise apartment in Manhattan has been identified by New York City Police Department as Gustavo Arnal. A law enforcement source told CNN Arnal is the chief financial officer of Bed Bath & Beyond. They said he died after jumping from the 18th floor balcony in his high-rise apartment. NYPD said in a statement Sunday that Arnal, 52 years old, was found unconscious and unresponsive outside his luxury 57th-story skyscraper in the neighborhood of Tribeca around 12:30 p.m. Friday. Police said the man appeared to suffer from injuries indicative from a fall from an elevated position. EMS responded and pronounced the man dead, police said. Law enforcement sources told CNN Sunday that Arnal's wife witnessed him jump. The source said, "Well, no suicide note was found. No criminality is suspected." The NYPD said that New York City Medical Examiner's Office will determine the cause of death, and the investigation remains ongoing. CNN has reached out to the Medical Examiner's Office, but did not receive an immediate response. Bed Bath & Beyond is profoundly saddened by this shocking loss. a spokesman for the company said in response to the death of Arnault. In a statement Sunday, the independent chair of Bed Bath & Beyond board of directors, Harriet Edelman, said, "I wish to extend our sincerest condolences to the Gustavo's family." Edelman added, "Our focus is on supporting his family and his team, and our thoughts are with them during the sad and difficult time. Please join us in respecting the family's privacy." The statement said Arnault joined Bed Bath and Beyond Incorporated in May of 2020 following a career in finance at Avon, Walgreens, Boots Alliance, and Procter and Gamble. Edelman said Arnault was instrumental in guiding the organization throughout the coronavirus pandemic, transforming the company's financial foundation and building a strong and talented team. He was also an esteemed colleague in the financial community. CNN reported this week that Bed Bath & Beyond is in deep turmoil. The company is trying to rescue itself and stay out of bankruptcy by shrinking. The chain said Wednesday that it will lay off approximately 20% of the corporate employees, close around 150 stores, and slash several of its in-house home goods brands. The company also said it secured more than $500 million in financing to shore up its allaying financial straits. Arnault was named as a defendant in a class action lawsuit accusing him, Ray Cohen, and other large shareholders of engaging in pump and dump scheme to artificially inflate the price of the company's stock. The lawsuit was filed on August 23rd in the United States District Courts of District of Columbia. The lawsuit claims that Arnault and others made misleading statements and omissions when communicating to investors regarding BBBY's strategic plans and financial condition, delayed disclosures about holdings and sellings to its own shares. The suit also alleges that stakeholders shared fake revenue numbers in company plans for spinning off the Bye Bye Baby brands to fuel a stock buying frenzy. Wow, that's very interesting. I think this article by CNN pretty much states that Arnault was involved in this lawsuit with Brian Cohen and quote unquote pump and dump scheme, pretty much artificially inflating the price of the company stock. That's very interesting. I think it's unfortunate that he decided to take his own life, but I think there's probably more to his personal situation. But I think if you look at how companies are designed, I think it's pretty much standard operating procedure with anything, where dishonesty is pretty much part of the game. I just think he probably got caught with more serious charges. I think for him to take his own life, there probably was more serious damages or serious crimes committed for him to do that. Or maybe he decided to end his life because maybe he was going to lose his job. But it's very interesting, the state that we live in right now. But I think just a sign of what's probably going to happen is a recession in the country. So let me look at the comments and see what what the listeners are reacting to to this news. I'm not really seeing any comments, but Anyways, I'll move on. Um, as far as anybody owning stock in Bed Bath and Beyond, they probably I wouldn't be surprised if their stock falls dramatically with this suicide. But it's just it's just a matter of time where I think we're going to find out more. But you know, someone losing their life over their job is well, according to this is just speculation on my part, obviously, but him losing his job, him losing his life over his job, seems like a very traumatic way, very weak-minded, in my opinion. I think when someone's in that position of a chief financial officer and they're in that echelon of earnings, uh, as far as their salary, they're a high earner. I think a lot of people, well, at least in this case for Mr. Ordell, maybe he felt like losing that high position was his whole world, which is, very interesting way, or very much a weak mentality on my part. Very selfish way to do that, where taking your own life, impacts your family. I just think that should never be even an option. But then again, this is where I think sometimes being privileged or having the ability to have a certain lifestyle and afraid to lose it, maybe you can take the best of somebody. But I don't know. It seems very mind boggling that someone would want to take their own life. But then again, how Doug mentioned, maybe someone took his life. You know, um,
Yes.
this whole the whole environment of being a CFO and being in the upper echelon of a financial company, that can be very sketchy. But you know, Doug, what do you think as far as a CFO jumping off a building?
I,
Does that seem very suspicious to you?
It's yeah, but then I'm naturally inclined to be suspicious to much of what happens in our world. So I'm not
Right.
really the person to ask. At the same time,
Okay.
it's hard to tell with people. It's like Peter said earlier. I mean, why didn't he just go to another country? I mean, honestly, with all that money that you've ripped off, it's not like you can't afford it.
That's
So
true.
yeah, it's
That's
just
true.
bizarre. So he was likely murdered, and I want to say hello, of course. To I want everyone to know I've got the brand new blanket that was sent to me by Sammy Romero.
Oh, glad.
Of course, the it was just like I explained in the opening hour, and I'll gladly go through it all again for people who didn't hear it the first time. It was just an odd series of experiences over the past several days. I did want to spend some time talking privately to Sammy or to George Knight or both. And it basically, of course, let's see now. Everybody in the chat room, Phenomenal joined us. She says, oh, she was at the camp at Shaklavina. She says it was 5 stars. So Phenomenal, maybe someone that Peter knows. And she says, cheers, Didi and Peter. I don't know who she is. But hey, Phenomenal, I'm going to presume you're a lady. And thank you for joining us. Elizabeth Donatella says, I love Peter Moon because he puts me right. Right to sleep. Okay, that's cute. Oh my god. Love you, Douglas, and love you, Elizabeth. Mwah. Anyhow, and the Real Tech Geek, of course, said he was suffering from jet lag as well. Let me see if we have any other messages from Diane Hillis Buchberger. And of course, I just think that when it comes to many of these deaths, the first thing I thought of was the recent news about the Russian oligarch who was a big multimillionaire and was, of course, criticizing Putin's war, and he wound up just falling out a window recently. So if you take a look
Oh
at his
wow.
death and then the death of
Hmm.
this guy, there's maybe no connection whatsoever, but you've got two individuals who are like wealthy, and then they wind up falling out of windows, which is a kind of
Yeah.
unique way to die.
Unusual. It's unusual.
Yes.
Maybe he think. If not that, then he would have showed up to work with a broken arm, or
Yeah.
maybe who knows?
Yeah. Well, we
You
know Yeah, we know in
Yeah,
the case of the Russian guy, we know he was killed. I mean, that's just a given. I mean,
right.
that's like that.
Of
There's not
course.
even a question. But when it comes to, Diane Hillis Buchberger has provided us the link. So Canada mass stabbing, 10 dead, 15 injured. How does somebody with a knife get to that many people? And were they all just what the fuck was this? Was this like he showed up at a slumber party and they were all sleeping or what? I mean, how do you stab that many people? 10 dead and 15 injured. That means he stabbed at least
Wow.
35 people. I mean, imagine trying to run around with a rubber knife. Try this with a rubber knife. No, don't try that. You
Was
you
this
get shot.
Taz the Tasmanian Devil swirling around with a prison shank or something? I don't
Yeah.
know. It's just
Yeah, I mean, seriously, this is just so weird. I mean, this is like that's like this guy should be like the government should like take this guy in, and he's obviously somebody who would make an asset somewhere. He's seems to be pretty inordinately skilled. I just don't know how. Yeah, it's just pretty impressive. I'm impressed, and they've got two
the,
photographs of two guys who look thuggish. So maybe two of them were running around with knives, which is even weirder. Like, what the fuck? It was like they were in a race or a contest of some sort. Like, they were
wow.
trying to outdo it, one up each other. Yes, I can do
Doug, can I
anything better than you. I'm sorry, go on.
ask you a question?
Yeah.
This involves the Clintons, and this is not this is just something that a coworker told me, and this is obviously just you know, I mean whatever, but this guy has to be black. He was a black coworker. He's telling me that in the early '90s when uh, Louis Farrakhan and the NOI or the NOI.
Yeah, yeah.
What do you call it?
Oh, I forgot. Nation of Islam. Yes, go on.
Yes. When they did the Million Man March, that actually inspired Muammar Gaddafi to kind of infiltrate the United States through the voting system by using blacks. And he was supposed to donate, or he did donate $1 billion. And well, this is just him. This is my coworker. According to him, Hillary Clinton ended up freezing that money because pretty much they didn't want Muammar Gaddafi. Well, supposedly the thing was he wanted to set up voting. I guess promote voting in like voting areas for minorities, especially for blacks. Did you ever hear anything like that, or were you ever knowledgeable in anything like that?
It's not particularly that, but it doesn't surprise me. It doesn't sound out there. I mean, whether it was Barack Obama or Hillary Clinton in particular, they were both involved with some really sketchy,
Well,
you know.
according to him, that's one of the reasons why Barack Obama had to pretty much take him out because, as much as Barack Obama was African American, he was pretty much scared of the military. They had him by the balls. So he's the one that took him out
Yeah.
back in 2011. But that's actually one of the things I told him is, well, that makes sense. I wouldn't be surprised if he's all, well, the funds are quote unquote frozen. They never gave it back to Libya. They never gave back the funds to Libya.
Right.
So Muammar Gaddafi
That makes perfect sense,
did make-
actually, because Muammar Gaddafi then developed a bunch of links with Libya and was visiting Libya, so he would be the perfect, in between. He would be the perfect middleman.
or Louis Farrakhan, whatever.
Yeah.
Louis Farrakhan.
Yeah, who did I say? Who did I say? Did I
You
say
said
Obama?
Muammar Gaddafi, but
Oh,
Muammar
yeah,
Gaddafi.
Louis Farrakhan. I meant to say yes. Obviously, Muammar
Yeah.
Gaddafi was the man running Libya. So yes, my apologies.
So in other words, what he said was pretty much one of the reasons why Muammar Gaddafi even sent the funds to kind of pretty much show the African American community not to trust your government. In other words, I send you guys the money, but look at your government. they froze the money, and they're going to deny you those funds because it's coming from me, even though I want to help you.
Right.
So, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, I'm not surprised they froze. I mean, come on. I mean, really, it doesn't matter. I mean, not that it doesn't matter. It's just, to me, it's sometimes, and this is why I kind of told my coworker, I understand that he did send funds, but if you need someone to send you $1 billion to organize to vote, then, because I told him, I gave him the example of the biker gang, clubhouse down my street. Like, these guys are, these people organize, but for the wrong reason. They have, their biker club, and they have, I'm not gonna lie, there's a bunch of scantily clad women that, parade themselves. I mean, pretty much they shut down the whole block. But what I told them is, if you need $1 billion to, and don't get me wrong, I'm sure there would be benefit to that type of money injected, but I also kind of told them about how you kind of pretty much explained why the Japanese divested from the United States. Part of it was for the Clintons, because of what you talked about you setting up that Roswell Museum.
Yes.
Or in the process. So I'm like, this is nothing new either. You have to understand that whether it's through them or anybody else, the U.S. government's not going to allow that to happen, let alone, a foreign power that has good intention. Even though their intentions were quote unquote good, it's for them for Muammar Gaddafi to expect African Americans to mobilize like that. Not that it's not possible, but you guys have the numbers.
He's really naive. Let's just put it this way: Muammar Gaddafi was extraordinarily naive.
and I mean, I'm not saying he didn't make his point, but even to this day, I mean, it kind of, to me, if you ask any African American, I don't know, 18 to 45, I mean, people forget quick. People don't care. That's what I'm saying. They're not. Unfortunately, they're not as aware, or people don't care. I think that's one of the reasons, in my opinion, why. And to kind of segue to what you always talk about, when reverting to what happened when Japan divested from the country, it's not a surprise, but to me, I think it was even worse when the Japanese divested, because there went our industry. Really, I think the Japanese wanted to, in a sense of reviving our industry, because really they're civilized in a sense of how are we going to, I mean, it's one thing to defeat you in war, but there's no point in defeating you to your death when it's not going to benefit the winning empire. In a sense, rebuilding you is going to also enhance, the empire of Japan. But
absolutely, and
the rest is history. The rest is history.
Understood.
So go ahead, Doug.
Oh no, absolutely no. You've explained it perfectly already. I mean, what the Americans propagandize that they did to Japan is exactly what the Japanese were really doing for the United States. In other words, the Americans propagandize that, we won the war and then we rebuilt Japan, and
Right.
and we just so everybody understands how this is all bullshit. Whenever you hear this bullshit story about Germany and Japan were devastated after World War II, and there was no place to go but up, and this amazing investment by the United States helped them rebuild. The sheer I don't know how to describe the audacity of this lie is so profoundly offensive in every way, simply because, first off, let's take a look at the fact that America has started wars with basically every nation on earth. They're like the British Empire. It's like when it comes to America's wars, whether they're with basically every nation at one point or another in Latin America, or various nations around the world, Vietnam, Southeast Asia, Afghanistan, Iraq. I mean, the one thing all of these nations have in common, every war that anyone who has fought a war with the United States, and that would include Great Britain to a degree, by the way, is they're all incredibly impoverished. And by the way, I say this with a degree of sarcasm, and at the same time, it's a sad truth to it. It's a tragic truth. The empire of Britain is incredibly poor in many ways, incredibly impoverished in ways that George and I could explain at great length, as well as John Warrington, or any person in England, actually. But the point is that the one thing that America has never done with anyone it's fought a war with is give it money to rebuild. They only did that in World War II because they fucking lost, and that's the only thing that makes sense. So when you hear Americans try to push that lie, and then you even hear stupid people like economists, reiterating this, then, if you're thinking of economic logic, then, by the way, somebody actually made fun of this. They wrote a satire, which anybody is welcome to review. You could find it on YouTube. And they even made a sequel to it. But the satire was called The Mouse That Roared. And The Mouse That Roared was based on this insane anti-logic, where basically you had this little British-owned island that was trying to gain its independence. And they said, well, we don't have money to do anything, and we don't have an army. And then they said, oh, well, what do we do? Well, they said, well, the Americans said that they rebuilt Japan and Germany after World War II because they defeated them. And then they said, well, we'll need to declare war on America. Then they can defeat us immediately and then rebuild us, and we'll get all this money. And this was this big joke. And the satire is, of course, it's taken to extremes because the satire is basically they wind up somehow being mistaken as a nuclear power. They basically, they're dressing up in these old knights uniforms. It's all like they're so naive, and they come to the United States, and when they hit the shores of the United States, while the United States is holding this supermassive bomb air raid practice, this kind of, what did they used to call them, bomb shelter practice and stuff. And so then somehow everybody begins to identify them with the bomb practice or the air raid shelter siren practice, and then people thought they had a nuclear bomb, and then somehow America surrenders to them. It's this is the satire of the book. It's a satire and it's comedy, but the whole point is that this is the reality, is that if people around the world truly believed the bullshit that America pushes about winning World War II, then everyone would say, beat me, America, so I can get your money. Please, by all means, invade me, beat me, so we can get rich like the Germans and the Japanese. But take a look at everybody else who suffered an American invasion, from Iraq to Afghanistan to Vietnam to Cambodia and Laos and Nicaragua, or any of these other nations that have suffered an American invasion at one point or another in Latin America. And the one thing in common with them all is life is hard and everyone is poor. And,
right.
Yeah, so America, going to war with anybody doesn't help them at all unless you win. So that's there you go. That's by the way, Diane Hillis Buchberger is sending me further observations about this this pair of guys. It truly was two guys went on a stabbing rampage, and she said sounds like the guys were on the warpath. She says they said something about being near a Cree reserve, that's a Native Canadian, Native American, but in Canada reserve, and like in the movie Cold Blood. So these guys went crazy together, like a Truman Capote book. So this is like, basically, I see by their pictures now. It's Jameson Reese and Salman Sheikh. Yes, that's it. They're I'm kidding, by the way, just so people understand this. But that's what I would imagine they would do in their moments of death. One of them really does look kind of like Salman Sheikh if he were able to grow hair. The other one does kind of look like Jameson Reese. If he were a bit healthier and his kidney wasn't failing. So a state of emergency has been declared in the James Smith Cree Nation. I mean, oh my God, not only are they a Native American nation in Canada, but the name of their reservation has been named after a white guy. There's no, American Indian named James Smith unless he changed his name later. So, I mean, Jesus, talk about, colonialism. An indigenous community, about 2,000 residents northeast of Weldon, where about 200 people live. So if they kill 10, that is a good chunk of the 200 people population. Holy shit. Yeah, so I guess it's 2 Native Americans went batshit crazy. You know what this is? Bad mushrooms. Okay, this is like some kind of, they were like doing some kind of induction with each other, some kind of, what the fuck do we call this? Some kind of like rite of passage or something. And the drugs were all bad. That's what I would imagine. And so they killed a good deal of their population. Now, the only funny thing unintentionally about this is that our lady Diane says, she said, seems like some of them were targeted. She's basing this off of the news she's reading. Seems like some of them were targeted and some were random. I mean, how could the police tell? I mean, how do you tell? This one must have been targeted. Oh, this one was just a target of opportunity. But at any rate, it is a very vicious attack. And so I'm sure we'll be learning more about this as these men are questioned and they come down from whatever high they're on. But there you go. This is Happy Days in Canada. This is horrific. By the way, Diane lives in Canada, so this is understandably, this is her home. She's her country. So yes, it's just definitely, I'm appalled. So they were killing fellow Native Americans. I mean, this is just, this is like some stupid cholo goes out and kills other members of La Raza. It's like, you have to ask why. It's like, why do people insist on doing this to each other? Their own people. And it always comes down to this because they're available. Their own people are available to strike at. So, and we always hate the people that we live with because we live with them, right? So, it's like
I think it's true.
Yeah.
It's quite true. It's quite true you say that. I don't get it either in the sense of, the organization, as far as and you're talking about as far as my social or
ethno-cultural background, or the community. Oh shit, did he get knocked off? I guess he got knocked off on so we couldn't hear you once you brought up social. They were afraid you were going to go in the direction of social engineering. And at any rate, maybe Sammy Romero will find his way back. It's definitely, how could I say? I'm still trying to kind of get my head together, and obviously wasn't in shape for that earlier when I brought Peter on and was explaining to him everything that's been going on recently. But as well, maybe I should turn the heat up a bit more on this electric blanket. It is, how do I say it, just appalling to me how cold San Francisco is. And of course, this crypt that I live in, no matter how much they say that there's a heat wave here. But believe me, the heat wave is impacting other people. Anyone outside of my crypt and outside of San Francisco, or perhaps even the greater Bay Area, which is always swamped in fog. I do hope we can get Sammy back on. I mean, hell, I'd love to bitch again about some of the things I was bitching about in the opening hour. I'd like, of course, to ask anyone who wants to join in on the call to join in. Let's take a look at people in chat. If any of you want to join in on the call for a little bit, you're welcome to do so. How about Real Tech Geek? Did I call him and he not answer? Or I can't remember. I can take a look at everybody I tried to call. Let's see now. With the other people I tried to add participants, Vivian Sanchez, Crystal River. I may just have to start talking about the unavoidable, which is, of course, the speech by our man Biden and everything else that's been going on lately. Or maybe I can bring Sean Bond on, since I didn't call him earlier. And it's, you know, he's always able to help fill in some time. And, you know, that might be a good idea. He could do that for so I can have a little more time to get my head out of my ass. All right, let's do this. Let's call him, see if he responds. And let me see, add people. And then here we are. We're back into the call. Sean Michael Bond. Yes. Okay, did this guy... What the fuck? Okay, let me get back on with our man here. Okay, that was interesting. Here we are. Joe Ty.
Hi, how you doing?
Hi.
Douglas?
Oh, great. So how are you? Let me call you back. Can you not answer if I call you back?
Yeah, you can call me back.
Okay, let me
I'll answer, absolutely.
Okay, good. Let me call you back. Let me hang up and call you back. Okay, so Joe wants to connect with you. Accept. Fuck, I thought we were already connected. Okay, so where were we, Joe Ty? Oh, that's because he had to get a new account. That's what's going on. Fuck! So, who was I just talking to? Who just called? So, let's see now. Call again. Let's see if he can answer here. Okay,
Hello.
there we are. So, the moment you said, you know, people in my social, and then what happened was you got cut off. And I don't know if you knew you were cut off.
No, I received a phone call. My apologies.
Oh, okay.
I was trying to get back on. Good thing you called back, because I was having trouble getting back on.
Right. And we'll have to ask Joe Ty to call us again, so I can try and figure out how to add him, because I think he called me from a new account. And let me erase Aaron from here, and let's see if we can do that. He was trying to get on, and if he's able to get on, that's great. But if he has a new account, then oh fuck. We'll see if that works at all. But other than that, dear Sammy, do continue with where you were going. You were talking about your community and how people often reach out to attack those that are closest to them because they're available and because the proximity of their company drives. Yeah, go on.
Well, the reason why I'm saying this is because when it comes to even the organized crime, which, you know, mainly in Southern California, in my area, is, you know, gangs, whatever, street gangs. It's mostly now just organized more as a, you know, as a corporation, really. I mean, yes, they have this criminality involved, but it's really more now of, it's more, you know, criminals tend to adapt more and more. I mean, it's part of what they are. So they're more, a little bit more creative now in how they move. But, you know, their main targets are people that look like them, because it's easier to, you know, to target them and you know, they're easier. I don't think criminals want to complicate their what they do. It's just, you do what you know. In other words, it's like when you talked about that movie Taken, and you know, those criminals are putting drugs in you know, Liam Neeson's daughter. Like, why would they waste drugs on, you know, why would they waste drugs on for, you know, why would they drug somebody that's like a waste of drugs? It just, they're just gonna take you.
Yes.
Right.
Thank you. Yes.
You know,
like that poor woman who was jogging recently, and that guy just kidnapped her on the jogging trail, just like that, in broad daylight.
Of course, you know, it's unfortunately, it's just how things are, you know. But in my case, you know, I went as far. Unfortunately, I was binge watching a lot of prison videos when it came to, you know, just prison gangs and stuff. And you know, one of the biggest ways of how they kind of stopped, I won't say stopped, but hindered a little bit, was really, you flipping people, the feds, how they flip people, and how really though the gang that I was researching, it's just pretty much the Mexican mafia. Um, it's really a very it's an organized gang, but because there's no main shot caller, the hierarchy just backstabs each other, and you know, and one of the rules is you can't quote unquote politic against another brother,
Right.
or what they say carnal, but that's exactly what they do. So it's pretty much cannibalizing each other until either you flip or you die. So it's just ironic how just the chaos they live in, and you add that on top of money, then that's just more gas to the fire. So it's to me, I can definitely see what you're talking about, because it's just part of the game. So yeah.
Or rather, it seems to be the human nature. And okay,
Right.
so I was able to figure
Hello?
it out, Joe Tai. So here's what I did, Joe Tai. I was able to finally find your Skype ID, and so I was able to. The problem is that you have the same name, and the symbol JT comes up the exact same color. So the new account that you've made is the exact. It looks like it's the same as the old account, but it's not. So, but I found
Excuse
the new.
me,
Yeah.
excuse me, Doug. I have to get going, but I'll try to come back on a little later
Sure.
if you
Please.
can. Okay.
Yeah. Oh,
All right.
please. And I'd
Okay.
love for you to. And okay, love you dearly. Share that love with your
Yeah.
family.
Bye bye. Bye, Joe. Bye bye.
Bye.
Bye, Doug.
Yeah. And Joe, by all means, so what's been happening to you? Obviously, there was a lot going on with you. You could share some of that with us. What's been happening?
Yeah, I started a new job as a union bridge painter,
Uh-huh. Okay.
and that sucked. That's even worse than roofing. So,
Oh my God. So then what? Did you quit? Or are you still doing this?
no, I was willing to stick it out for at least a month to see if it gets any better, but I doubt it. And they're supposed to place me on to find another job for me,
Uh-huh.
because I was working with these crew that I think they made a documentary about these bridge sandblasters and bridge builders. I think it's Bridge Brothers.
Okay.
I met one of those guys that were in that that movie or documentary. And it's a Brazilian guy that came into America from Brazil and lives in Newark, New Jersey, and he works for the bridge union in the New York area. But he went up to Syracuse, where we now have like a Labor Day carnival over there. I missed out going over there to check out the carnival because of so much traffic, and tomorrow's the last day. But yeah, I don't think so. I don't think I'll if they offer me another chance, hopefully I might go and try out the next company to see if those guys are assholes or not. But I doubt it. So I think I should stay into the restaurant business and just stick it out.
Okay.
It's something I grew up doing. So
What made you get out of the restaurant business again? Why were you
COVID.
Oh, okay.
Got me out of there. I was all over the place after during COVID. So I was a night cruiseman for Price Chopper, like a supermarket. I even worked in an American grill and also a Italian restaurant. Yeah, it was an easy job. It's it's no brainer. I do cooking is a no brainer.
Okay.
But I just didn't get along with the boss because the boss refused. If you want to keep somebody, you pay them more, right? I've been there. I didn't mind when the winter time because I was working in the golf course. It was Martell Bar and Grills by Colony there in Schenectady, no Nesciuna. Yeah, but he didn't know how to know, he was giving everybody more money than I was. Literally a specialty chef at a casino, and I worked for Susanna Fu, a well-known celebrity chef, and he's still not paying me more than those guys, and expect me to stay there. You know, so I start coming in late and see how he reacts, and he expected me to be on time, and he's paying other people that just came in more money than I am. You know, and he knows I can work. Everybody knows I can work. You know, I took on like 3 guys' jobs in the kitchen. You know, the waitresses know, but the boss is clueless. You know, but yeah. In the Italian restaurant, they just had a young chef thinking that he knows everything, and everybody hated him. But I didn't say that, and when he let me go, because you know, I came over there with alcohol in the restaurant, but I didn't buy it there. I was just dropping by to pick up something he ditched, you know. So I got laid off because of that, but at least I got a raise over there from this young kid that thinks he knows everything.
Wow.
They eventually transferred him out of this you know, this Italian restaurant, Bellini's right here, to another place, because the other guys didn't like working with him. But you know, yeah, right now I think I'm gonna work for. I just met some guy. It's a non-profit farm to table. He wants me into the team, and I'm gonna see if that works out. I just met him I met this friend like a couple months ago, and I went over there to find his friend, and eventually we got talking, and he's a chef too from New York. You know? So and plus my landlord's being an asshole.
What's going on there?
He's, you know, he said, "Oh, I've got new Guatemala." I had before the COVID, because you're not supposed to have so many people rent in one house. You know, like Puerto Ricans in the old days, they had like a whole 3 families in there. He's gonna bring back the Guatemalans with like 8 people in there, and they don't want me in. So, you know,
God.
but you know, huh?
I said, "Oh my God!"
Yeah, but you know, I knew it was coming. You know, there were signs, not from him, even from, you know, from heaven. There's yin yang trees. You ever heard of yin yang trees?
I've heard of them, but tell us about them. I can't remember anything of any detail. So you are the son of a fortune teller, of course. So.
No, I didn't learn that. It's a different type of fortune teller. I learned this from books in America here. Okay. Feng Shui. Actually, Lin Yu, one of Trump's Feng Shui teachers, he has a pretty good Feng Shui book, even though the reason why Trump's casino all failed is because he died.
Oh my God.
He was using for his casino. He was using black hat sect Buddhism, actually, and that takes a lot of magic, you know.
Well, that's black magic. Yes, by all means.
Exactly.
So yeah, go on.
Because I was reading that book, and I came on to one of his sections on trees, and that was very interesting. But I never, you know. I guess I'm afraid to do the magic, and if I did it wrong, you know, I don't want bad things to happen. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And a lot of mantras. I was looking at that book, but there was this section on trees, and but what I you know, then I got to understand trees and how important these trees are to feng shui. So when I pay attention to houses that when people are moving, so when my father sold his restaurant, there was this tree that is right next to the railroad tracks, as I said, in Princeton Junction. So when these train tracks, they usually put some type of herbicides to prevent them from coming onto the tracks. And I realized that this tree was half dead towards the train station and the other half living. And not too long afterwards, I got my father had that restaurant, and he sold right after that. And every time I go somewhere, I would see these yin yang trees, half dead and half alive trees.
Wow.
And every time I would see them, somebody would move. So, like 3 weeks ago, they had a big storm, and I have a big willow tree in the front here, and one of these willow tree knocked over the willow tree on my side, so that made half of that tree dead and half of the tree alive. So I knew I had to leave. You know, it's a calling sign from the trees. So yeah, I could have given shit and just stayed here, but it's time to move.
Okay. And so do you have any idea where you're going to go? Do you want to?
Oh yeah, this not-for-profit I'm working on right now. I just out of heaven's been nice to me. I just found a place. Actually, I don't really even have to pay rent. I just do help him with the remodel. I was doing this for this landlord. I was remodeling, but he refused to pay, cancel the rent anymore, and started charging me, trying to be a dick and trying to screw me over. So there's other reasons I'm leaving too, but this is a good opportunity. I mean, he is a non-for-profit. He wants to start a cooking school in Albany here. And it's providing room and board, so then I can still find a job close by. But my plan was, if I didn't have him, right, I was about to go to Buffalo, New York, and work for a hibachi place.
Okay. Wow.
As a server. But I could do hibachi. I can do everything. But we'll see. It's nothing's 100% guaranteed, because right now I'm still in the bridge union. I'm thinking about quitting that, but they have another company. I'll try it out for another couple weeks to see if I like it. But I still have a place to put my stuff over where I am, this not-for-profit, and try to work from there. At least I would have a place to put my stuff, But if I moved to Buffalo, I would just have a room, and I would still have to rent a storage place to put all my shit. Now I have a place to put my stuff and work from there. Maybe I don't even have to go to Buffalo, or maybe I'll go there just to see how Buffalo is and try it out for a month or a week or two, just to see if there's more opportunities or not. And I still have this place here because I just made a new friend.
Yeah, great.
How about you, Douglas? How have you been?
Tell me about this other new friend again of yours.
Oh, yeah, he's an Italian guy.
Okay.
Stefano. He's actually one of he knows the celebrity chefs, and his brother is a union cameraman. So he's thinking about probably making me a celebrity chef. I'll see. I don't know.
Cool.
But that's what I'm hearing. That's one of his ideas for me. But we'll see. But I'm gonna be helping him remodel his little mansion in Albany here. That's in the little like tenderloin of Albany.
Oh my God. Oh.
But it's not that bad. I mean, tenderloin's bad.
Yes. Thank you.
At least over here in Albany, they do have a mission, even though there's so many crack addicts. But that's why I guess he's not charging me rent. if I help them out. So I know what I did construction work a bit. I did the roofing. I did plumbing. I did a little bit of electric. I'm sure to be able to fix this landscaping. That's for sure. Even though I'm not Mexican.
That's cute. Oh my god. Aside from all that, tell us a bit more of what comes to your mind. I want to hear. Our listeners would like to hear while I pull my head out of my ass. You can buy me some more time by talking about.
Oh, absolutely.
Your childhood, etc. Things you want to talk about, Chinese culture.
China, yeah.
How you feel
Chinese
about
cultures.
Pelosi's visit, that sort of thing.
What type of business you talking?
How you feel about Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, for instance?
Okay, yeah. Well, I got something to tell you. This is my point of view of China. The Chinese in China aren't really Chinese because they're communists, and communist is a Western idea, and it's actually Marx's idea from so-called Germany during that time, or Prussia, whatever. So they're not Chinese. They may look Chinese, but they're it's confusing because now they're accepting the Confucianism,
Right.
And what are they trying to claim here? You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Because they're not Chinese.
Yeah.
They may look Chinese. They may be in China, but they're not Chinese.
What our friend Joe Tai is saying is that they're disenculturated.
bananas.
Well, they're disenculturated. They've been.
Yeah.
So go on, by all means.
Yeah, this is my proof of what communism is. Communism is that you have no. It's like abortion. You have no rights to your own vagina. Okay, they have before the one-child policy. They forced you into abortion, and they can take your life in a minute. So basically, people in China are chattel. They're not people.
By the way, the word is use the word chattel. Chattel.
Yeah, so they're chattel, and I'm trying to explain to people that's not Chinese, and they refuse burial rights. We're talking about culture here. If you're talking about being Chinese, you have to talk about having a culture. And when the communists changes culture, it's not Chinese no more because you are not following the culture. You don't have burial rights now. You don't have but the only people that are allowed burial rights are the Confucius. Did you know that?
Well, what kind of rights?
Burial rights.
Burial rights. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Yes. I did mention that before. Yes. Go on.
Yeah. So the Confucians have their own burial rights, but if you are not a Confucius, you have to be cremated, and they would not allow you burial rights. They didn't even allow one of my son's cousins, who's a Buddhist monk, in
You had a cousin living in mainland China?
Huh?
You have a cousin living in mainland China?
No, my son has a cousin that's in mainland China. My my son's mother is from Fujian, from Xiamen, so it's not too far from Taiwan. They speak the same dialect, the Taiwanese, Fujianese. And she was in a monastery. I stayed there. She was in an all-girl monastery with all nuns. And, man, they eat some salty-ass food, even though it's vegetarian. But the head nun over there is like in her 80s, so I guess saltiness won't give you a heart attack like in America. But she had like pre-made burial for herself, and I heard they were blowing it up. They didn't allow people to get buried, and there was actually a deadline that these old people committed suicide so they can get buried. Remember this? This is like a couple of years ago.
Oh my God. Yeah.
So I would not, I was talking to one of these girls on Facebook from Hunan, and she asked me, I try to I friend you because you're Chinese, and you know what I told her? I told her, no, I'm Taiwanese American now. I refuse to be Chinese because the communist has taken it over. Until China gets rid of communists, when communists is gone, then I'll accept being Chinese again.
Yes.
So people don't understand. It's like hell there. People, I said, you're the smart one that got the hell out. She's actually in France, Paris. Miss Gao, tall, and she's a jewelry maker, and I friended her. But yeah, I was trying to explain to her. Do you know? Because you did say Mao, because Mao was from Hunan, right? So I was trying to talk to her about Mao and how Mao was trying to change the Chinese to speak Russian, right?
Well, I don't know if he wanted that, but he was basically
He mentioned it to Stalin, right?
I'm sorry, what?
Didn't he say he tried to talk to Stalin about changing Chinese into Russian?
I think Mao was too nationalist for that, but there was probably the Russians fantasized that, but
okay.
Yeah, but no, the
I heard a transmission where you said Mao tried to talk to Stalin about changing, having the Chinese speak Russian.
Maybe that was a miscommunication. I mean, I don't consciously remember saying that, but I'll look that up. I don't consciously.
But it's close enough. Even if it's not the language, they already accepted communism as a ideology, and it's not a culture.
Right. Yes, thank you, very much so. Let me check into the chat room for just a second. I'm not yawning because of you. It was hard. George Knight says, I'm free whenever. Holy shit. So let's bring George Knight on. Calling now, George. Calling now, George. Okay. All right. Let's bring him on with us. And this will help immensely so I can have a little bit more time to pull my head out of my ass so I can enter the zone.
Oh, yeah. You got... You do have that zone. I mean, you must have a. Oh yeah, you're possessed.
Something like that. Yeah.
You are possessed. Yeah. That's for sure.
Yes. Okay. And so.
Yeah, divine right.
Yes.
Prince Lin, divine right. You have a you have a god in you. Even though the peacock angel is an angel, he's a demigod, I would consider him.
No, he's God to the Yazidi, one of the manifestations of God to the Yazidi people. And thank you for bringing that up. And let's see if we can bring George on as well. And this way, you both have each other to bounce off of for a little bit. And maybe Sammy will join a little bit after that. I'm just so glad that you're okay. How come you didn't respond to me when I asked how you were?
Oh, when was this? Just today, or
a few days ago? I left a message yesterday.
Oh, because of the account. Remember, I have a new account. I can't see the old stuff.
Okay.
You probably have to send me your phone number again.
Okay.
So I can't see the old. You probably sent me the message to my the old account. They messed up for me. I remember I had problems logging in.
Yes, I'm so sorry to hear that. Yeah, and so I sent it to the Facebook Messenger. It looked like you opened it. It looked like.
Okay. I don't. I probably didn't read the whole thing.
Oh.
I opened it up because somebody mentioned me, and I was looking at the bottom. I didn't read the whole thing, I guess, and that's why I opened. You see, on me open it. I didn't read the whole thing. I just read the last part of it. I guess I didn't read the whole. I should have read the whole thing, but I was busy this couple of days.
He's with us. Oh shit, he came on with us. Oh my god. So thank you for explaining that, Joe. So George, now I can't remember. I take it I haven't introduced the two of you formally yet. So George Knight, this is Joseph Ty. Joseph Ty, this is George Knight.
Hello, Joe.
Hi, how you doing?
Hello there.
Knight.
Hello, Joe.
Knight.
Yes.
Yeah,
Wow,
nice to
you
meet
got
you.
royalty here. You got Prince. We got George Knight.
Yes, yes. And so our dear George Knight has a lot that's been going on lately too, and I was trying to talk to you privately, but there was so much that went down. I just didn't have a chance, and like I said, today was just a bit of a nightmare, and I had so much time, and I thought I was going to be able to leisurely start the show, and of course, as always, events conspired otherwise, and I wound up barely starting the show in time, and still trying to pull my head out of my ass before I go into the zone tonight. So you can help us now by talking about whatever you want. Just kind of help back me up here in a few minutes. I might actually go pick up a soft drink to actually sugarize myself and caffeinate myself some more. So
That's the best high ever. Sugar high is the only thing. This is the only high I like. So
if
get more of it. Knock yourself out. I mean, it's legal. It might decay the hell out of your teeth, but you got Crown, so who the hell cares?
Thank you. Oh my God. Yeah, aren't you glad that Joseph Ty is not your doctor? Yes, that's yes, he'd have us all diabetics.
My molars are gone.
Yes.
I love the Mountain Dew. They call them the Appalachia teeth.
Yes. He cooks too. Yes. His secret is to put sugar on top of everything. Yes.
Oh yeah, no. I'm a Cantonese cook. Actually, we don't like sugar, but I realize you can't do without it in America.
Yeah. Yes. So
Cantonese. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. No. I'm sorry. Go ahead and finish your thought. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Because Cantonese, we talk about xian. The xian is seafood freshness. It's almost like it's that natural sweetness that comes from seafood or fresh vegetables.
There we are.
So if you put sugar is that's why General Tso's is so famous, because he's hit all the notes for America, sweet and sour,
Yes.
and and the creator of this General Tso's was a Taiwanese chef.
Wow.
Yeah,
Amazing.
not a mainland chef, a Taiwanese chef. He actually worked for one of these generals like my dad.
Wow.
In America.
Great.
And he named it General Tso's because he was working for General Tso's. I'm surprised. I'm surprised my dad didn't have a General Lee's pork rib or something.
Yes. Okay. Now thank you for sharing that, dear Joe. So that being said, so George, so tell us about everything that's going on with yourself lately that you feel comfortable sharing. And by God, talk about the recent politics. Of course, I'm sure there's much you've been noticing as well, and have something to comment on.
Yeah, thank you very much, Douglas. Thank you for having me on. And please, by all means, go get yourself a drink. Take your time.
Oh, bless you. Oh, God bless you.
Yeah,
so
please.
I'll do that. I'll go get myself some new refreshments. I'll be back in a few minutes, and when I come back, you'll know it. And in the meantime, the two of these wonderful gentlemen can talk. George will start off, and we'll White Knight gets first move, right? You just I couldn't resist that. Okay, that being said, I'll go mute, and lay it on the audience, everything you wish to speak about, and then when I can come back, we can commiserate. I don't know if you caught. I know you get up usually after my show's been on for a while, so I'm presuming you didn't catch the opening hour, so you missed a lot of.
No.
Okay. So
I'll talk. I'll speak to Joe about that. Yeah, I'll ask him what's been going on.
Okay,
Yeah, so
yes. I don't
Douglas,
know if
thank
he's the
you.
best communicator for what happened in the opening hour, but hey, I'm sure he'll try. Okay, so let me go mute and thank you both. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, take your time. Take your time, Douglas. Yeah, thank you. And yeah, Joe. So yeah, just want to say how's everything going and what's been happening?
New opportunities and a change of residence and a change of job.
All right. Yeah. Yeah, that's wonderful.
Yeah.
So yeah, how's that going?
I told Douglas earlier it's going fine. I'm just figuring things out. I might just go back to the restaurant business just to be familiar with it because bridge painting and sandblasting it feels like hell.
Oh God, yes, absolutely.
And plus, that probably make me dumb because I had to take a lead test because paint in the old days had lead. So I guess it's better that I don't get that job. Thinking about it, you don't want to contaminate yourself.
Well, no, you want to avoid that as much as possible with anything like that. Yeah, absolutely.
So,
yeah.
So do you know? So my mom was actually lived in England for a while.
Yeah.
Because she's from Hong Kong, so she's a British subject.
Yeah. Oh, bless. Yeah, no, whereabouts in England did she...
She was working in Piccadilly Square there.
In London, yeah.
Yeah, very famous. She talked about it, but she never told me the name of the restaurant. But all the dignitaries did go there. I think she even served the Lee family of the Singapores when he was going to school over there in England.
Oh, wow. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, and my mom... Yeah, go ahead.
No, that's amazing. Yeah, thank you for sharing that. No, that's wonderful, Joe. Yeah, it's just so what subjects have been spoken about tonight then? Is there anything, that I can help relay anything to the audience? Anything that you've been discussing with Douglas?
No, mine's
just because I've missed everything.
My thing is very I talked about my perspective of China.
Oh, right. Yeah.
But, Sammy was in there, but he's busy with families, and so he was trying to find people to fill in. And what's new with you? How's the family and the girls?
Yeah, no, all good, thank you. Yeah, I saw the girls over the weekend and, spent all day with my little daughter. So that was wonderful. It was a nice weekend. And then
enjoy it while you can. They can only stay young for so long.
Exactly. They grow up so fast. And do you know what? That's what every adult has ever told me is, treasure these moments because it doesn't last. And then when they get a bit older, when they start talking, you wish they went back to the way they were.
Exactly.
So I'm enjoying every moment. Yeah, you have to. They do grow up so fast, and that's the thing. That's what I always reiterate to everyone is they really do. You hear all these people telling you that they grow up fast, and you think, oh yeah, it's not fast enough. You want to get back to a normal sleep pattern, but no, it really is. By the time you know it, your life is just flashing before your eyes, and it really does pass really fast.
Yeah.
So absolutely. But no, I had a really nice weekend, and then I'm back to work today. It's Monday morning here, so it's 6:30 in the morning. Yeah, so I've got a good hour on here. So yeah, so I'm trying to utilize this time to speak. So yeah.
So how's the job? Anything new with the job?
No, it's just the same. So what I do is I'm on the complex fiber team, so I'm just rolling out this fiber, what they call the fiber rollout. So we're just trying to get everyone installed into fiber. So that's what I do all day, every day, Monday to Friday. Yeah. So just go off to customers' houses and I install fiber, so they got fast speed broadband. So
okay.
So it's quite an interesting job. Yeah, I enjoy it.
You're in the tech field now. So.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, all technical. It's all physical, and it's engineering. So it's really good. I enjoy it.
That's great. Yeah, you're a smart guy. I mean,
try to be.
You are smart. I mean, there's no way that you weren't smart if you listen to Douglas. and you're
That's
even
something,
getting,
yeah.
and you're even getting better than Douglas.
No. I've got years to go yet. I've got years, and I'll never will. Obviously I'll never know
Well,
everything.
at least you're on the right path, and
but I'm on the right path. Exactly. That's the main thing. That's why I'm staying with it. I'm sticking to it because it's so important. Yeah. No. But
that's what. Yeah. And you're dealing with reality and not the fake world, the matrix we live in sometimes.
No, exactly. Unfortunately, a lot of the people in this world they're stuck in it. They're stuck in this paradigm.
Oh yeah, I got friends. I told Douglas they're baby boomers, but I can understand why they will not want to change because their fathers was in the war and they fought against the Japanese, and they got family that died on D-Day, so it's hard to convince them. Even though I was trying to use other books to explain to them that the Japanese won, because there were two books, The American Caesar by and General Douglas MacArthur.
Yeah, General Douglas MacArthur. Yeah.
And they were arguing with me.
Well, yeah, that's what they do. That's their response. It's just a reactionary, response to that. When they get, that's what it is. That's what it is, Joe. But you only have to present anything. Like I have a Sony TV on the wall, and I have a Samsung TV on the wall. You only have to present. Look, if the Japanese lost the war, this TV would not be on the wall.
You're exactly right. Like. I wouldn't be in America. Douglas wouldn't be in America. All the Native Americans would be extinct by now.
You can alter someone's, but that's the thing. That's where they shut down, and they can either react very aggressively with hostility, or
I knew this lady since I was in. First grade when I was in New Jersey, and they came to my family's restaurant to eat, and I was a little kid talking to the customers and doing packing to-go orders. And they knew me for ages since I was probably 8 or 9 years old. And
no, absolutely. Yeah.
So what I just came back. What are we talking about? I presume we're talking about when you tell people that America did not win World War II and the Japanese won, and we're still at war with the Third Reich. How they shut down? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, that's what we're alluding to.
So what happened? Okay, thank you. So what happened was, Joe, you had this young lady that you knew since. Was she Asian? What's her ethnicity?
Oh, she's Polish.
Oh, she's Polish
and Czech.
Okay.
Czechoslovakia. The father was a journalist in Lawrenceville, New Jersey. He actually taught me how to read English better.
Okay.
Lou. His name was Lou.
Okay. So you were talking to her about the war and what happened? Did you lose a friendship?
No. I was just asking her about the book I gave her, the
Roswell Deception?
Deception and the demystification of World War II.
Okay.
And I said, besides your book, I was explaining to her, there's other books besides this book I gave you. How about The Emperor's General? And how about The American Caesar?
Mm-hmm.
This is from, Douglas MacArthur.
Mm-hmm.
You were named after him, right? So,
to a degree, yeah. I mean, he was a factor. He was indeed a factor. For all the reasons that should become self-evident when one reads the book, because he was basically so pro-Japanese and So
and I was explaining to him, after the war, Taiwan represented all of China, and Japan had a seat in the UN. So how did they lose if they still had their own flag?
Mm-hmm.
So there's
That's
basic things. Yeah, go ahead.
That's the thing, Joe. There's so many factors that people don't realise, that how, you know, you can contradict their narrative within instantly, because you present things like that. You can present all these facts to them, and it's still for some reason they can't seem to digest that, or they can't seem to fathom what you're trying to tell them. They literally block out all reality, and that's the only way they can deal with it. And
they've been programmed too long. That's the thing.
That's the problem.
And they got family they lost.
They are married to. Yeah, they are married to this narrative, and I could go on about this for hours and hours and hours.
Our man George and I could definitely go on about this for hours. He's done so much good work here, as has Joe. But what I'm curious about, but you know, Joe, of course, the George Knight goes into very deep research, but one of the things that Joe just mentioned, something that has a point, and at the same time, by all logic, is pointless. It reminds me of what somebody said on one YouTube channel, and granted, I've never run across this very much, and this is a positive that I have not. But there was one time some asshole, some idiot, who was saying, by saying the Japanese won the war, this man insults my father, who fought in World War II, and people actually responded to him by saying, how would America losing the war insult your father?
Yeah.
You know, but you know, the point is, when you have people who say that somehow they had families who were fighting in World War II, the only thing that I could see that would be somehow relevant at all would be if someone had a father or a grandfather or an uncle or some male relative who had been female prisoners of war of the Japanese were comparatively rare, so it'd almost certainly be a male. But if someone had some male relative who had been a prisoner of war in Japan, who had suffered greatly or had died in Japanese captivity, you could understand this being irksome. But and you understand, I hope everybody understands this, that they see that I'm not approaching this from a heartless perspective of facts are facts and eat it. This is not my attitude. What I'm saying is, other than that, which would be understandable that people would find this irksome or somehow triggering, when somebody has a relation who's fought in the Second World War, and then they realize that the American empire they fought for, or the British empire they fought for, lost that war, this in no way, shape, or form diminishes the service of any of these men. And it certainly doesn't make them any less a hero for whatever they did during that time. That's ridiculous. They were obeying the orders of king and country, or their president and empire, and therefore, just because their leaders were pieces of shit who led them down the path to perdition, they are victims. If anything, they're victims. So
you're absolutely right, because a soldier has no rights in who they fight against, because they got to take orders. Yeah. So they're not culpable for their actions. So we got to explain that it's not the soldier's fault. It's the people on top that has caused this situation. You're right. Yeah, and so this is one way to present it, but we still haven't gotten to the heart of what was. Didn't you have a point with that story about the young lady you were talking to? Did she reject? Did she read the book and reject what she read, or what was? She couldn't. I was asking her questions, so make sure she was reading it. Okay. She couldn't even. I think she couldn't even finish the book.
In other words, it offended her? Was it because it offended her so profoundly she could not bring herself to...
She thinks it's a conspiracy. And everything that's in the book, I know is no conspiracy.
Thank you.
Because, it's I guess, it's... They think it's... they should just... I cannot understand where they're coming from, because... Her father actually was in one of these islands in the Pacific fighting the Japanese. And when I was a little kid, I went over there for Thanksgiving, and he showed me the military, the knife he had. I said, did he, because I was so ingrained into the bullshit of the Chinese being victimized and the Americans who were so-called good guys, and we grew up with G.I. Joe. We were propagandized, So I asked him, did you kill any Japanese and all this stuff? And I remember holding that knife, and I got cut.
Wow.
It had a spirit in it.
Yes.
But he never mentioned killing of anybody. So I understand when he didn't say nothing. So,
Okay.
but the knife told me,
Yes.
he probably did because he was in this deserted island, probably starving. And, Lou was brought up in a different time and era.
You talk about this person who showed you the knife was brought up in a different time and era. Is that what you're
Oh,
saying?
he fought in World War II. He was one of these soldiers in one of these deserted Pacific Islanders with the Japanese on it. He had a little.
You mean he was an American serviceman who was on the island? Lou. This
Yes.
guy was an American, right?
Yeah, he was an American. This is his the lady I was talking to, her father. Christina's father.
So the knife he was showing you was what, a Japanese knife?
No, it was an American knife with a knife and brass knuckles on the knife.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, and I was holding it, and he was talking about it. He was telling me, but I, as a little kid, did you kill anybody?
Right. Okay.
Like
the logical
Peter
question.
Moon asking when Peter Moon asked his father, did you kill anybody? But it's not like that. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
I asked another army guy, one of these pieces of shit, but he didn't even answer that. So at least they got the courtesy of being, following orders and not claiming that as something prideful to kill somebody.
Right. No, that's appreciated. And of course, so that being settled, what you're saying is this young lady can't even make it through the book, and that's really.
Well, she's not young. She's a baby boomer. She's in her 60s.
In her 60s. So it's basically 60. She finds it so personally offensive she can't make it through the book. That's basically what it is. Or
yeah, I called her earlier before I met her, like 2 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
2 weeks ago, I went to her house and I had a meal there and said hello. And my son came back from Seattle, so I went down to Jersey to see him with his girlfriend. So I dropped by with, these are friends of over 30 years, and she felt like she got insulted. I said, the book tells you this. How are you willing? Are you able to? I know she couldn't finish it. I'm pretty sure she couldn't finish the book.
So she did say she felt insulted by the book.
She felt that it was conspiracy. I said, it's not conspiracy. The facts are in the book.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So thank you for trying, and that's appreciated. And so George, now that we've kind of settled the fact that what we already know, many people respond to this with this kind of, shall we say, just irrational, just denial. It's basically denial. What are you? I mean, I take it that you don't, you yourself don't pass out copies of the book. But if you did, I mean, do you think you'd get that same result from your friends, or do you think that read it and find it engaging?
Yeah, no, absolutely, Douglas, and that's the unfortunate thing, because you're trying to make people. You like people to realise that if you can, I've always said this. If I can, just make someone, and I don't like to use the word woke either. That's getting too colloquial. I don't like that. It's more a generic term used now. But you want people to just be, have an understanding or awareness of this, that there are alternative realities. It's not, what you've been, just been exposed to, or it's been
let's reframe that.
Yeah.
I would say that there is a singular reality, like physics. It's like the laws of physics. And what people are living in is basically a matrix of lies in general. So when you what you're trying to do is get them attuned to reality. It's kind of like when... Yes. Thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Beg your pardon. Oh, sorry, you carry on.
Oh, no, by all means.
I was going to qualify, what I meant by alternative realities. It's not like there are multiple universes or multiple realities. It is basically the paradigm that people have been exposed to all their life. That is not, it's because everybody in the West has been told, you won the when it comes down to the Second World War, you are the victors in that war. And that is what I'm trying to get people to be aware of. That is not the reality. There is, like you said, there's a single reality, and it's trying to get people to cross over from that to basically, like Douglas said, with physics, people that deny that gravity is real, that is something that is, classed in by definition insanity, because it is not physical reality. If people, allude to that, then they're going to physically they're going to have harm come to themselves by physically, if they deny that gravity is real. Gravity is very, very real. And this is what, and it's just like what me and Joe were saying earlier. Like, for instance, like I present just simply, I have a Samsung TV on the wall. I have a Sony TV on the wall. They're physically on the wall, but they're Japanese manufactured. It's a Japanese company. If we had won that war, they would not be on that wall. And so that's bringing people down back to earth. This is physical reality. So yeah, that is what I'm saying. But that's what I meant. But that's the goal is. That's what my passion is. That's why I do what I do. It's just trying to make people aware, whether or not they believe it, cognitive, or consciously. But what, that is what I do. That is what I do. It's just, and like Joe said, he presents these books to people, and that's what I do. I just present the physical evidence. I just bring up documentation or photographic evidence, and then I explain to them, this is the result of this. And it's just to try and bring them back down to reality. Like Douglas said, it's a single reality.
Yes.
And it's not what they have always been, because it's a belief system. And it is, and I remember, like, so many people try and tell me, your opinion's different to other people, George. You're gonna have and it's like, this is not opinionated. I'm not presenting opinions, things that I've conjured up myself. This is not what I've this is nothing to do with opinions. I'm presenting facts. That's the difference.
And you have to tell them it's not even a conspiracy. It's a fact.
Exactly. Everyone thinks that that's what I do. I'm into conspiracies. That is nothing. That is far from it. As a matter of fact, it contradicts all the conspiracies. Yes. And, what they're living in is a conspiracy world. That is what everyone lives in. Everyone lives in this false paradigm, false matrix, whatever you want to describe it. But it is literally, that is what people, and, like, I could go on for hours about all the factors. I could bring up anything, Elmer H. Davis, I could bring up, because he was in charge of the Office of War Information. It's just like, it's like the propaganda machine in the Russian Federation, the state-sponsored media that promote all these lies to the people. He was the equivalent of that. And so what people are getting is a narrative or story written by one man who's a correspondent who's reporting all this back to the public. And, that's just one example. And I could bring up with Admiral Ernest King. He stated to the Public Relations Office, you tell the people, don't tell them anything they don't want to hear. When it's over, you tell them we won. And it's, these are, these are all documented. It's something that anyone could look up that they actually did this. And like men like Ernest King, who's the Admiral of the Navy, he actually stated, don't tell the public anything they don't want to know. Just tell them when it's over that we had won. Yes. This is all in the public domain for people to look up. And, when people look at that and they, for example, they're like, hang on a minute. Or you present to them the peace treaty at San Francisco. Look at the dates. And it's like, the the brother-in-law, what he said, that, you know, the B-52 wasn't, you know, it was used later on in Korea and Vietnam. Like, no, it was deployed during World War II, when the United States and Japan were still legally in a state of war.
Yes.
It was in service before the peace treaty was even signed,
Yes.
or ratified, you know, when it was ratified, or when it went into effect. It's just things like that. People just, honestly, they don't understand all this, and that's the problem. They don't know this. It's information they don't know. It's ignorance. But anyway, it's.
Thank you.
It's.
Yeah, that's profoundly important. And, you know, again, it's a pity that the term Matrix has been so fucking corrupted by that awful franchise. That's
but it's actually good, because now we know there is a Matrix. We wouldn't even know about it if the movie didn't come out.
Yeah.
And it'd be easy to explain to people about the history if you bring up the Matrix.
Yes. I mean, no, that's an excellent point, is that it serves as a kind of visual, a visually comprehensible medium, or that way people get it. They get, okay, tell them that this is the red pill, right? This is the red pill.
That's what I do with the younger generation.
Okay.
When I was working in a restaurant, I was trying to get them interested in this book. And I said, do you like the Matrix? Do you like reality? Or do you like living in the Matrix? You know, that's what I asked these young people.
Yes.
But they don't. The sad part is that most of them don't care about this
history,
unless they're affected by it, like this Ukrainian kid that was working in the Rain restaurant. So I try to get him to look into your book, and you know, he was dating a Japanese American girl.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, that's so that's fascinating, and and with that, and what about recently? Anything going on with certainly the president of Ukraine, Zelensky, is very sad to see Boris Johnson going. Liz Truss, however, So tell us about that. What do you know about this?
No, and that's what I wanted to bring up, Douglas. That was literally the only thing I wanted to just bring up. But anything else I can go into. But today the new elected prime minister will be announced today, and tomorrow will be honoured by the Queen herself. So I believe it's going to be Liz Truss. Just me making a prediction. I don't think it's going to be Rishi Sunak, but I would like to see Liz Truss, and that's what most people are hoping for. Actually, just from what I've gathered online, is that I think she's got the more of the popular stance on it. So it's a bit different, because it's not an election. It's not democratic. Nobody's voting. It's just whoever's appointed, and I think it's internally elected, or eternally, promoted, assigned to the prime minister status, and then the Queen is going to honour that person tomorrow, whoever it will be. So that's today. That's where we'll find out who is the new prime minister.
Now, is she doing this?
What
from
she said.
Go on. Yeah, no, go on, please.
Liz Truss has what she said she's going to do. She's going to help the cost of living crisis within a month. She's going to give because what Boris had announced was like these relief packages to help support the most vulnerable families, the one with low incomes. But she said it's a week. She said she's going to sort that out within a week of her being in office. So she's going to help, try and, solve this, because what the energy companies have warned everyone, the energy supplier to the customers, that it's going up 80%. You'll be in October, your gas electric bills are going to go up tenfold, and people are frightened. They have no idea how they're going to afford to pay for it. And it's during a time, kids are going back to school now. The parents have had to pay for new uniforms, which cost hundreds of pounds. And so it's just everything on top of everything. Food has gone up. So astronomically, it is extortionate to even, afford food. And oh my God, the pub, the hospitality industry, there's something ridiculous. Like, I can't remember exactly. There's a few tens of thousands of pubs in the UK, and they actually predicted that majority of them will be shutting because their energy bills are just so astronomical that there's, it's so, people don't realize that we're coming into detrimental times, and they're blocking this out in their heads.
Who can blame them?
No, exactly, Douglas. This is why I like have a drink each day, and I've explained that. And I'm trying to forget things, but you can't. You wake up.
But
next morning,
you of course
comes back.
By the way, for everybody listening, I'm sure George Knight realizes that compared to your average Briton, you're pretty well off because both your wife and yourself are working. Comparatively speaking, both of you being gainfully employed in high priority areas where you're regularly employed essentially because you're needed. You're both needed. It's not like comparatively speaking, you're both well off. I mean, I cannot imagine you not surviving. But yes, for so many other English people, they're just it's I literally cannot imagine it, and neither can they. They can't imagine how they're going to live. So that is going to have to start some kind of emergency governmental distribution system for bread lines or soup lines. Something like that is going to have to start happening. I mean, this is basically, it's going to be like wartime living. Take it from there. What does that bring to mind? What do you think might happen? What kind of options aside from, like I said, the obvious, which is basically start a goddamn draft and start a war. You've got immediate employment. It'll likely come to that somewhere somehow. But before that, this in between time is the most painful. So go on.
Yeah, dark times that are imminent on the horizon. Yeah, so to speak. It is. Yeah, it's going to be. Yeah, it's scary for a lot of people, and it's just going to have like my wife says, it's going to have a domino effect. It's just going to be there. Like with her job, it's the consultants and the doctors are passing way much more work onto the practice nurses to get them to even diagnose people, and that is something that only a doctor is qualified to do, really, unless you're a nurse practitioner. But you literally, it's everything's having a domino effect, and it's making people work longer, harder, and it's going to really impact everyone from all the walks of life. It will impact absolutely everyone in different ways. But there's going to be a lot of deaths for certain, a hell of a lot of deaths. And I've actually spoken personally to a lot of people. They have told me, I spoke to another engineer just last week, and he told me that he can't afford any more children. He's got 3, but he's had what they call a vasectomy. Is that correct, Douglas? Is that the pronunciation? I'm sure it is.
Say it again. I'm so sorry. Go on.
Vasectomy, is that
vasectomy? Yes, that's it. Yes. I mean, by the way, that is something I myself would never want to get. Oh my fucking god! Do you remember that goober? Oh god, who was the bald guy? Remember, I made fun of him by saying that he was a combination of the worst of all possible looks, a combination of skinhead on top and Taliban on the bottom. It was. The Hispanic, God, what the fuck was his name? Help me out here, Joe. Joe, you remember the guy?
No, I don't remember.
Pac-1 Morales. Pac-1 Morales. Pac-1 Morales told the horror story of this one rich guy who his mother would not give him the the inheritance unless he had a vasectomy. And he went to get a vasectomy, and they did something wrong, and he couldn't get an erection anymore.
Yeah.
And I said, holy shit.
Like the doctor that gave you the blood transfusion.
What was that? What was that?
What was the doctor that gave you the blood transfusion?
Well, that was different. I mean, he was trying to test.
He did that to the soldiers, right? He made them impotent.
No, he made a lot of his victims impotent with this. Oh fuck! What was the drug? It was called carotene or something. Carotene. You're thinking of that. It's like carotene treatment. It's called carotene, I think. But it's I might be doing carotene a disservice, but it's like so anyhow. But by all means, go on. I mean, don't get people thinking I'm impotent, for God's sake. I mean,
Yeah.
that's not the case at all.
But at least the guy's responsible enough to have a vasectomy. I mean, bad things happen, It's just unlucky that guy just couldn't get erection anymore. But I think this guy is pretty responsible for not having more children.
He's
so.
He just explained to me that he can't afford to have any more children. He's got 3 already, and I've heard that from many people that they can't afford to have any more kids. And I already knew, like, oh my God, that after coronavirus, we had so many deaths in the UK. One of the worst. It was one of the top 3 worst in the world, because people just didn't care about anything. They just went about their lives like normal. People don't realise that. And that is why. And it was just our leadership. It was our government that was so, just inept and incompetent to actually tell people what they should be doing. And people ignored it. And that's why we had so many deaths. And then I thankfully had little Everly during the time of she was basically conceived. The first couple months we're in lockdown, so that was how she's a lockdown baby. But the pandemic's not over. The pandemic is still ongoing, but people don't. A lot of people still don't understand that. But once that occurred, we had so many deaths. There was like sort of like a little baby boom going on, like a mini baby boom. Everyone was having kids during this period. But now all of a sudden, with the cost of living crisis, people are now saying, I can't have any more children. Can't afford it. Because we're worrying about how we're going to pay our bills. And we're going to worry about how we're going to pay our mortgages. And so everything is having an effect and impact. And it's impacting people in different ways, some more than others. And like Douglas said, I know for sure I'm going to survive. I've got no worries about myself. But it's important to present this information to the people, and
so
obviously with Douglas's audience, it's a widespread audience, from the Atlantic, crossing the Atlantic. So we've got viewers in the United States and viewers in the UK as well. And there's no doubt as well, intelligence services actually listen to mine and Douglas's conversations, or these transmissions that Douglas present. There's no doubt, because when you talk about things preemptively, then all of a sudden it's online. It's just really strange how that all happens. And all of a sudden, all these private contractors or the scientific communities, they're coming out with the information, like with the origin of COVID-19. They knew it. They've now presented that, it was a natural emergence from the natural zoological animal reservoirs. So this is, they're presenting information like this, but where they're getting that information, they must be getting it from Douglas. It's just really, it's really weird. There's no such thing as a coincidence. It doesn't happen like that. It's all synchronized. Everything's intentional.
Yes.
So there's no doubt in my mind of that.
No, thank you, and very important.
I thought to present that, I had to bring that up, Douglas, because it's just really, really strange how you see online that it's more and more coming more evident. It's coming, that your transmissions are being, intercepted.
Yes. No, definitely.
Oh, there's
no doubt about that.
There's a good idea, because Douglas, you don't like vasectomies, right?
No.
There's a new product from Dyson, actually from England. A lady invented a birth control for men. It vibrates the balls, and if you just use it once a week, and that will stop you from producing sperm.
I think I can do without. I mean, look, I'm not hot to stop my sperm. Okay, I mean, it's like. By the way, so I looked up John Henry Hagman, and I looked up erections. And basically, I got the Virginia's Judicial System, Court of Appeals of Virginia published opinions. And this has to do with loss. Basically, there were decisions made to basically revoke his license to practice medicine that he was appealing. That comes up on the net. But basically, what I look up on my own records, and this is like my own notes or various things I've saved, was that so what he had provided was not carotene at all. Basically, he was using the hypnotic drug ketamine. So it's Ketamine. M-I-N-E. Might be what he used on his son, who I had spoken of in the opening hour, throughout his, young years, which is why he was processing so slowly. But what he was doing with his medical students was he was inserting catheters into the genitals of trainees, and then subjecting them to penile nerve block procedures. So then conducting shock labs in which he was withdrawing all the blood from the students and monitoring them for shock, and then transfusing the blood back into their systems. So this is just the tip of the iceberg. Obviously, he was exploiting them for personal gain and sexual gratification. That's brought up as well. So there we have that. This was the individual who was performing all of these things. So he was leaving his students impotent through, like, basically shocking their genitals, penile nerve block procedures, ketamine. So, okay, this had nothing to do with what I went through. So just so Joe knows that, so he doesn't start spreading, bullshit.
No, I didn't. Yeah, but I remember that you said they became impotent after the experiments.
Yeah. Well, this is like multiple shocks to the genitalia. Okay. So, all right.
I'm not referring to you about that.
So
I'm just giving people ideas. If they don't like vasectomies, there's a new thing that doesn't even use chemicals.
Oh God. Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, let's not go there. It's
and
kind
of we're trying to get people not get pregnant and get into Roe versus Wade.
Well, honestly, don't. I hear you. It's fine, but it's just not. I'm not really interested in going there. It's kind of like when Ian West gets on with me and he started talking the other day, the other episode, by the way. So people might hear the beginning of the other episode. I brought Ian West on in the opening hour, and the first thing he went into was his latest illness, where he's scratching at himself again, and I'm like, it's just too early for that shit. I just couldn't take it at that time. But I may pursue that with him at another point in time, where because people do find it entertaining, morbidly entertaining. But it's like other than that, it's like one of these things that. At any rate, so when you're bringing this up, George, do take us back to the thing. What I might do is give my own little opinion on what's going on in England. Later on tonight, to start myself off with. But definitely, I hear what you're saying. I just think that the whole thing is, the British people, for all of you this side of the Atlantic, the British people are suffering. They're in for a very hard time, and it's like, I just can't imagine what most of them are going to do. And so with that being said, what's your idea of what can be done, if anything? Because obviously you would agree with me. Right now, Britain's got a pretty weak government. If we thought Boris Johnson was weak, we can only hope Liz Truss turns out to be another Iron Lady, because that's what Britain's going to need.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we need. Yeah, another Iron Lady. Yeah, that's right, Douglas. It's and war is inevitable in the future. So we can regain some form of empire again, because we're now separated from the European continent. With these people listening to men like Alexander Dugin wanting to break away from the European continent, the European Union. That's unfortunately, I think that's the only viable option, is to just to regain our empire again. But these people, they sucked all that up with Brexit, and then they voted to leave. And then look, this is the ramifications. This is the consequences of that action, of that, and that's just because they were listening to all these disinformation campaigns, like people like Nigel Farage, who he got what he wanted, and then he ran off to Donald Trump. He ran off to the United States to go see his what do you want to call it? Their
Bud buddy.
Oh God, yeah, both working for Vladimir Putin.
Yeah, it sounds like Puta, so it's pretty close.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is no. People just don't get it. They just.
Hey,
don't,
I got an
yeah.
idea. I got some idea for the English. Because I think Douglas said Lenin came from
Douglas and
England. So if Russia claims Ukraine to be part of Russia, I think you're not talking about empire, just reclaiming Lenin as an Englishman and claim Russia as a part of England.
What? Oh, yeah. Actually, you know what? That is brilliant. That is brilliant. Because actually, even as ridiculous as that is, this is what I have been actually trying to get people to understand, which George Knight intuitively understands. This is what I've been saying, is that essentially Russia will be defeated in war one way or another, either bled dry through Ukraine, or at which point there's probably going to be just some desperate explosion of stupidity, and they'll just take on NATO. But essentially, as I said, any war with the Sino-Slavic Axis at full mobilization with the Allies, America and Britain and Japan and Germany fighting the Sino-Slavic Axis and their terrorist satellite states, would literally last about a year at full mobilization. The problem is just making certain that these the Allied nations would get into full mobilization against the Sino-Axis. But the point is that our biggest problem is our internal divisions. I'll address a lot of that tonight. The end result, however, is that Russia will become essentially some kind of satrap frontier, and this would be the new British Empire. A great part of it will be, I would say, would be a British kind of oversight of their new Raj would be Russia, a great part of Russia, because Russia would be in dire need of some kind of administrative leadership, and the British are in dire need of natural resources, a market, and various personnel for doing what the Eastern Europeans were doing in Britain, which was basically a lot of their gardening and tending to their hedges and shit and everything else. The original fear of this was in the book Clockwork Orange, not the movie by Stanley Kubrick, who's an American Jew, but the book by who wrote the book again? Jesus. Let me look that up. Author of Clockwork Orange, and I'm ashamed. I used to know this guy's name by heart. Author of Clockwork Orange, Algis Budrys. Okay, finally, it came to my mind. Algis Budrys, of course, was British, and he was portraying a dystopian future in which Britain was overrun with Russian and Eastern European immigrants, and they were violent gangs. But the reality is that this would be a very different future, rather than what he envisioned, which was extremely dystopian. The British would very much have the senior partnership. They would be the first among equals here, and definitely any Russians that would be in Britain would be basically doing what the Eastern Europeans were doing until fucking Brexit. So, which is basically working honest jobs, that the British didn't want to work. So,
exactly.
Yeah, so this is really the future Raj of England. So what Jotai is saying out of satire is really what I've been thinking of for many, many years. And this is because Russia has proven itself to be basically an uncivilized frontier. I mean, we can see that now in not just the manner in which they wage war being savage, but rather just the fact that truly they have no technology effectively. Effectively, they have no real technology that they can field in any practical sense. So the Raj analogy is really perfect. I mean, think of the fact that Asian India had an advanced culture and civilization for thousands of years, and then the British still came in and were able to exploit them for over 100, maybe close to, I can't remember exactly how long it lasted, maybe 100 something, no, close to 200 years. And the same will happen with Russia in the near future. This is a situation that I think is going to be inevitable, because since now Britain's no longer part of Europe, Russia would be the key to basically countering the European Union, basically containing a greater German empire, really, would be through that, and North Africa, as I said, through Gibraltar and all of the sheikhs that they train in the North African and Middle Eastern nations. All the Arabs send their kids to be raised at Sandhurst, so that way they don't have to raise the children themselves. So they send them to Sandhurst Military Academy, and most of them are trained in speaking English and learning the British way of war. So it would be this kind of North African, Russian, British triumvirate kind of geopolitical containment of Europe to a degree. That they would that would be the future of the British Empire at its core. With other peripheral gains, but that would give Britain an endless supply of oil and gas from both areas. It's not like at that point they would be hurting. They would be one of the most energy-rich empires in the world. So, this is really the future that they need to aim for. But so please take it from there, George.
How about this? Douglas, how about not satire? How about bringing back the monarchy of Russia, because Russia's monarchy came from England, right? I think
they're related.
Which queen was the mother of the Kaiser, the King of England, and also the King of Russia, right? Nicholas?
Tsar Nicholas. I appreciate what you're saying, and I think as important as that would be basically what the Russians need more than anything else is a matriarchy. What Russia is suffering from is truly toxic masculinity. I mean, it sounds like something.
What's the famous queen they have in Russia? She had a phallic.
Tsar Katharina.
Tsar Katharina. So we're looking for another Tsar Katharina.
Yeah, she was German. Yeah, German, and okay. I mean, this sounds like something woke or like a liberal progressive would say, but if you don't really hear what the Russians are saying, I mean, I don't know if both of you heard what I said about Dugin's inspiration was that French sex maniac, René Goyon, and he was basically, I mean, this is toxic masculinity taken to its logical conclusion. And so I don't know if you heard that part, George, when I was talking about René Goyon the other day.
No, I do apologize. No, that's very interesting, Douglas. Yeah, okay. I'll have to look at that.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. So it's time stamped, so you'll be able to find it. It's you'll recognize it when you see it. It's time stamped, and so basically René Goyon was a French sex maniac who literally became probably one of the most important men in Thailand. And Thailand is it's basically its entire economy runs on the sex industry, and effectively, and that's because of this creep named René Goyon. And René Goyon became a national judge in Thailand. This wasn't colonialism because Thailand was never colonized. It was worse. It was just like they were trying to adapt to Europe the way the Japanese were adapting, but it was all wrong.
I'm guessing he named Bangkok for a reason. Did he name Bangkok?
Yeah, that was the joke I was making. I said the horrors, even their capital, Bangkok, it's just...
Yeah, Douglas, sorry, can I just speak? I've got to go in the next 5 minutes. I do apologize, but that's interesting because we were bringing up, and my mum's friend Shanice from work, she came over and yesterday, and like her partner's from, her husband is from Jamaica, and so he was in the British Army, and that was funny because that was discussion yesterday in the conversation about how when they went to Thailand, one of his friends actually he came back because obviously he didn't want to discuss about his experience, but he goes, he was very, very sore, and then that was really interesting because that's what we were talking about yesterday.
Oh my god!
So I just wanted to share that with you. That's what they did in the military. They would go to Thailand, and his friends would have sex with these prostitutes in Thailand. But it wasn't like, oh, you're having sex with a woman. he was getting it from another man. He was, so, or whatever. But that was interesting, because that's what we were talking about yesterday, just from this experience. But it was just interesting that now it's,
synchronicity.
that's why as soon as you mentioned that's how the economy is all run through the sex industry, it's like, that's exactly how it is. I already, But thank you. I just wanted to bring that up very quickly.
Yes. So you'll get all of the details behind it when you listen to my analysis of the DUANE ideology, and it's no wonder his daughter was estranged from him, and she even changed her name. In case people didn't notice, his daughter's name was Duginia instead of Dugan, so she took the feminine, she feminized the surname, which was like an insult to her father. They were really estranged, and he ultimately killed her, and so and of course George saw this immediately, without even my saying it. But we both drew the same conclusion immediately, because we know how the situation is over there, and what kind of people these are who have effectively taken over the government. So I'm so sorry that you have to leave us, and we love you dearly. And
thank you for having me on.
Yes, of course. Oh, anytime. And of course, anything else you want to bring up before you go? Bring up anything you want, and I want you to know that as soon as I do start monologue, which won't be too long from now, I want you to know I'll give my own analysis of what's going on in England in terms of the politics, and and when you come back Wednesday, hopefully you can come back Wednesday, and then you can tell me your feedback about that as well.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, no, much appreciated. Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, so thank you so much for doing that, Douglas. Yeah, and I will listen later on. So I'm looking forward to that. It's something to look forward to.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Douglas. Thanks for having me on, and lovely speaking to you, Joe Ty. Yeah, you look after yourselves.
Nice meeting you. You're a proper Englishman, George.
Yes. One more thing, George, before you go. When is British Labor Day?
Yes.
When is British Labor Day?
He has to leave.
Did he just take off?
Sorry, Douglas. Sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah. We couldn't hear you.
No.
Oh God, he dropped off again.
No, it just dropped out then for a second.
Yeah.
Oh. Can you hear me, Douglas?
We hear you now.
Sorry, what was the question? Sorry, I missed the question.
Oh, when is British Labor Day? It's Labor Day weekend here. When's British Labor Day?
Oh my God, oh my God, let me just look that up. British Labor Day. I don't even know. British Labor Day. It says Monday the 1st of May.
Huh, okay. Oh, so it's the typical communist Labor Day. That's the communist Labor Day. Yeah. So yeah, okay. There you go. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
All right.
It makes sense. Right?
Yeah.
It does make sense.
It does.
Union and
they're influenced, aren't they? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So bless you. We love you dearly. Have a blessed day. Take care. Yeah.
Take care of yourself, Douglas. Thank you. Take care, Joe.
Take
care.
Yeah. And so. Oh my
God.
God.
I like Englishmen like that, man. I'm glad they're proper English people now.
Yes. Oh yes, very much so. And at any rate, what else comes to your mind to speak about? Before I pull my head out of my ass and really get to work here and earn my pay, so to speak.
Oh, you do a good job. What do you want?
You're very kind.
What do you want me to talk about? I was giving some ideas about Dyson's new vibrating birth control.
You seem to be pretty. You seem to be pretty fixated on this.
Oh yeah, because I'm a Roe versus Wade type of guy, and if I don't want people to be knocked up if they don't need to be knocked up. So surgeries is very invasive, and if they got some pills, some people don't like pills, so why not? Why not make it possible for them to prevent pregnancy and making a torture for women to go through abortion, and through the new laws they're trying to get rid of to protect women,
Mm-hmm.
So every help helps, at least there's an extra tool for them to use now. If they don't have birth control, they can use Dyson's vibrating
Oh my God.
Ball
Okay.
machine.
Okay. I've heard enough. Another subject,
Yeah,
please.
sorry
Oh
about
my
that. Yeah,
God.
okay.
That's that.
But I gotta wake the listeners up. Get interesting. I know it's disgusting, but people are into that. That's why Mr. West is just so interesting because of the it's disgusting for you, but it will get different audiences involved. Hopefully.
Well, a lot of people think he's entertaining as hell, and and they find you probably just as entertaining. The problem with both of you is both of you go off onto tangents that I find utterly repulsive. It's not even that I'm a prude. I mean, obviously, you're talking to a pornoholic and a sexaholic here, and yet somehow it's like what you do for sex is like what McDonald's does for food. Okay, it's
Well,
like,
I'm a sex addict too. Okay, I have to admit, I love porn. I don't know.
there we are. Yes.
Yeah, I'm also, but I don't go out hiring prostitutes.
But there's nothing wrong with that. I'm the last person on earth to judge.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, but yeah. Thank God for porn. It distresses people. I know why we need it. It's a
okay.
good.
So what Joe Tai has just said is, thank God for porn. It de-stresses, as in eliminates stress. Of course, you slur your words, so it sounds like you're saying, thank God for porn. It distresses people, as if it causes anxiety.
I'm not a pro like you, okay, Prince Lynn?
Yeah.
I'm not a pro like you.
There we are.
That's what makes you special.
Yes.
That's what makes you
Thank
special compared to everyone on YouTube.
There we are.
You are a proper, podcaster.
Thank you.
Watch your languages. You make sure everything's proper. Everything's proper.
Yes. Oh my God. So, dear friend, provide us with a bit more observations on any other subject than the fucking semi-sterilizing sex toy, and give me some more time to work myself towards getting into the zone.
Well, I guess, I don't know why we can't get you even bigger audience than Joe Rogan. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you.
I think we can. I think we have to approach this in a different way. Instead of pumping Americans with the real history, we got to explain the present history and how they're really Japanized as an American, so they can accept the history. Because basically, our technology is from Japan. Our television, Sony, our entertainment, our PlayStation, we're Japanized. And even the two states, Alaska and Hawaii, that became part of America. It's Japanized. They have to accept this. They're Japanese, even though they hate accepting that they lost World War II. They should look at it as winning World War II by accepting us as equals. We have given them their internet, their television, their
By the way, what Joe is trying to say is that Asians have given you your internet, your television. That's what he's trying to say, but he's saying it in such a way that people can misread what you're saying, Joe, and take it that we Americans gave those Asians their internet. Yes, they're idiot. Oh my God! So, any final?
We got to process. Right, we got to process it so that it's acceptable to their palate. They're Japanized. They
Americans are Japanese. The way you would say it would be you're Japanized, referring to the Americans.
Yeah. White America, you're Japanized, even though you don't want to, but you have accepted the technology. You have accepted two states that are mostly Japanese and Asian. You have to accept it. This is America now. We are a part of you.
Thank you.
We are me and Douglas are naturalized Americans. We know what being an American is, and we know what being a Chinese is. Even though the Chinese in China don't know what the hell they are.
They think they do. They think they do,
but they're so brainwashed, like World War II. They're still playing that narrative. The Japanese, the Japanese been nice. They could have wiped out all of China if they really that was their plan. And they would have been nice because they could have wiped up all of America if they wanted to.
Let's put it this way: it would have been easier to wipe out America than China for all the reasons I articulated in the book, because China's topography is such that it actually makes it very difficult to actually wipe out the population using biological agents. That would be hard for a lot of people to comprehend unless they read the book. When it comes to the Japanese and the Chinese, it's not so much a question of nice as pragmatism, so that people understand this. Honestly, the problem that people have is that people really have a hard time believing in good intentions. So there's no point in trying to emphasize good intentions with people. Emphasizing a hard power rationale, then people can more readily accept it and understand that. So the best way to express it is that the Japanese had no interest in exterminating the Chinese people. However, the communist Chinese have propagandized that they did. The communist Chinese have propagandized that the Japanese were trying to exterminate the Chinese population, which is not the case. So
that's not the case. Or they wouldn't have gotten their army out of China.
Right.
It's like it's right in front of their faces. They gave up all their territories. They just wanted to protect themselves from the Americans, from their genocidal ideas of taking over Asia and America.
Yes. So what Jotai is saying is that the Japanese were trying to protect all of Asia from America's genocidal intentions, which would have impacted all of Asia. The biologicals that Americans would have unleashed would have killed a good proportion of the Asian population. So if you say that contradicts what I just said about the difficulties in using biologicals against China, it doesn't contradict it in the sense that it would have wiped out many of the periphery nations. In other words, other nations in China's geosynchronous orbit. You might say, isn't it difficult to destroy those populations as well due to their geography or topography? Yes, but it's still hundreds of millions would have died regardless, in China as well as in Vietnam and everywhere else. Just take a look at the long-term damage that was done simply through chemical weapons like Agent Orange, and just the birth defects that it caused. The Vietnamese have an entire museum dedicated to this. By the way, I want our man Joe to stick with us while I finish this Coke. When I'm done with the Coke, I'll rinse the taste of it out of my mouth and get ready to talk.
Well, what comes around goes around. Right now we got Agent Orange in New Jersey, where they produced it.
Yes.
Pollution doesn't stay in one place. The more bad karma you put into the world, the more you get it back.
Yeah.
So, we gotta stop this idea of getting. We can't. What we put out in the world is what we get back, and that's why our water supply is so polluted. We lost our connection to nature, and I think we need to get back into nature, like in Taoism and Shintoism and in Buddhism.
Yes.
that's he can't be destroying the well that we all drink from.
Yeah.
We can't shit in our own well, and that's I think we got to, I know Douglas is Christian. I know Sam is Christian, but got to bring back the Buddhist perspective on this of Christ, because that's basically what Christ is. How the hell did we know he was going to come back? Because he's a reincarnation. Douglas's mother proves that she tried to get the second, probably a third or fourth or fifth coming of Christ in World War II, where FDR did kill
the Christ child.
Christ child.
Yes.
So it is a Buddhist thing. I mean, he had to he couldn't have been just born, because Buddhists would need to go over there to find out if he is the reincarnation of the Christ child. He would have had to take a test to see if he picked the same things as he did his previous life.
Well, by the way, this is how they select the Dalai Lama, is what you mean.
Yes, exactly. So there's a parallel to this. And the founding of the Western civilization has Alexander, probably like 3 months ago, that in Tibet, they have a gauntlet showing Alexander converting into Buddhism.
Yes. Alexander the Great. So
Alexander the Great.
Yes.
Yeah.
Alexander the Great converted to Buddhism and wanted that to be his universal religion. Had he survived instead of being assassinated, then that would have been one of the even greater world religions of today. This is, however, the tradition that the Nazis were carrying out. Magda Goebbels, the first lady of the Third Reich, the wife of Paul Joseph Goebbels, was a Buddhist. So this is why... Yes.
These guys couldn't have been bad. I mean, Hitler wasn't even bad. He was trying to be a vegetarian, for God's sakes. I'm hearing from this Sean I was talking about, Colonel of the National Guard. He's actually Austrian. He was telling me how Americans have mixed up Himmler with Hitler, and Himmler was the guy that was doing all the bad stuff, and Hitler was not necessarily doing all the bad stuff. So I don't know if you agree with this, Douglas, but this is what I'm hearing.
I don't, in the sense that this is one of those rationalizations that is just not necessary. Ultimately, Hitler understood what was going on, and he was he was operating off of an agenda that many people would find reprehensible, but there was he felt a logic to it, and this was a logic that was, in a sense, very pragmatic. Basically, I mean, there's no need for me to go into it now, but
this came from.
I understand. No, I get it. It came from this other guy. I get it. I don't find any such need for, kind of like. Shall we say, diverting from Hitler responsibility, because I feel that whatever their intentions are, it's usually to kind of rehabilitate Hitler, and I don't feel he needs that. I feel that Hitler...
But he was a vegetarian at one time, right?
He was a vegetarian his entire life.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Until he got the Bulgarian treatment, right?
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. That was at least until that point. We're not quite sure what happened after that, because it was after that he ultimately retreated into Unterland. At least for a time. He may not have been able to. My understanding was he ultimately returned to the surface world, but then I'm not quite sure. Keep in mind, the intelligence documents I was looking at were following some leads, and these leads seemed promising. And some of these leads were ultimately published by Peter Levenda, because he was given those leads by Michael Aquino, who was still alive when Peter Levenda published his Hitler book. And so I was given to understand that Adolf Hitler had moved to Indonesia, but again, this was a conclusion that may not be the case. It's definitely something that I'll have to investigate further as I continue living. And so that being said, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to basically kind of I finished my Coke. I'm going to rinse this taste out of my mouth. I'm going to see if we can bring somebody on to bounce off with you for a few minutes, so that when I come back, I can start basically my monologue. Oh, good. Super Sly, I'll tell him I will call now. I will call you now. Okay, so let's call our man Ian West to come on with you. And while I take this short break that you two provide me, the two of you can take this conversation anywhere you want. You can talk about fucking, sterilizing sex toys and your fucking rashes and anything you want. I couldn't care less.
And the hookworms. I'm going to ask him what type of hookworms he's going to get.
Yeah, oh my God. Phrase the question in such a way it doesn't sound like some kind of an insult. Okay. All right, let's see if we can make this work. And oh my God, so pressing the button, and if he comes on, then fuck, I'm saved. Okay, then all right, because yeah, these two will be fuck. I don't even know if I should leave these two alone.
Well, we'll keep them away, okay, Douglas, for you to
guys
have your time with them.
Tell you.
Yes. Anyhow, we love you dearly, Ian, and I do want, as I was explaining to Joe, the other episode was, I was just getting the show started, and you helped to save my ass, coming on with a couple of other people to help me get through that opening hour. I think that was the last transmission before tonight's, or maybe the transmission before. And, I told him that when you started talking about your latest bout of, your health challenges, it was just, that's my morning essentially. So it's just too early for me. I just, but I did tell him that people do find you fascinating. And so we may go into that another time. You're welcome to talk about whatever you want with Joe right now. I need to take a break for about 10 minutes, resettle myself. I've just finished this Coke. I'll wash the taste of that malted battery acid out of my mouth. And when I return, we can gradually segue into my monologue. But right now, you're both here. And, listeners, enjoy both of you. And I honestly think that this is probably the most unwise thing I've ever done, is to leave both of you alone. It's kind of like leaving your child to Roger Rabbit to have him babysit. But that being said, at least no one finds either one of you dull. So, yes, again, I will go.
That's good. We keep them awake for you, Douglas. We're going to keep them awake for you.
Oh my God. So, okay. Now, understand, Ian West. This is Joseph Ty. Joseph Ty, this is Ian West. Both of you gentlemen, please say hi to each other. Let's test to see you can hear each other.
Hi, Ian West. Nice to meet you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely.
Awesome.
Great. Yeah, we're in trouble now. Okay, so I will leave the two of you alone. I know that I will regret this, perhaps the rest of my life.
No, and you won't. Are you going to go make tea? Because I got to go make tea, too.
Oh, do you need to do that first?
No, I can do it while I'm on the phone. It's all good.
Oh, okay, so you do that while you're on the phone. I will go mute. My love to both of you. Both of you try to show some modicum of responsibility, and
Don't I always?
I'm sorry. What was that?
Oh, I said, don't I always?
Oh, yeah. Don't make me answer that. Okay. All right. Okay. Don't make me regret this. Both of you. The stage is yours. Okay. All right.
What's up, Joe? How are you doing, man?
Fine. How are you doing?
Oh, dude, Dude, I went back working for the mouse tonight, and they got their sweat and blood out of me tonight. That's for goddamn sure.
Oh, you're back in Disneyland, huh? Oh, wow.
Yeah, well, tonight I did the show called Disney on Ice, and it was just like a fucking free for all of like all their old movies on, and then Ice Cave. It was absolutely terrible. It was 12 truckloads of just fucking truss and lights and crap. It was terrible.
At least you're getting paid. At least you're getting
Yeah, oh
paid.
yeah, I need it. I mean, they owe me anyway, so.
That's good.
But
At least
I missed the show earlier. What were you guys talking about?
Oh, we're talking about a bunch of stuff. I was talking about how America is already Japanized, but they still don't accept. They still don't.
Oh, so
realize
she got the bioweapon shot.
what bioweapon shot? What do you mean by bioweapon shot? What?
Well, some these COVID-19 vaccines.
Okay.
Yeah, they've got more nanotech metal in it than a fucking junkyard. Some of them, not all. Some of them, not all of them. Not all of them.
It's nothing new. We know about we know that they put certain things in it. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm hearing that from one of these new friends I made. He's part of the military. He told me that they put things into them that that people don't know. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah, like copper and aluminum and hydroxy, and what is it called? Graphene hydroxide and all that stuff.
not just that. I mean, they put in a chip on it.
Yeah, those nano chips. Yes. I've actually had some personal experience with a few patients of mine with those.
Oh,
yeah.
You're a doctor now?
Well, basically, I made myself a fucking doctor over this bullshit. So.
Oh, okay. So you're professed doctor, okay?
Yeah, well, I'm more of a witch doctor.
Oh, okay. Well, which type of which type? Voodoo, or Appalachia magic?
Well,
no, you will be the swampland magic over there.
Well, what you were talking about with these what you said, the microchips in them, I've got an app that can detect it, and the app can tell you the MAC address so you can hack the person.
Oh. Huh. So
would you like to know what this wonderful app is?
What's the wonderful app?
Okay, this app is called BLE Analyzer. It's for Android phones.
BLE?
You download BLE Analyzer. It's totally free.
Okay.
And you download this app, and whoever you're testing, make them, lose their phone, like, put in their next room.
Okay.
Sit with them, turn this app on, and it will scan their satellites from the smart dust and the shots.
Okay.
And if they show up with the MAC address, then they got a dirty vaccine.
Oh.
But if they do not show up with the MAC address, they got one of the real vaccines. You know how these people are like, oh, I got the shot, but then I got COVID? It's a good thing because it tricks your immune system into spotting that coronavirus and defeating it. So these people are like, oh, I got the shot, but then I got coronavirus. That's a very wonderful thing. They got a clean vaccine. Oh,
so if they get the coronavirus, they got a clean vaccine. Okay. So people who
if they got the Pfizer, Moderna, or Johnson and Johnson, or what's it called? There's a company in China called Sinopharm, and I've got a lot of friends from these other countries. I live in Orlando, so everybody comes to Orlando. So I'm finding about all these new companies that are making these COVID-19 vaccines.
Okay.
And
so it says BLE capital
BLE
scanner, connection and notify, connect and notify, blue pixel technology.
Yes, that's it. Yes, get BLE analyzer. If somebody says they got the shot, you can turn on this app and it'll scan the satellite or it'll scan the what's the word I'm looking for? It'll scan the signal that their body's producing. And if you walk away from the person, you can see the signal strength get lower. And if you get closer to the person, the signal strength gets stronger. It's fucking fascinating. I mean, these guys are.
So you're verifying the info I recently got. Yeah.
Let me tell you something right now. I've got 25 patients, all hot chicks.
Oh.
They pay me $25 a week to make this juice out of pine needles and lemons and vitamin C and beans. And I can't make enough of it. Like, there are no pine trees with needles I can reach,
What type
without
of pine needles you're talking about?
Usually
Evergreen, like Christmas tree pine needles?
No, sir. No. They're just regular green pine needles that grow off the branches. And luckily,
like
one of my
Christmas tree pine needles.
no, sir. No. Just pine tree needles. Like the pine needles that get brown and they fall to the ground and shit.
Okay.
Those.
So what's in them that makes what's
I can tell you actually. It's a chemical called here. Let me see this. Pine needle extract. It starts with an S. I should have fucking written it down.
What type of beans are you using?
Any kind of beans. Beans are rich in zinc, and that's what kills the parasites that are in the shots.
Oh, the shots have parasites in it.
Well, okay, that's for the layman terms. What the mass media are calling it are spike proteins. Spike proteins are parasites.
Okay.
So, but yeah, man, you just I can give you guys a recipe if you'd like for this ACE2 receptor blocker. So when you're around people that have the vaccine and have the boosters, their parasites won't get into your bloodstream and infect you.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I think that would be interesting. I don't think that should hurt anybody. A little bit bean, a little bit of pine needles, and what are the other two things?
Yeah. It's easy. I mean, it's an easy. Like, you can go to like any Dollar Tree or dollar store, buy some vitamin C, and throw it in your coffee grinder, grind it up, throw it in the crock pot, grab a pound or two of pine needles, fresh pine needles. You want to get the green ones. Luckily, my neighbor has a white pine tree, so I've been using his needles. And I throw it in a crock pot.
Does it matter what type of pine needles? The white pine needle?
No, it doesn't matter. All pine needles have this element in them called selenium, or I forgot the name of it. I don't have it on top. I should have made a note and put it up here. But
vitamin C, pine needles, and beans.
Beans.
What type of beans do you like to use?
I just use whatever I have around the house. Like, I've used lima beans, I use black beans, I've used black-eyed peas.
Can it be canned, or should it be?
Yeah, you can use canned. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you can use canned, you can use fresh. It doesn't matter. The zinc comes out, but the secret ingredient are citrus skins. Citrus skins are actually what the main ingredient of hydroxychloroquine is, and hydroxychloroquine
is the quinine, right?
That's another form factor of it.
Oh.
But the traditional, the traditional at-home medicine is the citrus skins.
Uh-huh.
The citrus skins are what.
We use it in Chinese cooking. It's called tenpei. So it's we use it from.
I didn't know that.
Huh?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's you're dealing with Chinese medicine right now, and Chinese cooking. So orange, the orange chicken, it's used citrus orange peel. But the Chinese use dried mandarin orange skin.
It's really fascinating. It's really fascinating, like, totally.
So you're dealing with Chinese medicine, basically.
Basically,
Chinese herbology. Yeah.
I haven't had an attack. I haven't had an attack since I started drinking this.
Oh, but you're living in Florida, so there's a bunch of brain-eating amoebas, a bunch of bunch of African, you got a lot of people that grew up in Africa that likes to stay in the south part of America because it's warmer. So you got other things over there. As you said, there's like one type of vampire type of parasite or something.
Well, the parasite that they put in the shots are called the Hydra parasite, and it's basically a zombie parasite. I swear to God, look it up. It's fucked up, but that is the spike protein that they put in these shots.
Okay.
Or in dirty shots. In the dirty shots.
So you're explaining to me if I take this medication of beans, vitamin C, pine needles,
and citrus skin.
And citrus skin, it'll get rid of it, right?
No, it doesn't get rid of it. But it allows you to be around the people that are vaxxed and boosted, and it doesn't allow their shedding to enter your bloodstream by blocking the ACE2 receptors.
Okay. So how do I get these pretty women to buy this concoction from me? How do you get those women that pay you $25 a week?
A gallon, $25 a gallon of it.
Oh, okay. $25 a gallon of it. So they like the drink? Does it taste good? Or
each of them are stripped, so they're like really fucking worried about the way they look. So that's kind of my
How did you approach them? What? You was it in Disneyland or was it at a bar? Or?
No. I'm Ian West, so I'm pretty much like the mayor of Orlando, Florida. So.
Oh, okay.
Not to toot my own horn, but it's just I'm just pretty popular.
Oh, so you're not like the Tampa porn people. You're you remember the Tampa stuff? I think there's a guy.
About the My Lab in Tampa, across from Gibson Town.
Yeah.
You know about that?
No. So what's
all
right.
with
the Gibson Town?
Ever since the early 1900s, all the carnival freaks. Have you ever seen that movie Freaks, the old black and white?
Oh yeah. They retired there, right?
Yes, that is a real fucking carnival
experience. Okay.
And it's on the other side of the bay from a Navy military base that has a My Lab where they do these fucked up creature creations and shit.
Oh, that's where the freaks came from.
Exactly.
Because of all these
freaks came from the My Lab.
Like Lobster Boy and
Exactly. And they all came from the My Lab in Tampa, Florida. And they, were like, oh, we don't need you, crab boys. So, you go in the circus. And then they just retire in Gibson Town, Florida.
That's interesting. Yeah, it makes sense. It does make sense now.
Of the Navy base.
Oh. Yeah,
Crazy,
my son was in
right?
Pensacola, the Navy base over
there.
I
love Pensacola. I love Pensacola.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I used to party around there and get fucked up like all the time.
Oh, yeah. Because of the Navy that's there, or
no,
of the people over there?
In Mobile, Alabama, and I grew up in Mobile, Alabama, and
wow, you grew up in Alabama. That's
yeah, man.
Hookworm infestation is famous.
Are you serious?
Yeah, CDC has still has a warning about these hookworm that infest Alabamans.
No shit.
Joe Rogan actually did a thing on it. That's why I know about how it's spreading through south of the southeast.
I'm about to call my friends and rip on them for it. Oh my God, are you serious?
I'm serious, man. I'm serious. Go check it out. Go to CDC Alabama hookworm. You'll see it.
No kidding, dude. I've never even heard of this.
Yeah. Now. Yeah.
I mean, I moved down to Mobile. Fuck, I'm 40 years or 39 now. So yeah, I moved down to
You're
Mobile.
the same age as I
20
am, man.
Yeah, I moved down to Mobile 22 years ago. So.
Oh shit! So I think you should go check up on that one. You know.
I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it. To be honest with you, like I totally believe you.
Yeah. I
Like,
don't make. Yeah. Yeah. So you do make sense. A lot of this stuff you do make sense. I mean, yeah. What do you expect, right? How the hell would the freaks come out? Because of the
Right.
experience, right?
I was blown away by this Gibson town. I was like, what the fuck? I was,
Mhm.
blew my mind. Totally blew my mind.
Oh wow.
So,
Well, that affects people's cognitive skills. Yeah, yeah. But you sound like you're pretty on the ball, so I don't think you're infected.
oh, well, actually, I was ignorant to all this. I was ignorant to all this whole bioweapon shit, and I hooked up with like 4 different chicks that got the shots and got the fucking boosters, and I was sleeping with them. And fucking, their shedding would stay in the sheets of my bed from their sweat, and I would sleep on it, and that's how I got infected. And I've been fighting this since December. And
Are you sure this is not venereal? Some type of.
No, my dick's fine. My dick is fine. It's just the heavy parts of my body, like my arm, where I put my body weight on it and sleep, and my thighs, where I, lay on the sheets and sleep. That absorbed all their shedding.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
Huh.
crazy.
Wow, you're a ladies' man. Holy shit.
Yeah.
No, not. Hey, I heard Florida has more women than men.
Oh, dude, there's so much beautiful. I'm trying to be. What's the word? Trying to be subtle and PC. Yeah, there's a lot of beautiful women here. A lot of beautiful women.
But
The Brazilian women.
I'm saying the state of Florida has more women than men. I heard.
Oh yeah. Oh, totally. The Brazilian women down here, though, that is my weakness. I cannot resist. I swear to God, I think they keep all the ugly Brazilian chicks in Brazil and just send the hot ones to Orlando. I swear to God.
They're the only ones that can get through the red tape. Right?
God bless it. God bless it. I'm talking. I sip for some of these Brazilian chicks, like totally.
So all these chicks are Brazilian you've been sleeping with, or are they?
No.
Homegrown,
When I was 18, and all these Brazilian chicks were moving to Orlando. Yeah, I was hooking up with them, but nowadays I'm a mutant and I wouldn't even fuck me, to be honest with you, these days, and now I just live a life of solitude and just try to get by day to day.
Oh, okay.
Shit.
That's the life.
At any rate, I am returned now, and
Man.
I'm sorry, what?
I said, "How are you doing, buddy? I miss you, man."
Oh, that's cute. That's delightful. Thank you. I appreciate the thought. Yes, both of you have been carrying on, I see, and I
How's
think.
the rating?
Yeah. At any rate,
Are they awake at least?
I don't see how they could be otherwise. I mean, oh my God. I mean, anything you gentlemen talk about keeps people awake. It's
Thank you.
I mean, this is what keeps people awake at night. This is kind of like they tuned into a Ouija board or something, and
no, we're fluffers for you, okay?
There you go.
Yes. Good porn term. I can appreciate that. And for those of you who don't know that term, by the way, that refers to basically in the pornographic film industry, especially in the old days, or for live action shows, The fluffer is the lady who basically gives the man a blowjob so he's ready to perform on stage or on the set. And there we have that. And of course, the reality is many of the professional porn actors who are male are actually bisexual anyway. So the fluffers these days are just as likely to be male as female. But so when our man Joe says that,
I wouldn't blow, I would lick.
I don't need that image in my head. I mean, again, this is what keeps. Oh God! If it's not keeping other people awake, it certainly keeps me awake at night to hear things like this.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry about.
No,
I did not mean to put.
I pictured octopus choking his face. I don't know.
Yes, there we are. Oh my God. So I was just curious, Mr. West. You say you just got off work earlier. What are you doing these days?
Well, I had to do this Disney show called what was it? It was like Disney on Ice or some bullshit.
Uh-huh.
It was just like a montage of like classic Disney movies here in Orlando.
Uh-huh.
Dude, they had 12 truckloads. It was ridiculous of just the shit they had.
So you're still working at Disneyland?
No. It's a Broadway show. It's like a touring Broadway show.
Okay.
I build it and then I tear it down and then I go home. That's it.
You build a stage?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
That's how do you do that? Doesn't that take an entire team of people? Like
Yeah. No, it does. Yeah. I work for this union, this labor union called International Alliance of Theatrical Stagehands and Entertainment Technicians.
Okay.
And that's how I got into Disney. That's years ago. That's how I got in Disney doing.
And you get to see the free shows. How about that?
I don't stick around for that shit. I get the fuck out of there. They don't pay me enough to fucking watch their shit.
That is funny.
Fuck that.
That's amazing. So this is hard work.
Oh yeah, I stink right now. I just got out of there.
Okay, so this is manual labor.
Yes, sir. Oh yeah.
It's basically in construction. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, we sing old Negro slave hymns while we're working.
That is funny. That's horrible.
You're a chain gang guy. Okay.
Basically,
right.
yeah. Basically.
Or a cotton picking Alabaman.
Oh my God.
Basically, yeah. But with stage decks and lights and speakers and wires and cables and shit.
God, that's apropos because it's Labor Day weekend, and I'll explain to people how all of this is based on slavery anyway. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take over, but first I want both of you gentlemen to kind of, round things up and just kind of provide people... if you feel that there's something you want to bring to people's attention in particular, I think you both handled each other very well. I'm very impressed that both of you didn't develop some kind of hostility for each other, thank God. And I'm glad that your chemistry, because, I've had some things where I just left people together and it's usually with members of the opposite sex that happens. One of them was with... Jesus, it seems to happen regularly.
Sanchez?
It was Crystal River, and I had actually promised not to leave her alone with anyone, and then I left her alone with Jameson Reese, and she never came back on again. And though she still maintains communications with me, she definitely, that experience was just so negative for her. In the case of, at any rate, so this happens quite a bit, but the fact that didn't, Sanchez, the problem was the idiot Daniel Arola. It was basically, he went off while I left them alone. I came back just in time to hear him say something very strange to her, like, "I'm being really kind right now," and it was something she had said set him off, and then he tried gaslighting her in the chat room, but she wasn't having any of it. She just fobbed him off like he was, like kicking some dog shit off her shoe. And then he got so butthurt that he basically joined the cult of the Kings of Edom, and now he's like a fucking chaosist and shit, nihilo-chaosist, and that's a portmanteau combination of nihilist and chaosist, which is their
Douglas,
ideology.
didn't you say there's a compass that the nihilists use? How does that look like? Like a
Oh yeah,
compass
that's
with-
the Dugan. That's the Dugan all corners a chaos symbol. Instead of the cardinal points, meaning north, south, east, and west, as the longer arrows, it's the corner points, which are northeast, southeast, shit like that. Those are the longer arrows. So it's kind of
okay.
like an inversion symbol of the
Okay.
actual compass. And
Okay.
so that's the chaos symbol, and that comes from Michael Moorcock. So Michael Moorcock rather popularized it in the sense that H.P. Lovecraft popularized it. It's that's the incorrect term in both cases. Both of these men were trying to share occult knowledge in a way that the public could handle it. And so in the case of Michael Moorcock, he portrayed the enemies as chaos forces, and that symbol was exposed to the public for the first time in accessible manner, just the way Lovecraft exposed the anti-gods in an accessible manner. The problem is the public's too stupid to understand these men.
Right.
And so I've done my best to help the public understand. I mean, this may sound completely elitist of me, but I'm sorry, it's just the case. I mean, there's a reason why, it's called the occult. It's just most people can't understand it. So
they've been taught to be idiots. So we've been given false information. So.
Thank you. They're dumbed down and everything else. They're deprived of the ability to think constructively. So that being said, so both of you gentlemen, do me a favor and kind of round up what you were talking about. Bring some points to the audience that you feel need to be emphasized, and I'll take over from here. Just take your time though. Go easy with it. I mean, I would like to have you on longer, Ian. I'm hoping we can do that. Next episode. Maybe you won't have a job, and you'll be able to come on earlier. Yeah, Wednesday. Yeah.
I actually owe you an apology, and I owe the audience an apology.
Oh, for what?
Last week I said I would have the clips of the Underground Railroad and the Underground Boat channel.
Right.
I didn't have time to sort through the 5 hours of footage and edit it all out, but I'm off the rest of the week. I will take care of it, and I promise you on Wednesday, I will have the underground train footage, and I'll have the underground boat footage for you guys.
Okay.
Great. And believe me, that's you're very conscientious, and that's appreciated. I mean, I appreciate that profoundly. Thank you. That's wonderful. And so was that kind of like it? What you wanted to say? What you wanted to emphasize?
Well, that too. I was going to say hi to you. I just got home, so.
Right. Yeah, and that's appreciated. Believe me. And so I appreciate that, and I hope to have you on longer on Wednesday, and we could take it from there. And hopefully Wednesday you won't have a job, and we'll be able to get you on earlier, and that way kind of float you around like we usually do. And yeah, and
please, I appreciate you.
Wonderful, thank you. And so that being said, Joe, what would you like to say to the audience before I suck all the oxygen out of the room and everybody dies?
Okay. Now, I'm glad we kept the audience awake, and I hope you give us more information that we can absorb. Your perspectives are very informative, and I hope we can learn from Prince Lim.
You're very cute. Thank you. Now, how late are both of you gentlemen up tonight?
I'll be up all night. I got to clean up, so I'll be around.
How about you, Joe? Are you going to work tomorrow?
Absolutely. I'll try to stay awake.
Wait a second. Are you going to work tomorrow?
No. I'm not necessarily. I just have not timed. I can do it whenever. I basically have side gigs I'm doing right now.
Are you sure that you can stay up until the end of the show?
It does not affect my work. It does not affect my work.
Okay. If that's the case, I'd like to have both of you gentlemen stay on the call, especially Joe. Mr. West might sometimes, because he uses the electronics for different things, he might have to drop the call, and that's understood. So Joe, if you could, I'd like to ride the show on your call. By that I mean when
absolutely. And
Okay.
then I got to plug in my
put in the
power
recharger.
and-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you'll stay with us in case I need help. Then I can call to you for help. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Meaning if I have to take a piss or something. Yeah.
Yes, yes, Prince Lim. I'll be right here for it. But now I have to do it because you mentioned it.
Okay, bless you. Bless you. Now, I don't want to force you into this. I want to make sure I'm not going to disturb your work any.
No, absolutely not. It's a
right.
privilege to be your sidekick.
Okay.
Totally agree, man.
Oh, you're very kind. Both of you are very kind. And so, oh, my goodness. Love you both dearly. You have a blessed night, Mr. West. Hang on if you want, and that way if I call for help and Joe has fallen asleep or something, you might be able to help. But, other than that, if you need to unplug, go ahead. And
Yeah, I'll put you on the big computer, and I'll listen to you while I clean up. So.
Okay. Thank you. And so what I'll do is I'll take over from here. Both these gentlemen are making this show possible, and my love to both. And so with that, I will take over from this point, and this is going to be, you're going to have me the rest of the night, and it's going to be effectively just myself. Let's get this started. Shout outs to Danielle McCary, Danielle McCary, alias Pixie Princess Starfox. And she sent basically more than $7.77. She calculated fee removal so that PayPal deposited into my account $7.77, which was her intention. And so love her dearly. She provided some occult symbolism there. And and she said in a message, much endless love, with the love all uppercase. God bless her. I don't see her in the chat room tonight, but hopefully she's going to catch this. And KP, shout out to KP, who deposited 20 United States dollars, but on fee removal from his original deposit, we received $18.93. He sent the message, mighty DDD, I hope one day I can repay you adequately for the knowledge you have bestowed upon me. Stephen Myers, our brother from another mother, deposited 60 United States dollars, but on fee removal from his original amount, what I received was $58.21. Sammy Romero deposited 100 United States dollars. I don't remember what fee removal left us with. And an electric blanket, which arrived while I was on the show. And as a matter of fact, Mr. West actually provided me a break so I could retrieve it when it was brought to my attention by my 3D graphics modeler that he saw it outside my door. And of course, this brings us to the marine layer. So people who want to understand why I receive an electric blanket in the middle of a heat wave. But when it comes to, first off, anybody who makes contributions from now on, do take a look at the screen. And you'll notice that the image embedded in thumbnail, a photograph of my son and myself. He's a big boy now, getting almost my size, and a lot of that has to do with nano transmission via my sperm when he was a girl. I have no doubt of that. I mean, that sounds awful, and that sounds like very self-indulgent, but it's not. Really, he looks a lot more like me than he probably should because of that. So that being said, it's funny, we just had a glitch when I said that too, and it looks like the stream stopped, or is it continuing? Let me know what everybody hears. I will go into live streaming now, check the streaming. It says we've got an excellent connection. Numbers were brought down a bit by Ian and Joe, but we'll see if I can recover them. Yes, the important thing is that they're friendly with each other. And so Joe just checked out with that. That was probably the glitch. That's probably what happened was he closed his end of the claw when he went onto his big computer. Put me on his big computer, so that's what happened there. Okay. All right. So, such being said, we just heard some noise there, so if that's Joe, do go mute. And with that, checking the chat room, checking around, and all right, so apparently stream has survived, got some numbers coming back up. Get everybody back here. Douglas is back now. The other two gentlemen who may have scared you away. No, I do want to remind everybody, do take a look at the image embedded in thumbnail at the text. And there you see where you can send money from this point forward. And I need your help this month more than ever. So this is going to be a hard month. Let's just put it this way. Now I need all the money I can get from all of you. And paypal.me, the address has changed. I now have a personal account. So you no longer need to contribute to the business account unless the personal account does not work. Okay, Mr. Ian West says I sound great. God bless you, sir. Thank you. Hugs. The paypal.me now has an extra D in it. That's paypal.me/Douglas D. Dietrich. So that's the personal account. If that doesn't work for you, try the business account. Better to get something with them having taken out their pound of flesh than getting nothing at all. But so far, I don't think anyone has been able to deposit into the personal account. Give it a try. See if it works for you. Peter tried. He thought it worked. Then it turned out it had not. Let's keep trying it till it works. It should work. There's no reason why it shouldn't work. And that way we don't need to factor in the extraction of blood money from your contributions. This way I get your contributions in their round numbered totality. So this electric blanket is necessary because of the marine layer. I mean, a gloomy day with heavy overcast probably isn't the first image conjured when people think of California, but for residents of San Francisco and other waterfront cities, it's just a way of life. In summer months, San Francisco residents can often drive on the Golden Gate Bridge with temperatures in the mid-50s or lower. Just a few miles north or inland, however, temperatures could be soaring with not a cloud in the sky. The culprit for this disparity is the marine layer, which is a layer of air near the surface of a large body of water. It's formed when dry air goes over a cool body of water. When the air above the water is warmer than the water itself, a temperature inversion develops. And the air right above the water surface starts to cool and becomes denser than the warm air. And because the thick, cool air is so much denser, it becomes trapped between the water or ground and the warm air. Usually you can tell if there's a marine layer if there's low-hanging clouds or fog that seems to just be stuck. But the marine layer isn't the clouds itself. Instead, it's the air that's keeping the fog in place. According to the National Weather Service, the cooler air below the inversion is called the marine layer and is cooled to the point at clouds forming, or the point that clouds form. Now, California in particular is susceptible to marine layer because the Pacific Ocean water is so cold as it comes down from the Gulf of Alaska. As the temperatures heat up in spring and summer, the ocean still stays chillingly cold, not inviting at all in any way, shape, or form, and it's dangerous to boot, especially in San Francisco. Again, I just got in Communique here. Somebody asking me, what was it the National Weather Service said? Basically that the cooler air below the inversion is called the marine layer, and it's cooled to the point that clouds form. Okay. Now, warm air in the summer months traps the cold air above the surface of the water, and boom! Marine layer! So the low clouds and fog usually clear up in late morning or afternoon, but sometimes can stick around for days on end. It's not unique to California. Marine layers can form near the Great Lakes or other large bodies of cool water But my Golden Bear Republic, my state nation of California, which is a state that is larger and more populous with a greater economy that impacts our world than most nations on Earth, represents the ideal conditions for the marine layer to form. So if you've ever found yourself wondering what the deal is with the Maigret or June Gloom, or Fog Monster if you're a Santa Barbara resident, now you know. And such being said, the wonderful young Elizabeth Beam said, "Hi, DDD. I don't know if this may help, but I had constant colds and tried ginger root capsules, and it worked. My sore throats and stuffy nose went away. It might not work for everyone, but it worked for me. I hope you feel better." So the little angel who sent that, Goddess bless you, I do use ginger thanks to the magnificent Clarice Claudet. Clarice Claudet sent me a wonderful box of chocolates that were dark chocolate covered ginger, and this is the real thing. This is real ginger root in here. It is incredible. It really helped a lot lately, and I was using it just as I was beginning to come out of this kind of extended cold feeling, like I had a cold that wasn't going away. And so I'm going to follow up on what you said and get some of the real efficacious stuff, real medicinal stuff, prescription level ginger, if you will, self-prescribed, of course. But and I know you're right, because ginger is a healing herb. It heals all it touches, and it's really great for the stomach as well. And honestly, just wonderful advice. Everybody feel free about sending theirs. Thank you to Clarice Claudet, whose care package is still providing my self-succor. And of course, as I said, I need meat. Honest to God, meat. And I never get enough meat. Not from Meals on Wheels, which is trying to maintain a healthy baseline for baseline human beings. And I am not one of those human beings. So they give people mostly vegetables. I would dare say 75% vegetables. And it's like, it's filler food. Basically, it fills my stomach. My stomach does not process the majority of this. It lays inert in my stomach. And then, of course, I wind up taking these monstrous... I almost said taking these monstrous dumps. Basically having these bowel movements that plug up my toilet. And so this is because I'm only having them once every 3 days or so. I know people are saying how important it is to stay regular, and I should be taking stool softeners or something. Like I said, I'm going to follow up by just starting to take a lot of prescription level fiber that is powder fiber that you put in drinks. And let's see if that helps. Everybody knows everything else about my life. I'll share what happens when I begin to regularly put that in my system as well, which is once prescribed to me by this wonderful Jewess, medical doctoress, who was Jewish, and God bless her. She, it worked at the time I was using it, and I don't know why I ever stopped. But then again, I remember, my parents died, and I had no money for anything, and I was impoverished. As a matter of fact, that was when I saw this Jewish doctor. Oh my God, it was a hard time in life. That was at a free clinic. Oh my God, that was at a free clinic, and it's just awful. I mean, she was not awful. She was wonderful. Many of the people there were wonderful. Just an awful experience, because I was almost homeless at that point. I was just inches from the street. And the other day I was just thinking, God, I need meat. And lo and behold, during my transmission, a envelope arrived. I put it aside, and while I was slavering for meat, wishing I had it, I opened the package up, and it was Dennis Marshall had sent me some very expensive, high quality Stewart's Meat Market black pepper jerky. Beef top round, seasoning salt, black pepper, sodium nitrate, and once its seal is broken, consume within 3 days. And honest to God, they didn't need to tell me twice. I went through that, and I still have another package waiting. And oh my God, that really saved my ass. God bless you, Dennis Marshall. I owe you some emails, and you're a wonderful human being. a true disciple of Ramtha and a graduate of that wisdom school, and very much just a quality man, a consummate sportsman, and very much a good individual overall. And so shout out as well in a, I don't know how to phrase this, shout out's the improper word, don't get it wrong. I don't know how to express it. It's like you gotta admire him for some things, okay? It's Joseph Mengele, okay? He's important because Joseph Mengele studied pain levels. So having been exposed to a lot of his notes at the Presidio military base, what the Allies stole when they could, this is what I can tell you what I learned from him. Your pain receptors are medically referenced as nociceptors, which are free nerve endings located all over the body, including the skin, muscles, joints, bones, and internal organs. They play a pivotal role in how you feel and react to pain. The main purpose of a nociceptor is to respond to damage to the body by transmitting signals to the spinal cord and brain. Looking at this in more detail, if you stub your toe, the nociceptors on your skin are activated, causing them to send a signal to the brain via the peripheral nerves to the spinal cord. Pain resulting from any cause is messaged in this way. Keep in mind, these transmitted pain signals are complex, carrying information about both the location and intensity of the painful stimuli. The way your brain can fully process the pain and eventually send communication back to block further pain signals. I mean, this is the way in which that is done. There are different classes of nociceptors, which are based on which type of stimuli they respond to. There are thermal, okay? Temperature nociceptors respond to extreme hot or cold temperatures. For instance, if you touch a hot stove, nociceptors signaling pain are activated right away, sometimes before you're even aware of what you've done. Mechanical nociceptors respond to intense stretch or strain, like when you pull a hamstring or strain your Achilles tendon. The muscles or tendons are stretched beyond their ability, stimulating nociceptors and sending pain signals to the brain. Chemical nociceptors respond to chemicals released from tissue damage. Exempli gratiae, prostaglandins, and substance parentheses are from external chemicals. For example, topical capsaicin, the red pepper that you rub on yourself to literally make your skin hot and then increase blood flow. Silent nociceptors must first be activated or awakened by tissue inflammation before responding to a mechanical, thermal, or chemical stimulus. Most visceral nociceptors, those located on organs inside the body, are silent nociceptors. In other words, your organs don't need to feel pain per se. Nevertheless, you can feel stomach pain. Really bad cases when you're going to die from fucking kidney failure, kidney pain, liver pain at the end of your life, or something like that. Polymodal nociceptors respond to mechanical, thermal, and chemical stimuli, all three, and therefore are kind of like universal pain messengers. Universal pain messenger system. These are the couriers that coordinate the different types of pain to help you deal with multiple challenges simultaneously. And then finally, mechanothermal, mechanical temperature nociceptors respond to both mechanical and thermal stimuli. Now, in terms of the transmission of pain, in addition to the type of stimuli a nociceptor responds to, nociceptors are also classified by how fast they transmit pain signals. The speed of transmission is determined by the type of nerve fiber, called an axon, that a nociceptor has. There are two main types of nerve fibers. The first type is a fiber axon, which are fibers surrounded by a fatty protective sheath called myelin. Myelin allows nerve signals, called action potentials, to travel rapidly. The second type is C-fiber axons, which are not surrounded by myelin and thus transmit action potentials at a slower speed. Due to the difference in transmission speed between the A and C fibers, the pain signals from the A fibers reach the spinal cord first. As a result, after an acute injury, a person experiences pain in two phases, one from the A fibers and one from the C fibers. In the end, while experiencing pain is actually a healthy, adaptive human process, our body's way of telling us something is wrong, pain can also be inaccurate. Exempli gratiae. While banging your knee on your desk may hurt badly at the moment, it likely didn't cause lasting damage. This is why taking pain medication, such as an NSAID, N-S-A-I-D, and NSAID, non-steroidal anti-inflammatory, to block nociceptor activation, is sensible when the pain alert is being addressed. Because sometimes, like a headache, it's a pain that's not helping you at all. Now, all of this was understood by the incredible author Keith Laumer. Keith Laumer wrote a series of short stories called the Bolo series. Bolo was never an acronym. It was simply, in this case, was simply the code name for a supermassive nuclear-powered tank, or just a futuristic, monstrous-sized fighting vehicle that was effectively like a command quarters on treads, that multiple treads, that would tear its way across the landscape. And in his stories, he conceived of the supermassive and semi-intelligent instruments of destruction, beasts of the apocalypse, as being equipped with pain circuits. Therefore, they had a survival instinct. They would withdraw from pain. And because they were intelligent, ultimately, artificially intelligent, they could display courage because they could charge in the face of pain. This is ultimately what courage is, to a great degree. And therefore, they could be aware of their own destruction, and they would sacrifice themselves to save the populations they were programmed to defend. So these were like giant, lovable puppy dog type characters. As a matter of fact, the one thing about the Bolos in his franchise was that they were lovably immature, in the sense, not that they were impish, because you can't be impish when you're a supermassive treaded fortress on, that's a mobile fortress. You're just going to, any tricks you pull will just kill, thousands of people at a time. At any rate, it didn't strike me as realistic that they had this almost childlike demeanor, unless they were intentionally retarded by the programmers. That would make sense as well. But nevertheless, it just struck me that the ability to learn on a battlefield, of course, is what would add to their survival, and that would render them mature very fast. In other words, these are machines that would mature with experience out of necessity, and therefore it just seemed like it was unrealistic that they stayed at a certain maturity level. So that all having been articulated, this is ultimately what we will do with artificial intelligence and war machines, is provide them with pain circuits and self-awareness, and then you've got something that's essentially a living, breathing monster that can display courage because it will charge in the face of pain. That is all of the ultimate definition of courage. And so, such being said, topically, we treat everything from arthritis to pulled muscles to inflammation with ice packs or heating pads. Hot and cold therapy can help increase circulation throughout the body, decrease inflammation, and reduce pain. As a general rule of thumb, use ice for acute injuries or pain, along with inflammation and swelling. Use heat for muscle pain or stiffness. Alternating heat and cold may help reduce exercise-induced muscle pain. Generally, the rule is to apply ice first to reduce swelling. Once initial swelling goes down, heat may provide soothing relief and promote blood flow over areas of the body with known poor circulation. Cold slows blood flow, reducing swelling and pain. It can also reduce painful muscle spasms. More specifically, cold treatment reduces inflammation by decreasing blood flow. Immediately after an injury and in the following weeks is the best time to apply cold. To start the healing process, the immunosystem increases blood flow and causes inflammation thereby, collateral damage. However, the body tends to go a little bit overboard, as I'm already implying, so we get a lot of swelling and pain as a result. All of it unnecessary. Cold causes blood vessels to constrict, which restricts excess blood flow and brings down the swelling. Cold therapy should be used for injuries that result in swelling and inflammation, such as joint sprains, muscle strains, or bruises. Cold is also great for numbing pain and can help get you back to exercising sooner. Cold also eases inflammation and muscle spasms, two common sources of pain. The cold can constrict blood vessels and help reduce the neurotransmission of pain to the brain. Cold packs are very effective at reducing swelling and numbing pain. Ice controls pain by instigating local anesthesia. It also decreases edema, nerve conduction velocities, cellular metabolism, and local blood flow. Ice pack therapy will decrease muscle spasms, pain, and inflammation to bone and soft tissue. An injury swells because fluid leaks from blood vessels. Cold causes vessels to constrict, reducing their tendency to ooze. The less fluid that leaks from blood vessels, the less swelling results. The hypothermic stress of immersion in cold water stimulates release of norepinephrine from the sympathetic nervous system. It's possible this flood of sensory information from the skin to the brain acts as a pause button on the neurological processes that are part of depression and anxiety. When we're immersed in cold water, we may be interrupting certain neurological cycles, contributing to mental health issues. Ergo, researchers are considering that cold water immersion may act like a systemic ice pack, helping to reduce inflammatory markers that may contribute to depression and anxiety. Now, the original man who tested submerging people in ice water, Josef Mengele. So, from him and his notes, he taught the soldiers of the Reich that the ice cube hack is a technique centered around using ice cubes or an ice pack to help calm you during a panic attack or anxiety. During a panic attack or moments of high anxiety, our flight or fight response is triggered, and in the case of panic attacks, the response stays turned on. The fight or flight response, also known as an acute stress response, is the normal reaction our bodies have when faced with something mentally or emotionally terrifying. When this response is triggered, hormones are suddenly released that set off a chain reaction in our bodies, including but not limited to rapid heart rate, high blood pressure, and fast breathing. The ice techniques work to help jolt your system out of the flight or fight response. They act as grounding exercises to help distract you from the feelings of panic and focus on your body and surroundings. In other words, the pain of the cold is so overwhelming it brings you back into your body and ergo into the present moment. The ice can also trigger a pain-like response in your brain that forces your neurotransmitters to refocus, in other words. This could include holding a cold compress to your chest, holding ice cubes in your hands, eating ice, or holding it against the roof of your mouth, rubbing ice cubes along your face and arms. There is, from what I learned from Dr. Josef Mengelé's notes that were captured by the Americans, even a tip about dunking your face in ice water. While you're doing this, try to focus on the sensation of the cold and how it feels on your body. In fact, I don't think you even have to try. That's just going to come naturally. Everything else will fucking stop. While the ice hack doesn't replace receiving professional treatment for anxiety, it serves as a grounding technique that can help you in the moment to ground yourself or to stop a panic attack. Heat has the opposite function of cold therapy. Applying heat to a body part stimulates blood. Heat brings more blood to the area where it is applied. This oxygen-rich blood brings nutrients to the affected area, promoting healing. Heat also helps to remove lactic acid buildup from overtaxed muscles, which allows them to unclench. Sensory nerves respond to applied heat by releasing chemical messengers that dilate local blood vessels and enhance the speed of blood flow. Both the applied heat and the increased blood flow help the skin temperature rise to match the body's core temperature. The physiological effects of heat therapy include pain relief and increases in blood flow, metabolism, and elasticity of connective tissues. Heat reduces joint stiffness and muscle spasm, which makes it useful when muscles are tight. Apply heat to treat achy muscles and chronic pain. Heat treatment promotes blood flow and helps muscles relax. The application of heat can also facilitate the stretching and loosening of tight muscles, thereby helping to alleviate stiffness around joints. Before starting your workout, heat is a great way to warm up cold tendons and joints and inelastic muscles. Heat causes blood vessels to open up, allowing more blood into the area where heat is applied. This provides additional oxygen to power the muscles and allows an athlete to get up to speed more quickly. This is called preheating. This is what Josef Mengele taught the Nazi Olympians. Preheating can also help you avoid injuries from exercising with cold muscles. It can be especially helpful if you're dealing with a chronic problem, like a chronic rotator cuff injury or tendonitis, because the heat loosens up stiff scar tissue. All of this is a prelude to the logic the son of Dr. John, well, the runaway son of Dr. John Henry Hagman, was applying, or was taught by his father about my nanoplasma and how to get the nanoplasma to work for me. Now, that dude, 873210, says, sound is loud and clear, Doug. Thank you, sir. Deeply appreciated. Profoundly so. Now, apparently this can be done with a laser, which is an acronym. LASER. Whenever you write the word laser, it should properly be all in the uppercase. It is an acronym for light amplification by stimulated emission of radiation. Lasers work as a result of resonant effects. The output of a laser is a coherent electromagnetic field. In a coherent beam of electromagnetic energy, all the waves have the same frequency and phase. So, this laser pointer, which the runaway son of Dr. John Henry Hagman sold to V, who later on gifted it to myself many years later, I used on myself, as the son originally recommended some decade or so ago, when I had this horrible injury on my bottom of my spine, not the tailbone per se, but above it, the worst place to have it, and I was looking forward to an endless life of agony, of infinite agony. This 0 point global is what it says on the clip of the laser pointer. On the case it says 0 point natura laser. In other words, natural, but it's a single L, merges into the word laser. 0 point natura laser is what it says on the case. On the clip of the laser pointer itself, it says 0 point global. This is what I jammed into my spine, turned it on, and pressed it for not a very long period of time. less than a minute, really, maybe a little over a few minutes at the most, and essentially was able to go to sleep after that. Before that, I had gone to sleep in pain and woke up in greater pain, basically woke up because of the pain. I couldn't live a life like that. But this, I used it, went to sleep, and I woke up feeling brand new. It was, as he said, it attracted all the nanobots in my nanoplasma, or a great deal of them, to converge on the area of my spine and basically repair it. And this was a spine injury. This was not my muscles. There was a pop like a disc slipped. And it was back in place. And I'm as good as new. It just... Oh my God. There's nothing I won't do for that young man if I ever see him again. I pray he's doing well. Oh my God. And this... laser pointer is going to be an integral part of me from this point forward. We'll be inseparable. So, all right. That being said, with that, any feedback from the audience will be appreciated, of course. And all of you are appreciated anyway. But we've got our numbers back up, thank God. And yes. Brought you all back from the brink where our lads had taken you. Okay, I did promise to talk a little bit about, and for those of you who want to know the details about my spine, my laser pointer, the details were given at the opening hour. Review the opening hour and then review what I've just said, and then it'll all make sense. But this shit saved my life, this laser pointer. It will do things for me that are meaningless to you. You could jab this in your spine and probably nothing will happen other than that you maybe injure yourself. In my case, this is like the healing wand that repairs my soft machine that is my body like a magical wand. That young lad knew what he was talking about. His dad told him the truth. That nanoplasma responds to lasers to get them to heal injuries in my body. I am blessed. Holy shit. Oh, at any rate, that doesn't make Dr. John Henry Hagman any less of a blood enemy. He made me what I am, something more and less than human simultaneously without my permission. Now, that being said, I did promise I'd talk a little bit about Britain's politics before coming back to this side of the Atlantic. So basically there's a race in Britain that's being voted for by the party itself, and it's like they're electing a new pope or something. And it's between Rishi Sunak and Liz Truss. Sunak's formula failed, which was not too Tory, a little bit Blair, and a whole lot of Brown. In running his leadership like a corporate takeover bid, he looked like a man willing to say absolutely anything to win. Rishi Sunak is not having a good time. And it's not just because he's losing. It's because in general, he's just not very good at it. And by it, I mean the human bit of politics. The part where he connects with people as something other than economic units. His campaign, if polling is to be believed, is soon to come to an unsuccessful end. Let's just say that. Lowlights include multiple moments in which Sunak attempted to be a man of the people. Failing to pay for fuel. Failing to name a real McDonald's breakfast item. Joking about his tan. And a campaign video with a Ray Winstone meets Danny Dyer voiceover, hailing Sunak as the underdog of some kind of action film. So removed from the gravity of the moment the kingdom finds itself in that it verges on sociopathic. It's all now a far cry from the boy wonder, the Sunak the British Broadcasting Company portrayed in a Superman outfit, an image so craven that the corporation was forced to remove it. The Sunak as Prime Minister in waiting, who emerged mid-pandemic with buckets of cash and a furlough scheme. Sunak materialized at a moment when large numbers of people, both conservative and liberal, were so desperate for a grown-up They were happy with someone who merely appeared to be one, no matter what his politics. To some, he promised the end of the wild Brexit years of reckless bluster. He was the pilot who was going to land the plane safely. He was Dishy Rishi, who presented, despite his very right-wing politics, as not too Tory, a little bit Blair, and a whole lot of Brown. That last fact, that he seemed to have the potential to be the first prime minister who was also a person of color, sprinkled even more stardust on him. Then as Sunak, well, let's just say, and then Sunak nosedived. Barring a miracle, his prime ministerial bid is soon to be history. And so a moment, please, before the truce era is upon us, for a Sunak pre-mortem, if you will. The epithet. Finance bro fails to seal the deal. So what happened? Simply, Sunak's fetishized qualities were entirely limited to presentation and lacked any moral core. The leadership campaign has been run like a company takeover bid, the pitch to Tory voters like that of a junior associate finding himself unexpectedly in a position to vie for partner, out of his depth, defaulting to earnest cliches about his biggest weakness being that he's just too much of a perfectionist. It is the sensibility of a man trying to pull off the biggest trade of his life if only he can get past some, shall we say, unreasonable shareholders. Let's tell them what they want to hear, he thinks. Of course, he reassures them, the family name will remain, and we will certainly make sure that the identity of the firm is not diluted. The balance sheet is a mess. He struggles to lie about that, but he can have a good stab at posturing about everything else. This is why his statements about protecting our woman, criticisms of left-wing agitators, woke nonsense, and bulldozing our history never seemed to quite land. They are slides he was told he needed to add to the deck. And that is exactly what Sunak has really been all along. Not a competent technocrat doing his best in a chaotic Johnson government, but a man both propelled by, and then in the final hour utterly exposed by, his willingness to say whatever the deal team needs to say to fend off the competition. The episodes that truly defined the kind of politician Sunak is were not the moments when he appeared authoritative and in touch, when in fact all he was doing was reading from an auto cue in a well-cut suit, making rudimentary noises about the hard time the nation was going through. It was when he was first off the blocks to defend Dominic Cummings's flagrant breach of lockdown rules, when he accused those who called him to account for his actions, the members of a nation that was grieving, shut in their houses, asking for answers of, tried to score political points. It was when he backed Johnson over Partygate, or now as he tries to reposition himself as a heroic lockdown skeptic. His switching between projecting smooth, principled competence and then sharp menace reminds me of a line from the film Margin Call, when Jeremy Irons' character reveals how to survive a career in buccaneering high finance. There are 3 ways to make a living in this business. Be first, be smarter, or cheat. Alas, none have worked for Sunak. Perhaps Sunak represents a larger failure of the modern non-ideological conservative, as William Hague, the man whose safe seat Sunak was parachuted into after a career as a partner in a hedge fund, once described him. Sunak is an ideologue, but only in the sense that he sees politics as merely another branch of finance, rather than the other way around. He has no philosophy, bar the Thatcherite echo that he manifests in a managerial kind of bloodlessness, in his belief that helping to manage the books of his family's pharmacy counts as a heroic political origin story. And in a way, that overemphasis on finance is the catch-22 for brown members of the Conservative Party. The route to power for people of color on the right, such as Nadeem Zahawi, Zahi Javid, and Sunak, who sounds, when you say that name alone, like a fucking Star Trek crew member. You know, the colored one, is commonly through finance and business. By the time they reach Westminster, they are already integrated into the elite, their political prospects as minorities de-risked through the enormous wealth they have accumulated. They bring with them a culturally cosmopolitan bearing that is at odds with the appetites of Tory members, who like their wealth old, and preferably with a touch of title in the family line. Not the new, nerdy, Californian MBA, Masters of Business Associate sort. Not the kind that John Le Carre once described, when writing of the slick new CIA tribe, as those who have an open plan charm that makes you sweat at the joints. Reports from Sunak's own team are that he was sunk in early August when, asked a question about what career he would choose as a young graduate, he replied by fawning over the inspiring and empowering culture of enterprise on the west coast of my America. It was the third time in the span of 10 minutes that he had mentioned my golden California. The event was in Eastbourne, England. Nevertheless, history will probably be kind to Sunak, as someone whose rejection signals a self-destructive Conservative Party set on its course to indulge fantasy over fact. But his brief popularity betrays that others are willing to make an equally squalid statement. To celebrate someone with no demonstrable interest in or compassion for people, but who can at least manage their nation's decline. Sunak may have a second act in him, but in the meantime he departs only in disgrace, knowing that it was all for nothing. The deal will almost certainly go to the other bidder, who did less work and was less smart, but took the shareholders down the pub and made them laugh. Farewell for now, Sunak. We hardly knew ye. And then, suddenly, we knew ye all too well. The first task for Prime Ministress Liz Truss? Get Sunak back into cabinet. Her rival to the Tory throne would at least bring some coherence to an otherwise extraordinarily lightweight front bench. British politics has this past month been an exercise in torture. Rishi Sunak's bid for Downing Street is like that of a boxer told at the start of a contest that the judges have already decided he has lost. He has had to fight on while his opponent, Liz Truss, goeth on a victory tour. The resulting campaign has so damaged both candidates that Tory members, and the public in general, would apparently prefer even the discredited Boris Johnson as Prime Minister once again. This is the same Johnson who, on resigning 12 months gone, had an approval rating of just 19%. Assuming Sunak does indeed lose next week, there remains one thing he could do both for his kingdom and for himself. He could publicly renounce his attacks on Liz Truss, acknowledge her as his party's chosen leaderess, and offer at once to serve under her. Given their disagreement on economic policy, he might ask to go offshore to the Foreign Office in return for a public declaration of loyalty. On almost every front, the United Kingdom of Greater Britain currently needs thoughtful and unifying leadership. All Liz Truss has going for her are dismally low expectations. She will inherit from Johnson one of the most lightweight, inexperienced cabinets of modern times. Previous Tory leaders, from Margaret Thatcher to Major, Cameron, and Theresa May, treated the cabinet as a corporate executive, not a personal court, embracing critics as well as loyalists. To Johnson, The cabinet was a ramshackle fan club. Reports are that Truss sees it in much the same terms. Observers of Sunak's campaign saw him consistently outperforming Liz Truss in debates. He made mistakes, notably in seeming over-aggressive, perhaps understandable in the circumstances, but his language has at least been statesmanlike, stressing the need for economic responsibility and avoiding Truss's barrage of implausible policy, well, I would call them policy cliches. His only intellectual equal in the recent cabinet was Michael Gove, who, like him, despaired of Bojo the Clown's, or Boris Johnson's, behavior, or misbehavior, I should say. Of those remaining, barely 3 merit serious ministerial office, perhaps Greg Clark, George Eustace, and Sajid Javid. Over the past 3 decades, Tory party politics has become just a battlefield littered with the corpses of leadership feuds. From Major to Haig, Cameron, Osborne, and now Johnson, all have been consigned to their memoirs even before reaching 60. Johnson ruthlessly decapitated an entire generation of his party's youthful talent, including Amber Rudd, Nicky Morgan, Damian Green, Dominic Grieve, Jeremy Hunt, Rory Stewart, Jesse Norman, and David Gauck. That is the cabinet the United Kingdom of the Greater British Empire needs right now. Britain's current emergency is the result of 3 policies followed by Tory governments: Brexit, the pandemic lockdown and sanctions against the Russian Empire, the last admittedly a NATO obligation. Recovery from each will need intelligence and courage of a high order. And yet, Liz Truss has shown little sign of either. She has shown the superficiality of a student politician, and won at best the half-hearted enthusiasm of her own party. That party, the Tory Party of Conservatives, trails behind Labour in the polls, while she herself lacks any wider popular support. She needs all the help she can get. Most immediately, she needs to reach out to Sunak. If he can act with generosity and dignity, if he can rise above the fray and play his cards right, he will benefit his party and his country, and in the longer run, surely himself. So, this side of the Atlantic, Happy Labor Day! It's the unofficial end of summer in these United States, and the last big beach or barbecue day of the year. And for many, it's going to be a scorcher. A dangerous heat wave baking the west will spread eastward this week, continuing to impact much of the frontier into the middle of the week as it spreads. Temperatures will range 15 to 20 degrees above normal, with highs over 100 degrees. Amid sustained shelling throughout yesterday, well, the day before yesterday by now, Saturday, the Ukraine's largest nuclear plant, the largest in the world, really, at least the largest in Europe, so far as I know, lost its main connection to the power grid again, despite the presence of international inspectors. More on that, either this transmission or the next. Amid the greatest nuclear crisis to confront us since Chernobyl through Fukushima, a sad duty was done in anticipation of this Labor Day weekend, whereupon we languish in heat and flames and nuclear peril. In preiteration, Trump has vowed full pardons for all the Capitol rioters if he's elected. And I myself am the only historian alone who can tell you what the founders would say about Trump's January 6th pardon threat. On Thursday, former President Donald Trump told the conservative radio hostess Wendy Bell that if he were to return to the Oval Office, he would grant pardons and also apologize to participants in the January 6th insurrection. Trump promised that if I decide to run, and if I win, I will be looking very, very strongly about pardons. full pardons, with an apology to many. Now, these are the motherfuckers like Daryl Neely, the handler for that crazy cunt, the old biddy who claims that she was in spaceships. I don't even remember her name anymore. Penny Bradley, who I was nothing but kind to, and claimed I had called her live on air demanding her man, whose name I forget, show up on my show, which of course is impossible because he doesn't have a Skype account all his own that I know of, and I certainly don't know it if he does, and everybody hears me when I call people to come on this show, and so it's on record. I do this live. Everybody knows that there was no incident in which I called her up yelling that her boy come on this show. So she's just making shit up like she always does, like she did when she claimed she was in space. These are the kind of people Trump would be pardoning. Not Penny Bradley, but Daryl Neely, who, of course, was a rioter who stole a policeman's hat from a downed and unconscious cop that, for all he knew, could have been dead, which meant he was more than willing to desecrate a corpse and to rob the dead. He is scum, capable of any villainy, as he so demonstrated on camera. This is video recorded. The man belongs in jail. He doesn't deserve a presidential pardon and apology. It is in this very context that Nancy Pelosi has some unfinished business with Donald Trump. The volatile former president and Pelosi foe is long gone from the White House, but still haunts Capitol Hill. And as much as some in her party might want to move on from Donald Trump, the Speakeress has made overseeing an investigation of the deadliest attack on our Capitol in 12 centuries into a core mission since yesteryear, putting her squarely in the path of the former president, whom we all know played a central role in the insurrection. So, of course, former President Donald Trump is blaming House Speakeress Nancy Pelosi and Washington Mayor Muriel Bowser for not putting a quicker end to the violent January 6th, 2021 Capitol riot. In an interview with the Washington Post, published Thursday, Trump defended himself for his silence that day, saying he was waiting for Pelosi and Bowser to act, himself going so far as to say, "I assumed they were taking care of it." If Trump is charged, it should be for the worst of his crimes. Seditious conspiracy and insurrection are far more fitting charges than interfering with an official proceeding or defrauding the United States. Prosecuting a former president of these United States is a tricky business. It's not like prosecuting Al Capone, the notorious gangster who was charged with tax evasion rather than the more fitting charges of murder and racketeering. A technical charge such as a tax evasion may be suitable for obtaining the conviction of a mobster, but hardly sufficient for an occupant of the Oval Office who tried to overthrow the United States government. Donald Trump has millions of supporters and the weight of precedent behind him. Of course, Trump should face consequences for tax evasion if he merits it. But it is critical for public perception, for history, for the preservation of democracy, that if he is charged, it is first and foremost with the crimes that best reflect the gravity of the danger he posed to this country. On Monday, the FBI searched Trump's Mar-a-Lago home in Florida. Monday of opening last work week, I mean to say. They searched it for any presidential records that may have been improperly removed from the White House. On Wednesday midweek last, Trump sat for a deposition in the New York Attorney General's office, which is conducting a civil investigation into his business practices. A federal indictment may or may not arise from these investigations, but it is Trump's role in the attack on our United States Capitol on the 6th of January in 2021 that warrants the greatest scrutiny. and the gravest charges from a Justice Department exercising its prosecutorial discretion under such historic circumstances. The 12 most serious crimes for which Trump may stand accused, and which most clearly describe his conduct on January 6th and in the weeks leading thereunto, are insurrection and seditious conspiracy. If the facts and evidence support them, they are what Attorney General Merrick Garland should charge, whatever other charges he includes. The significance of January 6th should never be obscured by legalese before a public contending with the seduction of insurrectionist rhetoric. Charging Trump only with narrowly defined crimes could backfire, and Garland should resist, even if that's what the House Select Committee investigating January 6th ends up recommending. The vice chair of the committee, the representative is Liz Cheney, Republican from Wyoming, has hinted at a possible criminal referral to the Justice Department, both in hearings last month and in interviews during the course of the investigation, by highlighting two potential crimes: interfering with an official proceeding and defrauding these United States. A brief the committee filed in a legal dispute with Trump attorney John Eastman, who hatched the fake elector scheme in the multi-pronged effort to overturn our election, also highlights these trois offenses. Cheney has further suggested that the committee may include a referral on witness tampering, based on contact Trump had with those called to testify before the panel. The committee may be tempted to stake out a moderate position regarding criminal charges in a misguided effort to garner public support and make the unprecedented prosecution of a former president more palatable, but the Justice Department must act independently in deciding what or whether to charge. To be sure, the DOJ should consider any evidence of criminality uncovered by the committee, but it should give no weight to the committee's opinion in reaching its determination. Restricting a federal prosecution to trois rather obscure-sounding charges, and a possible third relating to the integrity of the process, would not only downplay the seriousness of Trump's offenses, but could also exacerbate the view that any such prosecution is politically motivated. After the Mar-a-Lago search, that perception took hold among Trump cult supporters, who accused the FBI of acting on a technicality involving federal records, even though the Bureau had a search warrant signed by a federal judge and based on a showing of probable cause that a crime had been committed. Violating the Presidential Records Act, and I can say this as a former Department of Defense librarian, by removing or destroying government documents, is not in itself in the same league as insurrection or seditious conspiracy. If, however, the records in question pertain to serious national security breaches, and it has been reported that some of the documents relate to nuclear weapons, that might be a different matter. The crime of insurrection, that would be United States Code 18, or Section 18 of the United States Code, 2383. Imposes criminal penalties on whoever incites, sets on foot, assists, or engages in any rebellion or insurrection against the authority of these United States or the laws thereof, or gives aid or comfort thereto. Trump's words to his supporters, telling them to go to the Capitol and encouraging them by saying, "I'll be right there with you," incited and literally set on foot the insurrection that followed. He also assisted the insurrection by his inaction under circumstances in which he had a duty to act, namely by failing to call out the National Guard or order other reinforcements for the Capitol Police as the building was overtaken. Trump also encouraged the crowd's bloodthirsty pursuit of his own Vice President Michael Pence, which he did by tweet, even after he knew that the siege had turned violent and despite urgent pleas from his daughter Ivanka Trump and others for him to call off this attack. Although it is true that the purpose of this incitement may have been to interfere with an official proceeding, as Cheney herself suggests, this particular proceeding was the one certifying the election of the next president of these United States, the integrity of which is critical for the peaceful transition of power. Interfering with an official proceeding, therefore, could be only a small piece of what was wrong with Trump's conduct that day. If testimony in the January 6th hearings and reporting by the Washington Post, for example, and others, is any measure, Trump's true purpose in interfering with the certification was to create conditions that would allow him to seize control of our government and remain in power forevermore. The crime of seditious conspiracy differs from insurrection in that it requires a plan involving more than one individual, among other things. As defined in Section 18 of the United States Code 2384, seditious conspiracy is when two or more people conspire to overthrow, put down, or to destroy by force the government of these United States, or to levy war against them, or to oppose by force the authority thereof, or by force to prevent, hinder, or delay the execution of any law of these United States, or by force to seize, take, or possess any property of these United States contrary to the authority thereof. The January 6th Committee has provided powerful evidence of a comprehensive plan by Donald Trump and some members of his inner circle to do just that. In a meeting at the White House on December 18th of 2020, among Trump, former Overstock Chief Executive Patrick Byrne, lawyer Sidney Powell, and former National Security Advisor Michael Flynn, the traitor general who is an open asset for the Russian Empire. For example, serious consideration was given to the extraordinary step of ordering the military to seize voting machines to redo the election. Such an order at best would have posed a drastic national security crisis, throwing the chain of command into chaos as Pentagon officials debated the directive. At worst, it would have brought the military into the plot to overthrow our government. Plots at this level are conceivable only as part of an extended conspiracy stretching back to the Kremlin. Seditious conspiracy is rarely charged, and prosecutors have been rightly cautious about unbottling a genie that could be used to quell protected speech or religious liberty. However, as with the seditious conspiracy charges against Omar Abdel-Rahman following the 1993 World Trade Center bombing, sometimes speech turns into an actual plan, and in such cases the First Amendment no longer applies. January 6th is the type of case for which the seditious conspiracy charge was made. At least until the surprise search at Mar-a-Lago, many commentators defended Garland's seeming inaction with regard to the former president and his associates. Among other arguments, they suggested that seditious conspiracy would be particularly difficult to prosecute, given the need to prove intent. Yet was Trump's intent on and before January 6th really so hard to discern? Would it be more difficult to prove the requisite state of mind for Donald Trump than to prove the intent of Stuart Rhodes, Thomas Caldwell, or Joseph Hackett, all members of the Oath Keepers who participated in the insurrection and whose indictments on charges of seditious conspiracy are premised on a pattern of conduct not unlike Donald Trump's? Rhodes, Caldwell, and Hackett, and others, have been accused of conspiring to oppose the lawful transfer of presidential power by force by preventing, hindering, or delaying by force the execution of the laws governing the transfer of power, including the 12th and 20th Amendments to the Constitution. Didn't Donald John Trump do the same? And with the same intent or purpose? Indeed, Trump's intent probably formed long before that of his fellow insurrectionists. For weeks, he had pressured Pence to declare the 2020 election invalid by rejecting the vote count of the state's certified electors. He repeated these demands in his speech at the Ellipse on January 6th, and again by tweet later that day. His intent was particularly clear when, according to White House aide Cassidy Hutchinson, who testified before the January 6th committee, he demanded to be taken to the Capitol and even physically tried to get a member of his security detail to drive him there. Trump's intent was also apparent when those breaching the Capitol called for the vice president, who was at that moment fleeing for his very life and the life of every member of his family that was present, to be hanged. Trump's chief of staff, Mark Meadows, said that Trump believed Pence deserved it. Deserved to die, according to Hutchinson. The only significant difference between members of the Oath Keepers and Donald Trump himself is the means each chose to promote their goal. The former used stun guns, pepper spray, baseball bats, and flagpoles. Trump used a Twitter account, a microphone, and the power of his office. It was like Michael Aquino told me. He said to me, "Doug, I use stupid people the way stupid people use guns." Prosecuting Trump would set a risky precedent. Not prosecuting would be worse. Focusing on the possible crimes of insurrection and seditious conspiracy is important for another reason. The post-Civil War drafters of the 14th Amendment identified the special danger posed by these crimes in Section 3 of that amendment, which provides that no person shall hold public office who, having previously taken an oath to support the Constitution of these United States, shall have engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the same, or given aid or comfort to the enemies thereof. Although the 14th Amendment does not require a criminal conviction for insurrection or rebellion to disqualify a person from public office, such a conviction would bar Donald Trump from ever holding office again. By contrast, conviction on the more banal charges of interfering with an official proceeding or conspiracy to defraud the United States would not prevent him from ever holding office again. Arguably, even if he conducted his presidency from inside a federal prison. Which, believe it or not, at this point, is entirely possible. Hey, Lyndon LaRouche ran for the office of president from prison. Our country fought a devastating civil war to defend our Constitution and keep the Union together in the face of insurrectionists who believed they owed no duty to the laws of these United States. Now, as in 1861, we stand at a crossroads. While prosecuting a former president may seem fraught with peril, the road that abandons accountability for those who would attack democracy by force and violence is more perilous still. If we cannot hold this country's leaders responsible for their most serious crimes, particularly those they commit to keep themselves in power in perpetuity, we cannot expect representative democracy to survive. Such having been articulated, the end of the Pelosi era could cost my Golden Bear State nation of California. Now in her second stint as House Speakeress, Nancy Pelosi has relentlessly promoted progressive California-backed policies on topics such as climate change, drought, and health care. But some think she might retire after the midterm. That her visit to my Taiwan foresignaled such, as a legacy action to get her in the history books before she does. The very prospect of her departure has all conscious and conscientious Californians pondering what it will mean for our state's influence in Washington. More alarming for some accustomed to California Democrats' proportionately representational influence is that Pelosi might be handing the gavel to fellow Californian Kevin McCarthy, the House Minority Leader who voted against certifying the 2020 election results before a mob of Trump cultic supporters stormed the Capitol on January 6th. and whose slavish devotion thereby earned him the sobriquet Mike Kevin from Trump himself. His Republican Party's policies are always diametrically opposed to those supported by our state's liberal leadership and the overwhelming majority of our residents, ushering a Republican occupation of taxation sans representation and necessitating revolution should such even come to pass. That, whilst amid soaring heat, the root fire near Castaic in my Golden, California has charred more than 5,200 acres. According to the Los Angeles County Fire Department, the blaze has destroyed 2 structures and threatened hundreds more. As of Friday morning, it was but 37% contained and was expected to be fully contained by next week. In terms of the fire evacuations in California, I'll look those up right now. And it's just been monumental. There's 2 dead in the mill fire as the California wildfires are growing and evacuations are ordered. We've got mandatory evacuations in Northern California's wildfires. The 2 that were killed in the mill fire are near Weed, the actual name of a town. You can imagine what zombies populate that. Hundreds of homes damaged. The mill fire has exploded in size, prompting evacuations. I know that the numbers are in the hundreds of thousands ultimately all across California. This is why I don't report news like the floods that have sunk half of Pakistan, or a third of it at least. We've got our own problems here amidst the flames. And there be a new layer of danger for firefighters on the front lines as they are succumbing to extreme heat. Theirs is a challenging job under any circumstances. Firefighters wear flame-resistant shirts, jackets, and pants. They hike up and down hills amid flames and smoke, carrying around 50 pounds of gear. That includes drinking water, portable fire shelters, chainsaws, and shovels. I know what they felt like from my time humping packs in the Marine Corps that were well over half 100 pounds. Now climate change-fueled extreme heat is adding a new dimension of danger for them. Experts say the combination of extreme dryness, soaring temperatures, and hotter, faster wildfires is putting first responders at increasing physical risk. In 112-degree weather, 7 firefighters battling the root fire near Castaic were hospitalized with heat-related illness. Meanwhile, as the prolonged record-setting heat wave tightens its grip on the West, millions in California are again being asked to reduce our energy consumption amid worries about a strained power grid. The extreme heat has spurred officials to extend a flex alert. Californians are strongly urged to lower electricity use by setting thermostats to 78 or higher, health permitting, avoid using major appliances, and turning off all unnecessary lights from between 4 to 9 p.m. when the grid is most stressed. Forecasters had their eye on this Sunday today, yesterday by now, which one meteorologist said could bring the most intense temperatures of the heat wave. And heat waves kill more Americans than hurricanes, tornadoes, and floods. Amidst all this, in a primetime speech Thursday, delivered in front of Philadelphia's Independence Hall lit in ghostly red, President Joseph Biden cast the most strident opponents of his administration as enemies of American democracy. In doing so, Mr. Biden pushed an already perilously divided and intolerant society closer to the brink, using rhetoric similar to the very people he was calling out. We're all parsing the speech, Joe Biden's Soul of the Nation address about the growing anti-constitutionalism of Republican extremism. Most importantly, he named names, including, finally, Donald Trump. Our president took a political risk and sprack the hard truth that a significant number of citizens of these United States of America, concentrated in the rotted-out shell of the Republican Party, have become extremists who are engaged in anti-constitutional opposition to our system of government. Within his presentation, Biden said, "You can't love your country only when you win," which is no longer the self-evident fact about America that it used to be. But we should first consider how hard it is to evaluate a speech that no president should ever have to deliver. Yet before we turn to Biden, enjoy your day off. The history of slavery is embedded in the modern-day American workforce. Labor Day was designed to honor the American labor movement, which pushed for better labor laws and outcomes for American workers. It started as a state holiday in Oregon in 1887 and became federally recognized on June 28, 1894. As some history books will teach you, the ancestors weren't exactly a part of this movement per se, since the civil rights movement that gave us way for some equality laws to take its shape didn't happen until 8 decades later. The critical omission, by the very name of my program, being that the preponderance of the harsh labor conditions American workers endured were a direct result of chattel slavery. Unfortunately, correlations between the workforce and American slavery remain today. As millions of Americans prepare to enjoy a much-needed day off, I alone will explore the similarities between America's modern-day workforce and its racist past. Labor Day came after 2 major events in the labor movement. One a celebration and the other a fiery tragedy. All while primary workers were going on strike and demanding protections, black laborers were often faced with the unfortunate choice of becoming strikebreakers in an effort to earn money at a time when wages remained incredibly low for black Americans. In a sense, black laborers did not benefit much from the labor movement, but they were still a huge part of the history of how things all came about. The fight for more just employment laws continues today, as there be parallels between slaveholders and modern capitalists. Understand this much. At the time of the labor movement, the whites were the slaves, and the blacks were the house niggers that were hired to break up their strikes. At that point, the blacks became the tool of the man. American slavery itself was rooted in capitalism, as are current industrial trends. The goal of most businesses is to make money by spending the least amount of money. So while the workforce may not have enslaved people or indentured servitude in the modern era, the principles of early American capitalism remain present. The system of employee operations was inspired by slavery. To understand how some employee operations came into play, I need only to point to communication between southern plantation owners and northern factory leaders. The factory leaders being the robber barons of the Gilded Age. Things like record books, ledgers, and things of that nature that I saw as a librarian have a heavy slavery influence. Things like rewards and punishments, similar to today's raises and performance improvement plans, were also developed during this time. Asset management is a remnant of American slavery. Depreciation and appreciation of assets are yet other remnants of American slavery. These plantation owners would list every single variable of an enslaved person: their age, height, weight, skills, talents, history of illness, temperaments, physical scars, reproductive abilities, and more. While this type of value system, which included high levels of physical violence, seems more extreme than what we see in today's workforce, Similar contingencies unfortunately still affect all American laborers. Manager training was a big idea of plantation owners. The way managers are trained can be traced back to slavery. Tracing the origin points of modern management practices betrays that plantation owners practiced a similar style of management training that is seen today. Referencing Caitlin Rosenthal's book titled Accounting for Slavery, subtitled Masters and Management, published circa 2018, in which she detailed how plantations held complex structures of hierarchy in terms of management, while denoting today's mental tactics used by modern-day capitalists, such as threats of termination or demerit systems. The historian Jason Perkins, who's basically citing the historianess Caitlin Rosenthal. Now, historian Jason Perkins is a doctor in history, philosophy doctore, a PhD, and he's likened black people's celebration of Labor Day to Juneteenth. And again, by referencing Caitlin Rosenthal's book, Accounting for Slavery, to quote his T, and, well, to quote his T at great length and verbatim, my son transcripted his interview. I'm going to read a page to you. Now, I don't often do this, so bear with me because you need to hear this. She notes the similarity between the hierarchy of those plantations and the complex hierarchies that you would see today in a multi-divisional American company. You can trace this back to plantations where the idea of sending people to different places to learn business practices, more specifically to learn managerial techniques. So you would have these absentee plantation owners in England who would send their sons to the Caribbean to learn how to run a plantation, to learn how to manage a plantation. It's kind of complex, but if we're talking about more modern management tactics, modern contemporary business practices, we can trace back to plantations and note that these particular business practices, these managerial techniques, you can trace them all back to slavery. And they're eerily similar to what we see today. Sometimes the threat of violence is as effective, if not even more effective, than the actual use of violence. I think Labor Day, in this respect, similar to Juneteenth, where the purpose of the holiday is kind of some of the earliest iterations of it, African Americans got together and they were able to learn of the past, particularly the history of slavery, and then take those stories and use them as a lesson, but also as an inspiration for the future. I think African Americans can do the same thing with Labor Day. I think Labor Day is an opportunity to commemorate that long history, but also learn from that history and take lessons from the past and be able to apply it to what we are facing today in terms of workers' rights, workers' protections, and just kind of general labor struggles. Look at what's transpiring now, and you see people of different races, but particularly working class folk, black, brown, and others, really ratcheting up their activities around labor, around working conditions, better pay, and all of these different things. Making these connections also allows us to continually understand contemporary systems, whether it be economic, social, or cultural systems and structures that continue to impact and devalue black life. If we're looking at slavery in the South versus manufacturing and industrialists in the North, you have two similar yet different systems of control. What you did have pretty frequently is Southern enslavers and Northern industrial manufacturers in frequent conversation. So there's a lot of cross-pollination taking place between the twain. Southern enslavers kept diligent, extensive, exhaustive records. And in fact, if you compare many of those plantations to a lot of the factories and manufacturing centers outside of the South, that record keeping What would become known as scientific management in the 1880s and the late 19th century was much more advanced, comparatively speaking, in the South than it ever was in the North. Both groups of people share different notes in terms of, okay, how do I set up these contingencies? First of all, how do I observe what's going on? Gather data. Put in a particular structure or process. Maybe establish or implement certain contingencies, rewards, punishments, and the like. So I could maximize labor and maximize profit. Both groups shared play notes from each other. There are all these different kinds of similarities, from even the way we think about something like appreciation or depreciation. There was this elaborate system of pre-formatted standardized ledgers, so you can list everything that you needed as a cotton planter or sugar enslaver. This is how an enslaved person's value would be appreciated. Or conversely, if you had a history of resistance, flight, if you had a particular illness, tuberculosis, or whatever the case may be, that could lead to you being ascribed depreciating value. And it really kind of gets at one of the cores of the institution of slavery, just in terms of this idea of commodifying black bodies. Well, all working men and women of all ethnicities across the color spectrum are effectively niggers in slavery now. And it is in such somber context that an American president has finally had to forewarn us darkly of the perils per the specter of political violence. Joe Biden's "This is not normal" speech has taken on the rising danger of MAGA Trumpists. The president called out Trump himself and his Republicans, and they see red. In his speech on Thursday night, billed as a major address about the battle for the soul of the nation, Joe Biden said the word Trump only twice. The current president may not have mentioned his predecessor's name much, but Biden's speech, as is the case with the rest of his presidency, was all about standing against Trump and the unique threat to American democracy that he and his "Make America Great Again" believers pose. Joe Biden told us Thursday night that American democracy is under attack. He did so in plain language and left no doubt about either the dire nature or the source of the threat. Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans represent an extremism that threatens the very foundations of our republic, Biden said. The Republican Party is dominated, driven, and intimidated by Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans, he said. MAGA Republicans do not respect the Constitution, he said. MAGA forces are determined to take the country backwards, he said. 13 times, in fact, Biden called out the Trumpists who have seized hold of one of America's trois great political parties in just about the most unsparing terms a president has ever used for political opponents. I guess that Biden, subject of endless laments so recently from Democrats who feared he was reluctant to take on the Trump captive Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency in strong enough terms, is not afraid of going on the attack anymore. What will be long remembered from Joe Biden's speech last night, well, feels like last night because I watched it last night, but really Thursday night outside Independence Hall, is not what he said, but that it had to be said at all. Not since the American Civil War between the states has an American president so directly confronted the specter of political violence at home. While Biden did call out Trump and MAGA Republicans for fanning the flames of violence, for embracing anger, and for the threat they pose to their own republic. The heart of the speech was an extraordinary beseeching of Americans to eschew political violence. A president whose own rise to power was nearly blocked by an attempted coup d'etat, literally a blow of the state in the French, by the man he defeated, stood at the cradle of the founding of the Republic itself forged in a spasm of revolutionary upheaval, and warned his countrymen of the perils of political violence. Today, there are dangers around us as we cannot allow to prevail. We hear, you've heard it, more and more talk about violence as an acceptable political tool in this country. It's not. It can never be an acceptable tool. So I want to say this plain and simple. There is no place for political violence in America. Period. None. Ever. History tells us that blind loyalty to a single leader and a willingness to engage in political violence is fatal to democracy. On top of that, there are public figures today, yesterday and the day before, predicting and all but calling for mass violence and rioting in the streets. This is inflammatory. It's dangerous. It's against the rule of law. And we, the people, must say this is not who we are. Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot be pro-insurrectionist and pro-American. They're incompatible. We cannot allow violence to be normalized in this country. It's wrong. We each have to reject political violence with all the moral clarity and conviction this nation can muster now. Joe Biden is not the American one may have envisioned to lead at this crossroads, with political violence a very real threat, with a slide to authoritarianism already underway, with the upcoming election and the one after it so plainly under threat. But here we are. And Biden's speech moves us closer to the brink. Like his predecessor, the president has concluded that he and his party will benefit from heightening the already sky-high tensions in American society. He evidently comprehends that the unity he calls for, while identifying MAGA Republicans as the threats to the very foundations of our republic, his words, can be achieved only by defining tens of millions of Americans as domestic enemies. Joe Biden's election was supposed to be a step back from the brink, a move away from a place where reason, debate, and truth lose all power and chaos and nihilism fill the void. To be sure, healing the lacerations to democracy inflicted by Donald Trump would be practically impossible. But many Americans, including some who did not vote for Mr. Biden, hoped and expected the new president would show measured leadership that would start the healing and certainly not salt the wounds. Instead, Mr. Biden chose to add his voice to the chorus pitting Americans against one another. Many Americans have unreasonable doubts about the legitimacy of the 2020 election, and some of the people stoking those doubts know they are spreading lies. Such dangerous, anti-democratic designs must be condemned. Yet most everyday people sympathetic to Donald Trump claim to support democracy. They don't hate the American system of yore. They simply distrust the people and institutions that run it. They may be misled and wrong, but they are not necessarily seditious, unless doubts about the candor of the FBI, for instance, can be called seditious. Casting such people as enemies of the state merely confirms their darkest fears, rendering reconciliation all but impossible. It's more characteristic of a demagogue than a statesman. Roller coasters with old-fashioned chain lifts climb with a staccato click, click, click. With each click, there's no going back. Once the train nears the top, however, those clicks stop. Now the train's momentum pulls itself over the crest, And there's no going back. That moment of no return always comes a bit earlier than expected. On Thursday, President Biden chose to take this country one big click closer to the edge. I fear that we will look back on this speech and, with the benefit of sober hindsight, realize the Republic was already lost, the threshold already crossed, the die already cast. But the optimistic view might be that this speech marked the first time Biden so completely embraced his role to stop Trump and Trump cultism. At least the fight is now fully engaged. The threat is the person of Donald Trump and his MAGA Republicans. Outside Independence Hall in Philadelphia on Thursday, Biden said, "For a long time, we've told ourselves that American democracy is guaranteed, but it's not. We have to defend it, protect it, stand up for it, each and every one of us. Democrats, independents, mainstream Republicans. We must be stronger, more determined, and more committed to saving American democracy than MAGA Republicans are to destroying American democracy." Joe Biden was explicit in targeting Donald Trump and what he calls the MAGA Republicans. He pulled no punches and fully embraced the midterms election as a verdict on the future of America itself. Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans represent an extremism that threatens the very foundations of our republic. But there's no question that the Republican Party today is dominated, driven, and intimidated by Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans. And that is a threat to this country. MAGA Republicans do not respect the Constitution. They promote authoritarian leaders, and they fan the flames of political violence that are a threat to our personal rights, to the pursuit of justice, to the rule of law, to the very soul of this country. MAGA Republicans have made their choice. They embrace anger. They thrive on chaos. They live not in the light of truth, but in the shadow of lies. And MAGA Republicans are destroying American democracy. If this was the opening salvo in the fall election campaign, delivered on the Thursday before Labor Day weekend, which marks the start of general election season, it leaves no question what Democrats should make this election all about. Whenever a president gives a speech, pundits, analysts, and citizens all jump to grade the exercise. Was it a great speech or just a good speech? Did it hit the right marks? Did it serve the right constituency? Did it help or hurt his party? This speech, however, defies any and all such analyses. I have some serious complaints about the optics and staging. Be patient, I'll get to those. Instead, we should be deeply troubled that Joe Biden had to give this speech at all. And make us no mistake, he had to give it. His duty demanded it. As Biden rightly said, this American democracy faces an ongoing attack, his words, from what he termed MAGA Republicans, who do not respect our Constitution, the rule of law, the will of the people, or the results of free elections. No president could remain silent under such circumstances. Indeed, I'm not sure it was strong enough. I bristled a bit when the president spraketh of these reasonable Republicans with whom he could work. I wondered to myself, who? Joe Manchin? For those of you who don't know, Joe Manchin is a fucked up Democrat who, you know how they say, rhino, Republican in name only? He's a dino, Democrat in name only. Who are these Republicans? Where are they? If you're going to give a speech about how millions of people now live, as Biden said, in the shadow of lies, and you think there are also reasonable people among them, you should encourage them to come into the open and fight alongside you. As someone, I myself, who once wrote speeches for a few high-ranking commissioned officers, America's politicians in uniform, I would also take points off here and there for a loss of focus. I'm sure it was important to some staffers to get in digs about prescription drugs, guns, and clean energy, but whoever took the final pass on that draft should have gotten out the red pen. This was not the time. Mostly what I felt watching our president was both sympathy and a kind of horror that he was having to say any of this at all. And so I simply cannot judge it as anything but a sad duty. The same kind of speech a president must give in the face of a national tragedy. These are not speeches anyone wants to write or deliver. Nonetheless, if I had to pick out a line that will resonate in history, I think, or I hope, that it will be Biden's reminder that democracy requires sensible, tolerant, and mature human beings in order to work. To quote his T, democracy cannot survive when one side believes there are only two outcomes to an election. Either they win or they were cheated. You cannot love your country only when you win. It really is that simple. Substance aside, if there's one place this speech was a bungle, it was in the staging. And yes, don't forget I'm a graduate of John Robert Powers Modeling and Acting School. I think I have a flair for the theatrical and a common sense of when it's overdone. I suspect that few will remember any of Biden's words on Thursday night, as much as they will think of the ominous setting. The front of Philadelphia's Independence Hall at night, with dramatic red floodlights as the backdrop for the president while he spracketh in dire terms about the possibility of political violence from the Trump cultists who still refuse to concede Trump's 2020 defeat and who celebrate the violent mob that stormed the Capitol in hopes of overturning it. The radicalized Russophiliac right obviously went into outrage mode. Fox News' Kayleigh McEnany, former White House press secretary under Trump, claimed that Biden had given the most divisive presidential speech she'd ever seen. And not only that, he'd also given it in front of a hellish red background. Optics matter. Bathing the president in red so that he looked like his infernal eminence, Joseph Biden, Lord of the Underworld, was a really bad idea. The podium looked like it was set up for a reading from the Necronomicon. Biden, using light as a metaphor, should have been standing in actual light. I can tell you this as one possessed of the Lightbringer himself, Lucifer the Peacock Angel. Schnellberg has his eye on you, Joe. According to the Murdochian mass media machine of Fox Corporation, the event's choice of lighting featured in a number of conservative complaints. Evidently, viewers were shocked by the color red. But those on the right who managed to get past the odd mise-en-scène found other aspects of the speech to complain about. They griped, for example, that Biden didn't call for unity with Republicans, even though a large swath of the party still doesn't accept him as a legitimate president. They also called him cynical for speaking out against a group of people who have spent the last 6 years cozying up to someone who appears to be a flagrantly corrupt demagogue. Paradoxically, The very MAGA Republicans Biden called out seemed to think that the scary setting for Biden's alarming message was somehow beneficial to them, and they soon began sharing images of the dramatic black and neon red scene. J.D. Vance, the Trump-backed Republican nominee for Senate in Ohio, tweeted, "I can't believe this is a real photograph. It depicts the president of our nation as he took to the airwaves and spoke about his fellow citizens as if they were sewer rats." Rick Scott, the Republican Senate campaign chief, tweeted the photo and dismissed Biden as a raving lunatic who attacked half the country tonight. Mike Huckabee, the former governor of Arkansas, called it a hate speech. Over on Fox News, Tucker Carlson was very, very angry about the blood red Nazi background and the Marine Honor Guard in front of Independence Hall, a setting that he termed a complete outrage. Honestly, I myself, in the short time that I actually let loose on a different venue that I haven't told the rest of you about, what I thought about the speech while I was reviewing it. Believe it or not, this is through my affiliation with the gay community through my son and the Blood Boys. I myself, through that venue, have taken a galactic amount of steam in electronic correspondence for being among those who objected to the placement of 2 Marines in semi-darkness behind Biden. People on Gmail flooded me with pictures of presidents and military people, proving only that no one understood the problem. Yes, presidents routinely exploit military people as backdrops, something I myself rarely like seeing. It is almost always, however, at the White House or on military bases, in front of military audiences, at military-themed events, and so on. Giving a speech about democracy in downtown Philadelphia and bringing your own Marines is not something I ever recall seeing before. Frankly, staging Marines as if they are the president's Praetorian Guards is the sort of thing Trump would love. Even before Biden sprack, Kevin McCarthy, that Californian House Minority Leader who voted against certifying our presidential election results before a mob of Trump cultists stormed the Capitol on January 6th, and whose slavish devotion thereby earned him the sobriquet My Kevin from Trump himself, delivered a prebuttal in which he accused our legal president of launching an assault on democracy. To quote his T, "When the president speaks tonight at Independence Hall, the first lines out of his mouth should be to apologize for slandering tens of millions of Americans as semi-fascists." By the way, I don't mind that so much because these are wannabes who could never be fascists. If they were fucking fascists, I would be on their side. And it's only slander, of course, if it's untrue. It's true they're semi-fascists, wannabes, and could never be the real thing. And despite the aforecited McCarthy's insistence that the electric cord of liberty still sparks in our hearts, whatever the fuck that means, Biden's assessment of the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency's MAGA wing and those who have enabled it is accurate. Hell, one need only look to Pennsylvania, where Biden spoke, to see the right's hostility to democracy. Doug Mastriano, the Republican candidate for governor there, is essentially running on a platform that regards the will of the voters irrelevant to his own political desires. Truth be told, Biden's speech wasn't about banishing or bashing people who disagree with his policies, despite what Louisiana Senator John Kennedy claimed on Fox News. It was about a powerful force within the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency that, as our legal president himself so warned, is ready to embrace anger and thrive on chaos to achieve undemocratic ends. The president has long cautioned about that threat. Now, he's finally doing so with the kind of urgency it deserves. In his speech, Biden said, "Equality and democracy are under assault. We do ourselves no favor to pretend otherwise." In the inverted logic of Trump world, theirs is the grievance that matters. They are always the wronged party. Storming the Capitol and defying the will of the voters in 2020 was totally fine. But how dare Joe Biden say such nasty things about them for doing so? All these aforecited howls of complaint might have been fun to listen to from the folks who routinely savage Biden as a wild-eyed socialist out to destroy freedom itself, if what they themselves were doing to our country were not so deadly serious. Just hours before Biden's speech, in fact, Trump himself bragged of giving financial support to some of the insurrectionists who have been charged by the Justice Department, and told the aforecited Windy Bell radio intervieweress that he was considering offering blanket pardons to the January 6th defendants should he be reelected in 2024. But as only I can tell you, per a true historian's perspective, working with reality as opposed to the propaganda other historians peddle, the former president went on to break new ground. Reflect again on Daryl Neely, who runs GERN, Global Entertainment Radio Network, home of Crazy Cunt, who says she was flying starships. Her handler, who himself was so low a nigger as to bend over, rip a hat off a cop who, for all intents and purposes, he thought was dead, taking his property, putting it on his own head, blowing up a bunt, sucking in that weed smoke and saying, "Smoke 'em if you got 'em." Looking as retarded as his actions, that man belongs in jail. Hell, I'll say it, that boy belongs in jail. Because that's just what he is, a house nigger for white supremacy who calls himself one with Odin, taking on the Nordic religion he identifies so much with his inner cracker. This is the man, and niggas like him, white or brown, like the head of the Oath Breakers, that Trump wants to not only pardon, but apologize to, and then put them on a welfare stipend the rest of their lives. So yes, the Republican pseudo-president Donald Trump suggested again last Thursday that he'd issue presidential pardons to January 6th rioters if he returns to the White House, echoing a line he said several times before. Thursday of Yester Septimania, last week, however, he went even further in expressing support for those who attacked our United States Capitol and is now eyeing more than just pardons for January 6th rioters. During an on-air interview with conservative radio hostess Windy Bell, one of his first broadcast interviews since the FBI's Mar-a-Lago search nearly a month agone, Trump said he supports full pardons for many rioters, whom he would also reward with some kind of official government apology. In other words, the former president, the ostensible leader of one of the nation's 12 political parties and the presumptive frontrunner for the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency's 2024 presidential nomination, wants to give pardons, apologies, and money to my enemies and yours. Political radicals who launched an insurrectionist attack on his own country's capital. Later that same Thursday night in Philadelphia, President Joe Biden warned Americans of the societal dangers posed by Trump's twisted and dangerous ideology. But few hours earlier, the Democrats' immediate predecessor helped prove Biden right. Circling back to our earlier coverage, I'm struck by the degree to which the Republican has comest full circle when it comest to the rioters. Indeed, let's not forget that during the January 6th attack, the then president sat on his hands and ignored all calls to intervene. More than 3 hours after the violence began, Trump released a video urging his mob of radicalized followers to disperse. But even then, the Republican made clear that he and the rioters were on the same side. In the video he released at that time, Trump told his true believers that, "We love you. You're very special." Yeah, like Special Olympics. Even while insisting that there had been, in his words, an election that was stolen from us. It was soon after when the then president started to realize that this, at least at the time, was a politically untenable position. His own cabinet had begun conversations about removing Trump from office by way of the 25th Amendment. He and his team decided he needed cover to remain in the White House. And so Trump shifted his message. On January 7th, the then president said, "Like all Americans, I am outraged by the violence, lawlessness, and mayhem." He went on to describe the riot as a heinous attack. Reading from a prepared text, no less, Trump added, "The demonstrators who infiltrated the Capitol have defiled the seat of American democracy. To those who engage in the acts of violence and destruction, you do not represent our country. And to those who broke the law, you will pay." 5 days later, the Republican condemned the mob that stormed the Capitol and trashed the halls of government. On the final day of his term, again reading from a script, Trump added, "All Americans are horrified. We're horrified by the assault on our Capitol. Political violence is an attack on everything we cherish as Americans. It can never be tolerated." In the months that followed, Trump struggled to keep up the pretense that he almost certainly never believed in the first. By May of 2021, the former president was suggesting the rioters were victims. He eventually started describing them as patriots. Around the same time, the former president first broached the subject of extending pardons to convicted radicals. And now, the multi-step process has not only brought Trump back to the beginning, he's actually gone further than ever before. Number 1, Trump loved the rioters. Number 2, Trump then condemned the rioters' heinous attack. Number 3, Trump then said the rioters may not have been so bad after all. Number 4, Trump then said the rioters are innocent patriots, and their attack represented the greatest movement in the history of our country to make America great again. Number 5, Trump now wants to give them pardons, apologies, and financial support. To be sure, whether the rioters will ever actually see such money is an open question. The former president does not easily part with his own cash. It's one thing for him to say he'll offer financial support. It's something else entirely for him to actually pick up his checkbook. Either way, of course, the larger point remains the same. As questions swirl about the Republican Party's commitment to democratic principles, Trump has picked a side, and it's the wrong one. Presidential historian Michael Beschloss recently wondered what future Americans might say about January 6th, and the degree to which the answer depends on whether these United States is a democracy or an autocracy by that time. Himself concluding, in his own words, if the latter, our nation's authoritarian leaders might celebrate January 6th as one of the great days in American history. One former president apparently doesn't need to wait for the future to draw any such conclusion. While our founding fathers imagined a broad pardon power that might apply to insurrectionists as a means of calming the national temperature and preserving the republic, they never envisioned it would be used in the way Trump is describing, to support insurrectionists and reward violence as part of an ongoing assault against American democracy. It's worth delving into that history to understand just how warped and dangerous Trump's latest statements are. But first, a look at some more recent events. In addition to Thursday's pardons comment, yesterday Septimania, Trump also acknowledged that he has met with some January 6th defendants at his Mar-a-Lago office and that he is helping some financially. Trump described them as incredible and said, "It's a disgrace what they've done to them. What they've done to these people is disgraceful." Also, recall his profession of love for the insurrectionists as the attack on the Capitol was still ongoing. More recently, Trump claimed that the people who attacked the Capitol assaulted police officers using weapons and chanted, "Hang Mike Pence," were peaceful people. He has even called them patriots, which I agree with. That means fatherfuckers. Their father's Daddy Trump, and they suck him till he's dry. I'm sorry. Gotta breathe. Planning to help people being prosecuted for the attack on the Capitol, Trump noted, is already underway. "We're working on it very hard. We're working with legal." Last week's promise would upend American history and the very rationale for granting the president the clemency power and further sow division. It is very much in keeping with Trump and his cultists' embrace of violence as a political tool. Recently, for instance, Senatoress Lindsey Graham threatened that there would be riots in the street if Trump were prosecuted in the ongoing criminal investigation of his apparent pilfering and refusal to turn over documents marked as classified. This was also not the first time Trump has talked about granting clemency or expressed sympathy for the January 6th rioters. Trump raised the prospects of pardons for the January 6th insurrectionists earlier this year. This past January, he told the audience at a rally in Texas that, "If I run and win, we will treat those people from January 6th fairly. And if it requires pardons, we will give them pardons." The people to whom Trump was referring include about 370 rioters who have pleaded guilty to federal charges or have been convicted, and more than 220 who have been sentenced. Now, the Washington Post published a total list of offenders who might be in line for a Trump pardon, which includes more than 800 defendants who have been arrested and federally charged from nearly all 50 states and the District of Columbia. That pardon list might also include several of Trump's cultists and people who were involved in planning the January 6th protests who sought preemptive pardons from him right after the January 6th insurrection, which at the time, when Trump was under threat of impeachment and conviction himself, were not granted. And maybe even Trump himself was one of the recipients of a potential pardon. In fact, we know he said he would pardon himself, or rather, he passed that consideration to his advisors in a test, and they said it was unprecedented. Well, that didn't mean he wasn't going to do it. Everything he does is unprecedented. As troubling as the thought of pardoning insurrections, or the president pardoning himself, might be, that idea is not new to American history. Well, a president pardoning himself is, but pardoning insurrectionists is not. Historically, however, such pardons were considered tools for quelling national unrest, not for empowering a violent mob and threatening to unleash them anew on our republic. The thought that presidents might abuse their pardon power to pardon insurrectionists was first raised in 1788 by Alexander Hamilton. Hamilton discussed this possibility to bolster his argument that the pardon power should be lodged solely in the president and that the occupant of that office should have maximum leeway in exercising it. In the Federalist Papers, he argued explicitly that the president's clemency power should extend even to what he called the crime of treason. Hamilton wrote that the principal argument for reposing the power of pardoning in this case to the chief magistrate is this. In seasons of insurrection or rebellion, there are often critical moments when a well-timed offer of pardon to the insurgents or rebels may restore the tranquility of the Commonwealth, and which, if suffered to pass unimproved, it may never be possible afterwards to recall. Restoring the tranquility of the Commonwealth hardly seems to be part of Trump's playbook with the January 6th insurrectionists. Rather, it seems much more likely that he wants to offer latitude as a means to empower future violence on his behalf. Indeed, this week on his social media platform, Trump for the first time publicly issued further calls for him to be immediately restored to power via unconstitutional means, as was attempted on January 6th. Trump posted that he should be declared the rightful winner and reinstated to power, or that a new election should be held immediately. Is it any wonder that more than half of Republicans, according to a recent poll, say they believe political violence will increase a lot in the coming years, and that a new civil war is likely in the next 10 years? Again, encouraging the realization of this dream of political violence is not what the founders had in mind, even as the pardon power was used early on to forgive rebels who were seeking contrition to promote domestic tranquility. Indeed, it didn't take long for Hamilton's 1788 endorsement of the use of clemency in times of rebellion and insurrection to materialize. In fact, the very first presidential pardon was issued by George Washington himself in 1795 to men who had been convicted of treason for their participation in Pennsylvania's Whiskey Rebellion. These rebels had taken up arms to resist the federal government's plan to impose excise taxes on whiskey. Man, talk about hardcore alcoholics! In a strange twist of history, Hamilton warned George Washington not to show leniency to participants in the Whiskey Rebellion. He feared that doing so to a bunch of drunks would make this country's first president appear weak and damage his political standing. As he himself told George Washington, "My present clear conviction, if competent evidence can be obtained, is to exert the full force of the law against the offenders. Or at least throw them in a drunk tank." I added the last part. Washington rejected his advice, even as he embraced the hope Hamilton expressed in the Federalist Papers that pardoning insurrectionists would restore tranquility, even as he rejected his immediate advice in this case. Washington said that he was granting clemency to the Whiskey Rebels because of their contrition for the past and assurances of their good behavior in the future. And besides, they're going to be too drunk to really do anything. He didn't say that. I added that last part. Now, George Washington is not the only American president to use clemency to try to bring this nation together after an insurrection. To take his 12 other examples, during the Civil War, President Abraham Lincoln issued 64 pardons for war-related offenses, including conspiracy, treason, rebellion, holding an office under the Confederacy, and aiding the rebels. And in an 1868 Christmas Day pardon, his successor, Andrew Johnson, issued a blanket amnesty to all Confederate soldiers. Following Hamilton's maxim, Jackson explained that he hoped this act would renew and fully restore confidence and fraternal feeling among the whole, and their respect for and attachment to the national, ergo federal, government, designed by its patriotic founders for the general good. Trump's sympathy for and promise to pardon the January 6th mob would be very much in keeping with his own use of clemency during his presidential term to reward people whose crimes showed particular contempt for the rule of law itself, but personal loyalty to Donald Trump. It is a far cry, however, from what Hamilton envisioned and what Washington and Lincoln used clemency to accomplish: to bring insurrectionists back into the fold and cement their allegiance to our Constitution. They would all turn over in their graves at the thought of an American president, that an American president would abuse the clemency power to support and reward rebels whose purpose was to undermine the very constitutional order he took an oath to defend, and whose ongoing allegiance that former president is now weaponizing as a continued threat to our republic. As an opening act of the fall campaign season, none of this bodes well. This country is clearly in for another period of electioneering in which playing to the fears of one's supporters will be just about all that matters. Democrats are hoping, against history and most of the evidence, to turn this midterm election, once again, into a referendum on Donald Trump, and, in so doing, to save their control over the Senate and maybe even the House. Nothing unites Democrats more than our hatred of Donald Trump, a subject that we feel more passionate about than our support for Joe Biden. Maybe our fear and loathing toward the man of Mar-a-Lago, along with our outrage over the Supreme Court's decision this summer throwing out Roe versus Wade, will be enough to overcome the odds in November. As for the red Republicans themselves, they surely would prefer to talk about this country's sour mood, high inflation, and wavering economy under Joe Biden, but they remain hooked on Trump. And Trump was never going to make this election about anything but himself. He won't move on from 2020, so they can't move on from 2020. In watching the awkward squirming and instant blame shifting, it can be easy to forget that this is hardly standard issue campaign rhetoric from either side. Presidents do not generally accuse the other party of attempting to eviscerate democracy, of defying the rule of law itself. But nor have they ever had to, before now. In any case, Joe Biden did what he had to do. We have reached a watershed in American politics. The President of these United States has told us directly that our system of government is under attack. What happens next is, in every way, up to us. Considering the old Biden still wants to believe. If this was the new Joe Biden, ready to throw his lot with the defeat of Trump and Trumpism, the old Joe Biden could not completely let go of the quaint and antiquated notion that there is still a good, loyal, reasonable Republican Party out there with which he can do business. Now, I want to be very clear up front. Not every Republican, not even the majority of Republicans, are MAGA Republicans. Not every Republican embraces their extreme ideology. I know because I've been able to work with these mainstream Republicans. I'm almost inclined to toss Joe a bone on this one. He still overestimates what's left of the non-Trump Republican Party. I mean, is there even such a thing? But to the extent de-radicalization requires offering betrayed Republicans some kind of permission structure to return to the constitutional fold, I'm fine with Joe Biden being the one to give it to them. Because the red tide is on the turn. The late Gorbachev's restraint helped facilitate the fall of the Soviet Union, presaging the waning influence of authoritarian regimes around the world. For those born since the collapse of the Soviet Union, it's hard to understand the degree to which the Cold War cast a pall on the international scene. The Soviet Union lasted nearly 70 years, and its communist system, known for its gulags, breadlines, and brutal repression, crushed the freedom of 299 million people. Early in his speech, Biden said, "Too much of what is happening today in our country is not normal." A statement that was both correct and wildly understated. That longing for normal is something I have heard often expressed in Washington over these past few Trump-dominated years in American politics, with all the former president's bizarre Oval Office rants and his followers' willingness to torch even the most long-standing American traditions. What scares me most about this moment is that I remember hearing this lament before, in Vladimir Putin's Russia. Up until a decade after the collapse of the Soviet Union, I often heard Russians I encountered complaining about the upending of their world, with the attendant economic and social collapse in ways that were strikingly similar to the complaints of many Americans today. In the late 1980s, unrest grew within Soviet satellite nations, with some declaring independence from the central state. Many Westerners have touted the heroic efforts of President Ronald Reagan, British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, Pope John Paul II, and Polish Labour leader Lech Walesa in precipitating the downfall of the evil empire. Another crucial figure, Mikhail S. Gorbachev, died in Moscow last week at the age of 91. The first and last president of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics was, as he himself once put it, both a product and an anti-product of the Soviet system. Where we in the West saw Mikhail Gorbachev as a hero who had helped bring an end to decades of communist tyranny, all too many Russians agreed with Vlad Putin that the collapse of the Soviet Union, which Gorbachev helped bring about, was a catastrophe. What they wanted, so many told me, was to live in a normal, civilized country. How they equate that with the Soviet Union is beyond me, as that was an empire, not a country. Just as the Russian Federation today is. An empire, not a country. A few years ago, well, let me go back to a few days ago. I mean, how long's it been? 48 hours? 72 hours by now? But days are gone. Gorbachev died at the age of 91. His dream of Russian democracy having long ago perished. Now, even American democracy itself is teetering. How telling it is that when the President of these United States today speaks of threats to this nation, he is warning not about adversaries abroad, but the danger within. Normal never sounded so good. An old Soviets joke noted that Gorbachev could have won an election in any nation on Earth outside of Russia itself. A reference to his unpopularity at home even as Western media celebrated him abroad. Mikhail Gorbachev did not mean the Soviet Union to end that way. His legacy may be mixed, but he's worthy of fond remembrance. The main critique of Gorbachev is that the reforms he implemented, glasnost, openness, and perestroika, reconstruction, were designed to save the Soviet system from collapse. He became as General Secretary of the Communist Party in 1985 as a Leninist, certainly not a man initially committed to democracy and freedom. Soviets' deprivations continued even after he implemented his reforms. His critics say that the Soviet Union was destined for the dust heap, given its failed economics, but it could have hobbled along for years. Mainly, Gorbachev allowed it to collapse with a whimper rather than a violent bang. He seemed genuinely committed to creating a more open society. As unrest spread across his empire, thanks in part to the liberalizing forces he himself unleashed, Gorbachev did not respond with brutal crackdowns that former Soviet despots had employed. In the National Review, J. Nordlinger wrote, Gorbachev had the brute power to suppress rebellion, as his predecessors had done, but he refrained from using it. You know, it takes a certain kind of special talentlessness to juggle empires and then drop all the balls. But as the outcome was the best for all mankind, Gorbachev was the right man at the right time who did the right thing by doing nothing. That's still a legacy worth remembering. A decade ago, the influence of the communist Chinese and Russian empires was spreading globally. Authoritarianism appeared to be spreading worldwide. That tide has now turned. There are different ways of looking at the world. One is to see it as a batch of things arranged in a certain manner. Another is to see it as a cluster of processes that are always on the move, creating what Shakespeare called tides in the affairs of men. Back in 2016, there were several authoritarian populist regimes in Europe. In a fit of extraordinary levity, the United Kingdom voted for Brexit, and the Americans voted for Donald Trump. Further east, Vladimir Putin was tightening his grip on Europe's economy and its elites, while communist Chinese leader Xi Jinping was quietly increasing his Communist Party's control over everyday life. The future looked distinctly authoritarian. That tide is now beginning to turn. 3 almost simultaneous events in recent weeks are clear indicators thereof. First came as Nancy Pelosi's visit to my Taiwan, which Beijing failed to stop, despite making a great deal of noise about it. Official China was reduced, as the Russian saying goes, to swinging its fists in the air after the fight has ended, by conducting military exercises around my island, China. By that point, Pelosi was long gone. More on that in depth soon enough. Because then camest the explosions at the Russian military naval aero base Saki in the Crimea. Ukraine's strike on the Russian airbase sends a message. Putin is losing. If the Ukrainian strike on Saki military base in the Novofedorivka region of Russian-occupied Crimea on Tuesday, as dated the 9th of August, can be attributed to the HIMARS, the High Mobility Artillery Rocket System, then, once again, Moscow's much-vaunted S-400 aero defense system has failed. Whilst there has been no shortage of speculation, the 12 most likely courses of action delivering that hit were HIMARS and or Ukrainian Special Forces, or both, with the Ukrainian Special Forces acting as forward controllers, the quarterbacks of the battlefield. Reports suggest Ukrainian Special Forces have received training and equipment from U.S. Special Forces and British Special Air Service, the SAS, to conduct operations behind enemy lines. As a result, they have been given credit for several attacks in Russian-occupied territory. If it was the use of HIMARS, or if they guided that in as forward air controllers, the S-400 would have proven itself unreliable under kinetic fire, revealing a vulnerability. The inability to defend Russian Aero Force assets at Saki, command and control centers, and ammunition and fuel depots. Equally important, it would strike at the very psyche, the soul of Russian soldiers who rely on this safety blanket for protection. Their exposure, total exposure, by this reckoning, would be yet another blow to morale. If is the key word here, of course. With just a look at Google Maps, I could discern that the Crimean base was easily 200 kilometers from the nearest probable Ukrainian HIMARS position, well short of the range that U.S.-provided munitions could achieve. However, Lockheed Martin sold HIMARS to Poland in 2017 and Romania in 2018. The Romanian HIMARS-equipped 8th Tactical Operational Missile Brigade completed training in June at the Romanian National Training Center for Anti-Aircraft Defense, test-firing the 3 systems delivered in February of 2021. And since NATO countries supplied the Ukraine with weapons when the United States initially balked at doing so, either Poland or Romania could have provided munitions to target that Russian naval aero base. With a range of up to 300 kilometers, striking the base would then be possible. That means either the Polaki or the Romanians are in the battle. Understand that Romania was the third largest Axis power in Europe after Germany and Italy, and they participated intensively in the war, the Second World War, on the Ukrainian front. And in the Black Sea, it was Romanian submarines that dominated the waves. Russia has used the naval aero base in Crimea to launch aerostrikes into southern Ukraine. Initial reports suggest as many as 9 Russian aircraft were destroyed in the attack. That's $9 billion up in smoke. While many Russian civilians were spending a sunny day at a nearby coastal beach, as if oblivious to Vladimir Putin's war going on a couple of hundred kilometers to their north, until it found them. Mindful that any attack on Crimea would trigger massive retaliation, including strikes on the capital itself of Kiev, Ukraine has not taken responsibility for the attack. The Russian explanation of a mishandling of explosives doesn't seem to match the destruction or battle damage assessment. Their response was basically a play on the famous line from The Wizard of Oz. Pay no attention to that man behind the curtain. Russian civilians, however, know what they saw and felt. To them, the war just got real. Or, in Putin's parlance, the special operation. Again, Special Olympics comes to mind, but that's an insult to the Special Olympians. Now includes them. Not the Special Olympians, but the Russian civilian public. Perception can be confused with reality, of course, and sometimes saying nothing adds to fear of the unknown. Ukraine has demonstrated it can win in psychological operations. Whether HIMARS or Ukrainian special forces conducted this attack, or even a cruise missile, as some suggest, it sent a message. Russian soldiers are not safe anywhere in Ukraine. The attack was bold, happening during the light of day. If Russian beachgoers had found a message in a bottle that day, it might have said, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky still considers Crimea a part of Ukraine. Go home alive while you can. The success of the strike on Saki demonstrates what Ukrainian fighters can accomplish, given the tools they need, especially variants that can strike behind Russian lines in Ukraine. Russian soldiers felt Ukraine's wrath, and Russian civilians in Crimea now know they are not immune to the war, one that their country is losing. The Biden administration must reconsider providing Ukraine the full complement of HIMARS munitions. The third event to turn the Edomite tide was the FBI's raid on Trump's home base in Florida. Yes, I know, it's not a raid. I said so myself. This was a warranted search. Yes, even Ian West reminded me of that as I was starting my morning on transmission or two are gone. And of course I had to take his point in good humor. He was right. I said touche. So could Trump go down like Al Capone? Elliot Ness got Al Capone on tax evasion. Merrick Garland may get Donald Trump in a leak investigation. Al Capone's murderous gangsterism in Chicago in the 1920s wasn't stopped by investigating the killings he ordered or the river of rum he sold during Prohibition, but by a patient federal investigation into his failure to pay income taxes on all of his illicit gains. Uncle Sam doesn't care that you're a mass murderous gangster, so long as he gets his cut. That was Al Capone's biggest crime, not cutting Uncle Sam in. Donald Trump has yet to face criminal charges for his efforts to incite a violent coup d'etat against these United States' government. But Monday's unprecedented. Again, I keep falling behind because I review a lot of this footage usually a week thereafter. Monday before last's unprecedented FBI search of Trump's Florida home appears to be part of a criminal investigation into his removal. A better word might be theft of classified documents after he left the White House. So, instead of being charged as a violent insurrectionist bent on destroying American democracy, Donald Trump may go to jail for a much more mundane reason. He pissed off the nerds at the National Archives, the legal custodians of the missing documents, who then tipped off the Justice Department. The FBI search really is evidence of a leak investigation. Perhaps the biggest in history. But in legal terms, the case doesn't appear that different from the many leak investigations that Trump's own Justice Department aggressively prosecuted throughout his time in office. In fact, Trump put enormous pressure on the Justice Department to pursue leaks of classified information while he was president, usually related to negative disclosures in the press about himself. Many of the people charged in cases involving leaks of classified information during the Trump administration came in connection to disclosures in the press about Trump himself or motherless Russia or both. The Intercept reported yesteryear that the Trump administration had referred a record of at least 334 leaks of classified information to the Justice Department for criminal investigation. In many cases involving leaks to the press, the Justice Department has wielded a century-old draconian law, the Espionage Act, that can potentially put away the leaker for decades. The government often uses the Espionage Act as a threat to intimidate leakers into pleading to lesser charges. The leakers often end up pleading to some charges related to the mishandling of classified information. The New York Times observed Tuesday of Yester Septimania that one of the laws that would comest with lesser charges than the Espionage Act, and which would seem to fit Trump's case in Section 2071 of Title 18 in the U.S. Code. Under that law, an official who has custodial responsibility for the documents, who then willfully and unlawfully conceals, removes, mutilates, obliterates, falsifies, or destroys the records, could face up to 3 years in prison and could be barred from running for federal office ever again. Prosecuting under that statute would not seem to require the government to prove that Trump gave documents to foreign spies, the media, or other unauthorized people. Unauthorized, I mean to say. The FBI search, authorized, mind you, by a search warrant approved by a federal judge, caught Washington by surprise, but it did not come as completely out of the blue. A quiet battle between the National Archives, the Justice Department, and Donald Trump has been underway over the issue since yesteryear. After Trump left office, the National Archives discovered that there were lots of records, documents, and other materials missing from the White House, and began to search for them. They found that Trump had at least 15 boxes of materials that he had taken from the White House to his Mar-a-Lago estate in Florida, and officials from the archives began to fight with Trump to get them back. When he finally returned the 15 boxes in January of 2022, archives officials discovered that they included classified documents and referred the matter to the Justice Department. The DOJ, the Department of Justice, in turn, opened a grand jury investigation, and a small group of federal agents went to Mar-a-Lago in the spring to look for classified documents. Obviously, the Monday before last's raid, just because it's a convenient term, reveals that the Justice Department and the FBI believe that Donald Trump had not been cooperative in their investigation and that he still had more classified documents hidden away in his home, in violation of federal law. While it is possible that the FBI search will not lead to criminal charges against Donald Trump, as Peter Moon has explicitly articulated, it is really hard to see how U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland and the Justice Department together would have approved the historic step of an FBI search of a former president's home without much higher stakes than just a bureaucratic attempt to retrieve missing presidential records. It also seems difficult to believe that the Justice Department would conduct such a politically radioactive search if officials were only considering some slap on the wrist in this case, like the light punishments applied in the past to former CIA Director John Deutsch and former National Security Advisor Sandy Berger. Clearly, a big question at the heart of the case is, what was Trump planning to do with so many highly classified documents after leaving office? When it comes to Donald Trump, it's hard to go wrong by thinking the worst. Clearly, they were documents he thought would somehow benefit himself in the future. Perhaps in another presidential campaign, in his own private dealings, or even with foreign leaders. It is not too much of a stretch to think that the Espionage Act might apply. It is also difficult not to see that the case is drenched in irony. As a presidential candidate, Trump constantly attacked Hillary Clinton for her use of a private email server while she was Secretary of State, supposedly putting classified information at risk. It turns out that the "lock her up" chant may have used the wrong gender. And that brings us, speaking of gender studies, to Beijing's response to the Pelosi visit. No serious observer expected Red China to start making warlike noises because of an American politician's visit to my Taiwan. Even commu-Chinese commentators, insofar as they managed to make themselves heard on the other side of the bamboo curtain, seemed flabbergasted by Beijing's haste and rashness. Such behavior is untypical. After all, those in the Forbidden City have a habit of planning generations in advance. But this month last, yestermenses, tensions in the Taiwan Straits reached levels not seen in nearly 30 years. Let me read to you, like I did earlier, an entire page. I'll do that again with this op-ed, this opinion editorial column that I find quite funny. I'm going to paraphrase it at times, but I'm sorry, this guy is an idiot. And, what he says is, it just bears reading because it is funny as fucking hell. I'm trying to remember this guy's name. And I think it was, Norman Solomon. Norman Solomon. Oh my God. So he wrote, Nancy Pelosi's reckless trip to Taiwan. A decision that could get us all killed. Even the foreign policy mainstream thinks Pelosi's Taiwan trip is a dangerous gamble. Why won't Biden stop her? Oh, man. Okay. Come on, people. Some interaction in the chat room. I love interaction in the chat room. Anyhow, the consequences, far from being only economic and diplomatic, could be existential, meaning our very existence is at stake. For all of humanity, well, the human species could potentially face extinction. Because Nancy Pelosi went to visit island China. Let me continue reading here. The arrogance of power is especially ominous and despicable when a government leader risks huge numbers of lives in order to make a provocative move on the world's geopolitical chessboard. Nancy Pelosi's plan to visit Taiwan is in that category. Thanks to her, the chances of a military confrontation between China and the United States have spiked upward. Long combustible over Taiwan, the tensions between Beijing and Washington are now close to a blaze, due to Pelosi's desire to be the first House Speaker to visit Taiwan in 25 years. Despite the alarms that the very plans for her travel visit had set off, President Biden responded timidly, even while much of the establishment wanted to see the trip canceled. On the 20th day in July, Biden said about the then prospective trip, "Well, I think that the military thinks it's not a good idea right now, but I don't know what the status of it is." Biden could have put his presidential foot down and ruled out Pelosi's Taiwan trip, but he didn't. Yet as days went by, news trickled out that the opposition to the trip was extensive in the upper reaches of his administration. The Financial Times reported, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan and other National Security Council officials opposed the trip because of the risk of escalating tension across the Taiwan Strait. And overseas, the controversy over the trip has sparked concern among Washington's allies who are worried that it could trigger a crisis between the U.S. and China. Underscoring that the U.S. Commander-in-Chief is anything but an innocent bystander in terms of Pelosi's trip, officials disclosed that the Pentagon intends to provide fighter jets as escorts if she goes through with the Taiwan visit. Biden's unwillingness to clearly head off such a visit reflects the insidious style of his own confrontational approach to China. More than a year ago, under the apt New York Times headline, "Biden's Taiwan policy is truly, deeply reckless," Peter Beinart pointed out that from the outset of his presidency, Biden was chipping away at the long-standing U.S. One China policy. To quote his tea at length and verbatim, Biden became the first American president since 1978 to host Taiwan's envoy at his inauguration. In April, his administration announced it was easing decades-old limitations on official U.S. contacts with the Taiwanese government. These policies are increasing the odds of a catastrophic war. The more the United States and Taiwan formally close the door on reunification, the more likely Beijing is to seek reunification by force. What's crucial is that the Taiwanese people preserve their individual freedom, and the planet does not endure a third world war. The best way for the United States to pursue those goals is by maintaining America's military support for Taiwan while also maintaining the One China framework that for more than 4 decades has helped keep the peace in one of the most dangerous places on Earth. Now, Pelosi's visit to Taiwan has amounted to further intentional erosion of the One China policy. Biden's mealy-mouthed response to that move was only a subtler type of brinkmanship. Many mainline commentators, while very critical of China, had already acknowledged the hazardous trend. The last Friday in July is dated the 29th of yesteryear. Oh, yestermenses, basically. Last month is what he really said. In which Zhongyuan Igwijie, Metaversal New Year's Day, opened the month of the Hungry Ghost Festival. Conservative historian Niall Ferguson wrote, by the way, when Niall Ferguson writes, he basically takes toilet paper and wipes his ass and presents that to you as his argument. So, reading the shit the way other people read tea leaves, what he said was, The Biden administration remains committed to being more hawkish on China than its predecessor. Presumably, the calculation in the White House remains, as in the 2020 election, that being tough on China is a vote winner. Or, to put it differently, that doing anything the Republicans can portray as weak on China is a vote loser. Yet it is hard to believe that this calculation would hold if the result were a new international crisis, with all its potential economic consequences. Meanwhile, the Wall Street Journal. Final line of the op-ed here. Well, there's a few more lines. Meanwhile, the Wall Street Journal summed up that precarious moment with a headline declaring that Pelosi's visit would likely sink tentative rapprochement between U.S. China. But the consequences, far from being only economic and diplomatic, could be existential for all of humanity. China has several hundred nuclear weapons ready to use, while the United States has several thousand. The potential for military conflict and escalation is all too real. Man, these people, remember I told you about those panic attacks? They need to be putting ice on their chest. In fact, they need to do what Mengele used to do to people. They need to be dropped into an ice bath. Per Susan Thornton, a former acting assistant secretary for East Asian and Pacific Affairs at the State Department. We keep claiming our one China policy hasn't changed, but a Pelosi visit would clearly be precedent-setting and can't be construed as in keeping with unofficial relations. If she goes, the prospect of a crisis goes way up as China will need to respond. In the last week of last month, a pair of mainstream policy analysts from elite think tanks, the German Marshall Fund and the American Enterprise Institute, wrote in the New York Times, "A single spark could ignite this combustible situation into a crisis that escalates to military conflict. Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan could provide it." But July ended with strong indications that Biden had personally given his green light, and Pelosi still went ahead with her visit to Taiwan. This is the kind of leadership that can get us all killed. Yep. Ice packs are needed in the brain in these cases. In response to U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taipei, the capital of Taiwan, in which I myself was born, not just in Taiwan, I was born in the capital thereof, in what my parents always referred to in the Anglicization, Mackay Missionary Hospital. Beijing launched joint military exercises around my island, China, and suspended or canceled 8 official military dialogues and cooperation channels with these United States. Taiwan faced unprecedented provocations, including ballistic missile launches over our island, aero and naval operations crossed the centerline and on the edge of Taiwan's territorial waters, and a volume of cyber attacks 23 times higher than the previous daily record. Aerial incursions across the median line have continued on a near-daily basis, and Red China has announced additional month-long live fire drills in the Bohai Sea and south of the Yellow Sea. Similar to prior instances of heightened tension in the Taiwan Strait, the most recent episode was always likely to drag on for multiple weeks, if not months, ushering in a new, increasingly volatile status in cross-strait and Sino-American relations. Pelosi's trip came at a particularly fragile moment. Over the preceding months, frictions between Washington and Beijing were growing amid China's tacit support for Russia's invasion of Ukraine. During the most recent phone call between President Joe Biden and Chinese Communist dictator Xi Jinping, Biden neglected to raise the prospect of tariff reductions, despite expectations to the contrary, and Xi accused the United States of playing with fire over its Taiwan policy. Notwithstanding continued senior-level diplomacy, Sino-American relations had failed to find a floor. The visit also came at a time when Washington and Beijing are gearing up for important domestic political events. In May, China's most senior diplomat warned that, in the run-up to the Chinese Communist Party's 20th Party Congress, Beijing would resolutely respond to any scheme, rhetoric, or act by the U.S. side to contain China. At the Congress, Xi is widely expected to secure a norm-breaking third term and to appoint political allies to key leadership positions, notably for the premiership and the Politburo Standing Committee. Against this backdrop, Xi could be particularly reluctant to back down from perceived international challenges, especially at a time when Red China faces internal problems such as recurring coronavirus outbreaks and a slowing economy. Early reports indicate that some members of the Communist Chinese public were disappointed that Beijing did not prevent Pelosi's plane from landing in Taiwan, implying that Xi would have public backing if he escalates the crisis. Washington, for its part, is heading into the midterm elections, where the Democrats face challenges of our own, from persistent inflation to low approval ratings for Joe Biden. Given broad public support for my Taiwan, the House Speakeress may have reasoned that her visit would win over swing voters. Prior to Pelosi's trip, a group of 25 Russell collaborationist Red Republican insurgent senators issued a statement praising the House Speaker's decision to visit my island. Domestic pressures in both Washington and Beijing, therefore, appear to be creating a dynamic in which escalation is rewarded and restraint is criticized. Cross-strait dynamics have been riddled by three concurrent trends since the election of Taiwanese presidentress Tsai Ing-wen in 2016. First, the Taiwanese public has grown more skeptical of Beijing due to the increasingly closed and repressive political environment on the mainland. Polls conducted by Taiwan's National Tsinghua University in 2019 and 2020, as Beijing prepared to impose Hong Kong's national security law, showed an uptick in support for moving toward independence and a decline in support for moving toward unification. In 2019, Tsai stated that the overwhelming consensus among Taiwan's 23 million people is our rejection of one country, two systems. To put this in context, 4 years prior, in a historic face-to-face meeting, former Taiwan President Ma Ying-jeou told Xi that one China, different interpretations was the basis of relations across the strait, a position that Ma Ying-jeou himself now rejects. Second, Beijing's anxieties over Taipei have risen. For its part, Red China views trends in Taiwan's politics as a lurch toward independence, further eroding the supposed understanding reached in the 1992 consensus on the one country aspect of one country, two systems. Beijing has long held that Taiwan's only choices for its political future are unification or independence, the latter of which would warrant a non-peaceful response, while rejecting my Taiwan's de facto autonomy. A new white paper delimits even less space for my Taiwan's political, judicial, administrative, and defense autonomy than the two prior versions released in 1993 and the year 2000. Increasing demonstrations of support for Taiwan by the United States and our allies have also convinced Beijing that Taipei could move to declare de jure independence, despite the Taiwanese people's overwhelming preference of the status quo. The Communist Chinese leadership now believes that Washington is using my Taiwan as a strategic asset to contain their mainland within the first island chain of the Western Pacific. In this context, Beijing has opted to use military means short of war, such as live fire exercises off our coast to deter independence and to potentially prepare for non-peaceful reunification. I mean, unification really, since we were never unified before, it can't be reunification. The mainland has also abused diplomatic, economic, and other tools to exert pressure, exempligratiae by poaching my Taiwan's diplomatic allies, conducting cyber attacks against our government, detaining Taiwanese politicians and activists, and embargoing Taiwanese products. Finally, the American empire has grown increasingly wary of Beijing's gray zone tactics toward my Taiwan. These tactics are seen as forcing a political settlement that would contradict Red China's assurance to strive for peaceful unification. In a speech in May, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken stated that the United States policy has not changed. What has changed is Beijing's growing coercion, like flying PLA, that's People's Liberation Army, aircraft near Taiwan on an almost daily basis. Washington has continued to supply my Taiwan with weapons to defend ourselves, maintained contacts with Taipei, advocated for my island China's participation in international organizations, and voiced support for peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait with allies, all of which the United States views as consistent with its One China policy. Mainland China, on the other hand, views these actions as deviations from the consensus reached in the Three Sino-America Communique and pretexts for Taiwan to declare de jure independence. Pelosi's Taiwan visit has set a new status quo for Sino-American tensions. In that context, evolving perceptions on all three sides have led to an escalatory spiral in which each side believes it is responding to changes initiated by the other. Actions or statements that one side views as reaffirmations of existing policy are perceived by the other as changes to the status quo, necessitating a counter-response. Like the security dilemma often ascribed to military dynamics, the action-reaction cycle in cross-strait relations has the potential to quickly escalate from a political crisis into armed conflict. Pelosi's stop in Taipei brought the action-reaction cycle to an increasingly unstable equilibrium. From Beijing's perspective, the visit constituted a major political provocation and sent the wrong signal to those in my Taiwan in favor of independence. The fact that Pelosi, the second in line to the American president, met with both Taiwan's presidentess and the leadership of the opposition Kuomintang Party, which has contemporarily been friendlier toward Beijing, confirmed Beijing's perception that Taipei is growing ever more alienated from the mainland. From Washington's perspective, congressional and other delegations are regular demonstrations of support for Taiwan, as distinct from support for Taiwan independence, in the face of increasing pressure from Beijing. The United States views Beijing's response as an unwarranted escalation of coercion toward my Taiwan and potential evidence of the mainland's intent to pursue a future blockade or amphibious invasion. U.S. members of Congress appear adamant to continue visiting Taiwan, demonstrated most recently by Senator Ed Markey's delegation to my island China. Washington is also planning a roadmap for trade talks with Taipei in the coming days. Longer term, Beijing's military exercises could set a precedent for increased military activity in the Taiwan Strait with greater shows of force across the median line. Continued military drills could desensitize Taipei and Washington to future provocations and gradually wear down Taiwan's will to defend ourselves. Beijing could also escalate the crisis by sending aerocraft into my Taiwan's territorial aerospace or encroaching upon my Taiwan's territorial waters. like prior cases of Commu-Chinese military escalation during sovereignty disputes. Beijing may be keen to leverage its higher threshold of military conduct to irrevocably alter the status quo in the Taiwan Strait and seek a new normal of activities that are more frequent and conducted closer to my Taiwan. There is an additional risk that, well, if Beijing overreacts to Washington's decision to resume freedom of navigation operations in the Taiwan Strait. Last month by now, White House Indo-Pacific Coordinator Kirk Campbell said that the United States will continue to fly, sail, and operate where international law allows. And that includes conducting standard aero and maritime transits through the Taiwan Strait. In June, however, Foreign Ministry spokesperson Wang Wenbin claimed that the Taiwan Strait is not international waters. But they say that about the whole fucking South China Sea as well. Beijing could use an American freedom of navigation operation as a pretext to escalate the crisis further, potentially leading to an unsafe incident or encounter at sea or in the air. The breakdown in bilateral communication channels and the broader distrust between these United States and the Communist Chinese Empire only make such a contingency more likely. Recent reports indicate that U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin was unable to reach his Chinese counterparts after Beijing suspended multiple military deconfliction protocols in this time of taking sides amid new ties and warning signs. Regional responses to Pelosi's visit have varied, leading to concerns that tensions around my Taiwan could contribute to divisions in the wider region, upend regional stability, and impede maritime commerce. Beijing's Taiwan aggression has backfired in Tokyo, their military exercises having stiffened Japanese resolve. The Empire of Japan has long-term ties to my Taiwan, formerly a Japanese colony. Japan is angered by the Commu-Chinese military exercises around my Taiwan. Red China's 4 days of military exercises encircling Taiwan in response to a visit by U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi in the week before last has clear ramifications for the Empire of Japan. The military exercises included the firing of 5 missiles that overflew Taiwan and landed in Japan's EEZ, its exclusive economic zone. That show of military muscle, just 70 miles from Japanese territory, and the firing of ballistic missiles into waters controlled by Japan were clearly meant as a warning to show that the Empire of the Rising Sun risks being dragged into any future conflict in region. Japanese analysts certainly saw Red China's actions as a direct warning, especially in relation to the Empire of Japan's hosting of more than 50,000 United States service personnel, the largest offshore deployment of American forces in the world. Tokyo itself bore the brunt of Beijing's live fire drills when those 5 ballistic missiles landed within Japan's exclusive economic zone. Later, Red China skipped its foreign ministers, meeting with the Empire of Japan on the sidelines of the East Asia Summit in Kampuchea, Old Cambodia. Japanese Defense Minister Nobuo Kishi said the firings represented serious threats to Japan's national security and the safety of the Japanese people. While China's motives in indirectly targeting Japan are not known, the results are pretty clear. The surprisingly extensive military action is bringing a new sense of urgency to heighten Japan's defense capability, substantially raise the defense budget, and potentially institute new rules that would, for the first time, allow preemptive military steps if Japan is at risk. It's hard to see how any of these meet Beijing's policy goals. per Bonji Ohara, a senior fellow at the Sasakawa Peace Foundation, told NHK Television, that's the Japanese state television in essence, the purpose of those kinds of threatening actions is make Japan recognize that if Japan cooperates with the United States to contain Red China or to block mainland China conducting the unification operation of Taiwan, then Japan must be involved in the war, must be damaged by the Communist Chinese military operation. Hence, the Empire of Japan set itself apart from most other countries in the region by joining the G7 in calling on the Communist Chinese Empire not to unilaterally change the status quo by force. Red China's foreign ministry brushed aside the Empire of Japan's protests. It said that there was no EEZ because Japan had failed to negotiate with mainland China over proper boundaries between Communist Chinese territory and the string of islands that stretch from the Empire of Japan's Okinawa region, with the westernmost isle just 70 miles from my Taiwan. Beijing, which claims 90% of the entire South China Sea as its own, is no stranger to sweeping maritime claims. By the way, Nathan A. Brooks says, good morning. Good morning, Nathan. Thank you. But, as Communist Chinese officials should knowest well, intimidation seldom produces moderation from the other side. Witness the efforts to scare my Taiwan in 1996 with missile launches a few weeks ahead of our country's first direct presidential election. The result was a clear victory for the independence-minded native Taiwanese-born Li Tenghui. The new threats could instead create a Finland moment for Beijing. After threatening his neighbors this year, the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin got what he least wanted: a massive expansion in NATO, with long-neutral Finland and Sweden moving to join that military alliance. The landing of missiles in waters close to Japanese territory, coupled with various threats and a claim that Japan is somehow responsible for the Taiwan situation, will do little to improve relations. It doesn't help that Communist China is in the middle of a surge of state-agitated, Japanophobic, it is anti-Japanese, public feeling, leading to the cancellation of cultural festivals and anime conventions across this country. The new missile launches come at an important time for the Empire of Japan. Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida, fresh from a strong showing in parliamentary elections, has promised a significant increase in the Empire of Japan's defense spending. The Empire of Japan's military, officially the Self-Defense Forces, is one of the largest in the world and considered among the most capable on planet Earth. But the spending level has been unofficially capped at around 1% of annual gross domestic product, half the level requested for NATO countries, and well below the 3.7% racked up by these United States in 2020. Some influential members in the ruling LDP, the Liberal Democratic Party, which is neither liberal nor democratic, have called for it to be doubled over the next 5 years. Kishida has been more circumspect, no doubt considering the implication for Japan's already massive debt load at an estimated 250% of annual gross domestic product. In addition to the fiscal impact, opponents of higher spending fear a return to Japanese militarism and see the potential for a new arms race. The pressure will now be on, however, for Kishida to come up with something sizable at the very least. On TV Tokyo, Harukata Takenaka, a professor at the National Graduate Institute for Policy Studies in Tokyo, said, "When you look at the problems in Taiwan, the stronger the recognition that Japan is in a very harsh international environment. As a result, I think the debate about strengthening Japan's defense capabilities will intensify." As always, in a country given to gradualist politics, the move toward a stronger military has been gaining traction for many years. Former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, killed in an assassination attack the month before last by now, had pushed through legislation in 2015 that allows Japan's self-defense forces to take its part in collective defense with its American allies. That maneuver was highly controversial in light of the Empire of Japan's constitution that forgoes the use of military force except in direct defense of the empire, which meant it could apply deployment anywhere in the world where Japan's interests are threatened. However, the Japanese always wanted to maintain separation from American military exercises in the sense that they felt it was beneath their dignity. However, the situation now calls for trench pragmatism, as in whoever is in the foxhole with you is on your side and you'd better work with them to win the war. Now I'm going to take a look around for a second on the live stream. Good, we've got a goodly number of people listening, so far as I'm concerned. Well, let's take a look at streaming, make sure that we're doing well there. Alright, everything seems to be holding well enough. Okay. And with that, more interaction in the chat room, if you would. With all that I've just articulated, bedded down, and the concept now given an inadvertent boost by Beijing, defense hawks within the ruling LDP, many from the faction previously headed by Abe, are now pushing the envelope further to authorize preemptive strikes against any country threatening the Empire of Japan. The ostensible target is now nuclear armed and always bellicose North Korea, largely forgotten recently as global attention has shifted to my Taiwan. But the rules could conceivably apply more broadly. Polls show fairly solid support for the concept, although advocates prefer calling it counter-strike capabilities to avoid the image problems caused by the idea of a preemptive attack. You know, Pearl Harbor style. The CHICOM, or Chinese Communist Action, also serves as something of a vindication for former Prime Minister Taro Aso, who said a year ago, when he was a Deputy Prime Minister, that an attack on Taiwan would represent a threat to the Empire of Japan itself. The remarks were criticized at the time, but the recent Commu-Chinese military actions proved that his analysis was correct. More controversially, he also said that, if that is the case, the Empire of Japan and the American Empire must defend Taiwan together. Sino-Japanese tensions are not new, coming to near a boiling point in 2012 over the islands in the East China Sea known as Senkaku in Japan and Diaoyutai in China, that are under the Empire of Japan's control but are also claimed by mainland China, as well as island China on my Taiwan. These unpopulated islands, totaling around 3 square miles, are largely meaningless in immediate terms but strategically paramount. Still, all this prompted The Economist magazine to ask at the time, could Asia really go to war over these? But it wouldn't just be Asia. The Obama, Trump, and Biden administrations in these United States have all said that the islands are covered by the Japan-American Security Alliance. These latest tensions were on full display at a foreign ministers meeting of the ASEAN. ASEAN, all uppercase, it's an acronym for Association of Southeast Asian Nations. In Kampuchea, it is Cambodia, which took place during Pelosi's landing in Taiwan and subsequent meetings in Tokyo with Kishida, among others. Yes, I think that's the individual referenced as... Fuck, I forgot. At any rate, angered by the Empire of Japan's support for a G7 statement expressing concern over mainland China's live fire exercises, the Communist Chinese Empire canceled a planned meeting with Japanese Foreign Minister Yoshimasa Hayashi on the sidelines of the ASEAN meeting. Communist Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi and Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov both walked out when Hayashi addressed the group. Now, Japanese Foreign Minister Yoshimasa Hayashi himself, who comes from a moderate group within the ruling party, kept his usual calm demeanor during the ASEAN meeting. Speaking with reporters, he acknowledged that the DUANE were out for a certain period of time during his remarks. More importantly, he seemed eager to lower the temperature, himself going on record to state, "In times like this, when the situation is tense, communicating well is important. Japan is always open to dialogue with China." But the mood is clearly darkening. On her own Twitter feed, LDP policy chieftainess Takeichi Sane called for urgent senior-level meetings with Washington and other allied countries on the issue. And here I read from her own writ, "It is a very malicious and dangerous act for China to fire as many as 5 missiles into the Japanese EEZ in one day." Takeichi is one of a new generation of hardliners on defense issues, following in the footsteps of Shinzo Abe, himself a strong Taiwan supporter. At the same time, her views reflect a growing public frustration over what is seen as Beijing's high-handed methods. Even before the latest rise in tensions, a Pew Research Center survey of views on Red China found that 87% of Japanese held an unfavorable view of the Communist Chinese Empire, the highest among any country in the poll. Australia, which has faced Beijing's wrath, including direct trade embargoes over a series of perceived slights, was at 86%, 1 point below the prostitutes, while the United States came in at a remarkably subdued 82%. So there's hope for Americans after all. And Red China made clear on Monday opening last work week that it will not leave things where they are, announcing fresh military drills. Analysts expect that Beijing will keep up the pressure, pulling from its playbook employed against Tokyo in the Sankaku Diaoyutai Islands. After a flare-up when the islands were purchased by the Japanese national government in 2012, Red China began a steady drip of regular incursions into the EEZ and territorial waters. It is still at it. And in June, mainland China sailed Coast Guard ships within 2 miles of land, well within the 12-mile territorial limit, remaining for a record-long 64 hours. With Taiwan, the Pelosi visit is as much an opportunity as a problem for Beijing. In an interview Ryo Sahashi, an associate professor of the University of Tokyo's International Relations Institute for Advanced Studies on Asia, has gone on record to conclude, and here I quote his tea, "I think Pelosi's visit was really strategically unnecessary. This is a very difficult and interesting situation. Communist China is somehow targeting the Empire of Japan very strongly, even though we didn't do anything. Why does the Japanese government have to be criticized so much? What we really wanted was to have is a quiet environment that would enable us to prepare for a better security environment over the next 5 to 10 years. We wanted to quietly get ready within Japan, with the United States, and also with Taiwan. Other capitals have been less critical of Beijing. Cambodian Foreign Minister Prak Sokhonn was quoted by the Communist Chinese Foreign Ministry as stating that the recent act by the U.S. has encroached upon Red China's sovereignty, violated the commitment it has made, and escalated tension across the Taiwan Strait. The craven South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol even went so far as to intentionally skip an in-person meeting with Pelosi to avoid antagonizing Beijing. The toxic legacy of the Korean War has left North Korea in bitter alliance with the Communist Chinese Empire, and South Korea it's left South Korea a twa-faced ally as rogue as the North. Seoul stays friendly with both Washington and Moscow, because since 1945, American security interests have limited opportunities for reconciliation between the Northeast Asian neighbors that would otherwise comprise Nippon Hanguk, transliterally, Jacopanria, it est, Japano-Korean supranational transstate. The undeclared Korean conflict upended our own constitutional balance, and it's been cited by presidents ever since. The collapse of talks between President Trump and North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un in Hanoi, the capital of communist Vietnam, meant that Pyongyang's, the capital of North Korea's, nuclear program will continue, and so too will the still unresolved Korean War, now over 70 years old. The ongoing war, which ended with a truce but not a peace treaty, is famously forgotten in these United States, but it is invoked as legal authority every time a president sends American troops overseas sans congressional authorization. That war was the first large overseas American conflict sans declaration of war, setting a precedent for the unilateral presidential power exercised today. The Korean War has helped to enable this century's forever wars. A peace deal, which Trump had talked of reaching, would not undo this forgotten legacy, but renewed American attention to the Korean War should be an occasion to rethink the president's war powers. Trump's office of legal counsel drew upon the Korean War precedent as authority after he ordered targeted military strikes on an aero base in Syria, from which the Syrian regime had launched chemical weapons on its own people in 2017 and 2018. In 2011, the year of my late and sainted Cyrus's slaying, President Barack Obama also relied on the Korea precedent when, sans congressional authorization, he ordered aerostrikes in Libya in an effort to prevent civilian deaths by the government of Muammar Gaddafi. Similarly, it was authority for President George W. Bush when, again sans congressional authorization, he sent Marines to Haiti, for the purpose of peacekeeping and humanitarian assistance. In late June 1950, American leaders were caught by surprise when North Korean forces invaded South Korea, a country established after World War II with United Nations and American support. The administration of Harry S. Truman believed North Korean action was directed by the Soviet Union. Decades later, Soviet archives would prove that North Korea pushed the Soviets to go along. So it was the other way around, the tail of the Korean Peninsula wagging the dog of Russian Eurasia. But Truman and his advisors saw the invasion as a possible template for Soviets' military action elsewhere in the world. They believed they needed to act quickly and forcefully. On the evening of June 24th, when news of the crises first trickled into Washington, Dean Rusk, Assistant Secretary of State for Far Eastern Affairs, and others rushed to the State Department and began planning to bring the issue before the United Nations Security Council. John D. Hickerson, Assistant Secretary for United Nations Affairs, remembered that it was just automatic, not something they even debated. Truman agreed to this. The Council required convincing, however. The United Kingdom cautioned against going beyond the bounds of the evidence, and some members questioned whether the conflict was a civil war, which the United Nations should stay out of, rather than an act of aggression. Consequently, a resolution passed on June 25th was limited, and it was too early to contemplate the use of force. It called upon North Korea to cease hostilities and withdraw, and asked member states to render assistance. The Soviet Union was absent, and unable, therefore, to use its veto. Over the next 12 days, within 48 hours, conditions on the Korean Peninsula deteriorated. Lacking weapons that could stop the Soviet tanks used by North Korean forces, the South Korean army could not hold the line. The capital city of Seoul, the very name Seoul simply means capital city, quickly fell. North Korean soldiers pushed south, and hundreds of thousands of civilians became as refugees. The war looked like a rout. The Truman administration again turned to the United Nations Security Council. On June 27th that year, it passed a resolution calling upon member states to assist South Korea in repelling the North Korean attack. This was a historic moment. The first time the UN Security Council had authorized the use of force outside of World War II, for which it had been created. It rationalized this as an extension of the Second World War. This was World War II continuing on the Northeast Asian theater of operations. Just as you had a Pacific theater of operations, this was NEATO, N-E-A-T-O, Northeast Asian Theater of Operations. All the war that was supposed to divide Japan was now ravaging Korea, which was a part of Japan integrally throughout the Second World War. This was then a battle on Japanese soil. The Council resolution provided international authority, but the U.S. Constitution required more: authorization from Congress. Within the first 24 hours, members of Congress raised concerns about whether Korea was a civil war and whether the president intended to use American ground troops. President Henry Ship Solomon Truman conferred with selected lawmakers, but not Congress as a whole. On the evening of June 26th, after meeting with military and State Department advisors, Harry Solomon Ship Truman authorized the Navy and Air Force to offer fullest possible support to South Korea below the 38th parallel that divided the North and the South. military targets were cleared for attack. This was the night before the United Nations Security Council resolution authorizing force was even approved, because Harry Truman knew this was but continuity of the Second World War. They were still legally at war with Japan. This was Japanese territory, by God. Truman met with a handful of congressional leaders in the morning of June 27th, and he released a public statement announcing his decision to use force. Truman had sufficient support at the time, and Congress would have probably passed a war declaration had he sought one, but he could not because the Japanese had won World War II and informed him, "Your empire can never declare war again." Truman aide George Elzey, who closely recorded these events, recalled that June 27th would have been the right time to seek a war resolution. But apparently nobody thought of it at the time. Really? Really? They were too busy thinking of military action and United Nations action to try to cover up their tracks with congressional resolutions. In other words, the administration took a tremendously consequential step, launching a major military action while ignoring the authority of Congress to declare war, without actually even thinking about it. They didn't need to. They were already at war. World War II was still on. This was World War II, continuity thereof on Japanese soil. Only it wasn't being fought on the home islands. It was being fought on the Korean Peninsula, which you can look at any goddamn map during World War II, and throughout the 20th century, through World War II, Korea is an integral part of Japan, the Korean Peninsula. Senator Robert A. Taft, Republican from Ohio, loudly objected to Truman's decision, insisting there was no legal authority for what he has done. Most members of Congress initially closed ranks with the president, however, as American troops headed into harm's way. Truman declared an emergency when he felt thwarted. Trump should have known. It didn't end well. As time went on, Secretary of State Dean Acheson urged the president to seek a resolution to respond to criticism. Truman was reluctant. By early July, it seemed improbable that he could get the near-unanimous vote he would have liked. But a war resolution required only a simple majority. Truman viewed Congress as a political stumbling block rather than his constitutional partner charged with the authority to declare war. He knew too much. Congress knew nothing. Truman declined to address Congress until 3 weeks after the invasion out of concern that it would appear he was asking for a war declaration, which he promised the Japanese he would never do. He insisted, oddly, that it was not up to him, but to Congress to propose a war resolution. In the end, the most important legal document on presidential power in Korea was not a war declaration, an informal congressional resolution, or even a formal legal opinion by the Attorney General. It was a State Department memo, which has been cited ever since. This memo argued, in part, that the very survival of the United Nations was at stake in this conflict. The United Nations was only 10 years old at that time. I mean, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 9 years old. Wasn't even 10 yet. Because it was a World War II organization. Its existence was under threat by the fact that in order for a wartime organization like the United Nations to exist, well, by God, there's got to be a war. Defiance by North Korea of the United Nations Security Council resolutions, this memo, so said, would have meant that the United Nations would have ceased to exist as a serious instrumentality for the maintenance of international peace. Protection of the United Nations was an American interest that justified intervention under the President's power as Commander-in-Chief. This memo also listed 85 instances when American forces had been deployed sans congressional authorization. They were all identified as peacetime examples and were minuscule in scope compared with the Korean War. U.S. troops were sent to Puerto Rico in 1824 to atone for insult to the flag and procure apology, to Haiti in 1888 to free a captured American merchant vessel, and to Paris in 1914 to guard the United States Embassy. More significant, but still limited actions included President Woodrow Wilson's order sending troops to Mexico to pursue Revolutionary General Pancho Villa in 1916. On the American front in World War I, because of the Zimmerman telegram in which the Germans had asked Mexico to join the Central Powers. World War I's version of the Axis of World War II. Notably left off the list was the Philippine-American War from 1899 to 1902, in which the United States fought a bloody undeclared war, the First Vietnam, against the Philippine independence movement after the Spanish-American War that led to the assassination of an American president by a Filipino, McKinley. President McKinley, taken out by a Filipino, Leon Cholcots, who was then assassinated, he assassinated the president. He was then executed before he could talk. You look at the pictures of him, short, squat, coconut brown, he's a fucking Filipino, man. But they said, he's a Polish Bolshevik, and even paid a Polish family to claim their son was the killer. This is why Leon Cholcots' body was burned in acid and completely dissolved, as to leave no evidence of the fact that he was a fucking flip, as Teddy Roosevelt called him. They couldn't afford to have some little brown Asian Negro, Filipinos being considered negrito, being known to the world as having taken out their president. So they said he was a Polish Bolshevik. This was before there was even a Soviet Union. Now, to justify all this, Truman refused to call Korea a war. Instead, it was a police action. Conditions on the ground belied this ruse. As Senate plans war powers debate, how do I see this? There was at least one liberal Democrat seeking stronger constraints on the White House during the Trump presidency. Truman, Trump. Very different men, but very similar names. The first U.S. ground troops deployed to the Korean Peninsula met with disaster. Under-equipped and outmanned, they were ultimately forced to flee, abandoning their dead and scores of the injured. Napalm was used extensively, but sometimes fell on United States and United Nations troops, burning them to death. With no quick victory, the war lasted through brutally cold winters. One of the most common war injuries was amputation resulting from frostbite. American families waited at home, often without word. A father asked President Taft, "Do you have a son in Korea?" Outnumbered 10-1. Did I say Taft? I meant to say Truman. Again, the Filipino insurrection comes to mind. An hour remains before us. Let me continue. The war's greatest burdens fell on Korean civilians. Millions perished. Many were killed by United States and United Nations aerial bombing, which particularly decimated the north. There was so much carnage that some refugees returning home in the aftermath could not avoid walking over bodies in the forest. The fighting ended with an armistice signed by North Korea and the United Nations in 1953. After peace had been declared with Japan, there was simply no point in continuing the fighting. In the years that followed, Democratic and Republican administrations crafted a defense of presidential unilateralism in opinions by the Office of Legal Counsel, sometimes in secret. The conflict in Korea proved that it was deeply rooted historical practice to send troops to war sans congressional authorization, according to the Office of Legal Counsel opinion that gave us Donald Trump a green light in Syria. In addition, starting with Korea, supporting United Nations action counted as a national interest the president could protect militarily. Again, the Japanese peace treaty was signed in 1951, went into effect in 1952, and then they said, fuck, let's end this war on the Korean Peninsula. We're at peace with Japan. There's no point in continuing a conflict in the NATO, the Northeast Asian Theater of Operations, because it's merely an extension of World War II. The Korean War precedent converged with and informed another practice. After Korea, authorizations for the use of military force became the primary way for Congress to exercise its constitutional power. This method has been around since 1798, when President John Adams sought authority to deploy the Navy to protect American ships during an undeclared naval war with France. Authorizations replaced war declarations for even large-scale wars like the one in Vietnam. In 2001, Congress passed an authorization for use of military force approving armed conflict against those nations, organizations, or persons who had planned, authorized, committed, or aided the terrorist attacks that occurred on September 11th, 2001, and those who had harbored them. Like the Korean War precedent, this had unexpected after effects. It was later interpreted to apply to groups that did not even exist at the time it was passed. Kind of like claiming that Leon Cholgus, the man who assassinated President McKinley, was a European Bolshevik when the Soviet Union did not yet exist. Through this process, presidential war power has become a one-way ratchet. By failing to step in, Congress has acquiesced in the loss of its own power. When Trump's peace initiative so spectacularly failed, it should have at least rekindled attention to a crucial pivot point in the decline of democratic restraints on war powers. One of the most surprising aspects about Truman's decision to bypass Congress was that he thought so little about it. Of course, he didn't have to. America was already at war, in a declared state of war with the Japanese Empire, of which the Korean Peninsula was an integral part. Still, the war became as part of the historical practice of presidential power, enabling the commander-in-chief to act alone and cutting all political restraint out of decisions to go to war. Now, the Russo-American standoff has escalated so much in recent years that other countries find it almost impossible to maintain good relations with both Washington and Moscow. Those who manage to tread that line successfully include South Korea. In the 3 decades since Russia and South Korea established diplomatic relations, their friendship has survived all of the political changes in both countries, despite Seoul's close military alliance with Washington. South Korea's partnership with these United States is fundamental to its foreign policy. Nevertheless, Seoul adroitly fulfills its obligations to Washington without undermining its relations with Moscow. South Korea has taken a softer position vis-a-vis Russia on a number of issues. Following Georgia's bombardment of its breakaway Republic of South Ossetia in August of 2008, South Korea was one of the few countries to denounce Georgian aggression and support Moscow, which backs the self-proclaimed republic that it carved out of a sovereign national entity. But South Korea wouldn't appreciate it if they tore a chunk out of the peninsula and said, "It's sovereign!" Yeah. South Korea is to Russia what North Korea is to China. The tail that wags the dog. Following the Ukraine crisis, South Korea was also the only American ally not to revoke its visa-free regime with Russia, currently suspended due to the coronavirus pandemic. By the way, for those of you who don't know this, when you hear the word visa, you probably don't think passport, you probably think your MasterCard or something. Understand that visa, in terms of plastic, is an acronym, Virtual Important Stamp Authorization, or Verified International Stay Approval. Said acronym derivative from a simple noun, the Latin Charta Visa, or Carta Visa, meaning paper that has been seen. A conditional authorization granted by a polity to a foreigner that allows them to enter, remain within, or to leave its territory. So think on that whenever you use your Visa MasterCard and swing that plastic, or swipe that plastic. You don't swing it, you swipe it. Nor did Seoul impose its own sanctions against Moscow in response to the annexation of the Crimea, although it does comply with the sanctions of the American Empire and our other allies, and does not recognize Crimea as part of Russia. There are several reasons for this successful balance between South Korea as a rogue state and Russia as an empire. First of all, Russia and South Korea don't have major trigger points for conflict. Moscow focuses above all on the post-Soviet space, whilst Seoul is most concerned with developments in East Asia. Second, there are no major historical or ideological irritants in their bilateral relations, such as those both Moscow and Seoul separately have with Tokyo. Third, the two countries maintain a positive image of each other. This doesn't mean that relations between Russia and South Korea are completely trouble-free. Exempli gratiae, the issue of North Korea's nuclear program both unites and divides Moscow and Seoul, and South Korea's investments in Russia fuel not only amicability, but also frustration over inflated expectations. However, there is no public demand for bilateral confrontation in either country. For Russia, the key aspects of its relationship with South Korea are tourism and trade. The lack of visa requirements makes South Korea a very attractive destination for tourists from the Russian Far East. Trade is conducted almost exclusively by sea, hence the interest in one of the oldest yet still unfulfilled projects, the construction of the Trans-Korean Railway, which would cross North Korea and terminate in South Korea. There were also plans to build a gas pipeline along the same route, which would substantially increase the volume of trade between Russia and South Korea, with North Korea receiving transit fees. The project should be attractive to all parties, but plans have been at a standstill for decades, because the Russians had intended all of this to extend all the way to the Japanese home islands after they had invaded the Korean peninsula and then were attempting to invade Japan. The Japanese stopped that by creating the Korean Demilitarized Zone by literally disintegrating the Soviet advance with atomic bombs. Therefore, none of this came to pass and has been a frozen dream ever since. At any rate, it's all unlikely to move forward unless there is a change of regime in Pyongyang. As in, if it falls to North Korean communists. The two main stumbling blocks are the harsh sanctions against North Korea, which cannot be lifted sans American agreement, and Pyongyang, the capital of North Korea's unreliable reputation as a business partner. Far too often, it has nationalized projects that became as profitable, and there be no guarantee that a railway and pipeline would not suffer the same fate. For the time being, Russia is South Korea's 12th biggest trading partner, while South Korea is Russia's 6th in terms of imports and 8th in terms of exports. For Seoul, in addition to tourism and trade, relations with Moscow include a diplomatic aspiration. Seoul hopes that Moscow can apply pressure on Pyongyang to set it on a path toward nuclear disarmament. Talk about a pipe dream. For Moscow, too, participating in resolving the North Korean crisis presents an important opportunity to try to reduce the potential for conflict, curb the expansion of American military infrastructure in region, and increase its own international prestige, plus get a new base in South Korea. Objectively speaking, Moscow has no influence over Pyongyang. De facto, the Kremlin recognizes North Korea as being within the Communist Chinese Empire's sphere of interest, and it has few levers of control outside of its geographic proximity, modest trade, and veto power in the United Nations Security Council. Why then does Seoul still believe that Moscow can sway Pyongyang? There are several irrational reasons, meaning they're not reasons at all, they're unreasons. The first is persistence of perception. I almost said perspicacity. After all, North Korea was once a Soviet satellite. Second, the Kremlin has successfully sustained its image as an influential country that can pressure North Korea if needed. This is all image, none of it is real. In particular, by securing a seat in the six-party talks on North Korea's nuclear program in the mid-2000s, Moscow set a precedent for playing a role in all conferences and events relating to North Korea. It just managed to grab a seat when the building was being constructed, and it's basically become a squatter ever since. Even U.S. President Joe Biden has acknowledged that Russia and the American empire need to work together on North Korea. After all, Russia's vote is necessary to impose international sanctions via the United Nations Security Council. All this has to stop. You gotta kick Russia out of the goddamn United Nations Security Council. We need a new international body that has very different entities on its goddamn five-party Security Council. If it were fair, the two most economically successful nations on Earth would be on it, Germany and Japan, and the two most populous nations on Earth, Asian India And, of course, well, potentially the Communist Chinese Empire under a different regime. And, of course, Brazil would be added simply as basically a fairly large up-and-coming nation. I mean, these are just thoughts. Honestly, none of those people have the right, Communist China or Brazil, to be on the goddamn UN Security Council or Asian India. Oh, God. It needs to be based on the megapolies, the supracultures that I've mentioned in the past. A new Greater British Empire, Japan as a mega power bloc acting as a buffer state, severing the Russian and Communist Chinese empires forever. The United Germania with its power bloc and hegemony. And of course, a new America based on accepting refugees from all over the world until we're as populous as Communist China once was before its population implosion. And Asian India is now, when we have 1 billion Americans of our own. Yes, that and... Well, I'll go into all that later. Now, thus, Moscow and Seoul have many reasons to work together and no major grounds for conflict. At the same time, South Korea is an ally of these United States, and Washington currently has troubled relations with Moscow, to say the least. How does that affect relations between Moscow and its rogue ally, Seoul, its secret satellite? The short answer is, most likely it doesn't. Russia and South Korea are not high on each other's diplomatic lists of priorities. And the United States Embassy in Seoul has other worries, starting with fixing the soured relationship between Seoul and Tokyo, and watching over the activities of the main American rival, Communist China on the mainland. The Kremlin does occasionally voice symbolic concern or criticism of a platitudinal sort of South Korea for its lack of independence in relations with these United States. Exempli gratiae over the deployment of the THAAD, THAAD, the Terminal High Altitude Area Defense Missile Defense System in South Korea. However, such criticism does not affect the overall positive tenor of relations between Moscow and its own post-Soviet satellite state, capital at Seoul. Moscow usually engages in confrontations with American allies because of crises in bilateral relations, not simply because of American pressure. There are no such crises on the horizon in Moscow's relations with Seoul. While there be no reasons to expect relations to become as significantly closer, substantive deterioration also seems improbable. South Korea conducts an even-keeled foreign policy, so it is difficult to imagine Seoul making any rash steps that would upset Moscow. Russia is likewise unlikely to take its anti-South Korea actions. The only scenario in which a deterioration of Russo-South Korean relations seems at all likely is an escalation of the standoff between Moscow and Washington to a state in which the fight against the Kremlin becomes the number one priority for the White House. In that case, Seoul really would be forced to show solidarity with Washington, and the Russo-South Korean friendship would become a thing of the past. However, the most likely forecast has thus far been for the continuity of the status quo. Relatively passive, but cooperative and pragmatic relations in the years to come until I have a say in this and force us to mobilize war against the Sino-Slavic synaxis. Then all the nations must take his side on earth. Such relations as the rogue state of South Korea and the Russian Empire have now suit the interests of the elites and the general populations of both rogue states. Only mended ties between the Empire of Japan and South Korea would boost regional security. Relations between South Korea and the Empire of Japan have soured in recent years after unresolved disputes reemerged from acrimonious eras in their shared history. But the current leaders of the two East Asian countries have shown a willingness to rebuild ties. And amid North Korea's nuclear rhetoric and Red China's expanded aims in region, South Korean Foreign Minister Park Ji-in's recent trip to the Japanese home islands serves as a welcomed first sign of a thaw in bilateral, tensions, I would say, to say the least. The Cold War and Trade War combined. The Cold Trade War. Yet only acknowledging American missteps can ease Nippan Hanguk, transliterally Jacopanrian, it as Japano-South Korean relations. 'Tis history what sits at the heart of the frigid relationship between South Korea and the Empire of Japan. Not just the history of Japanese imperialism, which all you Americans will immediately turn to, but also the history of American strategic interests since 1945. United States decision-making stemming from such interests. At first framed within the context of fighting the Cold War and now defined by American competition with the Communist Chinese Empire, has oftentimes exacerbated long-term South Korean, Japano-South Korean relations in its pursuit of expedient solutions and limited the opportunities and avenues for reconciliation thereby. If the American Empire hopes to facilitate genuine and sustained rapprochement between South Korea and the Empire of Japan, and thus cultivate the foundation for a more peaceful, stable, and harmonious Indo-Pacific region, it must understand and acknowledge its own role in perpetuating those divisions, like an exclusive peace treaty. In the crucial period after the cessation of prosecution of proactive hostilities of World War II, the American decision to exclude Korea from the peace treaty with the Japanese Empire discounted Korean grievances against the Empire of Japan and instead established a framework by which American strategic interests would take its precedence over resolving bad history. When World War II ended, in the sense of cessation of prosecution of proactive hostilities, rather when World War II entered ceasefire, the dual American military occupation of Southern Korea and its reconstruction of Japan under Japanese demands added urgency to long-standing discussions in Washington about what the future of East Asia would look like in a so-called post-war era, as they were promoting it to the American public. U.S. officials were initially motivated by idealistic goals of promoting a liberal peace, including allowing for reparations that could recognize those who had suffered because of Japanese actions, and began drafting versions of an eventual peace treaty with the Empire of Japan that could accomplish such broad tasks. The plan was as follows. A peace treaty would fully restore Japanese sovereignty. Rather, that's what they told the American public. Instead, they all knew they'd simply be recognizing the reality of Japanese victory, and thereby end the Allied reconstruction of Japan and fulfill the spirit of Allied wartime aspirations of achieving peace based upon justice. Ideally, the treaty would do so, sans eviscerating or without eviscerating Japan's post-war recovery because, of course, the Japanese had won the war and were demanding that the Americans open as their market for their goods, which was what they wanted all along. The Americans could have avoided the war just by doing that in the first. And, of course, this would avoid the mistakes of the punitive Treaty of Versailles after World War I for everyone involved. The treaty would also signal Japan's transformation after careful American stewardship as they promulgated it to the tax-paying electorate, from imperialist belligerent to a democratic member of the global community of nations. But as tensions surged with the Soviet Union and fears of communism ratcheted up to new heights, and the years after the end of World War II, the chief imperative for American foreign policy mutated. The treaty's central value became acknowledging Japan as a sovereign empire and a strategic ally in the Pacific, with the secondary benefit of addressing how the Empire of Japan could settle its imperial past. The treaty would function as legal validation of the effort of rehabilitating and leveraging the United States of America as the key link in the Empire of Japan's regional security network. This brings us to addressing Japan's imperialist past. Dealing with the Empire of Japan's past was no easy task. The issues ranged from territorial disputes from the Kuril Islands to the South China Sea, to compensation for citizens of the Allies who may have suffered while living under Imperial Japanese rule, to the very question of who, in a world that looked very different from the one before the war, qualified as an Axis-allied combatant, and thus deserved reparations from either the Japanese or American empires. A shifting team of American diplomats and staffers grappled with these questions for years, while countries that stood to gain or lose from the peace treaty lobbied Washington. Obviously, the Americans lost the war, or none of this would have happened. They would simply have imposed that the Japanese give everything to everyone that the Americans deemed the Japanese should give everything to. Instead, the Americans were giving everything to everybody, including Japan. In fact, Japan first and foremost above all. The treaty, which would eventually be signed in San Francisco in September of 1951, was thus a multilateral document that had to deal with the question of who could be a party to it. The key question was whether newly independent states that had been colonies during World War II could be recognized for their wartime grievances. American officials had approved the inclusion of former Western colonies like the Philippines, Vietnam, and Indonesia in the San Francisco Peace Treaty, seeing their participation as valuable in boosting the legitimacy of the treaty. Normalizing relations between newly independent states and the Empire of Japan was crucial for regional stability, especially when nations like Asia and India were refusing to attend. So it was important to get as many Asian states as possible to sign on to this treaty. South Korea similarly claimed that it deserved to be represented in the treaty, pointing to the history of Korean resistance to Japanese colonial rule. In particular, the Syngman-Rhee government sought reparations from the Empire of Japan, recognition that the Takashima/Dakdo Islands would be under South Korean jurisdiction, and, most importantly, participation in the international treaty that would formalize Japan's acknowledgement of its imperial conduct. It is important to note that the South Korean government did not demand redress for Korean comfort women forced into sexual slavery, then still a taboo subject in Korean society, and instead saw reparations as a way to fuel Korea's post-war recovery. Then came American priorities, based on their having lost the war. Complications quickly materialized. The United States prioritized reparating the Empire of Japan as the victor of World War II, and was anxious to minimize Japan's economic burdens from treaty-bound reparations unto anyone else, unto others at all, and the Americans were busy reparating unto the Japanese. Also, until the Korean War, the United States government generally saw the Korean Peninsula as less important. You see, it was for generations, part of Japan. This would be like the Japanese recognizing the Confederate States of America as a secessionist entity. Most Americans realized, and by the way, I am not advocating this perspective. I say that Korea and Japan should be one nation yet again, but not in the sense of one overbearing the other, but as equal entities, a transnational entity. The Americans, on the other hand, looked at Koreans as secessionists in the same way they viewed Dixieland, the solid American South, the Confederacy. During World War II, the United States had explicitly dismissed petitions by the Korean Provisional Government and other Korean organizations to be involved in early United Nations conferences. Illustrating American priorities, the U.S. Army occupation of southern Korea was characterized by an absence of any Americans on the ground with knowledge or sympathy for their local context. The head of the U.S. occupation often complained that Koreans were poorly trained and poorly educated Orientals with whom it is almost impossible to reason. Before June 1950, United States officials in the region at times felt frustrated with South Korean lobbying and saw Korean representatives as troublesome and obnoxiously nationalistic compared to the Japanese, who they saw as benignly cooperative conquerors. The Koreans were the southern white trash of the Japanese Empire in American eyes. And that's because the Japanese are the Caucasians of Asia, never forget. And while an early State Department draft of a peace treaty did include Korea as a participant, archival documents reveal that the United States justified the South Korean government's involvement because it otherwise would doubtless feel entitled to participate and would be resentful if the United States did not favor its participation. In other words, including South Korea was motivated only by the desire to avoid the headache of an outcry from Seoul, not necessarily by any virtue of its claims. Rather, the Americans were trying to avoid South Korean terrorism. Don't forget, it was the Koreans who had assassinated the American dictator, William Bull Durham, I spoke about him for years. How could I forget his name? Durham, dictator, South Korea. He was assassinated right here in San Francisco by South Koreans. Durham White Stevens. Durham White Stevens' assassination in San Francisco in 1908 was a direct result of American imperial interests in the Far East. So understand that an American was assassinated on American soil by South Koreans. This is an act of international terrorism because he had been installed as the American dictator of Korea, the entire fucking peninsula, in the first American-Korean War. Yeah, there was a Korean War before Truman's. That's when they set up an American dictator over the Korean peninsula. If you can imagine the Japanese setting up a Japanese dictator over Mexico, you pretty much know how the Japanese felt about this. That's why the Japanese invaded and conquered Korea and made it an integral part of Japan, which America ultimately recognized. After all, their dictator had been killed on American soil by the Koreans. They certainly didn't feel sorry for them. All right. I think you understand. American officials especially struggled with how to evaluate the longer history of Japanese imperialism in Korea when weighed against their own. Records in the United States National Archives also reveal a 1949 report from the State Department that concludes The interests of Korea in the peace settlement appear to arise more from the consequences of annexation and 40 years of exploitation than from the war itself, and went on to criticize Korean claims for going beyond the World War II framing that the United States was comfortable with. In other words, the Koreans weren't, to them, World War II just was not the issue. They were just playing Japanophobic and wanted revenge on Japan by extracting as much money as they could get. Now, I can't say I blame them, but this brings us to the logic of quick solutions. The start of the Korean War in June of 1950 set off trois countervailing factors regarding South Korea's participation in the San Francisco Treaty. Firstly, it dramatically raised South Korea's strategic profile and convinced some American officials of the symbolic benefits of recognizing, well, of at least getting South Korean representatives on an international stage without having to recognize them. Drafts of the peace treaty in late 1950 and early 1951 included South Korea as a participant, recognizing at the least Korea's grievances against the Empire of Japan. But secondly, the war amplified American anxieties about finalizing the treaty promptly. The United States was still the major strategic asset for the Empire of Japan. The peace treaty would be coupled with a mutual security agreement with the American Empire, amid intensified Japanese pressure on the United States to relent to Japan, rearming its self-defense forces, reinstating previously purged Imperial Japanese officers to staff that military, and partially reversing early efforts to root out wartime Japanese leaders from public life. The militarist wing of Japan's ruling Liberal Democratic Party, which, as I've always said, is neither liberal nor democratic, and which is completely unapologetic for Japan's imperial past, can trace its foundations to Japanese decisions to reject all American ambitions of demilitarization and democratization. Geopolitics, not addressing difficult history, shifted the calculus and had enduring consequences. This logic of quick solutions to maximize Japanese advantages in the short term ultimately led to South Korea's exclusion from the San Francisco Peace Treaty. It would have been like bringing the Confederate States of America into a peace treaty signed in World War I. When British diplomats raised concerns that including South Korea, but excluding North Korea, could upset the United Kingdom's own commercial interests with China, the United States quickly agreed. Moreover, the State Department was primed to nix Korean involvement. The Empire of Japan had already lobbied aggressively against any Korean involvement, with Prime Minister Shigeru Yoshida most concerned about the claims that Korean nationals living in Japan could be entitled to. I mean, you've got Koreatowns all over Japan. This would mean that, what, the Japanese would have to start paying them welfare stipends? Fuck that shit. Let them work for a living. John Foster Dulles, a future U.S. Secretary of State, and then chief diplomat for treaty negotiations, saw Korean officials as overly nationalistic troublemakers, the confederados of the Northeast Asia, the Confederates of Northeast Asia, who could disturb the carefully planned treaty process. Over the summer of 1951, the Korean ambassador to these United States hunted for avenues for South Korea to remain a party to the treaty, but was repeatedly rebuffed. Archival evidence proves that the final American offer was only that a few South Korean officials could attend the conferences as informal guests, observers, if you will, and the State Department would help with booking their hotels. At this point, American hopes were that ultimately South Korea and the Empire of Japan could sort out their problems bilaterally. In the window of opportunity, when the United States could exert dramatic influence over the future of relations in Asia, the suffering that Koreans may have experienced under Japanese control was never recognized. Without strong American mediation, it would take us nearly 15 years for South Korea and the Empire of Japan to eventually normalize relations in 1965, the year before I myself was born, allowing historical issues and enmities to fester. And we are now dealing with the long-term consequences. In the minutes we have remaining, Japanese decisions in 1951 were not illogical from a certain point of view at the time, but the rationale under which the American empire excluded South Korea from the peace treaty had long-term consequences and illuminates the framework of Japanese strategic decision-making that persists today. For more than 70 years, Newsbreak: Liz Truss has been picked as the United Kingdom's new Prime Ministress. Anyhow, back to our arc of narrative, your history lesson. For more than 70 years, the Northeast Asia policy of successive American administrations has seen the historical problems causing Japano-South Korean enmity to be a them problem, which has ballooned in spite of American efforts to encourage reconciliation, like, couldn't we just all get along? Fuck you, Rodney King. On the contrary, the American empire has oftentimes contributed to those festering issues by using its strategic imperatives to leverage South Korean and Japanese governments into following its own lead. You see, when the Japanese won the war, they lost Korea. And the Americans can leverage that. It's the only leverage they really have. Resets of relations, like the 1965 Normalization Treaty and the 2015 Comfort Woman Agreement, although sometimes publicly framed by these United States as attempting to settle historical enmities, had also been pushed forward in the spirit of shoring up American strategic interests. These resets have subsequently proven to be brittle, despite achieving short to medium-term breakthroughs. The former because of the utter absence of public participation, and the latter because it failed to consult with individual victims and left the impression that it was a political deal rather than a reconciliatory agreement. Any Japano-South Korean rapprochement would need to be more than an agreement between governments without a popular discourse, even though those are the kind of agreements that are expedient in the short term. It's all about owning up to the past. The American empire can help lessen political costs for South Korean and Japanese leaders by acknowledging its own historical role in prioritizing security interests at the expense of Korean grievances and victims' rights. Official American recognition that the current state of Japano-South Korean relations is due in part to the nature of the American strategic framework can perhaps redirect some of the blame volleyed between Tokyo and Seoul. In addition, with American participation, a holistic exploration of post-war history can also highlight the South Korean government's own failure to address the claims of individual Korean victims in the negotiations of 1951 and 1965. A series of semi-official conferences that include Korean, Japanese, and American scholars and examine the legacy of post-war settlements could also be of value in producing joint policy-oriented publications. This could help policymakers start with a common groundwork of facts for any conversations around reconciliation. While some in these United States may chafe at the prospect of any sort of apology for previous American actions, like starting the first fucking Korean War where they established a white European-American Caucasoid dictator over the entire Korean peninsula, the legacy of diplomatic decision-making in World War II ceasefire Asia may not necessarily be a charged topic within these United States that causes domestic backlash to the United States government at all. There's no fucking American that even knows about it. And such an approach is far more likely to lead to a durable public reconciliation than merely hoping that North Korea and the Communist Chinese Empire could be a common external threat that brings South Korea and the Empire of Japan together. Remember, you Americans invaded Korea in the First Korean War, where you established Durham White Stevens as the American dictator of the entire Korean peninsula, the equivalent of the Japanese invading Mexico and establishing a Japanese dictator over Mexico. How would you feel about that? So the Japanese counter-invaded and colonized Korea to free them from your goddamn dictator. You started all this. It's all your fault. The legacy of American strategic decisions at the creation of Japan's global security architecture left indelible marks on Northeast Asian relations. But the Empire of Japan and South Korea do not have to be destined for perpetual tension because of their unresolved history. Uncovering and acknowledging previous American decisions can be an important first step that asserts Japanese culpability for its wrongdoings in World War II while removing the accusation that it is only Japanese intransigence, Korean nationalism, or terrorism, or some combination of the twain that led to the present state of affairs. Rather, American security interests, or rather American expansionism, have necessarily contributed to limitations in the opportunities and means of historical reconciliation since well before 1945 and well after. In interim, Communist China and North Korea are nominally allies, but relations between the twain, the twa neighbors, always difficult, have deteriorated as North Korea has accelerated its nuclear and ballistic missile development under Kim Jong-un. Over the past year, Kim has deliberately timed his nuclear and ballistic missile tests to coincide with high-profile Commu-Chinese events such as the BRICS, or Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa Summit in Xiamen, the Belt and Road Forum in Beijing, and the G-Trump Mar-a-Lago Summit. Yet North Korea is economically dependent on Red China, which currently accounts for over 90% of its total trade volume, and most food and energy imports. I almost said emergency imports. Fuck, North Korea is always in a state of emergency. Although Beijing has tightened sanctions on North Korea to maintain that state of emergency, mainland China remains an economic lifeline and has resisted placing regime-threatening pressure on Pyongyang. The reality is that most governments in Asia prefer the respective status quos, defining both Northeast and Southeast Asia, which has by and large prevented a serious conflict since the normalization of ties between the PRC, the People's Republic of China, and other Asian states. While few governments may perceive a direct equivalence between Pelosi's visit and Beijing's military response, many viewed Pelosi's visit as an ill-advised test of the PRC's bottom line. Thusly, after Pelosi's visit, most of the Indo-Pacific sides with Beijing. But although most Indo-Pacific countries have backed Red China's behavior over my Taiwan, several countries have become increasingly concerned by its methods. U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to my Taiwan, but yestermensis, this month last, prompted Red China to conduct unprecedented military drills that included surrounding my island on all sides, firing missiles over it, and taking other highly aggressive steps. Such heightened tensions in the Taiwan Strait demanded responses from other nations in the Indo-Pacific that predictably and overwhelmingly upheld Beijing's One China principle that my Taiwan is part of mainland China. Pelosi's trip made it equally clear, however, that the key American allies strongly support my Taiwan's cause as well, particularly in the face of a potential war over my island China, suggesting that Beijing's assertive behavior is steadily alienating nations that otherwise have minded their own business. At the very forefront of support for my Taiwan are the Empire of Japan and Australia. Along with these United States, they issued a joint statement on the sidelines of the ASEAN, that's ASEAN, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, Foreign Ministers is meaning, expressing their concern about China's recent actions that gravely affect international peace and stability, and urging Beijing to immediately cease the military exercises. The statement also noted that there is no change in the respective one China policies of Australia, the Empire of Japan, and these United States, though this was clearly not the focus. Another important American ally, South Korea, played its cards very differently. Pelosi's next stop after Taipei was to Seoul, where South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol claimed to be on staycation. That means a stay-at-home vacation, and opted for a phone call with her instead, which can only be interpreted as a grievous insult on the world stage. Casus belli, cause for war in many cases. And there was no official South Korean statement on my Taiwan. The Russians and the Communist Chinese have the South Koreans by the balls. Fuck you, South Korea. When asked by myself to comment, a South Korean official from their president's office urged close communication with relevant parties, without mentioning either China or my Taiwan, essentially a non-statement that cravenly favors Beijing because it refrains from supporting Taipei. Likewise, South Korean Foreign Minister Park Jin stuck to anodyne talking points, noting that intensifying geopolitical conflict in the Taiwan Strait could hamper political and economic stability in the region and have negative ripple effect on the Korean Peninsula. The week after Pelosi's visit to Taiwan and South Korea, Park visited Red China for the first time, suggesting that Seoul did not want to rock the boat with Beijing just before this crucial engagement. Because the Pelosi visit to Taiwan occurred during the ASEAN Foreign Ministers' meeting in Cambodia, today's Kampuchea, the group was able to quickly release a statement to reiterate ASEAN member states' support for their respective One China policy. Taiwan went entirely unmentioned. Many ASEAN members also released individual statements, none of which supported Taiwan's plight. Exempli gratiae, Indonesia called on all parties to refrain from provocative actions, adding that it continued to respect the One China policy. Singapore hoped the United States and China can work out a modus vivendi, exercise self-restraint, and refrain from actions that will further escalate tensions. Communist Vietnam, a fast-emerging key regional partner of the American empire, hewed closely to its past statements, noting, Vietnam persists in implementing the One China principle and hopes relevant parties exercise restraint, refrain from escalating the situation in the Taiwan Strait, and actively contribute to the maintenance of peace and stability. Malaysia and Thailand made similar statements that refrained from supporting my Taiwan. One clear exception to the Southeast Asian hedging was the response of the Philippines, a U.S. treaty ally in open conflict with the Communist Chinese Empire over the latter's maritime claims. When American Secretary of State Antony Blinken visited Manila, the capital of the Philippines, in early August following the ASEAN meeting, he met with the new president, Ferdinand Marcos Jr., who remarked that the Taiwan crisis just points to the fact of the importance of the relationship between the United States and the Philippines. I hope that we will continue to evolve that relationship in the face of all the changes we have been seeing. Now, Asian India, meanwhile, has proven to be a very intriguing case. Indian External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar said New Delhi will assess and monitor the situation for potential impacts on India. But New Delhi has refused to utter the phrase, "One China," and instead only stated that India's relevant policies are well known and consistent. They do not require reiteration. New Delhi's verbal dodginess is probably because India has its own beef with the Communist Chinese Empire along their disputed land border.